Nyx 3 times already.
Yep.
It's a good hero for him.
It's a good hero for Sam H.
Yeah.
One key thing here is Tim's going to be on that Slardar, going to be roaming around. One thing I noticed about TNC is that Tim's only seems to play roaming supports. I've not seen him play anything else, favoring the Monkey King, Earth Spirit, those roaming heroes.
He's played an Ogre.
Ogre sort of like that
Yeah,
too, though.
he is a little bit like that, isn't he?
He likes to run around.
Yeah.
What are they going to get for Ice Ice? Because I think his hero is pretty defining for their strategy.
Yeah. TNC is also a team that likes to, they always last pick either a 1 or 2 position, I believe. It's the hero that they think will carry them in the game. They don't care if it's Raven or Cuckoo. I think they prefer it to be Raven, to be honest, because the team just plays so well around him when he's on that high farm hero. But I expect we'll see them try to save that until last.
Do we have a potential to see Broodmother this game?
I think with
For the
Ice Ice,
series?
you always do. You know, if you look at the lineup and you think, hey, this could be a good Brood game, I think there is very few Broods that match up to Ice 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 in terms of A, annoyingness, and B, being successful with that hero.
They're also last pick, too.
Yeah. And it gives them that option. I mean, we saw the surprise Tiny pick that one game against Evil Geniuses, and that did really well as well. They found a lot of success with that hero with Black playing that, and that to me was a huge surprise when they picked that one last.
They've played more heroes at Kiev Major than TNC. They've had 41 different heroes during their matches. TNC had 35, which is the 4th lowest of all the teams here.
Wow.
They haven't experimented a huge amount.
Not necessarily a bad thing, though.
No,
I think
it led to a
oftentimes
great group stage,
Yeah.
but does it sometimes mean you're a little bit more predictable?
sort of, but I always say, like, when people talk about things like predictability, like Alliance was the most predictable team at TI3.
And no one could beat them.
They were untouchable. Like,
I mean, look at IG at DAC. Had the most games, almost one of the most games of any other team played there.
Yep.
Everybody saw them. Nobody could touch them.
Very narrow hero pool, actually, at DAC. We did comment on that someone would surely figure them out before they got to the final, but nope, no one did.
it's just very hard to figure out a team like that.
Yeah.
Because, for example, you don't know what their weakness is until you've basically guessed for it.
Yeah.
Because you only get field games and officials. Like, at TI3, apparently the weakness was maybe Ake's hero pool. Not because he had the smallest hero pool, but because the heroes he played were so crucial to their strategies,
right,
rather than Bulldogs, who everyone seemed to focus on before that.
Bad the Slark, and there is the Spectre.
I didn't actually expect them to go for the Spectre. I thought
Did
they
you
were
not?
gonna. They were well. There's a lot of minus armor with the Sutter and Dazzle, so I thought they would have a more physical damage dealing one position. And Dazzle Spectre, I guess, is pretty
Well,
decent.
one
but
thing
they
to be
can
said
outlive.
is, if they're all minus armored, you just run in and they all hit you, Spurgeon's going to do a ton of damage. The thing with Spectre now that's making her so strong is she's actually more of like a mid to late game carry than a hard late game carry, just because her talents are so strong. She's not a hero that, in my opinion, is like the same. If you reach late game with Spectre, you win. We've seen a lot of Spectres late game actually lose in this tournament. Where she's been dominating is when she gets her 20 talent, she gets that 20 strength. Maybe she like closes out the game versus 25 talent, but it's just her first 3 talents have so much strength together.
Banning out that Tinker.
Just in case.
Has Cuckoo played anything strange this tournament?
He's played 3 laners, PL,
The PL pick.
and a silencer, core silencer as well.
Oh yeah. I see.
Yeah.
And a Tinker game too.
It's not a bad PL game, to be honest. I think they would only pick it in a game like this if he has 10th pick, though. So they have the Faceless has a counter pick against this hero. I think they should pick something a bit more solid in that sense. Perhaps a Shadow Fiend could work pretty well, give them the physical damage. Another thing about running cores like Spectre and Nyx is, I remember I can't remember who it is. It's 2 Chinese things. I think it was Vici and IGV maybe, but one team had like a Spectre Puck Nyx core, and the Puck was like 16-0. The Spectre was like free farming, but they just couldn't close out the game. They didn't have physical damage. And eventually the other team got BKBs. They had a Juggernaut. They couldn't do enough physical. And surprisingly, like I said, Spectre falls off late game if you do not have anything to do that physical damage. She needs to rely on Desolate. She needs to rely on Radiance, Dispersion, these things to do damage more than her just right clicks.
So that's pretty much what, just SFTA.
TA's
has
had an
been a
amazing
big
tournament.
pick here. Yeah.
It's not as good this game in my opinion. I think it's a bit harder to play against Slark and Crystal Maiden. Abaddon's a bit weird because Abaddon can be very good versus TA, but TA's also one of the heroes that can proc his ulti very quickly. I really like
Not a big
SF.
TA picker either, Cuckoo.
The thing is, most pub mid players will always be able to play SF and TA. Those are like your universal, I want to win this pub, I want to stomp some noobs, I'm 4k above the average, I'm going to pick these heroes on 1v5.
On that basis, this is SF.
Yeah. I mean, he played TA just a couple of games ago, so I think it could be TA. I prefer SF. I think the hero's great versus the Faceless lineup. They have nothing through BKB. When Stark presses ulti, you just press your ulti, he does no damage, and sometimes he just straight out dies. And I feel like TNC should be able to pick the Shadow Fiend versus the Ogre CM. It is a scary, that's the one thing. It's a super scary support duo to play against in the early game. It is more minus armor though. They have a lot of minus armor. I feel like if you amp someone, weave them, Shadow Fiend, or like they kill Spectre, they may all just die from that. Spectre could just be AFK and she'd kill everyone. Alright, so they go for the TA dot. Trying to figure out the reasoning for it. I think perhaps SF lacked a little bit of burst. This is something that a lot of teams think about when they have a hero like Slaughter. You need to be able to utilize the fast move speed into stun, into amp, and someone needs to blink in with you and kill that target. Otherwise, Slaughter seems a bit of a suboptimal hero. I think with that reasoning, maybe TA could be a bit better than Shadow Fiend.
It definitely gets online faster.
It does.
And is able to really get in there and get those kills. Something
else to mention is that against Slark, you want some sort of vision that's not dependent on your wards. If you have like Peacemaster Hawk or TA traps, it's a lot harder for the enemy team to de-ward all your wards. I'm sure we've all played pubs against Slark where they just get every single one of your wards, like noob supports. But really, that hero's just really good at that.
Yeah.
And a Storm to finish things off. Didn't see one yesterday. Do get one today.
I like this pick. I mean, it's against a Nyx and a Slaughter, and you think, hey, this isn't such a good Storm game. But honestly, it works so well with their lineup. They needed something that would be able to jump in from far range, maybe get these solo pickoffs. I think it's a very solid pick.
Okay. Well, let's get some predictions. We had a good day yesterday. The boys in the 4th seat in particular, Conrad, no pressure now, did very well yesterday. So you're up against it. What are you going for? Game one?
I'm going to have to go with TNC on this lineup. I really like what they've drafted here together, and I think the Spectre, they've been playing it better than anybody else, and Sam H on that Nyx.
Okay, Ben?
I'm also going to go with TNC. I think their team fight's a lot stronger, and I think they're just generally way more consistent. Ice is worrying me a little bit, though.
Okay.
Yeah, it's hard to bet against Isis Abaddon. I'll also go with TNC, though. I think Spectre and TA just provide too much vision in these fights. The Nyx is going to have a great game just because they have the vision advantage. It's pretty close, though, in my opinion.
Okay, all right. All three of our members on the expert panel believing that the curse is just that, a curse that no longer exists. We are headed to the main arena now as we head over to our commentary team for Game 1 of an SEA grudge match. Can TNC finally overturn their bogey team Faceless? Let's find out.
Thank you very much, Paul. I'm OD Pixel. I'm here with Cinderin, and we're getting ready for the first series of Day 2 here at the Kiev Major. TNC versus Faceless. The draft's complete. We can expect a lot of action from these two Southeast Asian sides, can't we? So we've finished off with a Templar Assassin and a Storm Spirit. There's going to be a lot of plays going on.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this draft overall. I think it was really interesting to watch how it developed. Obviously, these two teams know each other very, very well. They've played a lot in the SEA region. Going in based on group stages, TNC probably favored in that regard. But I think head-to-head Faceless are... I can't remember the win rate, but it's really, really high. I'm sure the panel covered it, but... Regardless, loved seeing how they kind of counterpicked each other at every turn throughout this draft. And I don't really have a clear favorite as such. I think there's a couple of heroes that you really need to look out for in this game. I think this is the type of game that Slark can really take off in.
Okay.
TNC don't have the best 5-man, which I find to be one of the better counters to Slark. It's a little bit more all over the place with skirmishes that hero loves to play. And at the same time, you're looking over at TNC's lineup where there's Templar Assassin we've seen have massive success so far. And this time around, it's playing with Slardar. This minus armor strategy of TNC is devastating. But it's into a bad end.
And interesting about TNC's lineup as well, the two cores, it's the same as what we saw from Liquid the other day. Remember, they ran the TA and Spectre combination. But the thing I kind of like a little bit more about what TNC are doing here, as you've touched upon, is they have got a lot of ways to go for the mid-game fight. It's less greedy than what we saw from Liquid yesterday, and much more oriented to the style you need to play against a team like Faceless.
Yeah, I think Nyx complements these lineups well, where you have two greedier cores, because Nyx as an offlaner generally doesn't farm as well, doesn't scale as well. Often, for that reason, you see Nyx is going for Hand of Midas so they can keep up, but I think in this type of game you don't have to. I think you can go Arcane Boots into straight Blink Force stuff, for example, and just be a setup for your team. And then in that case, you generally want a support that can scale and take advantage of the fact that Nyx isn't taking as much space. And a hero like Slardar can do pretty well with some farms. So very well-rounded lineup, in my opinion, from both teams. And this one, to me, really hard to call a clear favorite.
And I like this as well from TNC. This could go very nice. They see XY obviously sitting mid with jabs, trying to get the Storm Spirit at the good start. They may not expect this early smoke gank from TNC. Tims with the wraparound coming in, hits the two-man crush. They'll look to focus down jabs. Who is bringing Cuckoo down very, very low here. Cuckoo has to be careful, being doped by the Ogre. At the end of the day, will be Faceless getting the first blood. But it looks like they should pay with both of their lives as long as Tims can close this gap. Indeed he can. XY will look for a deny to the Ancients, but it's not going to happen. So Tims gets the double kill. Faceless do get the first blood. Who's coming out on top there, Sin?
I think it's pretty even. Overall, what I like to focus on when a team goes for these level 1 smokes in the mid lane is that it takes more than a minute for this play to be executed, and that means there's a trade-off in a side lane.
Yeah.
Ice gets his level 2. He's actually dealing a lot of damage to Raven right now, but looks like he will be falling with this double rotation. A bit surprised that Ice gets killed off by this pretty obvious movement from TNC after they made this play in mid, but overstays his welcome a little bit. And now for TNC, definitely worth it. After they got this extra kill, it's looking pretty good for them here to begin with.
Definitely, as you touched upon, something that's going to be very important for them against this Slark. As you mentioned, it set out to be a very good Slark game. There's no sort of silence. There's only what really kind of two proper stuns between TNC's lineup. So Black, if he gets a good opening and
mid lane,
doesn't
there's
feel
a
pressure,
lot of pressure on Cuckoo here.
it seems to be the main focus here from Faceless. This time around, Cuckoo does not have any sort of backup. He will head back to the shrine. Oh, no, he's not going to make it in time. XY just clubbing him down. Oh, he was so close to being able to get that shrine up. I mean, to be fair, if Tims was able to TP earlier and start the shrine, he may have just lived.
He could have definitely saved him there. I think Cuckoo didn't make the call, or that, he just felt confident that he was going to make it to the shrine. At the end of the day, he just barely didn't. This is the big strength of Ogre. I love how XY is playing this game. So far, he's just been really annoying, let's put it that way, in this mid lane. This is a Templar Assassin matchup. Well, I guess TA versus Storm is more even nowadays than it used to be, but Ogre can easily force a TNT support to be here. Ogre is so good against TA in lane. Obviously, Ignite getting rid of that refraction, so TNC have to help out. And this is giving good farm to Faceless side lanes as a result.
Yeah, absolutely. Other than the initial blunder on that top lane from Ice being caught out, he's now starting to pick the CS back up again. And being able to put a little bit of pressure on the Spectre. Certainly keeping him behind Black's farm. Black top of the farm at the moment, 16 for 9. Certainly having the easier safe lane out of the two. As Raven is indeed, having a little bit of a difficulty with his Abaddon's presence because TNC are being pulled between supporting both the safe and that middle lane. Tims coming in again for the crush. At the least, we'll look to cancel the clarity of XY.
Yeah, he does have Arcane Aura though.
Yeah,
so
it's true.
It's still, everything matters in this kind of play. And I was going to say, this Ogre, obviously by virtue of getting these 2 kills, has Boots Orb of Venom. So he's very, very strong early on. When you have this support with these items, there's kind of no one who can match him right now.
Cuckoo has to be so careful here. They're trying to close the gap, bringing in the CM as well. They've got the initial slow. Mass TPs coming through, but the Frostbite, it'll be enough. Faceless again, punishing this mid lane, and TNC just a fraction too slow with their reactions.
It's one thing that he dies, but with these TPs not connecting, again, it's even more space. Basically, what Faceless are doing is they're putting so much pressure on this mid lane that every lane is working out just because of this one lane. That is one way of dealing with Templar Assassin, is that, first of all, they're shutting her down, but you know, this hero is very snowbally by nature, so shutting it down in the first place is great. But if you also have counter picks in addition that are doing well, such as the Slark, who is, in my opinion, pretty good against Templar Assassin.
I mean, absolutely. This is the thing, you know, as we talked about, up top, the supports, because they're coming to the mid, they're not being able to secure this lane. But yeah, bottom, Black will get himself back out in time. Again in the mid lane, Cuckoo once again getting shut down, the 4th death in the first 5 minutes. Faceless really have it all out for him, and understandable considering some of the past performances we've seen from Cuckoo on these heroes like TA. And Faceless certainly feeling that the way to deal with TNC is to just shut down the mid as hard as you possibly can.
I think he's making the mistake of coming back to lane. After the first 3 deaths, at some point you need to just realize, okay, this lane is a minefield right now. There's no point going back. Go farm some jungle. You know, you're way safer in there. You can play around your shrine. Ideally, at this point, your supports might have double stacked one of the harder camps, not necessarily the Ancients, but just something for the TA. But they haven't, because they've been spending so much time trying to help out and being too late. So Cuckoo is really far behind. He's going to go back to mid lane again. This is starting to look a little bit tilty if he gets killed again.
He does have Tims. Tims gets a good crush onto Jabs, who's still yet to hit 6, but again, the CM was sitting there ready to hold back the slide and make sure he couldn't get the crush up for now. With the frostbite onto Rio, he's in trouble. Wrap around from XY as he looks to rejoin the mid lane fight. Tims will land the crush. Now Sam H is coming across to help TNC try and secure something in return. They will find XY. So this time TNC do manage to get the 1-for-1, but again, it's causing them to just pull out mass TP reactions.
I feel like Faceless are winning this game really, really hard right now.
I mean, just look at this Slark, Sind.
Exactly.
A 40 CS on Black coming up at 6 minutes in. He's had pretty much solo XP as well. He's not needed the support's help against the Nyx Assassin. He's just managed to outlane Sam H. And it's going to be a nightmare for TNC to deal with.
Yeah, I don't think these 2 heroes could kill him. They're going to need a TP from Dazzle. He is coming in, actually.
Yeah, Black should have the chance to get the Shadow Dance off. And coming in at the start at the wrong time as well. So Black will be easily able to walk it off and TP himself back to safety. Already, you know, between the 2 heroes, the 2 heroes that TNC are going to rely on to lock him down, mistakes are being made soon.
Yeah, that was just flat out a mistake from TNC's players there in coordinating their spells. It happens sometimes, you know, you want to make this play, you're both ready, you both want to go in. You see the opportunity for you at the same time as the teammate sees the one for him, and them stacking the stuns, they might have just saved Black's life. Because the nice thing about these 2 supports, or well, support and offlaner against Slark, is that both their stuns are AoE. So Slark can't just do the Shadow Dance TP out unless both stuns are on cooldown. But fortunately for Black, they used both of them into a Dark Pact. And easy escape for him, TP's back. And he's already back to farming here.
Look at this up top, Ice pressuring Raven in. Raven yet to hit 6. He may suffer to get his way out. He's already used the dagger. It's on cooldown for a couple of seconds more. Now the TP comes through. Ice will back away. He's got level 6 to the ready himself. He can fight this. Raven is trying to come back in on this one, but instantly has to retreat once more because Nuts and XY there with the wraparound. Faceless punish Tims. 6-4. All the lanes really looking to go Faceless's way. This top lane, Ice with more farm than Raven, better experience gain as well. How do you recover from this sort of a laning stage, Sin?
I think the main hero to look out for them right now is the Nyx. We need to see some Vendetta plays out of TNC to kind of bring them back. Get Haunt online, try to find a couple of picks, but to be honest with you, I think this already looks really, really bad, and you don't really see it from the kills. Like 6-4, okay, you know, it's manageable, but the CS lead and how hard they're winning these lanes Faceless is really concerning for TNC. This is a 3,000 gold lead minute 8 with 0 towers down. That's an absolute stomp
and
in a
even
lane.
things that feel like we don't see again, the fact that the side lanes, look at the denies they've been able to pull off.
Yeah.
It's that much they're shutting down.
Cuckoo. Is Cuckoo getting soloed here?
He's getting styled on by Jabs. Jabs picks up the... Styled on by Jabs. Jabs picks up the strike. Because they're incredibly low. Wilting out the boys plays mid. They're trying to go up top. They may get punished this time though, Raven. Closing back in onto XY. XY pulling incredibly low. Wilting out the poison touch. But Ice is looking to make sure that the trade pays off. A 3rd kill picked up for that 1 loss that Faceless have in this fight. And, this is looking so tough for TNC. Faceless are just playing it right.
They're making some really good decisions, and at the end of the day, this is going to come down to for Faceless until this team fight kicks in from TNC. So we're going to see if they can find the opportunity.
This is the play that they need to try and make happen. To get to slow down the momentum that Faceless is building up. But mid lane, whilst they're looking for a play, bottom TNC, Cuckoo has been gone on one TP will come through, and that will put Jabs off from going in for more. Top lane, Ice on the verge of claiming this tier 1 tower from Raven. And nothing that Raven can do about it. Will TP himself back to base. He's going to look to refuel on the mana so he can horn in and potentially join a gank.
Bottom lane, they're trying Black here. Perfect chaining of stuns.
But is it enough stuns? It isn't. He packs and he gets out of there.
Not
it's
nearly
so
enough damage.
hard to catch the slug, and that's TNC using a fair few resources to try for it. And then you've got to kind of isolate it. Is this a draft issue against the slug? Was it that much of a perfect pick from Faceless? Jabs comes in, and to make things even worse for Cuckoo, Jabs steals the double damage ring.
The Slark pick was amazing at the point that they picked it. There was, I thought this looked like an absolutely great Slark game, and then TNC decided to last pick TA into it, which was a bit puzzling for me. You already have the Spectre. It's not really that great of a hero matchup for TA, and of course the last pick also sitting on Faceless, so they could even pick whatever matchup they wanted for mid. In this case, the Storm Spirit is having a good time. I'm personally not that big of a fan of the TA pick in that position in the game, but more than anything, this mid lane early game they just got outplayed, and seems like it's continuing.
Yeah, Tim's tries to hang around to get a bit of solo XP, but Jabs immediately in with the DD. There to punish.
And this is, by the way, whenever you're thinking about picking Ogre, there's two things that make a good Ogre game. Either you have one or two lanes that you really want to secure early on, where you have like weak cores that need help. Storm isn't the greatest hero in the lane, so it's really nice for him to have Ogre backing him up. That's one thing. And the second thing is, can we use Bloodlust? And their lineup is incredible for Bloodlust. All three cores of Faceless benefit so much from this ability. It might not be that intuitive on Storm. You're like, why does he need move speed and travel so fast? Attack speed on Storm.
It really is, yeah.
Attack speed on Storm is a big deal. And no-brainer why it's amazing on Slark. And Abaddon, one of the off-lane cores that is being played right now, that actually hits a lot and can deal a lot of damage.
I mean, we've seen that, how well he's been able to harass Raven and really make the Spectre's life a little bit miserable on this top lane. Bottom, sentry's down, they've got the vision of Sam H, who'll try and get himself out of there. Jabs comes in, we'll get the touch. Sam H managing to buy some time with the Spike Carapace, but it's not going to be enough. A kill for Black. As Faceless just... they've come into this matchup, it seems like they've just had the perfect plan. We know in the past that Faceless have just been very good against these Southeast Asian teams, and we're really seeing it already, Yasin.
We definitely are. This is actually the most one-sided game that I can remember in the whole tournament in the first 12 minutes. There might have been one more, but they are destroying TNC. This isn't even funny. Like, we're approaching, if this tendency continues on the graph, which we have every reason to believe, so it's pretty much a linear growth.
Yeah, it is.
What's that? A 10k lead at minute 17 at this rate? 18?
It looks to be aiming that way.
That's pretty rough. And I mean, I'm trying to look at the bright sides here for TNC of what plays they can make. They're just very limited. There's no Blink Dagger on the Slaughter, not even close. There's no Blink Dagger on the Nyx, not even close. It's actually going Midas. I don't know if, well, maybe they have to. The TA is really far away from Adesso 13 minutes in. Might actually go for the Blink first as a result. They've lost 2 towers, currently losing their third.
And look at this Faceless are just keeping the tempo up. They're looking for a play down bottom. XY has been found alone, and Raven and Cuckoo will look to try and abuse that. Sam H coming across as well. It is a tanky Ogre. They really need to get this kill so as to not waste time on it. And they will do so indeed. The question is if Faces can punish them. Jabs gets the touch onto Cuckoo. Looking to zip in and close the gap. Spike Carapace will on him back. He's actually out of mana here. Jabs has to be a bit careful, but he does have the back with the team. Black jumps in, gets the pounce on Sam H. Sam H starts to run, has the stick charges to survive. Pull back onto Raven, graved up by Ryo. TNC, they're managing to stay pretty strong in this fight, all things considered. Jabs ticking down low. The storm will drop, but Black, he's still fighting very, very strong. The meld hit, the stick charges. Black stays alive, healed up by the mist coil. Good crush from Tims, but it's dark packed off immediately by Black. Cuckoo melds up, no vision here between them, but they do have the AoE from the Dark Pack, but the Refracted, it doesn't matter. Nuts comes in at the right time with the Crystal Nova to make sure they can bring that TA down before they get punished even more. And in a fight where, for TNC, probably one of the best that they've had this game, it still doesn't feel like enough. Faces are the ones to come out on top. Black survives. They may have lost Jabs, but it is still a Faceless win.
Yeah, this is really, really big win for them. Did Slaughter die twice, or did he just not... I think Slaughter died twice. Did he?
Nah.
in that fight? Because I was
he
just
might-
thinking, this was a long fight, right? And it was taken next to TNC's Shrine. And the way it started was that they ganked Slaughter at bottom, and at the same time they went on the Ogre mid. And I think he could have
Yeah, he
died,
could have died.
respawned,
He's- has
TP'd
gone
back,
down 4
and
times
died again.
already.
I'm not sure. But regardless, like whatever the numbers were, this was another great fight for Faceless, honestly. Yep, the graph. There was a slight
we'll
dip
have a look
in that
at
one
it,
kill.
We might be able to catch it
Let's
this
see,
time.
Slaughter's currently dead.
Yes.
This fight is really long. He's spawning now. He might just not be TPing in. Yeah, he is TPing in.
Yeah, so you're
He
right.
died twice.
He goes down the second time at the end of it.
So that was overall a 5 for 2, I think.
What do we have? The initial slide up
Ogre
death,
and
the other
Storm
3, and yeah, you're
Yeah,
correct. Here goes
5
down,
for 2.
so a 5 for 2. A very, very painful trade for
Bottom lane
TNC.
Cuckoo.
Faceless.
Oh, meld.
Cuckoo and Ryan have to be careful. Ice is going to come hunting for them.
And with all the strong games we've seen from TA in this tournament, this is a different story. This shows the weakness that the hero has. If it is not having a good game, right now this TA hero just sucks,
And-
man.
and
Like it's
Cuckoo.
really, really bad.
He's got a
hero
bit of
right
time where
now.
he can't do anything here. The TP's still on cooldown.
He needs to get this Blink Dagger as a minimum, and probably the Death as well, because everyone has overtaken him so much that this is not a comeback hero by any means, unless you've like stacked for it and it gets to farm like these triple or quad stacks or something, and then all of a sudden you get this big influx of gold, but it just hasn't happened. So
And this has always got to be a nightmare. If you are a team that is massively behind after the laning stage, dealing with a 16-minute slot with a Shadow Blade.
Yep. And he's not the only one making good item progression. We're seeing Ice, Ice, Ice with the Vlad's into soon the Medallion, and then full Solar Crest will come shortly after. And the Storm Spirit will have a pretty timely Bloodstone as well. So everyone is doing very well on the Radiant side. Even the supports are having a pretty good time. Almost Midas and the Crystal Maiden. Ogre has the Value Buckler. Looks like he's going for a full mech, actually. I may sound like a broken record here, Owen, but I can't even imagine a fight right now that TNC can win. Like, that is how grim it looks. The difference between this game and Liquid's games yesterday when they had the TA and the Spectre was that their TA had a way better game, first of all, and their lineup just had more damage. The Doom in the Liquid lineup made a big difference in terms of just being able to go in, get them an advantage in the fight. Nyx is not that kind of hero, especially not with a Gloves of Haste. Like, are they going to kill people?
They will find Black, but again, Shadow Dance still there. We'll use it rather early, so they managed to hold him in position. This is a good start off for 10, with Raven jumping in as well. Black falls low, we'll get the pounce off. Raven continues to chase, Cuckoo comes with the blink, that's huge. Absolutely huge for TNC. They get one, they may just get two as well. XY tries to get himself up to the high ground. Fire Blast to hold back the TA, but the rest of TNC close in, pick up a second. TNC... perfectly. I mean, that is pretty much the only way they can kill the Slark. They did it textbook. The timing of the stuns was brilliant. They controlled him. Argument, maybe a bit of an early Shadow Dance from Black did end up costing him because they were able to stun him through it. But that was perfect from TNC.
Well, more important than anything, he was out of position. This kill, I don't think is possible if his team is backing him up. Abaddon can always save him, or if there's like a Crystal Nova and a Frostbite, he might be able to get away from this core that ends up killing him, but that failed. And all of a sudden, TNC, oh, this is a good job!
He's done it! He snatched the Aegis Jack! Oh, huge AoE damage comes through with the Crystal Nova. TNC falling low, Jabs with the big ball play, coming in, snatching the Aegis. Raven's trying to get himself out. He's the last member of TNC alive. He will survive for now. But that timing from Jabs, getting into the pit, absolutely beautiful.
This is such an ironic moment. He makes like the biggest play of the game. He gets stuck on a cliff of Storm right now. Oh, that's some good stuff. Really, really nice play here from Jabs. When this was the possible turning point of the entire game for TNC. They got 2 big kills next to the pit. They have a good Roche lineup in starter and TA. But at the end of the day, the lack of a Deso. They don't kill Roche fast enough. The Storm gets there in time, goes for the big play, manages to snatch the Aegis 1-on-4 basically. An absolutely huge play here coming in from Jabs. And now we're feeling very comfortably with Faceless once again. 10,000 gold.
At the 80 minutes, as you predicted.
Oh, it's a bit later. Or is it? No, actually it's 18, yeah. That's kind of not exactly the way I imagined it would happen, but the advantage is still there. Is this a full crest? This is a full Solar Crest now on Ice Ice Ice. And they have some really good heroes to take advantage of this aggressive minus armor usage and of the defensive usage. I think especially the defensive
Look at
usage
this
in
timing
games.
again. He comes in absolutely perfectly.
This is super good.
And just the amount of damage he's able to do with those passive procs because of how close they are together. It just rips TNC apart. I mean, Raven was very lucky to get himself away. Very lucky.
They got the very nice jump into level 4 Static Remnant with Aphotic Shield, another Static Remnant, Crystal Nova, and TNC are just, there's no play. You're caught in the pit. You kind of had to commit that many heroes to try to get it in time. I don't think it was a bad idea from TNC. It was just one of those moments.
Here begins the fun. Black, he won't get the kill, but he will be able to grab a few essence shift stacks, forces the Dazzle to TP back.
This tower is gone.
A second tier 2 to be falling from the side of TNC's map at the 20-minute mark. Faceless still with the 3 strongest cores on the map. Raven and Cuckoo trying their best to climb back into the game. We do have, well, Desolator, it's not looking too far off for Cuckoo. He's still managing to make good progression considering how hard he was beat down on the start. He's got 2.1k on top of the Blightstone. So just about 1,000 more to go and he'll have it. Black, maybe looking to see if he can find something.
This is something you generally don't want to see, though. Like, TNC have the Spectre and TA fighting for farm in the same lane. That shows that you're cornered. Like, there are so limited options to where they can go and get farm that they end up going toward the same spot. I think regardless, they shouldn't be. Like, so one of them should just go somewhere else. But they might be just trying to trade off towers here. There are only 3 heroes in position, though. This could be interesting in mid, however. Sam H, they need one more hero. They're deciding against it. Dazzle and Nyx alone can't do it. Here goes the tier 2. So now it makes a bit more sense that Tia and Spectre ran down here together. They will get the tower, at least. But here comes the high ground push. And this is really difficult for TNC.
How do you hold this back if you're TNC? Your heroes just... where's the kind of the wave clear as such to push it and the AoE?
I think you have to play around the weave that is currently ticking. The deaths are almost done on TA, but won't be in time.
Silver Edge complete on Black.
Weave is pretty strong right now. You need to be careful. And they're just going to step back for a little bit. The weave is running out now in 5 seconds.
And the next crew wave is ready to come in. TNC. Oh, Black actually seeing if he can get himself a pounce onto Sam H. Won't get the connection. And the tier 3 falling very quickly. Jabs ready to start making the play. Zip, Sing, grabs Rio. Rio gets the Brave off the time. There's the horn from Raven trying to kick things off. Right side side. Pop the ultimate. Jumping around. Tims tries to get himself away with the sprint. Will escape for the time being, but Jabs jumps again into the 3. Hitting the slow onto 3 members again. Jabs with the plays in and out. Out of mana now, has to be careful. They'll look to turn back towards the racks. Black healed up by Ice. They'll take down the Slardar. Tims with the immediate buyback. Vortex onto Sam H. Dragging him back in. Zip 4 Jabs will pick up the Nyx Assassin. Second one dead on TNC. They haven't quite finished off the melee racks yet. TNC trying to do their best to keep Face's hands off them. Jabs is out of mana, falling low, but Cuckoo frostbited up. The Grave comes out just in time, but can they actually get Cuckoo out of this fight? He's being slowed down. XY tries to look for the Fire Blast, does get crushed up by Tims, but that's the 3rd one down. Ultra kill for Jabs, as TNC just cannot stop the onslaught. Faceless find the melee racks, they'll get the ranged as well. And Jabs, he's not done. He really, really wants that rampage. He's not going to get it though. The Aegis will be popped.
It was almost running out. This is a good play from him. He wants to die there before it expires. I mean, this fight kind of shows what I was pointing out earlier, right? They just don't have the damage. They were fighting with 2 shrines and a buyback and under their towers, and they still lost. And they didn't even kill a hero, I think. This game is all Faceless, and unless there's some sort of miracle happening in a moment, the game is all over as well. Good damage from Cuckoo here onto Black at least, but Solar Crest's pretty good item.
I'll look for the chase. They will get the slant to Jabs, but Jabs still with a full tank of mana. Very hard to catch. This will be popped just in case they caught any of TNC's members close behind them. Raven picked up the Invis rune. Doesn't have Haunt though, of course, for 40 seconds, and
Raven
very little he can do.
Wishing he was Earthshaker right now. That was a very good Invis rune on a very bad hero to have an Invis rune on. So
maybe if he had Radiance, he could have gone for the Invis walk down. The slow burn.
That only works in your game zone.
Yep. And then it doesn't.
Let's be real here, it definitely does.
It works against me, Sin. I'm like, why am I dying?
Oh.
And then I realize.
Have you ever played against like a Darkseer Ricky lane level 1 and you just died? You're like, what happened?
No, we don't have offlaners in our pubs.
Oh, yeah.
We've got a Bloodseeker and a Legion in the jungle.
Yeah. Reddit told me so.
Yep.
Every game.
Yeah.
No confirmation bias.
Sin, lol. But anyway, back to the game. As TNC are still holding on. They managed to at least get Faceless out of the base. But it did, of course, come at the cost of a dieback, a buyback from the TA. They've lost 2 melee racks, a range racks up on the top lane. Aghanim Scepter now complete 24 minutes in for Ice Ice Ice. He had one little bit of a blunder at the very start. We saw him going down the lane, but since that point, he had a brilliant time up there. 2-1-14 on this Abaddon. He himself, of course, doing lots in these fights as well, keeping Faceless's cause alive, allowing Jabs as well to play really aggressive, which has just been perfect against TNC. We're seeing Jabs consistently be the one that just zips into the midst of them all. And because, as we mentioned earlier, you know, we talked about the lack of control for the Slark. It's the fact there's lack of control for the Storm as well. There are 2 heroes that you need to be controlling with 2 stuns. TNC,
Ooh, this is a good line.
this is kind of the all-in play.
He knows exactly what's happening. This is the YOLO play.
Can
There's nothing
this
left to
work
do.
out?
TNC, it's go time.
Sam H looking for the lead in. Comes round from the back. Raven will put the horn. Look at the initial stun on text by Jabs. Looking straight for the dazzle. Great call from Jabs. Immediately eliminated the backline support. Moves on to Cuckoo. 3, 4 dead. They'll find Raven as well. And it's GG. It's all too much for TNC. As they tap out and Faceless, with one of the most brutal beatdowns we've seen so far here on the main stage at Kiev Major, will win this game 25 minutes in. And it really was looking there straight from the off-sin. I mean, would you say yourself straight from the draft?
Well, I thought the draft was to make this was going to be a more even game than this. I feel like Faceless outplayed them really hard. They made a couple of very good decisions in the first 5 minutes, and TNC's lineup was one that didn't deal too well with falling behind, especially like it means so much to that lineup that TA has a bad game. I think Faceless completely identified what the key target to lock down was. Give TA an awful early game, and then it doesn't matter that Spectre had okay farm because, you know, your mid laner is non-existent, and as a trade-off, your Storm is having a great time. He basically has 3 targets the whole game. Your Slark kind of counters, I would say, both enemy cores that they... I think the Slark was picked after Spectre, but before TA. So
yes.
If you want to look at the draft,
I
was pointing this out yesterday, but Liquid did end up winning the game. I think TA Spectre is a bit of an awkward combination of heroes because they're both very greedy and need a lot of build-up time. If you can play around it and build a lineup, that's great. But I want to say, even in the Liquid game, they were also looking
Oh,
dangerous for
for
them.
sure, yeah.
They
It
just
was a
pulled it
hard
back with great plays.
Place to pull off, yeah.
Strategically,
Yeah.
I don't know if they had the better draft in that game either. But they won. This game, you really could see that the weakness that this kind of pairing can have in games.
It really feels that in the rest of the series, game 2, for sure at least, TNC, they have...
Okay, unfortunately we seem to have lost the sound from Kiev, but of course we will go back to our commentary team for the second match. We're back at the panel to break down what was an absolute beatdown for Faceless over TNC. Yet again, their bogey team has been exposed. Back with Conrad, Melini and AUI back on the panel. Conrad, what did he say after that? 25 minutes, it looked absolutely dominant from Faceless. We mentioned this at the start of the show. They can look spectacularly good and spectacularly awful in equal measure. That one, they were absolutely brilliant.
I mean, you talk about beatdown, XY and Nuts just coming to the middle lane, just making Cuckoo's day so bad at the beginning of that game. They really found what kind of the strategy that was going to work for them, shut down that TA really early on, and just ruin the game for the rest of them.
Yeah, I mean, that was the key to it, really, Ben, wasn't it? Just make sure TA has a terrible early game, and then the rest takes care of itself.
It would have been okay if maybe like Slark didn't get so much farm, but like he just had a miserable game. He had Shadowblade, and they were able to get a lot of map control. And not to mention the Roche fight.
Yeah, I mean,
The Roche fight.
Just before that, actually, they managed to get a couple of pickoffs, didn't they? And
Yeah.
you sort of thought, okay, well, if they can do that, if they can avoid taking them on as a team and they can just keep nicking one here and there and maybe pushing some objectives, maybe they can get back. And then literally a minute later, absolutely all hell breaks loose and they lose everything at the Roche.
Mm-hmm. I think Sen mentioned that maybe the TA should have left the lane a lot earlier. I think Ogre CM can invade the jungle, but they're probably gonna need to use a few smokes to do so. But she was not able to get back into the game.
Yeah, this is probably one of the more mountainous scoreboards that we've seen at the event. Was that the biggest, most dominant victory we've seen so far?
I think that was the most dominant victory that I've seen so far in this tournament. To be honest, I think that TNC, I think they thought about how to defend their mid lane a bit wrong. So when you know that your opponent's going to attack one area of the map, you have 2 options. You can either defend it with your heroes, or you can apply pressure somewhere else so that they cannot go there. I think in this game, if they had done something like going aggro even with the Dazzle Spectre and Slaughter maybe moving around the lanes a bit, ensure that TA could have that 1v1 versus Storm, which is a matchup she does quite well in. I think maybe the game could have gone a lot better, but honestly, Faceless played so well. They showed why if you pick like this Ogre CM who honestly sort of need to dominate early game, they showed that they could do that, and that was perfect play from the supports.
Yeah, we're gonna take you through the Steel and the Roshan fight, because it wasn't necessarily the key to victory, Ben, was it? Because it was already looking good for them, but it basically guaranteed them victory from then on, because there was just no way TNC could come back in after this, was there?
Absolutely not. I can't believe he snatched at Aegis.
Yeah.
They have 2 stunners there, and they just was perfect timing by him. Absolutely perfect timing. I don't think he had any vision around the pit, but I think they had the sense that it was going to go down that quickly. That's one of those situations where you're like, man, if I had one more item, one more level, like we had a medallion, just like any small thing, it would have been a lot different.
And yeah, snowballing from the beginning of the game just prevented any of those factors entering.
Or if Roach had -1 armor. You think like 1 armor sounds like, oh man, that's nothing. But in this situation, that could have completely changed the game.
It definitely adds up.
Okay, MVP for this one. Jabs had a great game, 12, 2, and 14. Black 5, 1, 11. Involved in almost all the good things that they did. And Ice, 2, 1, 19 of the 25 that they picked up. Who'd you pick out?
Support crew.
Support crew?
Yeah, is there a way to put
either?
Yeah,
both the
Pick
supports
one,
and
because we
XY?
can't pick 2. So which one are you going for?
You know, I don't know who played the Ogre, because
It
I
was
think
XY.
it was XY.
Yeah, it was
I
XY,
thought
yeah.
what the Ogre did is most Ogres get a really early point bloodlust, but he just went straight up stun Ignite at level 3. He had 2 points to Ignite, and that got them a lot of kills. His movements were very crisp, and Jabs played fantastically, but I think XY really set it up in that game.
We'll give it to XY for this one, but they can share the trophy. as
Dude,
it
it's
were.
hard to get MVP
Yeah.
as Ogre.
Yeah.
That is
Very
that's
hard.
really
I
impressive.
mean, we felt his presence all throughout the game. And that's something that, like you mentioned, it's just hard to do as Ogre.
and
although
100 cast range.
I do want to say Nuts was 6-0 and 20 on
Yeah,
CM.
that's right, yeah. Yeah,
honestly,
but you've just given
error.
XY the MVP,
I
so
honestly feel like XY had the highest impact on the game. Even
Yeah.
if his score doesn't reflect that as much, you know he's an Ogre. A death means you've probably tanked every spell on the enemy team for your team.
Yeah.
So I thought he played amazingly.
One of the interesting things about Nuts is that he went heavy levels into Crystal
Nova.
Nova, yeah,
Yeah.
Crystal Nova, and that actually helped secure, I think, a lot of those kills that might have been. He ended up ignoring going early Arcane Aura, which I feel is a little bit uncommon currently right now in the patch.
Did you go 4-1-2?
Yep.
Yeah,
One-
I really like that build. I
Yeah.
think it's, unless you need the Frostbite to do something, I think it's generally the superior build. You get to push out lanes, and you generally just do more damage in fights. I always think of Crystal Nova as a ranged Thunderclap, and Thunderclap's one of the best spells in the game.
Okay, we're going to move on to our second draft, of course. Talking to drafts, Ben, that wasn't that much of a one-sided draft, was it? Relatively even draft.
We thought it would have been SF over TA,
Yeah.
perhaps, but even then, I still think it would have probably been a very similar situation. Although they would have had better team fight, I think like SF can catch up a lot easier because TA with that level of farm just didn't really do anything. But yeah, I think the Slark pick early kind of threw a wrench into TNC's plans. They couldn't do anything about him,
Yeah.
or Abba too, for that matter.
Might see some different bands as we head into game 2. We are moving towards our second draft, of course, but before we get there, you heard earlier on an incredible story from Black, and he was also with Shiva before the round of 16 to discuss exactly what Faceless could deliver at the Kiev Major.
All right, Faceless Black, welcome. Thank you for taking the time to talk to me.
Any time of the day.
So after TA6, you formed Team Faceless.
Yes.
Tell me how it happened.
Okay, so at TI6, Ice approached me, and because I think Lanham was gonna retire for 2 or 3 months because of his kid. I think it was. I'm not entirely sure why, but it was something like that. And then he was interested in making a team with me and Nuts and XY. And then basically he just approached me and asked me, am I interested? And then that's pretty much how it happened.
How did Jabs get there then?
We weren't sure who to take at 5th, so he just posted on Twitter, anyone with like 7.5k or above, like leave me a private message, we're looking for a mid, and then we chose him.
That's how he actually replied?
Yeah. He was like, oh, I'm 8k, and then, well, it was really funny. I didn't know it worked like that, but
Me neither, actually. I thought everything happened behind closed doors.
yeah, it was fun though.
It worked out. It worked out for the better because you went to have a great period in Southeast Asia. You had amazing tournaments, amazing performance. But then you made it to the international scene. Things didn't go as well.
Yeah, honestly, we can only blame ourselves for that because, I mean, it's evident when we play online, right? We barely lost any games. Like our win rate in C is like 80% or more. Because for all these online qualifiers, we prepared a lot. And then as soon as we qualified, then we were like, oh, we worked really hard just now, huh? Let's take a break. And then worst case, what happened before DAC, you take a break like for a week, which you shouldn't do in the first place, or we did. And then on top of that, there was a new patch. So basically, we took a break during the patch time, and then we got to DAC, didn't know what to do at all. Because a new patch, new hero, everything's new. You're like, I guess we'll try to figure it out on the spot. I mean, it worked out somewhat. We got to top 8. But yeah, we definitely weren't prepared well. And I think that's the same story for pretty much all the other tournaments, for Boston too, BTS. I'm surprised we did very well at Dota Pit. But
So also after Boston, there was a roster shuffle period. Your team stuck together. Was that a conscious decision from you?
from the beginning, we already said and planned that we would stick together until TI, because whenever you make a roster shuffle, it also creates like a very big risk for your team. Because right now we know what we have and what we're lacking, and then if you get like a new player that maybe fills in that spot and what you're lacking, you might suddenly lack something else. So it's always a very big risk to do that, and we decided not to do it and just stick together for the entirety of the year.
So we can expect to see this faceless also at TI?
Yeah.
Great, that is really good to hear. Now recently you've added Winter as your coach. How is he?
From the start, we all thought of him as like pretty much the only coach that we wanted, because he understands Dota very well. He plays a lot of Dota, and he when you hear him cast and being on the panel, you can tell he has a lot of insight in Dota, and it's very, very valuable, especially for a team that struggles during the drafting stage. So then we asked him, we approached him. He was not very interested at first, but then we're a very interesting team, like personality-wise and stuff. So I guess something convinced him in the end, and then he joined us, and he did help us a lot improve on our mistakes, but we still have a lot of work to do.
Where do you feel he had the most impact?
I think the biggest impact that he for us had is he helped us a lot with our early game ideas, because we would always have a discussion in the team, but we have like pretty stubborn people in there. So it's like if I tell them something, right, it will not get through as well as when Winter tells them, because if an outside person will tells you, you will be much more understanding and stuff. And I think that's the biggest thing he added to the team. Like all the misunderstandings we had, he pretty much cleared them up.
Fair enough. You qualified to be here. What was that like? Was that a relief? Was that happy? Was that expected?
I mean, it was probably expected for most people, but during the time we actually had like a lot of struggles. And I think we also just barely won against like Mineski and TNC. We actually had a lot of problems, but we pulled through, which of course was like a very happy. I don't think we expected to win, but we did. Then we like just tried to start working again on what was like important. But yeah, as I said, then we took a week break before the AC, and then yeah.
So Ice, I believe, made his own team house.
Right. Yeah.
How does that work out?
Basically, he sponsors the like flight tickets, food, and the housing.
Yeah.
Basically, he's just like our own sponsor. Like he pays for everything pretty much. In the past, a lot of our players had a lot of problems with organizations because they would try to like make use of the players in wrong ways. And especially himself, he had like quite a lot of problems with that. So we decided, we had like quite a lot of sponsor offers, but we decided to turn them all down, because that was the idea from the start, that we would do it for the entirety of the year, and then we just stick to it.
Are you bootcamped there as well?
Yeah, I mean, I've been there since the team started. Like, I didn't really go back to Germany or anything.
So how was the bootcamp for you? Did you get any free time, or was it practice, practice, practice?
We actually get like quite a lot of free time. As I said, we weren't as hardworking as we should have been. I think we realized it at DSC and started working really, really hard since then. And I hope we can continue that until TI.
So looking back at the group stage, what do you think at this group stage for this Kiev major?
Coming to this tournament, we actually prepared really well. We were really confident, right? And then we played practice and went really well too. And then the first day of the tournament suddenly didn't go that well anymore. I don't know why, But like me in particular, I had like a very bad tournament so far, and I'm still trying to figure out what actually happened, because I used to be like the stable leg of the team, but I've had like a lot of bad games. That's why our performance isn't like very good here, because we have like two very explosive players, and then usually would have me to just make sure everything like kind of sticks together, like
The glue.
yeah, exactly. And if the glue is not there, then you can't really do that. So I think like the biggest issue right now is like my individual performance, but I'm sure I'll figure it out in time for the main event.
Yeah, you got a couple of days to prepare. You think that will fix it all?
Yeah, we played the first game on the second day, I think. So we got like another 36 hours or something to prepare. So it should all be very good.
Well, I wish you the best of luck and hope to see a lot more faceless in the main event.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Well, he says he hasn't had a very good tournament so far, but I tell you what, he's played Slark 5 times in the last month, and they've won every single match that he has done so. They've
That's
just added another one.
That's his go-to pup hero.
It is, yeah.
I think he hit 8K with Slark. That was his. That was the hero for him. And what does it mean when Ice sponsors the team? Does it mean like he pays for all the stuff and he gets like an extra cut or something like that?
I would imagine so.
Actually,
That's
from
cool.
what I believe is that he took a lot of his winnings and a lot of the money he made in China and
Right.
just wanted to develop the C scene. And so he picked these C players, new black, almost a C player at this point,
Yeah.
and decided to just develop those guys into a really strong team, which they clearly are.
That's pretty smart.
Yeah, yeah, and turned down a lot of sponsor money as well. A lot of sponsor money. Very good stuff. We're going to head towards the next draft. More of the same from Faceless, I guess. Why would you move away from a winning strategy? But we've mentioned this before with teams. Sometimes you can't use the same strategy again because the other team can figure you out. So where do Faceless go for game 2?
I don't think they want to pick the same heroes, but I think they do want to run the same style because that style just looks so good. I think having their swords be aggressive, they got Ice in a pretty good lane matchup. These are all things that Faceless want to do in order to win this next match.
Yeah, and TNC, Ben, where do they go? You know, they've got it in the back of their mind now. We can't beat these guys. Like, how can we beat them? And we came up with a plan, and that didn't work. So what is it, plan B now?
More early game, firstly. I think their mid-game team fight is generally stronger, and Faceless like to struggle, I think, in mid to late game team fights compared to teams like TNC. So draft more early game. I also think like the first pick Nyx may not work out so well for them. We talk about Slark and Lifestealer being the primary 2 counters. They didn't ban either of them. They didn't really have solutions for either of those heroes. So maybe reconsider what you want, especially when they have an opener like CM Ogre.
Comment, thoughts?
They didn't ban the Earth Spirit. I think Tim's plays that hero really, really well, and he gives them a lot of options, especially if they open with it.
Yeah, he's had some really good games on that one as well. Not too far away from our draft, but I'll tell you what we'll do in the meantime while we're waiting for all of the players to join the lobby. Why don't we take our first opportunity to check in with our social media questions. We haven't had any questions just yet today. The first one is this. How important is it to have a tower hitting hero in this patch? Curtis?
I think having a tower hitting hero is basically a requirement at this point. Specifically, I think you should maybe expand from tower hitting to like also things that do damage to BKB and can get objectives like Roshan. And generally those are always physical damage. But for example, I don't want people to pick 4 magical heroes and then have a Jakiro and be like, yeah, I have a tower hitter. We're good. I think it's essential.
What's wrong with you? Why do you have to pick on my hero?
Oh, sorry. I mean, the only hero you can do that with is Pugna.
Yes, well saved, well saved. I mean, it's been said, Ben, that you need that good range mix, and we've seen some compositions which haven't had anything like good objective kind of heroes, and it hasn't worked, has it, in this patch? It seems like the meta now does revolve around needing something of everything.
Yes. I think the original point of the question still stands that you do need a tower hitter. And it depends on game to game because sometimes Juggernaut's a really good tower hitter. Sometimes he was terrible. I remember the game yesterday. It's like, Juggernaut cannot hit towers this game.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Yep. And it changes drastically. And I guess there's going to be some stable ones like Sniper, I think, is like generally always pretty good at tower hitting. That's one that I think you can incorporate into most of your lineups. But yeah, sometimes Lifestealer is not a good tower hitter. And it just depends game to game. But you need one. High ground is really hard to break.
Who would you put in there? Who would you put in your top 5 tower hitters
Top 5.
to give
I think
people
Shadowfiend has to be there.
Shadow
Fiend
Fiend definitely has to be there.
Terrorblade?
Terrorblade
Terrorblade is
Terrorblade is a
amazing.
tower
I
hitter.
think, I think Lena's actually there. There's one distinction I want to make. There are some heroes who are really good at tier 1s, some heroes are really good at tier 2s, and some
Right.
heroes are really good at high ground. So, for example, Leicester is really good at high ground. He's decent at tier 1s with just armlet, but he's absolutely like garbage at tier 2s.
Right.
And it's just because of how the item progression works. When you go high ground, you have Desolator and AC, and you can play off the Rage. On your tier 2s, you might not have Desolator. Even if you do have Desolator, the tower will wear you down because your team doesn't have enough sustain for you. So you have to make that distinction. Generally, you're going to want to take the tier 1s to open up the map. Tier 2s are more of like closing out the enemy and breaking bases, win the game.
Good stuff. Keep the questions coming. We'll, of course, dip into them as we go through the day. Our draft is imminent for game number 2. And if you're just joining us, Faceless lead by a game to 0. A first game in the bag, lasting just 25 minutes and 23 seconds. Make that the 3rd fastest game of the Kiev Major so far. A 25-9 scoreline. It really didn't really matter in the end. It was a dominant display from Team Faceless as they took on TNC. Game 2 draft is underway.
TNC have first pick again.
I wonder if that means Faceless took. Do you know who had choice first game?
I do
Not
I
not.
sure.
don't know.
Well, it means someone took second pick, right?
Yeah.
So I guess these teams have played each other so much. I guess. Actually, I don't know because only one of them took second pick.
I mean, they clearly have developed their own meta here. I mean, maybe this is a mind games thing. Maybe this is just a comfort pick.
I honestly feel like Faceless took
would
second pick.
Yeah, I think they
like TNC won the toss. I don't know if there's a toss first by seed actually. I feel like I should know that, but whatever. I
mean,
don't know in matches
the key
either.
thing is that, maybe I think you're right. Faceless is kind of one of those teams that I think are going to really think about that last pick and use that to counter. And they like to do more trickier stuff, especially at the end.
I think more than that, it's they're afraid of TNC getting the last pick. Because TNC has played really well around that last pick, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I'm looking here, though, but it seems like Faceless is always taking second pick when they can in this tournament. So I think maybe they just think second pick's better right now.
I think the matchup's more important for Jabs than for Cuckoo too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Cuckoo, I think, is a better team fighter, and Jabs needs those hero-dependent matchups.
Well, and they always come out with those surprises. That's how the Broodmother came out. That's how the Tiny and the Bristleback came out as well. Those heroes, you don't get to pick that as your second to last pick.
The Magnus has gone through this time, though. That was second ban from TNC last time round. This time round, they've decided to get rid of the Ogre.
Magnus has lost a lot this tournament. I guess we saw Bulbas yesterday, but aside from that, there's still been just a lot of losses I see from Magnus. Not exactly sure why. I didn't think the nerfs were that big.
I mean, it just depends on playstyle. Depends on how you play. Do you have a really solid Magnus player? Some teams.
Faceless? Yes.
Yeah, I mean, Faceless does, so for sure. But there's some teams that aren't playing it throughout this tournament.
He's not too bad, though. He's 9-9, which, I mean, he's lost a lot compared to DAC, right? Where he seemed to be the dominant force. But say something like Ember Spirit, which is under 30% and picked more. So CM openings are they're always what I call open drafts.
Yep.
You have the first pick. You know that the two heroes on Faceless, they generally want to be good against the only hero they see. But if you're good against the CM, what are you really accomplishing? So that's why I've always liked CM as the first pick.
Yep, TNC took it away from Faceless, who picked it first.
And they
for
banned out the
last time.
Ogre.
And they
Yeah.
banned out the Ogre.
I wouldn't
to
want to
stop
deal
them
with that
having the
support.
two.
Yeah, I mean, after seeing the performance last game, that's a scary support.
That was brutal.
Yep, so Faceless get neither of their supports from the previous game. And instead, they'll go Tree.
One thing about Tree is that hero has had a lot less success than I thought it would coming into the tournament. I personally think people are playing a bit too greedy. I don't think Tree's a hero that you get Midas on. Maybe as a 4-1, like I know Babolka before this tournament had a tournament where he's like second in net worth on Treant. But I think how Fenrir played it yesterday against DC was how you actually should play Treant. What he did was he created this early pressure and he followed it up with the blink, and the blink got him like 4 kills. They continued to keep up that pressure, and you just have this, like, I feel like people don't understand Treant's first skill. Like you blink and you bash them with it. It's a 2.2 second stun, and then you walk around. You don't hit them again because you're waiting for your Q to reset. When your bash ends, you ult them and you bash them again, and it's like it's 8 seconds of disable, and it's so stupid to play against. So I like the blink purchase on that hero.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I really changed my thoughts on that hero. We talked about it a lot before this tournament, and just seeing it snowball like that seems like the more efficient way to play it, especially in this current meta, especially with these top teams.
I haven't seen a huge amount of Witch Doctor in this
They picked it up both times they had Tree.
All right. That's a pretty classic combo. I don't think you can ever go aggro into a Tree and Witch Doctor. I think it's pretty much impossible. I think Witch Doctor's a bit on the weak side. I think he starts to fall off. I think a big reason for that is there are a lot of really good support items. You know, you have your Solar Crest, your Glimmer Capes, all that stuff. You can't cast any of those while you're channeling Death Ward. So I think you can cast Glimmer Cape yourself. I don't know if you can cast on allies too.
I think so. Yeah.
I think, yeah.
Okay. I don't buy that item, so. But like, it's a big deal when your support can't cast like Urns and Solar Crest and Force Stats during the fight. You're just sitting there channeling Death Ward. But so you do want to play to the strength of that hero. I expect Faceless to really want some building damage. They have 2 heals already, good saves. I consider Cask a save. I consider Tree an out save. So they have 2 saves, 2 heals. All they need to do is get some building damage so they can sustain through a fight, force an objective.
27th pick for Treant in this particular major, 46.1% win rate. So not terrible, but not great either. Crystal Maiden, the most picked hero at this event, the 36th pick so far, 57.1%.
That's high for how early she's being picked. I want to like, when you think about drafts, heroes that get first picked should technically have less impact on the game because the other team has 5 heroes to counter them. So when a hero gets first picked, like I don't know if people remember when Batrider was super imba, but he'll get first picked, you have like a 65% win rate. That's indicative that the hero is very, very strong. He's countered by 5 heroes and he's still dominating.
Monkey King, which often has been first picked. 33 picks at this event so far, 36.3% win rate. So it's gone up a lot from the early like the first day. I think it was 20%.
Yeah.
At the end of the first day. So it has recovered a little bit, but still.
To be honest, I feel like Monkey King's one of those heroes that people don't think he's that strong right now, but in my opinion, he's a hero that needs to adapt to the changes. I don't feel like Monkey King's the 5 hero who can jump around in trees, have no items anymore. This hero got nerfed in his early game, but he actually got buffed in his mid-late game. So he got some strength game buff. I don't remember if there's anything else, but he gets pretty tanky. And if you can get items on him, he can actually have a lot of teamfight impact later on in the game.
And the key thing is those spells have not changed in the late game. They were all nerfed for the early levels in his Q and W and E. So it'll be interesting to see if we start to see teams looking at that as more of a late game pick, or looking to that as being a late game pick rather than that early game. Just as vision.
So when we look at Face's lineup here, they now have 3 saves. I'll give Armin 2 saves because he's really good at saving. So they have 4 saves and 3 heals.
Yeah.
I think they're looking out for a push lineup here. I think they identified that TNC's lineup last game was pretty greedy. They see the Nyx and CM. They're not particularly greedy, but Nyx is a bit slow. So they're like, I think this is how we win the game. I think they came into this winter game plan, play off the early game. If you guys play aggressively in the early game, we will win. And that looks like they're going to do. They really need a push hero, though. I really like Shadow Fiend for them.
This is the 9th game of the major for Witch Doctor. The previous 8, only 2 of 1.
Slark for TNC? That's even more troublesome if you're worried about push.
Yeah, I don't know if they're fully understanding, looking at the same way we're looking at the draft. Maybe they have a different idea of how Faceless is going to play this, but to me, this looks a little daunting, a little worrisome for TNC coming into this next pick here.
In particular, I think the lane is really hard versus Omni as Slark. They're going to have to focus a lot around playing around the safe lane. And as we saw the aggression from Faceless last game around mid lane, that might be a bit hard. Granted, Treant Witch Doctor is a lot worse at pressuring mid lane than Ogre CM. I like it.
There's that Anti-Mage.
Wow.
So they're not going to go for the push. Instead, they see, hey, we're going to just control the early game, and then we're going to go with the hard carry route with our heals and saves. I guess that's the other route you can go with a lot of heals and saves. Speaking of Slark versus push lineups, the hero is he's surprisingly okay just because he's so good at being elusive and cutting waves. And you generally do want something that will carry you into the late game when you play against these push lineups. You can defend all their pushes, but if they're fine just keeping your 5 heroes there, you're not going to feel good defending them.
I'm a little surprised he's turned back for AM.
It's a black anti-mage, man.
Yeah,
it is.
He's only played it once in the last month, by the way, but when he did, he killed everything.
Yeah. That's a good pick for Sam H. Axe is generally a bit hard versus Omnite just because the Pure Down Shield comes out, but I've seen that guy's Axe do work. And it's one of the... They needed a hero that they could sort of combine with one other hero to pick off the Anti-Mage. When you're playing a hard carry that split pushes, generally, if the enemy needs 3 heroes to kill you, you'll not lose the game because it's very easy to scout 3 heroes. It's a lot harder to scout 2 hero combinations. Your vision and pressure on our lanes.
Yeah, it ends up coming down to the 2 last mid picks here again. So,
I'm just
Faceless getting that matchup that they want.
I'm curious how Axe is planning to enter the lane. I think he has to jungle, but there's a treant on the enemy team, and his supports aren't that strong. I don't think you can go to lane against a Witch Doctor as Axe. That hero's just too good at lane.
I mean, maybe you try and end up, soaking farm with one of the supports, probably the Nyx, and then just let the Axe initially start jungle and then maybe come back later on.
Yeah, that sounds like a decent plan, because then at least the Nyx is putting pressure. The treant won't feel as comfortable. But the one thing is, like, Witch Doctor can solo zone both Nyx and Axe, so
Yeah.
it's a bit iffy. Like, the one thing, if you say anything about Witch Doctor, is he's extremely strong at maybe like levels 1 to 4. They can't really go aggro either. Slark's like one of the worst aggro laners in the game if the enemy lane's stronger. He's really good at like these 2v1s, 3v1s where you can like play off this pounce, but he does no damage, he has no armor. And Axe is a terrible matchup versus Omni anyway, so they don't want to do that.
Yeah.
So I think TNC bans out the Ember because they don't want Faceless to have something that sort of enables the Witch Doctor and Armament to cast their spells. Armament needs someone to go in. Ember's a really good hero when you can run into your opponent. If you don't have to run away on that hero will do insane amounts of damage. And
Do you not think the Ember was good for TNC?
I wouldn't want to play Slark, Ember, Chorus versus Anti-Mage. I think
Okay.
it's very waiting to lose the game. I think TNC needs something to push though. I don't think they can win late game versus Anti-Mage Omni-Knight. They have nothing. They have an Axe call through BKB, but the Blade Mill gets completely countered by Guardian Angel. And if he's repelled, you can't purge it off either. So if they don't have Building Push, this Anti-Mage is just gonna 1v5 them in the end.
I mean, we saw the Silencer earlier this.
The core silencer?
Yeah, from them. I
They
mean,
do like that.
That might actually solve a lot of the solutions, especially just so many spellcasters throughout this game.
I think if they run Silencer, they're looking at to just losing that to Anti-Mage.
Yeah.
He's really bad versus Repel, though. I think they probably need a hero that's good versus Repel.
I think maybe hitting a Shadow Fiend timing could be good. I think the Slark pick makes it very awkward to want to do some timing push though, so I'm not too sure.
Wow.
And that's actually a hero that's traditionally countered Anti-Mage. I think we saw Weehaw play a lot of it. Was it Frankfurt where it was played versus Anti-Mage?
Last year?
Yeah. I think Frankfurt was when Anti-Mage
Yes.
and Windrunner were popular.
Yeah.
And in
It
that
was.
scenario, Windrunner is one of the heroes that can solo kill Anti-Mage. The Treant armor will sort of make it in favor of Anti-Mage surviving, but all you have to do is add one more hero and Anti-Mage is dead.
I think we've only seen one runner here as a support.
Yep. I think EG's been the only team that's been running it, and they run it as a roamer, either on crit
Yep.
or Zai.
Yep.
Well, it's been picked 5 times and it's 4-1, so that's not bad.
Yeah.
So excited to see a core Wind Ranger. I haven't seen it in a long time.
It'll be interesting to see.
What was the last pick? I missed it.
I don't think it came out yet.
I don't know if it came up
didn't
for
see
us.
it yet. No, I didn't think we managed
oh.
to get it, unfortunately.
There it
we
is.
go.
Hasn't
back?
actually
it
happened
hasn't
yet.
happened yet.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
So we'll just wait for this last pick.
It's a hard mid matchup versus Wind Ranger on most heroes. I think you want something that can sustain through the lane.
Something
Or is
that's-
comfortable with losing the lane. How do you just-
Yeah, or just throw it away.
I think there's actually a good option. You're against CM Wind Ranger. You just want a hero that has kill potential on Wind Ranger. He has 2 nukes, so you can kill her.
Yep.
And you're not worried if you lose a lane. The worst is if you pick a hero that needs to win your lane and you lose it. That's last game, right, with the TA.
Okay, very interesting drafts from both teams, as we expected in this particularly regional derby. Conrad, prediction time.
I feel like Faceless has a really good draft here. I like what they've done with their heroes, and it seems like they're coming in with a game plan. They feel, to me, looks very confident.
Okay, so Conrad goes for Faceless. Ben?
I'm going to go with TNC. I see severe damage issues on the side of Faceless, especially if AM doesn't get super, super huge.
I like Faceless's draft. I think Black's one of the best anti-mage players in the world. I think he has enough scouting heroes to make sure that he can get his farm. And I'm not sold on Winner as a mid. Hopefully this game will change my mind. I'd love to see a game 3.
Okay. I think there's many of us that would share that sentiment in terms of game 3. But it is 1-0 right now to Faceless. Can they make it 2 and advance to the quarterfinals? They haven't had the greatest joy in majors before. Maybe that's about to change. Let's head back to our commentary team for game number 2.
Thank you very much, Paul. Indeed, we are here live in Kiev, ready for Game 2 now. TNC versus Faceless. I'm Odie Pixel. I'll be joined once again, of course, by Cinderin. We've just seen the drafts. It's just all kicked off again. We're pretty much getting some new heroes. We're seeing Faceless run this dual core of Tiny and Anti-Mage. Of course, Anti-Mage being another one of Black's classics. Had a great go game one on one of his other ones, the signature Slark. Slark, of course, though, this time TNC has said, that hero looked pretty good. We're going to try it for ourselves. But they match it up within the mid lane. Cuckoo playing a Wind Ranger.
Yeah, this, I'm not really sure about this Wind Ranger pick, how good it's going to be. I think the hero is a bit awkward to run a lot of the time. But again, it seems to me like Faceless have this good idea of how to counter-pick cores. I think Anti-Mage is one of the better heroes you can have against the Slark. I think the Tiny last pick is also a very good hero to have against Slark. Just the instant burst that Slark can't really deal with. He can die really quickly. At the same time, though, TNC, great axe pick, in my opinion. Should be very easy to get multiple hero calls in this game. You're playing against 4 melee heroes, so should prove to be very strong. Actually, XY, he's just dead?
Yep.
All right, he's just dead.
He says, well, here's a little bit of a freebie. We gave you a tough game one. Let's make it a bit more even game two. Just feeds mid. Didn't get the role he wanted this game.
I'm done.
I'm done.
Just go mid with Treant.
But no, what was he? Just trying to get some wards out by looks for XY, or?
Yeah, he already got one.
Oh, he already got the ward out. He's
He
just
placed
making
it.
his way.
I think he didn't skill yet. He didn't skill Nature's Skies, so maybe wants to hold the skill point for Leech Seed for the laning stage, and obviously doesn't have that option if he does go for the Nature's Skies just to get that movement in there. And the real question to me is, why was he actually even there? I don't know what benefit there was. He does have a sentry. He might have wanted to try to counter ward mid, but never dropped it there. I don't know, either case. That's a little bit of a head start here for TNC, who will be running a support Nyx Assassin this time for Tims. He's blocking up very nicely here in mid together with Cuckoo, so I think they will have lane advantage as far as the initial positioning goes.
And I think as well, Cuckoo should have a much easier experience than mid lane. He's now on a hero that is very hard to gank for a start, and even harder when you consider the supports of Faces are a Treant and an Omni. Two people that are going to have trouble closing the gap and have a difficulty dealing with the wind run.
And when you're running Anti-Mage against Axe, this Witch Doctor kind of has to stay up top. You can't. It's difficult for him to leave AM alone for extended periods of time. Jabs trading mid. This is pretty even overall as an exchange, but I think Cuckoo will happily take that, knowing that he got the first blood, so he has a bit of an economy advantage. Oh, missed the power shot though. Maybe broken the flask there from Jabs. Doesn't happen.
Are you a little surprised the Jabs didn't take the full-out poor man's to the lane, or is it stout enough against the Wind Ranger at this stage?
The tricky thing is, when you go for the full poor man, you actually need to get a lot of CS before you can get your bottle.
Yeah, okay, so you want the bot lace out for kill potential on this squishy
I think if he would have gone for poor man now, he would still have had to use his flask.
Bottom lane.
But he would be a lot far away.
Really nice scope being made, and it will be successful to bring down Ice. A lot of control, of course, between these three, between the Pounce, the Impale, and the Frostbite. So if they manage to catch that Omni, especially at this stage where he was still level 1, leveled the Purification first, so no sort of repel to help him get away from that. Obviously, it's going to get harder once he picks up a few levels, but a great time for TNC to try and abuse the Omni's level 1 weakness.
Absolutely, and at the same time, top lane, Faceless will be zoning out Sam H very nicely. Axe is not as good as he used to be, let's put it that way. The counter Helix is a lot slower at jungling, especially in the low levels, so retreating to the jungle isn't as effective, and you see Ice, well, Ice, it's nuts with Ice as a sponsor.
He likes to confuse us casters.
Keeping good tabs of what is happening with Sam H. So no jungling, he even steals his rune, he's just going to walk back up top, and Sam H is actually having a really hard time so far. Omni Knight is getting way more out of this laning stage.
Tims, we'll find XY. Nice little use of the regen rune there, making sure he gets a spell out once it regens. So does a bit of damage, doesn't cost Tims any mana at all, effectively. But yeah, this mid lane as well, CS-wise, 13-5 against the 8-0. And as we already talked about, not huge amounts that Faceless can do at this stage of the game, at least, to alleviate the pressure for Jabs in the mid lane.
No, he's going to have a bit of a hard time for now. What they can do is they can skill Living Armor on level 2, perhaps. It's pretty good in lane against Wind Ranger. That should give Jabs a lot more room to breathe, but for now, not really an option. However, of course, the key part of Faceless's lineup, they've run this like triple heal, very defensive style around an Anti-Mage, so the absolutely primary thing for them is that Anti-Mage has a good game. So far, Black is getting great fun.
Bottom lane, they're going to look to try and make another go onto Ice. This time has the level 3, and suddenly that gank becomes infinitely harder for TNC to be successful with.
Absolutely. Repel is so good against this type
Yeah.
of lane, where you almost have to have the pounce as you're opening. Just repel and walk away. There's not really much to do. It is still on cooldown for 10 seconds, but I don't think TNC will get an opportunity to go again. Sam H is still level 1, man. This is 3.5 minutes in. He could have just full jungled instead. And sure,
yeah, triple the level of that.
Nuts would have had a bit more experience then because he could have pulled a lot. But the thing is, if Sam H is keeping 2 supports busy, fine. But it's 1.
Got him. X White with the Centaur Steel. Alright. But kind of going back to what you said as well, really, you've got to remember this game without Anti-Mage. As you say, we've seen already a series before in this tournament where you could be down 20 kills and still winning the game as long as that Anti-Mage is in a strong position. The question I'm kind of intrigued to see is, does he do what Burning does? Are we going to see a Midas come out on Black into the Battle Fury, or do you think he will just stick with the Battle Fury, something a little more orthodox, or is he going to go absolute greed like Burning did?
I think he's going to play more stable. I think Black feels more comfortable just playing the treads into Battle Fury build.
Yep.
I also don't think the Anti-Mage in this game needs to dodge fights as much as Burning had to in the IG game earlier in the group stage, because he has such a good supporting cast around him that he's able to even fight with the Battle Fury. That's what Omni Knight does for you. You get the repel, you go in. Worst case scenario, you get called by Axe, but if they're quick with the backup, I still don't think they can kill the AM. So that's definitely something they can play around. Mid lane.
Yeah, they're going to look to try and get sort of a catch onto Cuckoo, but again, Cuckoo can afford to play it much safer this time around.
One of the weaknesses of Treants. He
Bottom
just
lane,
can't
then.
make this move.
Look at the harassment that Ice managed to get off. Raven is already out of lane, and Ice just walks down and solo kills Ryo. Suddenly, this bottom lane is starting to really wake up and favor this Omni Knight. Raven, he's got to go all the way back to base. He's got no regen, and he is still a level and a half off level 6. In fact, Nuts came down to look for him. Raven with a nice little pounce across the tree line will make sure that he gets away from that wraparound. But nonetheless, very painful for this Slug, having to go back like
top,
that.
he could be in trouble here.
Oh, this is big for Black if he can pick this kill off. Sam H will go for the TP out with the bonus armor. Is it going to be enough? Just enough to get himself back out to safety.
Not level 6 yet on Black. That is definitely a kill with Mana Void. So Sam H got a little bit of space now. Almost level 4. Comparatively, Omni Knight is level 6. So off lane really favor. Okay, he's not level 6, so and before you say it, he's missing 5 experience.
5 experience.
He's level almost 6. So the off lane for Faceless going very well. However, they are being destroyed in their mid lane. The Wind Ranger has kept the advantage up very well from the first blood onward. He's currently sitting on 39 CS to the 21 of Tiny. Obviously enjoying that Crystal Maiden aura, as well as his Raindrop, and now even an Arcane Rune. That's enough mana to go for a couple minutes. At the very least.
This bottom lane definitely the biggest issue at the moment for TNC, as Ice doing a very good job of keeping Raven's farm down. And Raven desperately trying to find the experience that he needs to get into that safety point at level 6.
It's actually very difficult to play Slark right now if Treant is not showing on the map. Because Treant plus Omni Knight could almost kill him if he isn't sitting on, like, at the very least 2/3 health, maybe even more.
Oh, top lane, Sam H will get himself stuck in. Does have to be a little more careful now with those sort of plays, as Black does have his Mana Void at the ready. And certainly will look to try and punish any overextensions from Sam.
They're sending jabs into the jungle now and giving Nuts a bit of time in the mid lane. Should mention, by the way, he is on his signature Witch Doctor. Arguably the best Witch Doctor player in the world. In my opinion, extremely good at that hero since all the way back in MVP.
Yeah, it's always
Obviously
been a go-to pick. Nuts and the boys. Mid lane, we are going to see a smoke from TNC. Ryo and Tims looking to try and get some sort of catch onto either the mid laner or ideally finding the Tiny wherever he backed off to. It's going to be a TP through, but next to the shrine, not the target they want to be trying to go for. Bottom lane, Raven. You mentioned it earlier, Sin. These two heroes can kill that Slug with absolute ease. In the mid lane, though, TNC will find the trade. But of course, at the end of the day, it's not worth it for TNC. They move their supports away from the safe lane, and Faceless very quick to punish that.
It seems to me that Faceless go into every game with one primary target in mind. They like It's like a mark on Raven's back right now. He's the guy they want to kill. Oh, the courier as well. Might be the second target they want. Not going to get it, though. So this game, they're targeting Raven really hard, and the Slark, that's the hero they feel like is going to be a big threat. Oh, Anti-Mage going to find Ryo as well. Black with a solo kill here.
Really,
once again, looking really good for Faceless this game, similar to game number 1. Not as dominant, but
no, for sure.
They're building the kind of early game that their lineup wants.
It's, yeah, just the difference between their two safe laners. This Anti-Mage compared to the Slark, night and day at the moment. Life may get a little easier for Raven once he hits the 6. Even if that...
he could die before that.
Yeah, we're going to see Tims try and come in to maybe help out a bit. But he himself has to be careful. XY on the tree.
Oh, XY actually got tricked there. Oh, that is a really big kill.
Yeah, Cuckoo comes in with the rotation, the shackle shot to set up for Sam-H to get in with the Berserker's Call. More than enough lockdown to bring down Black. Now they'll look to manage to get a second one off the back of it as well. Again, the same combo. Very strong. That shackle into the Berserkers.
This is basically TNC bringing the early game back to even.
Yeah.
The kill on the Anti-Mage. The Wind Ranger gets both kills. He's now 3-0. Cuckoo is having completely the opposite game of last game. Oh, they're going to respond here with a kill onto Tims. Raven has got level 6. He's going to be fast. Get away. Yeah, they're not giving this Slark room to breathe. He's probably going to lose his safe lane tower now as well at the cost of no real structural damage on TNC side, unless actually they're letting this Wind Ranger push top right now. A bit surprising.
Yeah, and it's not the end of the world, of course, for Raven on the Slark. He managed to get the Iron Talon and the Treads, pretty much just the two items that you need to be able to self-sustain and Dark Pack down jungle camps and keep farming whilst being off the map from Faceless's view.
Yeah, most of the time you see Slark's also needing the Ring of Aquila, but he has Crystal Maiden's Arcane Aura, so he can skip that part and get a fairly decent Shadowblade timing if he gets to farm now. He still basically needs to farm more than 2,000 gold. Oh, there's 100 there. It's a good start. But ways to go.
He's definitely got the tools to do so, but yeah, Faceless definitely have the tools to bring him down if they're able to make these movements and catch him out. As we've seen Faceless getting some control of the Radiant jungle, already the vision down around the Shrine Point. Let's see what TNC's next bit of a play is going to be. Ryo has picked up a smoke, coming over to maybe join Sam-H for some sort of a movement. They're looking towards the top lane, but Faceless do have quite a fair few numbers up here. Black, Nuts, and Ice joining together. And as soon as they take that tier 1 bottom, just moving on for the next objective and looking to shut down TNC's map even further.
This Omni Knight is massive right now. He should not be underestimated. But because of these great plays top from TNC, they actually completely brought Sam-H back into the game. These 2 assists he got on the Wind Ranger kills. Actually, he got one of the kills himself. He's now level 8 with a Blink Dagger and at 11. It's very, very good considering how far behind he was.
Yeah, he was what, level 1 at 3 minutes in.
Yeah.
And bam, something like that. Thanks pretty much. Cuckoo's rotation.
Yep.
Really did it. A great time for the Wind Ranger to make that sort of a play. And something that we don't always see, you know, in games now, where we see a lot of mid laners that are a little bit more static, but Cuckoo bringing the Wind Ranger action and managing to be a step ahead of Faceless and excelling his teammates to exactly where they want to be, and they're going to look to utilize that straight away with this movement up towards the top lane. They want to catch Black off guard with this Blink Axe. Nuts is nearby. We'll see if that's going to be anything that they can save him with. They'll throw in a cast, but already Black falling low, and with the dunk, they've done it. TNC are looking very strong at this stage with this Blink Dagger timing. The courier will be a short distraction, but they'll turn it towards Nuts and looking for the dive behind the tower. Nuts trying to juke his way out of this, but he gets shackled up. And they should be able to finish this one. Ryo surrounds him, makes sure there's no escape. Sam-H with the second dunk to bring him down. And meanwhile, elsewhere, Tims was able to find a pick-off onto the Treant Protector. Jabs will catch Tims on the retreat out. Spike Carapace coming out in time. The Jabs waiting for it to roll off and will find the Nyx Assassin in return for Nyx taking down the Treant.
Raindrop, good item. Not good enough, though.
But yeah, this is huge for them. Black has such a good start, and now they're dealing with him. 2 times they've taken him out in the last 5 minutes or so.
And what I'm wondering for Faceless is that should they try to protect Black a bit more and look a bit less to make plays until he has his Battle Fury? You could, for example, protect him a bit with this Treant. If he's standing next to Anti-Mage, ready to give Living Armor, ready to give the Leech Seed, and just throw out a bash on the axe so he doesn't get to use the Culling Blade. That could be a way of saving him. Alternatively, you could help him a bit with the Omni Knight. I think that's a worse option overall. In this meta, I think you want Omni Knight to actually farm a lot. But yeah, those two big picks for TNC are pretty much the big story of the last 5 minutes. And Nuts hasn't really been able to save him. Oh, Black, not again.
There's the initiation this time. Jabs is prepared to turn around and bring the pain back towards TNC. Cuckoo bursts it down low. The Maledict will begin to tick it down as well. Black jumps across looking from the tree line. Samage with the cool again. Gets that bonus armor. And he will be able to walk back. Cuckoo actually ends up surviving the Maledict. Not quite enough damage. Once again, infused raindrops coming into play, saving that Wind Ranger's life. And Cuckoo will be able to TP himself out. So Faceless did manage to protect Black and come back in with a kill in return, but it certainly could have been a lot more painful for TNC there.
Yeah, this was actually a nice way of doing this from Faceless. Like, in essence, they wanted to protect the aim, but rather than... Oh, there's the dead Witch Doctor.
And Samage comes in just in time to get the call, make sure there's no successful TP out for Nuts. And with that in mind, TNC still continue to drive the overall flow of this game. And Raven is getting the space because of this.
Still, quickly, this previous play on Black, it's good to see from Faceless that they've identified that, okay, this is TNC's plan right now. They've done it twice, maybe they'll do it a third time. And then rather than having just the defensive supports protect, they actually just have a counter kill set up. They bait AM with Tiny in position, which is a pretty big commitment. You know, your two cores are in the same place, but they read it beautifully. Very nice Carapace here from Tims.
And do they have detection? I don't think they do.
They actually don't.
The Vendetta is an easy way out for Tims.
Beautiful.
And Faceless just bringing 4 heroes to this area of the map, so heavily reacting but unable to punish. TNC looking a real step above what they're able to bring to game 1 already. This is something totally different, and already this game looking infinitely closer and very much in TNC's favor at this moment in time early on.
Oh, Jabs is going to find the pick on Raven.
Yeah, as I say in their favor, things like that, bring it back to being pretty much even.
And actually, Raven is probably going to be a bit annoyed that he put his treads on agility. I think he survives with strength.
Ooh, I don't know.
What you usually see Slarks do when they go and Dark Pack the wave is that they start on int to have the maximum mana efficiency, and then you switch over to strength.
Yep, for the health.
When you've taken the damage from Dark Pack, then you go agility. But in this case, if you're farming lanes and Tiny is missing, you have to be on your max HP or at least have a raindrop. This kill is big and was definitely avoidable for Raven in this case. AM has the Fury. Here we go. 16 minutes, not ideal for Black. See the true death slowing him down a lot.
Yeah, the two kind of key items for both cores being picked up in tandem. You know, Raven has just picked up the Shadow Blade, and of course, understandable from that last event as well, instantly picks up a Raindrop. Raindrops, as you mentioned, just so huge to stop Jabs from getting this blink and instant pick off.
Doesn't work when it's in your stash, though.
It's true. He's got to get it out there. Still at home at the moment.
Oh,
that's a freebie. The question is, can Faceless do anything to punish it? If only Black around. The answer is no. Mid lane, nice shackle into Impale from Tims. Will cause the death of another. Ice being taken down. That's not any old Omni Knight. That's a very big and strong and an Omni Knight that was on a similar level to farm as Raven. Knocking him down. TNC move on to the tier 1 push. And it's looking very impressive for them compared to what we saw in game 1. TNC have just come to this one with a new game pattern. The Cuckoo Wind Ranger is working out perfectly. This setup for the team, it's getting the kill every time.
It's definitely working. It seems very comfortable. I'm not too big a fan of Wind Ranger in the current patch in the mid lane, but Cuckoo's doing a great job so far in this game.
And they may get something here. There's the first setup. The overgrowth will hold him back. The shackle, it won't latch. Even if it did Black, he still have got a ways. Tanky at the moment.
Samage is super dead.
Yeah, the burst comes in from Jabs, and one punch brings him down low. The Berserker's Call will buy him some time with that bonus armor, but Black jumps forward. The Death Ward jumps as well. The Nuts wrapped around from the behind. Raven finds him. They'll look towards Black. Out comes the ult from Ice, protecting the anti-mage and allowing Black to turn and fight for more. Beats down onto the Nyx Assassin. They'll get the Crystal Maiden as well. Faceless this time round, heavily punishing
This Wind
TNC.
Raider's out of mana, and he has Mana Void still.
Oh,
Black could
that's
do
going to be a
lot of damage
huge amount
here.
of burst, and there we have it, the flying, and he doesn't even need to use the Mana Void. Jabs takes the kill as he tosses Black onto the head of Cuckoo. Faceless with a huge fight there in their jungle.
That was pretty funny, actually. Black mid animation gets tossed. I wonder what their comms is like in that moment. It's just nice, nice, we got the kill. Black is like, come on!
Now Jabs is going to walk out a lot of money from that though. Picking up a triple kill, yeah. He's sitting on a raw 2.7k gold now this Tiny. So a lot of ways that the Jabs can go. Is there a certain way you'd like to see him? Do you feel he needs a BKB? Pick up something for the team like the drums? Anything in particular?
I think Silver Edge is pretty
Silver
nice
Edge?
this
Okay.
game. The way Faceless wants to play this game is more split push oriented, I think, for now. Obviously, they have an anti-mage. It allows Tiny to traverse the map and try to find a pick. It gives him that little bit of extra damage that he needs to solo the Slark, and he can break the counter helix of Axe. I think it's
he's gone for sort of
pretty good choice overall.
just a different way of dealing with the Axe.
Yeah,
He's
going
picking
Yules.
up the Yules.
Also,
so
very nice choice.
very nice to control the Axe.
Yep. I like that too. If he gets Blink Call off, you just Yule him.
Oh, Tims, he dispels the smoke, but the quick dust is there from Faceless. And they will punish Tims heading over to their half of the map.
Black just can't seem to get kills. I think they should be giving these kills to the anti-mage. Just ramp him up a little bit. It's not in the sense that, oh, you have anti-mage, give him absolutely everything. That's not what's supposed to be the case in every game. Not in this game either, but it's just he has one kill, he's died twice, he's been involved a lot. So it's taking away from his farming time. I would like to see Faceless try to just give him a little more reward right now so he can get toward, especially that Manta style that could turn out to be a really big pickup for him.
I mean, look at
The
this.
Yasha's coming out.
Bit again on the replay. Just the ability for Black to man up. And precisely what you mentioned earlier, the fact that you've got this Omni Knight backup allows this anti-mage to just do huge amounts in these fights. And with the Repel and the Guardian Angel, there's nothing that TNC can do to hold him back.
If it wasn't for Omni Knight, Black wouldn't really have been involved in the game
He
yet.
would have been dead then.
He would have just been farming, and they wouldn't even try to take this fight. Oh, this is a bait!
Jabs jumps in, but immediately Cuckoo turning around. The Overgrowth will come through. Catch out too. Ice, moving forward to the front lines. They've kept everyone alive so far on Faces, and they'll get the kill. They bring down the Axe. They do lose Tiny. Raven turning up to do the damage. Nuts is being chased down. The pounce forward from Raven not going to connect, and it's actually not going to be able to find the Witch Doctor. The Jews come through. They've shackled up XY, so TNC do find the 2 kills. Raven wanting to come back in for more. There's a sentry on the high ground. They do see the Slark. Black will start to look to trying to burn down the mana. Questioning whether he can get back in. Does have a Mana Void. Will have the Repel as well. Cuckoo very low on life on the top lane. Starts to retreat with a Wind Run. We'll go for the TP out. Black's not going to jump for it. We'll stick to the farm. So TNC do get the 2 kills and are able to bring down Jabs as well. A man that's worth quite a bit, I'd imagine, after the streak of such. And indeed, yeah, Tim's 700 gold for him for getting that one. So a nice chunk of money for the Nyx Assassin for that.
Absolutely, that's his Midas.
Yeah, that's pretty huge.
Hang.
Hang. Hang what?
Hang.
That's a bit grim. Hang. As the audience, beautiful boys and girls, chilling, enjoying some SEA dotes at the moment here in Kiev. And a very high octane match as well.
So anyway, I like this play from TNC that the way they managed to turn around this jump on Axe, very quick reaction. And, you know, if they would have executed this slightly differently, then I think Faceless could have actually won this fight, but they end up getting the draw here. Tiny got off a good Yules, but there wasn't enough protection for him afterwards, immediately after. He didn't dodge the Calling Blade with the Yules. He tried to, but Calling Blade actually whiffed. He didn't have enough damage, and he did get the Yules off. If Omni Knight is slightly quicker there in
Black
position,
just jumped
Tiny
forward
stays
into this.
alive. Oh,
Can
no.
they punish this? Damage gets the call here with the golems in the neighborhood. There's the stun control from Tims, and they'll punish that. Black. Very unfortunate for him there. Blinking forwards to farm, and TNC were in the right position at the right time.
Got distracted by the hang.
By the hand. It's powerful mental mechanics being utilized here. TNC. Echo Saber complete for Raven as well. He continues to hit the item timings that he was hoping to this game, 22 minutes in. If he is allowed to, if he's not controlled for like the first
Mid
10
lane,
seconds
they're
of the
going to go
fight,
again. Samage keeps finding the openings.
And they are going to look to try and turn Rio with the freezing field, but immediately the stun comes out for the overgrowth. The death ward for Nuts will secure Faceless. Both of the kills there in the middle lane.
Perfect
top lane.
cast.
Mass TP's coming through. Cuckoo already on the retreat. The DGen aura slowing him down. They've got no way to cancel the TP though.
This is a very big play though for Ice. Saving this tower when they have living armor. It was very close to dropping, like down to 10%, and they're going to bring it up to full more than likely. There's no real lane pressure coming out for TNC in the next few minutes, so this tower should be doing just fine.
Is this the build? I mean, this is a little interesting here from the Tiny. Going full out on the burst. Yules into Dagon. Do you like this on a core Tiny?
Sometimes. Not really a fan of it in particular in this game.
I mean, I guess you're heavily relying on what Black to just be the physical DPS late game hard carry for the team.
Oh, that's not really the problem with it. And he does have the Omni Knight to back him up. Maybe that's what he's relying on. But it becomes a bit tricky for your lineup if everyone wants Omni Knight's help and everyone wants Trian's help, because they can't help everyone at the same time. Maybe the idea with this is that he can burst the Slark solo. That's just what he's aiming for. My job in the game is to kill Slark, and if I manage to do that, we will win the fights. If that's the idea, it's a pretty good idea.
Okay.
Similarly, against Axe, he can probably blow him up as well. So on the last fight, when he got the combo out, did a lot of damage to him. I'm not the biggest fan of this, but it's one of those high-risk, high-reward kind of builds.
Yeah, if you get that one kill because of it,
yep,
instantly becomes worth it.
Absolutely. If he finds the right targets. At the same time, though, it's pretty useless if you get jumped and the enemy team takes advantage of you. In that sense, there's other more hybrid items that he could have gone for, more flexible builds, like Force Staff could have been a choice of his. The Shadow Blade I mentioned earlier. Yeah, there were other items that were a possibility, but wants to go for the burst. Oh, Tims will scout out here. He's actually on top of the sentry, so gets pinged out here by Nuts. But nothing is gonna happen.
Mid lane, Jabs TPing across to farm. TNC themselves not wanting to fight at this moment in time. As Raven heads towards the bottom, continue to look for farm. Cuckoo himself pretty much has the Aghanim Scepter, so those two crucial items for Cuckoo as well are complete and will make all the difference. If he is able to get a good shackle, he'll certainly be able to bring one of the members of Faces down very low with those two.
I imagine we'll see Diffusal Blade as his next item. He can consider a Blink Dagger as well, but they probably want a way to be able to utilize the Focus Fire, and Omni Knight is a big issue for Windranger.
Getting rid of that GA.
It's such a bad matchup, I feel, for Windranger. I guess it goes both ways, right? Like, if you get an amazing Shackle Shot on the Omni Knight, you can kill him during the stun and maybe latch him to someone else. But if you don't, Repel and Guardian Angel counters Windrunner very nicely. You also can't Shackle on the Repel target, obviously. Makes it harder to position yourself. You get less opportunities and options in the fight. So Diffusal, I think, would be a nice choice somewhere down the line at least, since right now they actually have no GA counters. And I don't think Slark wants to buy a Diffusal just yet, at least. We'll see.
Continues to maintain that spot at the top of the board, of course, on his anti-mage, level 15 Manta style, complete as well. Top lane, towards the Nyx Assassin. Jabs coming across as well with a combo. It's going to be enough to do it. Spike Caravans go for the TP out, but again, the power of the Yule Scepter. Seeing exactly why Jabs picks it up, and not only to disengage, but also to make sure that they can get successful kills without those TP outs occurring.
TNC are trying to trade whatever they can on the opposite side of the map. Faceless are not going to let them get this tower. Just TP in the Omni Knight. Hello. And more than likely going to start living armoring that tower up. The top tower is full health already. And it will indeed be reading. So how much is it this living armor heals on level 4? So 15 times 16, what's that? That's 240, right?
What?
240. Every living armor heals 240, I think. 16 times 16.
It is, yeah. It's 240. Yep. 160 plus HP.
So he needs to cast it just a few times to bring a tower back up to full. TNC with a big play here.
And they're going to get away with it, I think, as well, by the looks of it. Yeah, Faces are all down bottom.
Extremely high-risk play, actually, but they have good vision and a good read on what Faceless are doing. If Faceless would have started moving toward the left, I think they have to concede this area. Taking a fight in the Roche Pit for them is really difficult. With this Blink Dagger Tiny with the Omni Knight and the Manta style now revealed on AM, but they had the information they needed to go for this play. They set up a good defensive ward for it, and ends up what could have been a super risky play isn't risky at all because of information.
Jab's certainly the one to watch now at this stage, as he's managed to pick up a DD in his bottle as well. And with that Dagon, if he gets the jump on someone, he is going to have a very high chance of bursting them all the way down with that double damage.
Yep.
So TNC do have to be careful of this. They are grouping up themselves, looking for the push onto the tier 2 on the top lane. At the same time, Faceless looking to simply make the trade by the looks of it as they come in heavy on the bottom, bringing the full team round to it. And we'll see if we see any sort of reaction from either side. But at least for the time being, it looks to be the simple tier 2 for tier 2 trade. Nyx Assassin will already TP down towards the bottom. Maybe see if they can set up something. And indeed, the mass TP's coming through. Faces can't take this tower quick enough. So they have to back away. See if Tims or Raven can get any catch on the way out. Dust is out onto Raven. They split out. Black jumping forward, looking for Tims. He's repelled up as well. Black damage comes in on the back. Good call onto the Omnight Knight to try and bring him away from the team. Raven pops the Shadow Dance, looks towards XY. The Pounce gets the connection. The tree and south. Cuckoo moving forward. Instantly win running back as the Death Ward for Nuts causing issues for TNC. Raven gets beat down though by Jabs. The double damage rune coming into play as huge amounts of physical burst coming out from this Tiny. Cuckoo tries to run. The Avalanche will hold him in return. Ryo controls the Tiny with the frostbite. Cuckoo turns around. It's not going to be enough damage from the Wind Ranger. Tims looking to see if he can catch anyone out with the stun, but he hasn't actually got any mana and not the availability to get that stun out. Sam H tried for the call, couldn't quite make it in time.
When I saw that Axe buyback, I thought he would be able to connect, but he did use his TP previously on the original play, so couldn't connect to the fight in time. That could have been really big. If he was able to get to the fight, that's a gem that would have been lost by Jabs and would have been worth the buyback just on its own. But Faceless do manage to duck out of there, and that's a pretty big fight for them. On their course and managing to kill the Axe, get his buyback, and kill the Slark, and now a little bit of a bonus.
Jabs.
Why not just kill him again?
The Dagon action.
Dagon so far, looking good.
That's pretty huge as well, knocking him back after he's just brought out and brought back in. 50 seconds without that Axe. The Dagon paying off the Jabs. Blink Dagger now for Tims. So another way the TNC can get to those backliners. We saw in that last fight, the Axe tried his best to control Isis on the Omni, but it wasn't quite enough. Certainly a little bit of a wake-up call for TNC that last fight. Down on the bottom, Black getting himself a healthy lead from Raven's Slark.
Nice. Has some good stuff coming out. There's going to be Guardian Greaves, and he is currently has a Black just no, he didn't get out. Gets sandwiched here by 4 heroes. I don't know if that's a sandwich or not. Just gets. Oh, okay.
They get more out of this.
Bit chaotic.
I mean, Cuckoo's looking towards Nuts, and
Nuts
he can't get any sort of escape. The Shackle's there for control, and TNC playing another. We are really seeing just how much damage that they can do, and especially with that Silver Edge hit onto the anti-mage, he just melted. The Maelstrom procs, no sort of passive magic resistance for him once that touch comes through from the break. Now they're looking for board. Tims will actually get the first stun. Cuckoo gets a beautiful shackle off the creep. Jabs is going to come in and try and save them, but Samich is there with the cool control. Dunk down to bring down Ice. And again, TNC pulling together some more of that beautiful coordination we saw from them in the laning stage in the early ganks, and they get the 4th kill as well. They just follow through. Great catch. Cuckoo with some fantastic angles of the shackle shots. And TNC, they never stack their stuns. They always make sure that they control heroes for the maximum amount of times. And at this point of the game, it just guarantees them kill after kill. They'll move down the mid lane. 50 seconds with no time. No buyback available. Ice is still down for 20 as well.
Good call.
And again, TNC, they've got so many ways of initiating, and every time there's always someone behind each other to follow up. No one is left alone in the way that they jump in.
This last minute for them was a complete disaster. They lost the anti-mage, they lose additional heroes immediately after. They're just hemorrhaging kill after kill after kill, trying to help each other, dying again
and look at this again. Look how deep they dive, TNC. This may come back to hurt them though. Immediate death towards drop from Nuts. They'll punish the jump in from Act. Black now looks towards Rio with the repel on Black. Should have a good job of chasing this one down. Will be held back for the time being by the frostbite. Yeah, Black's he's not going to commit for it.
No.
Scared of there's still the potential the TNC can turn. There's still the potential the TNC can turn on it. So they will get at least the axe, but the melee racks are down, and as you mentioned, those deaths, the BKB ready for next time, for that next fight. And that is going to be another real issue for Faceless to deal with. BKB also being closed in upon from Cuckoo, as well as they can stand their ground, lock onto a target. And Faceless have only got to hope that Ice's Omni play will be enough to save them. But
If he manages to get this Aghanims that he has in his quick fire, it's going to change the game because no one on TNC is building Diffusal right now. So it's a guaranteed Guardian Angel and everyone on the map will obviously make a huge difference. But yeah, this last fight from TNC, they just moved from one area to the next, finding pick after pick, and Faceless got to be careful with this splitting up. The couple of picks they found on Black in this game have been really impactful. And if TNC, or rather Faceless, group up a little bit better, these kills become a lot harder to pull off. If you remember, once again, we've seen other anti-mages played in the group stage with great success where the rest of the team played as a really good unit and kind of gathered information very well to let anti-mage know which limits he had as far as farming. In this game, it's not as good as we've seen in other games of this major. We're gonna maybe get a tier 2 tower bottom here as well. Black with the Lincoln Sphere. Be a good way to deal with the Shackle Shot or the Frostbite, but he can still get Blink called. And that's
the big one. That is the big one. And as we've seen so far, Sam H has been making some very nice plays. Some of them a little too aggressive. He has died for the cause of it a couple of times.
Sometimes that's worth it. Not if you're the one dying in general, but
yeah, as long as you're finding something in return. And certainly with those last few plays TNC have.
Yeah, absolutely. There was a pretty significant gold lead building up for Faceless, and it's just dropped entirely. The net worth is now favoring TNC slightly, but they do have a Rax advantage, so it's a bit misleading. The melee Rax taken in mid. Generally, when this happens, you know, you're 25, 30 minutes into the game, the gold graph is even, and there's a lane of Rax down. It's generally an indication that there was one sequence of events where everything just went completely down the drain. You don't just kill one core and take a lane of Rax with this kind of Radiant lineup. Their pushing isn't even that good. But if you find a couple on the way, build up those stacks on Slark along the way, he can suddenly become pretty good at pushing. And as you said, these two BKBs now for TNC, really, really big. There's no Basher on Anti-Mage just yet, so can't really latch onto a target. And even if there were, Windrun deals with that very nicely. So TNC in a pretty comfortable position. If you're Faceless now, I think you just take it easy, farm a bit with AM, get towards your next item. And maybe now you regret buying Dagon and Tiny, because just a couple of mistakes. Now this item is so much weaker. Like this investment he made into this, there's two BKBs, so those targets are not really available anymore unless he gets a very quick jump. And another utility item at this point, that's the issue with Dagon, right? Another utility item will have way more uses overall. There's more situations where it's viable.
Talking about the anti-mage, I mean, you know, not to ever be one to question Black's build, but is there a reason why he doesn't get the Aghanims instead of the Lincoln Sphere in this game? Or do you think it is simply, as we saw it kind of on Burning as well in his game, he opted for the Lincolns instead. It's obviously going to be a force of habit for these two, you know, some of the biggest names in anti-mage gaming.
The stats are slightly better on the Lincolns. It's, yeah, like you said, it's also a habit. He can also put it on someone else. The flexibility of doing that can be interesting. Being able to put that on, for example, the Tiny in the middle of the fight would be interesting, or on the Omni Knight. If Omni Knight is the target and he can keep Omni Knight alive, Omni Knight will pay it back in full to him shortly after, giving him a good fight. So overall, it just seems like a bit more of a flexible choice. Again, similar to what I was saying about Tiny Dagon, this has a bit more uses than the Axe does. I don't think there's anything in this game that you don't, like, where you're like, oh damn, he can reflect this and outplay me. I don't think there's anything like that here. But yeah.
We see a wraparound for TNC.
Jump in, misses the stun.
Yeah, not going to get lead. And that's going to allow Ice to turn around with the Pearl Jabs. Comes in with the initial avalanche. Frostbite to hold back the Tiny Black. Leaves forward down to the low ground. Tims will be able to back up. Raven pots the BKB, starts to focus towards Jab. Samh with the cool control onto Black. Black falling low, tries to blink out, but Tims comes in with a beautiful three-man stun. Raven moves on for more. There will be the toss away off the slot, but Cuckoo stands his ground, brings down Jabs as well. Ryo keeping Nuts held back. He's earning down. They'll pick up the Witch Doctor as well here and Faceless with a fantastic initiation. They're going to get the full team wipe. Cuckoo and Raven ended up chasing down another, and we're pretty much seeing exactly what we were building up to, Sin. The fact that those 2 BKBs made it so hard for Faceless to do anything to TNC's 2 cores.
Yeah, Faceless also had a very awkward fight here. They didn't get the Guardian Angel on the Anti-Mage. Black blinked in, following through the Tiny. They could have killed the Nyx right away, actually. Tiny used both his spells on the Nyx, but they didn't Mana Void him. Just seemed like a bit of miscommunication. Maybe some nerves showing here for Faceless. Doesn't look as crisp as in the first game. Obviously, this game's also closer. It's easier to look good in a game where you're stomping already. But it's the coordination in their team fights. It seems a little bit off here, and once again, I really think they need this Aghanims on the Omni Knight. Or they need better communication between Black and Ice. They need to be close to each other, because when they isolate Black like that and start targeting him, he dies really fast. He doesn't have enough defensive capabilities just yet to be able to survive this Wind Ranger and Flark just laying into him, and especially not the Axe Blink call. I feel like Sam H has killed Black more than anyone else by far. Or Black.
Faceless as they sit towards the middle lane. Sentry is down, and will be realized at the least. But I mean, for Faceless as well, Jabs, you know, with the Dagon build, he continues to just go full in on upgrading it. Kind of once you go halfway in, do you have to go all the way, or would you maybe like to see Jabs look to pick up something else for the team?
That's a good question. I'm not sure.
It's a lot of money to invest.
It's just awkward right now for the Tiny, to be honest. I'm trying to think of what would be a really good item for him. I feel like an E-Blade is a potential build he could go for, but it's pretty expensive. But that gives him the flexibility of having the burst on the target, that then his combo deals a lot of damage with an E-Blade and a Dagon. And at the same time, he can E-Blade Black during the blink call. They really need to keep their anti-mage safe. I feel like Black is being left a bit too much to his own devices in the fights. And it's not only his team not being in position, it's also Black going a bit too deep and not having the same read on the fight as his team does. So I could see E-Blade being an option. I could see Force Staff could still be something. And it's pretty late, but it's such a valuable item overall. Not the greatest Lotus game. It's all right.
TNC down towards the bottom. Cuckoo completed beyond it. Level 23 as well.
They still don't have any diffusals against this Omni. They just don't care.
And the last few fights there, as we've seen, just been able to play around it, bring him down before he can get off the ultimate, or at the least just pull him apart for the team. That's going to be a little harder once the axe is complete, but it's still 1,500 or so, well, a little bit more, 1,1700 away for Ice. As they may have to try their best at this high ground defense. TNC looking to smoke up and get into the prime position, and maybe even wrap him through the middle lane and try and enter the base. Black coming forward. Cuckoo, can he get the opening stun? That's the question. He doesn't need to. Sam H is going to be the one to initiate. Can the rest of Faceless save Black? Black will get the chance to put the Manta Star. Jab jumped in the backline with the shackle from Cuckoo. Grabs Jabs. Jabs is down and down. The Tiny's dead for 88 seconds. They've lost Sam H. They need to do their best here. Faceless, they're one massive man down. The stun comes through to XY. Raven survives, gets out just in the nick of time with the Silver Edge, and he may be ready to go back in. 2 down on Faceless. Cuckoo jumps forward again with a focus fire, and this Maelstrom ripping nuts to pieces. Faceless forced back. XY will buy back in. Cuckoo just doing so much damage. Jabs was just a free kill on the side of that fight. And Sam H may have lost his life, but again, it's his plays that just kick off these fights that are definitely going TNC's way, and Let's Faceless can do something big to turn. They'll look towards Cuckoo, but again, the wind runs so strong against Faceless' lineup. No way that they can hit through it. And TNC, they do not want to stop the pressure that they've already started to build up against Faceless with this fight. 16 trying to make it go on to Cuckoo, but again, the wind run forcing Black to just sit there in the moment. And again, with the change stuns, Ice cannot throw enough in to save him. Black's down for 90 seconds. Raven picks up XY once again. Double kill for the Slark. And GG is called. We'll be going to a game 3 as TNC stepped up their play massively here in this game 2. The Cuckoo Wind Ranger being pretty much a stroke of genius from draft to execution. He moved around the map perfectly. Sam H with the suicidal initiations paid off at the end of the day. And just a very different TNC to what we saw in game 1.
Both a very different TNC and a very different Faceless. This was a completely different game. Yeah, this time around, Faceless don't dominate the laning stage as hard, and it seems they don't get into this explosive mid game that they did the last time. As mentioned earlier, it's obviously easier if you're owning already to keep it up, but Faceless seemed a little bit lost in the mid game how to play their lineup. They have the catch of mainly the Tiny in their draft who wants to go around and look for kills, but the moment there's just like 1 or 2 mistakes, the game slowed down a lot for them. And at the end of the day, I'm looking at this game and I see a Treant that ends the game with a Midas. He never got to his second item. I don't really like it on Treant. I don't think it's a good choice personally. If you're playing this Treant and you want to go this Tranquils build, you know, he bought this Midas and he wanted to use it to buy a Blink.
Yes.
The Midas costs the same as the Blink. So, well, 200 less. So he, instead of going for this Midas and basically delaying his impact in the fight where he could have had amazing overgrowths with the Blink Dagger, he delays it so long that it doesn't even become a part of the game. And who knows what he could have done in this game with a Blink Dagger 10 minutes, 15 minutes earlier. Could have made a big difference. It's obviously only one thing to highlight out of many. More than anything, it's not item choices, just bad positioning and team cohesion that gave TNC all of those openings. We'll see if the Faceless can bounce back. That looked a little bit iffy.
It certainly did. TNC, they're going to be feeling great. Cuckoo, 8-1-16. Just a remarkable Wim Ranger performance. So on a hero that we don't see do that well normally.
Yep. They did great as a team. They found the openings that they could. Looked like a hard game for Axe. He came back strong. They did what they needed to enable their heroes and just outplayed Faceless from minute 15 on.
Absolutely. Well, game 3 should be incredibly exciting. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Not that you would, though, because for now, we'll be heading back to the panel for some expert post-game analysis.
Indeed we will. Thanks very much, Owen. Yes, it's tied up. It's 1-1. TNC have broken the back of Faceless, but can they go on and win it? We'll find out in game 3. Let's break it down with our panel members once more. Conrad, we'll start with you. A good performance by TNC, but also a little bit sloppy here and there from Faceless.
Yeah, I mean, I think they had a really interesting game plan coming into this. You know, lots of bursts, lots of pick-off kind of lineups, and they were hoping maybe that Black would end up getting more farm. But I thought he got caught out a little too much this game, and I hope that they kind of hone it up for the next few games or the last game in this series. Sorry.
What do you put this down to, Ben?
The anti-mage getting picked off a few times. It was still a little bit weird for me to see them pick anti-mage so early. I don't really think they utilized their last pick as well as they could have. For example, the tiny pick, I think actually did fine. It was just weird. Like, you want to go around and get kills and you're creating space for AM, but you also need to scale, and it's just the anti-mage. And Axe wrecked him. Axe had like half anti-mage's net worth, but you can solo kill him almost, just because of how that hero works.
And Winra had a good game. Is that situational, do you think, Curtis? Or do you feel like actually she's been ignored too much?
I wasn't sold on Windrunner pick, but Cuckoo played it amazingly. That hero looked good that game.
It did, didn't it? That's why I'm sort of thinking, well, why hasn't it been picked more often? Or is it just very much draft scenario?
I think in every other game it looks really bad. He just made it look really good. I just want to say one thing about that game, though. In this entire series, both teams have picked Slark, and they picked relatively, like, that hero is very bad in lane. In this game, Faceless had the opportunity to dual lane against it, and they had like Nyx CM supports who aren't that strong. I think they need to put more pressure on the enemy safe lane.
Okay. Check out some of the match highlights as we go through. Malini, in the way that Faceless have played this game, being so different from the first one, are you disappointed that they haven't been able to carry on that momentum?
Yes. I think they had something good going for them in game number 1, the Crystal Maiden and the Ogre, and obviously TNC targeted that in the drafting phase with the first phase Ogre ban and immediately stealing the Crystal Maiden, but I think that there are enough heroes in the pool that they can play a very similar sort of strategy, maybe not as aggressive without the Crystal Maiden, but still early game centric, win the lanes, and I don't particularly like Black on the heavy farmers, especially in this patch.
Yeah. Is the CM the key to this? A bit too easy.
It's weird to say that. If they get CM, they win.
That hero is the best hero at enabling your team to make early game movements. That aura is, it's strange to say it's underrated because everyone talks, it's all they talk about with CM, but it really does let your allies play really fast, and she just has 2 very strong spells.
And the root, too.
Yeah.
The root is so good.
Yeah. So we expect that to be heavily contested for game 3?
Should be first pick.
Yeah, it's really hard to justify a ban on it, but I definitely think it's first pick material.
Interesting.
But so is first pick or second pick more important?
Well,
for this game?
there's only one.
Does it
yeah.
depend
I
on
mean,
how
for
you
this-
want to
for this last-
prioritize having 2 supporters in the opening, or the CM is the most important, and
I
therefore
think
we don't
CM's
care?
the most important.
Yeah.
I think you want first pick here, but then if they just ban it, then you don't have the last pick advantage.
Yeah.
I guess you can probably just get second pick and then just ban out the CM. It's probably better.
From the graphs, you would look at the graphs and think, well, actually, that was a pretty even game up to 30 minutes, and in fact, swung a little bit towards Faceless. But do you feel like they had a decent opportunity to win this game? And if they did, was there a very narrow window?
I thought TNC did a really good job of still keeping up in farm. Black still getting picked off once in a while, but the carries Cuckoo and Raven did a really good job of just maintaining and keeping close by.
I honestly think Faceless had this one. I think if they're in a good mental state, they'll go talk to Winter and say, hey, you guys had this one. There's just some small mistakes you guys don't usually make. I mean, Black's Anti-Mage is fantastic usually. I think just this, as Cinder was mentioning, like getting this minus on Trent really slowed them down in the mid-game. I think if they didn't have those 2 things, this game would have looked very strong for them.
You think he buys Blink first?
I think Trent, if he's having a good early game, should always go Tranquil Boots into Blink. I really dislike this Midas build. I think there's no point to it.
After seeing Fenrir's game yesterday, I'm completely sold on that same build.
You have a 75% uptime stun. That's probably the best pick-off setup hero in the game. And
Because a lot of people look at that and just go, wow, Windrunner's awesome. We should totally pick Windrunner in our pubs now. But is it a bit of draft? Is it the way Cuckoo played it? Is it a little bit of luck? What is it?
I think it's a lot based on your opponent's lineup. We saw in Faceless's draft, they did have the hard stun in the Treant route, but he didn't go Blink. So we can count that as not a hard stun. If you're not against any hard stuns and you have sort of like an anti-mage that you can solo, a hard carry that needs to farm a lot, then Windrunner as a core can have very high impact. That hero sort of suffers when, to be honest, she's very squishy. She can get stunned and just die. Her escape mech is subpar compared to other heroes.
I thought it was cool how they picked it up, though. That's a hero that I didn't even consider at all.
Yeah,
really.
me neither.
And they pulled it out last pick.
It gives them building damage too, which I really liked. We were talking about some Shadow Fiend, but honestly, Windrunner was the better pick for them here. Very excellent choice.
We haven't seen it as a core really recently. I mean, for me, all I can think of is Crit and Zai playing it on EG, and they're the only ones playing that hero right now.
Misery plays it, too.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah, Misery plays support,
Think-
Ranger.
Support Windranger has been a thing that every support's wanted to play for a long time. It's just a really fun hero. It's good to see it starting to work in this tournament.
But not as a core until now. It would seem. We'll look ahead to draft number 3. Did you expect it to get this far after such a dominant performance from Faces in game 1?
Yeah, I think TNC's they're used. Firstly, they're used to playing against Faceless, so they're like, okay, this strat doesn't work. Their series matchup hasn't been that good for them, but TNC, I don't know, they're not really big chokers. I think.
I mean, we saw them be really strong in the group stage, and I think that's a very good indicator of how a team's playing right now. I really like TNC, and I think they played such a solid play in the group stage that it's going to hopefully carry on to this main stage.
A little bit of momentum carrying into game number 3. Let's check in with our social media questions, and we've had a few added to the Reddit post and Facebook yesterday, of course, as well. Thank you very much for all of the comments that we've had and all of the questions. Why did Black went Blinkens over Aghanims?
We talked about this a lot.
And Curtis had the answer.
Well, it's not like an objectively right answer, I think. But to be honest, I think it's a big deal when they have something like Nyx, who you can just turn on your Carapace and stun and mana burn the Aghanims Anti-Mage, and you just get instantly Carapace. And that's a big deal. Personally, I really like Linken's. I think Anti-Mage is 15 times minus 1 second on Blink. And if you're playing Anti-Mage, you're spamming Blink on every cooldown. And you actually run out of mana with just Battle Fury. Linken's can do a bit more damage, the build up's better. I don't think you can really go Aghanims into Abyssal, which Black needed because he didn't have that hard stun. You can go Linken's into Abyssal and feel good. But if you go Aghanims, you generally have to go something like a Butterfly. And he didn't want to go Butterfly next.
I thought it would have been good to block some of the spells with Wind Ranger, either Reflecting Focus Fire or the Shackle Shot, but it didn't really turn out that way. I thought it would have been more justified because he had the Repel on his team, but you generally say Lincoln is better all the time. I think
Curtis told me when he started to explain sort of the reasoning behind it.
There are games where I've seen Eggs do enormous amounts of work, but Linken's is not a bad item on Anti-Mage. It's very strong. It's always been very strong in that hero, so I don't know. I don't know much about the Eggs, to be honest. I sort of default to Linken's. I think it's generally your safer option just because of the regen.
I mean, I think you're right, Ben. Like, when you see those powerful spells, Reflecting just feels really, really satisfying, especially when they're not hitting you.
And you can't get Silver Edged.
Yep.
I think that's also
You
really
can't get
important.
Silver Edge?
Well, Lincoln's. If you get Ags.
Oh,
you
they
get
can Silver Edge.
Yeah.
It doesn't work.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
that's-
I completely misunderstood.
Oh, you just completely evade. You're immune to Silver Edge.
Yeah, I'm just
They
like,
just can't
oh,
buy
that
the-
sounds so good.
they can't buy the
Xbox
item.
Silver, and it returns it to them. I was hyped. I'm buying eggs every game.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. Let's take one more as we head towards our third draft of the day. Should Dota introduce a mechanic of respawning Roshan faster with gold?
That sounds weird, but not.
It's like a
that
new idea,
weird.
though, right? I've never heard of this idea before. I've heard like
Yeah.
upgrading your keeps, freaking building towers, some stupid stuff like that.
Gold for everyone.
I think.
It's kind of.
I think would have
How
to.
would? Could both teams do it?
I think would have to tell the other team that's being done faster too, right?
What if it's like highest bidder?
Oh, interesting. So the way I understood
Highest
it,
bidder, like
Yeah, it's like no, we don't want it faster. We're gonna pay 1,000 gold.
the way I understood it was that it was based on how much gold was earned throughout the game. So how many creeps were killed and that sort of stuff, like net worth. But that also, keeping track of that in the middle of the game could be almost impossible.
that sounds weird too, because it's like
Yeah.
late game. Roshan spawning every 1 minute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it probably scales with time or something like that. It's not like a flat number, like percentage.
Every 30
I'd be
seconds.
more interested if
Niraj!
you could pay to respawn a Roshan. I think that could be.
What if it's within the timer?
See, the mechanic
Huh?
with like
What if
both-
it's like within the 8 to 11 minute timer? It's like you can pay.
Yeah, that could be interesting. Because sometimes you just win this really big team fight. You've bought back heroes, and it's honestly the only RNG I really dislike in Dota. Like most RNGs can be played around, even like Monkey King Bashro. Nah, that's but like, the only RNG I really hate is sometimes you rebuy, you win the fight. Roshan's not up, you lose the game. Roshan's up, you win the game. It's a bit too determinate. If you could pay a fee, like some games it'd be worth it. Like a full tier 4 item, I'd rather have Roshan. So that's pretty cool actually. I like the idea.
That's a pricey price to pay though. I
Maybe
guess
not.
it's better than losing, but
Looking at like an
sometimes-
8k buy for getting Roshan to spawn?
Maybe not 8K, but like,
I said to you, I was like, oh no.
I will
Okay.
say that in some games, Roshan is the most determining factor
Right.
by far. There have been like I don't know how many games of Dota, but I'm gonna say a lot of them have been decided by Aegis alone.
Okay, very interesting question. That one got them chatting. Crowds are just returning to their chairs, assuming the players will be back in the lobby if they're not already there very shortly as well. Good to see an active crowd as well. We saw the Secret Shop very busy yesterday.
It's also Navi shirts.
Navi chance.
There were Navi chants and Navi shirts in the audience yesterday. Massively popular, of course, in the region. And we do have one more question as well in our social media bank. So let's take that last one. What's the max age at which players can get into the pro scene?
I've personally never thought there's an age limit on esports.
I don't think so either. I mean, you can make the argument for lack of mechanics or, as you get older, things are starting to fade. But if you're somebody who's trying and attempting to become a top player, I think you can go really far no matter what age you are.
I think especially in a game like Dota, like your reaction speed is. I've never seen as a determinant factor in how good a player is. I've seen someone like S4 who does have amazing reaction speed, by the way. But the thing that stands out about him to me is how smart he is about the game, how he plays, his movements, stuff like that. It's not like, this guy's 0.01 seconds faster at clicking, so he's a better Dota player.
Yep.
I think what usually happens is like people can't dedicate as much time to it. I mean, like just recently, I'm sure we've all had to do our taxes. Worst thing in the world, by the way. Don't know why it exists.
I mean, there's a good reason why taxes exist.
If there's an argument for anarchy, that's it. Like not having to do your taxes. So I think it's just a matter of dedication. How much time you can put into it. How much of your social life are you willing to sacrifice? How much of like family time are you willing to sacrifice?
That's always been the issue before, isn't it? In the sense that we had a lot of players retire sometimes at 22, 23, 24, and you just think, what? Why would you retire? Well, most of it was because of real life coming along.
Because they had to do their taxes.
And having to do taxes. But it was also because there wasn't as much money involved in esports. They weren't able to make it a full-time job, so it was something they did while they were at uni, finished off uni, and then suddenly they've got to go and make money, or they've got a family or friends or whatever.
That's a really good point.
And then they had to stop.
And we have goals in life, right? Everyone.
Yeah.
And
That's why I quit Dota. I couldn't sustain a living. Even though I was really good in Dota 1, I couldn't pay the bills because I was past 18, 19,
But that's
20.
changed now, isn't it?
Yeah,
For the
it
majority
has,
of pro
which is
players,
great.
which means we're still finding out when the right time to retire is and when the latest age you can be really good at. I mean, Burning's 28, Nuts is 28, Fenrir is 28. These guys are still playing at the top end of Dota too, and there are players elsewhere. I mean, Taz in CS:GO is over 30, for instance,
and most people
and
think
he's still winning big tournaments.
Most people think of CS:GO as more of a reactionary thing, and VP has been at. They're very inconsistent, but they've been
they're
very
still a top
dominant
4 team in the world.
They're
right?
easily
So,
a top team.
Yeah.
Surely there's a high upper bound, though. You can't be like 75. You just forget spells.
I mean, right? Guys, what was it I was supposed to cast?
Yeah.
Where's my mouse again?
Yeah. What does Q do? I mean, I mean, at some point, but I mean, I'm 45, right? I still play video games a lot. I play at them at a relatively high level, not pro level, but relatively good level. I think I felt like mid-30s. I felt like I was slower. I reacted slower, but I think you get smarter as you get older as well, right? So in game, does that translate? Do some of these older players, like Fenrir, for instance, become a bit smarter in game? Maybe his reactions aren't as super sharp as they were when he was 17 or 18, but he's got so much smarter that actually it makes up for it.
I think smarter is sort of a weird word for it, but I definitely say you gain more experience, but more importantly, you get better at using your experience.
Right.
So I get that is smarter though, right? Like
I think so. I mean, I'm with you. I don't really like the word either, but I don't know how
it's just
else
so
to...
abstract. It's hard to quantify like that.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the key things is that, players who play pubs, you've seen every single scenario for every single possible matchup, and especially in a game like Dota where there's almost near infinite amount of things that could happen in a game. You almost feel like you're never playing the same game twice. Yep. Being able to experience one thing once and say, hey, that interaction, I know what that does.
Yep.
And I think we're all learning things still to this day.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I think Dota is one of those great games for doing that. Right, we're into draft number 3, where things need to be learnt by TNC and Faceless. And the winner of this, of course, will go through to the quarterfinals. Faceless haven't had the best of runs before at big tournaments, often crashing out the first rounds, but they face their arch enemies from the SEA region, where they have a very good record of as they head into game number 3. Similar bans as we head into that. Lena has been banned throughout, 3 times out of 3 in the first phase for Faceless, and Warlock likewise for TNC.
I was considering whether or not they would ban Lena again. I think Lena would have been a nice substitute for Tiny, especially the way that he played it last game, and it would have scaled much, much better.
Okay, gone back for the Mag ban, which was banned in game 1. Does allow the Ogre CM to come through.
Yeah,
TNC have first pick.
They banned it all 3 times in this series, right?
The Mag?
Sorry, the Lena.
Yeah,
yes, Lena. They have, yeah. All 3 first phase.
I think Cuckoo's is pretty good, but I don't necessarily think you have the first ban.
Yeah, I would never call it like
the
one I'm thinking of,
The Monkey King, all 3 bans as well. Yeah. So TNC with first pick will take the Ogre away from Faceless. You'd assume that they will go back for the CM.
Ogre over CM?
It was our MVP. They thought it was higher impact too. Yeah. Go on. I mean, I've been getting every prediction wrong, so I have to claim what I can get.
No. We don't talk about previous predictions, Geddes. We don't talk about them.
MVP.
I think on day 1 I got 1 right. Our MVP predictions are good.
Nice.
That's what matters, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay,
That's
so
the
the
CM.
CM does slot back in. Got him. It's like you and Teven have your own words. Yours is got him. His is debated.
Debated?
Like
Debate is universal.
No, but he says it an awful lot.
Well, it's just like getting, replacing baited with debated,
I mean, I will say something. In esports, when you're on a team, you only talk to like the same 4 people. So your vocabulary becomes very singular and limited.
Very narrow.
Like you'll see teams that always use the same vocabulary. You talk to EG's the big example of this.
I was about to say.
RTZ will be like, Biersch? And then everyone on the team in like a week is like, Biersch? And you're like, what are you talking about?
And then it just slowly evolves. Everything just ends in SH. Like, every question ends in SH.
Yeah. They're so stupid. I hate EG.
Well, we're going to go with pick number 2, which is a Badench.
A Badench.
A Badench?
Let's not start it. Please don't start it.
No, we can start our own panel meta.
No.
RTZ panel meta, I love it.
Get me out.
Okay, as far can you? Okay, I need to stop talking about the RTZ panel meta because it's too much for me. As far as offlaners go that are good with CM, I think Abaddon. Okay,
Abaddon.
People keep tricking me. Abaddon is very high up there. He had some mana nerfs to his shield, but if you can keep sustaining that shield with the CM more, he gets very annoying in lane. Not to mention, he's one of the only offlaners can have a chance against the Ogre Magi lane.
Yep.
Ooh, an OD early.
Ooh, it's been banned second phase every time.
Yeah.
It used to be a pretty good counter because Yules is not good enough versus Abaddon. You need to deal with this one of two ways. One is proc it very early on in the fight, that's where we see a lot of TAs, or two is just make him completely useless during his ulti. Naga Sleep, double Yules. OD I think is the best one though. You don't need any items and it's way longer than Yules. I played against an ABBA and he got Yules twice in a row and he still blinked out afterwards. I just was like, this hero is just so ridiculous. But the OD Astral is a really good way to deal with borrowed time.
Yep. And there's no way for him to really heal during that phase too, so you don't have this Abaddon coming back.
Yeah, he's
Abandoned.
just screwed.
As a small note, if you're against an OD and you know he's about to Astral you and you have a pipe, if you pop it, when you come out you can blink. So that's something that we might look for from Ice this game. I don't think
that sounds
Abaddons
really annoying.
have been going. Well, I mean, it happens a surprising amount.
Yeah.
Like, you know, the ODs, what usually happens is the ODs will Astral Cell and they'll have a raindrop and a full wand. And apparently you can use it before the damage hits you. And you'll survive, even though you have like 0 HP before the Astral Imprisonment goes off.
So the proc ticks on the raindrop and you're able to heal off of that.
This is a good pick, I think, the OD. I think it's one of TNC's better heroes. They last picked it in a game against Digital Chaos and they won that game. I agree with Bennett. I think it's one of the best versus Abaddon in the game. Something that I used to talk a lot about versus Abaddon is that you want a stack hero. Heroes like Stark and OD, they make it so that these long sustained fights, you know, this Abaddon hero has a 6-second shield. He's very good in his long engagements. They make it so Abaddon can't take these long engagements, or you're getting like 50 int, and then you're just going to kill his entire team.
So they're saying they should pick Slark.
No, I think
Well,
just
it's
one
funny.
of them. Don't
One
pick
of the
Stark
two.
OD, guys. I mean, maybe it's a perfect game for it, but oh man, that's a rough one.
Yeah, it's probably something that's been so favored in this matchup. Hasn't been, well, possibly could be banned here. But
But Slark has won both games this series.
yeah. And obviously both carries feel very comfortable on that hero.
I will say I do enjoy playing CM versus OD. I think CM is underrated as a hero just for the Crystal Nova, to slow the enemy's attack speed. You Crystal Nova them, you get them your ulti, they're not attacking at all.
Yep.
It's Crystal Nova is a ridiculous spell, I just want to say that.
There goes the SF.
Also like the Cling Span. Coming into the series, I thought it was a hero that Faceless will want to pick for Black. I thought it was a hero that sort of could secure his own lane, like keep Sam H really far down, and then Black could go and make space. Again, I said I really like it when Black can roam around and get these pickoffs and use his teams. Like Ice is a really annoying player. He gets a lot of vision and information on your team. You need someone like Black to be able to use it. Last game, Jabs did a good job of using it, but to be honest, it's good when both your 1 and 2 can use Ice.
Yep.
Good lane matchup versus OD. What do you want to pick? Sniper? Oh
Oh, haha.
haha.
Do you want to pick it this early though?
No.
You know, I think that's something you want to be looking at definitely later.
You
into
have
this
the
draft.
10th pick. I think even though you see their mid, you see their mid and their support who's going to roam. I'm not sure. I think I would still want to wait a bit later.
I do like this pick from Faceless, taking away that Sam H Nyx while giving it to yourself.
I'd support Nyx though. I guess.
I mean, we saw success with it last game.
With CM, it's a lot better.
I'm generally not sold on support next. As Ben said, it is a lot better with CM because CM gives you a lot of that early game punch that Nyx lacks. It's good for OD. To be honest, it's not the mana burn even that makes Nyx good versus OD. It's the fact that if he Astros, you can hit your Carapace off it.
Yep.
If he Astros a Nyx, you can even press Carapace and hit him. So that's why I like versus OD on Nyx. Mana burn, you know, you can just buy a hood on OD. It's still a strong spell, but it's not going to ruin your game.
Is the perfect Slark OD game?
It's a pretty good Slark OD game so
yeah,
far.
I'm looking at it, I'm like,
thinking
oh. Avenge.
Venge is a hero that something that OD does lack is building damage, I think, and objective taking the Roshan. I think Venge, I believe it's support right now. They could put a course though. I guess that's another thing, you know, your draft is still very open.
Yep.
So Venge will give their lineup that building damage. To be honest, they have enough objective taking for the entire lineup with just the Venge and Ogre, which is always nice to have at the beginning of a draft. You never want to pigeonhole yourself into, I need this in my last 2 picks. Otherwise, you're going to see this great counter pick, but you can't pick it. I like Faceless to pick something aggressive here. I think a trend that we've seen in this series is that the aggressive team has been winning these games. They've been feeling very good.
Yep.
What's even good versus OD? Is the Nyx going to be enough to deal with it? Because it seems like their ABBA isn't going to be able to do too much. Even like saving versus Ventrop isn't going to be that great. He's going to give a lot of stacks to OD. His ulti's not doing that well. What other heroes can they do to... Because that's really the only core that you see from Faceless.
Yeah.
Right.
This fourth pick is quite hard to... Oh, so they take the
They
Sark.
take the Sark, yeah.
Very good versus Venge and Ogre. I really like OD versus Slark, but it's not that big a deal. There, if you can get... You already have Nyx who stunned OD for like 5 seconds, so it shouldn't be too bad for him. And Army Knight.
Oh,
wow.
God. Omni OD, we're back to
Omni
that.
OD. That was a great Omni Knight pick.
Yeah.
If there's one counter to Abaddon in lane, it's going to be an Omni Knight. And obviously, he matches up well with Slark in lane. Even though Ice was sort of pressured early last game, we could see he really came back into that lane. And he was pretty farmed that game.
Do you still think that it keeps the draft a little bit open, or you just have to be playing Omni Knight in the offlane now?
I haven't seen any Omni Knight supports.
Yeah, I was thinking that as well. Maybe just a lack of levels now that I'm thinking about it.
I'm not sure
He's
why.
good in lane, too, I think.
He's not bad. His kill threat's a bit low, right? But he's definitely not bad in lane.
He's one of the heroes that, like, a Slark can't 1v1 versus Omni.
Yeah. Oh, you mean for the offlane? No, he's amazing
yeah,
as
for
an
the
offlane.
offlane.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah,
I
yeah.
misunderstood. Yeah, as an offlane, I think he's just...
He's way
Like,
too
it's
strong
him
as
or
an offlane.
LC who's the strongest offlaner
Wow.
in lane. So, I don't see why, if I see a Slark, I would take Omni Knight and be like, I want to put you as support, where I can't utilize this annoying hammer guy.
Very accurate description.
I'm good with these.
Final picks then for
Think-
each.
I think the Tinker was a good ban. Even though you have the Omni Knight, it's
Did
good
it in
versus
game
Tinker.
one as well, didn't they? That.
The Tinker ban?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Same
So,
place.
I mean, Jabs' Tinker is actually really
Yeah,
good.
Really good.
But he's one of the heroes who will match up very well versus OD in lane. They have a lot of physical on TNC just out of those three heroes of Venge, Ogre, and Troll.
That's some overkill on attack speed.
Yeah.
Gonna be fast.
Slark is generally supposed to be good versus Troll, but I think they're not worried about him because their idea is that they can pressure him really hard with the Omni and Ogre, and the OD will counter him into the mid-late game. The other thing about Troll
could-
Warlord... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Couldn't they aggro, actually?
On Faceless?
On
Oh,
TNC.
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 I think Nyx is terrible as a support. CM likes
Yeah.
the jungle.
Yeah, I think
like
that's true. I think, to be honest, I think last game they probably looked at their lineup, their tri lane, and like, thank God we didn't get aggroed.
Medusa.
Isn't Medusa awful for OD?
No, Medusa crushes OD.
Does she?
Yes. Because OD suffers when he cannot hit your opponent. Medusa ult makes it so you can't hit them. The ult, you think it burns some mana, but really it doesn't do enough damage. And Medusa does very well against OD in lane because OD simply runs out of mana. Especially a CM or a Medusa. I really like this Medusa pick.
Good point.
Prediction time, comrade. Start with you.
You know, I think I'm gonna have to go with TNC on this one. They look, like I said, I've still reminded back on their group stage performance, and I do like this draft.
Okay.
I gotta go with TNC too. Gotta go back to the NA roots of Omni OD, unstoppable.
Okay.
I was going to go with TNC until the Medusa pick. I honestly think the Medusa OD matchup is extremely good, and I love to pick this game. I don't think TNC have the damage for her. Going to go with Faceless.
Okay. Split decisions here on the panel. 1 for Faceless, 2 for TNC. Time to head into our third and final game of our first series of the day. And from one OD in the draft to another in the commentary panel. Enjoy Game 3.
Thank you very much, Red Eye. And indeed, here we are back in Kiev and ready for the third and final game of this first series of the day. TNC versus Faceless. The draft's complete. I'm OD Pixel. I'm here with Cinder. And Faceless going for something a little similar to what we saw in Game 1 that they had success with. Black gets his Slark again. TNC, though, they're doing something a little bit different. Game 1 was an absolute nightmare for them. They're trying something else against the Black Slark.
Yeah, this time they actually were the team to first pick the Ogre that we saw dominate in the first game out of Faceless. So very curious to see if TNC can have a similar amount of success with it in this game. I actually really like their lineup. I think TNC's draft looks really great.
I mean, it's got a great 5-man potential. As soon as they start to pull together, having battle trance from the Troll with himself, the OD, even the Venge throwing punches in, the Bloodlust, the Omni backing up these heroes. If that comes together before the Medusa and the Slark get to a point, it's going to be very hard for Faces to deal with that sort of pressure.
OD is also a pretty okay hero against Medusa, I think. Just having that int steal is annoying for Medusa to deal with. It deals a lot of damage by just removing the mana pool of her. Of course, you are playing it into the Nyx of Ice Ice Ice, arguably maybe his best hero. This hero was respect banned against Faceless in previous tournaments. This time they were able to get it here. But yeah, I think these are perhaps, for both teams, maybe the best draft they've had in the series.
Yeah.
I think both lineups look really solid. And it kind of, I think to a large extent, comes down to how much this Ogre is able to do early on. If TNC can build an early advantage and just secure farm for their Troll and OD, who would like the game to go a little bit slow in the beginning so they can get a couple key items up, then they should be able to hit a very nice timing around the mid-game with this Omni Knight. The double saves, actually triple saves on their lineup, also very nice. XY forcing away Sam H here, so it's going to be double runes down here and double runes for TNC. But this is something to look out for in this game. The triple save on TNC is really good. Swap,
Yes.
Astral, and Omni Knight is very, very nicely rounded up.
I'll be interested to see what they do as well here with the lanes. I mean, TNC, for a start, they've moved Raven up to the top lane, and I'm wondering if they were doing that to try and get the lane against the Slark and really punish him in that safe lane. But Faceless, they've actually moved Black down to the bottom. So I think this, would you say, is Faceless dodging what TNC wanted to do up top?
Well, might have to wait a bit with that. Mid lane, ooh, XY, I think very low here. Holding his Aphotic Shield the whole time so he can remove Ignite should it come out. I don't actually know who's dodging who, to be honest. I would say, or actually I do know. Faceless are dodging. Yeah. They don't want to face this Troll with the Slark.
Yeah,
it's a very, very bad lane matchup. But the reason I'm saying that is that the lane bottom isn't great either. I think Slark will lose this lane as well to an Omni Knight. He's going to need help in either case, and that is one of the weaknesses of a Slark, is his very limited laning phase. So I think TNC are actually pretty happy with this already. Just if they can play these lanes and not have their Omni Knight counter too hard, they will be possibly winning all three.
Because it's interesting from Faceless as well. You've got Nuts jungling in the enemy jungle.
Yep.
So getting his early levels and taking away from maybe a potential area of the map that TNC may look to in the early few minutes. And indeed, as we saw the XY Abaddon sitting in the mid lane helping out Jabs get a strong start, and indeed CS-wise, it's not actually really worked out. Cuckoo was fine with that pressure being applied to him, as he still maintains the lead in these first couple of waves. Now Nuts and XY will turn down towards the bottom lane, and pretty much just, as you were saying, Black, he needs help, and he does need it to stick around him.
I don't actually think they can kill this lane either. The Crystal Maiden Abaddon support is pretty awkward for this. Sure, you've got a Frostbite and a Pounce, but Abaddon can't really deal reliable damage at all. And if Sam H gets a point in Repel, he's fine. It's the other hero they can go on is an Ogre. So, oh, okay, maybe he's going to get a little help from the Centaur here, but yeah. Very nice damage. Tims doesn't care at all. Will care when 3 heroes show up. He'll move a bit to the side, but still, so far so good for TNC. They're going to force Black away here nicely. Sam H will get this with a Purification, I would imagine. Oh, he's going for the lasso, right? Confidence. Going for the attack. Actually, XY here will need some help from Nuts.
Taking a
And
heavy
he
bit
could
of a
still
beating.
just die here.
They've still got the Purification, bringing him down incredibly low. He has got an Aphotic Shield to rely on. And we'll get out the last minute. So trying to hold on to bait them as deep as possible. But even with that sort of attention being drawn, Faces just don't have enough firepower to turn around and hit TNC back. Shrine up.
It's actually such a dumb lane. On the Ogre. Oh, lovely. So how is it going around the rest of the map? This bottom lane is an absolute stomp from TNC. Black has 5 CS to the 17 of Sam H. And honestly, I think Black could be doing a little bit better down here, but it is a really, really difficult matchup. Mid lane, Medusa going pretty much neck and neck here with Cuckoo. And top lane is also a win here for TNC. So very, very good start for them. Maybe as expected. If you look at the picks, they are slightly stronger at this stage of the game at least. So want to build an advantage. The question is how Faceless really activate their Abaddon. He's kind of the question mark for me right now. This support Abaddon, how they bring this in a meaningful way in the game this early on. Black will be Shockwave. That's annoying. He's going to go on Tim's here. Omni Knight can connect from the right. This could go really bad for Faceless.
Yeah, Black realizes he backs away from Tim's to make sure that he doesn't get hit by the initial purification. XY will go for the chase down, but indeed Sam H comes through from the heel, keeps Tim's safe. And this lane, very hard, as you mentioned, for Faceless to do anything about. Even with these 3 heroes here, they're not getting the kills, and they're really not securing the farm for Black. Still sitting on only 7 CS at 4 minutes in.
That's bad news for Slark. It's such a bad catch-up hero. Very slow without levels and that early safe lane goal. That's why you generally pick Slark late in your draft when you identify that you can, first of all, protect him in your safe lane, and secondly, that he has good core matchups. But this Troll pick kind of threw them off a bit. Oh, bottom lane, Sam H doesn't have mana for Repel, actually. Overstayed is welcome. This could be first blood, and it is.
Finally pays off, catching the Omni on his own. No Ogre in the neighborhood. And as you said as well, just getting a little too greedy with his positioning low on the mana front. Mid lane, Jab started to pressure in. Tim's has the presence of the Ogre in the mid lane now.
Oh, this is an aggressive play top as well. Nice, we'll get away. But Raven and Ryo definitely putting on the pressure in this top lane as well, identifying that, okay, if you guys are playing 3 heroes in the bottom area, we're not going to let your Knicks have a good time up here.
Still, definite CS advantage for TNC across the map in these first 5 minutes. I mean, rotations from Faceless, it's going to be a question of where they can come through. We saw the one coming down onto the bottom, getting back involved in a kill. Going for that again will certainly be a little harder now that the Omni's got that extra level and is back up to full health and full mana pretty much. Top lane Raven and Rhea intercepting with the side pull. And right, making sure that Raven has all the space he wants in this top lane. 32 CS at the moment, top at the board. Ice is getting the levels up it. Not a huge amount of farm, but we will certainly see at this rate a good level 6 timing.
No Stone Gaze just yet. He's level 5. There's going to have to be support coming in here probably for Jabs. We'll force a TP from Omni.
Yeah, with XY coming through, not possible that Jabs can be gone on fully. And this is certainly going to be something that will be powerful in regards to the way that TNC are going to want to make a move around as a group in the mid game. The fact that they do have this capability of keeping the Deucer alive, almost certainly long enough to get the Stone Gaze off successfully. XY and Nuts looking to chase down for more, but Tim's realizing the Frostbite already utilized, nothing else that they can. TP straight out mid lane, Jabs going deep with the dive. It's almost certainly going to pay off. One more touch, no, the Fairy Fire keeps Cuckoo alive. Jabs up to the high ground, desperately searching. Does have the illusion as well from XY, giving him the vision. Nice play from XY, making sure that the illusion remains, searching for OD, giving Medusa the view to get that final shot in.
20 move speed advantage made the world of difference there. Medusa is a very slow hero with boots. I was wondering, like, how is he killing the OD? OD doesn't have boots yet. Simply ran him down. 315 to the 335 of Jabs, and if you chase far enough, you're going to get an extra hit in. And that is the huge kill for them. Like, these lanes are still, lanes are still not looking good, but Jabs is at least having a pretty good game with that kill, especially. Top of the net worth with FaZe. Not the easiest lane for OD to play anymore now. It wasn't easy in the first place.
Look towards Cuckoo.
Nuts is thinking about it.
Yeah, they've got the vision on him. And with that newly found phase boots, they could bring the Deucer over. It is quite deep to play though. And Nuts at the least will sap up the experience.
I think he's trying to steal this with a Crystal Nova actually.
Just
okay.
Not going to reveal himself. Now the wraparound, in fact, is going to be coming from TNC. Jabs has to be careful, has yet to put a point in that Stone Gaze. He's got a good amount of mana shield, but 4 heroes will be coming in on the mid lane. Purification on Cuckoo along with a Repel keeps him strong. They'll look towards Jabs. The Phonic Shield comes out in time. Isn't going to be enough to save the Juice. TNC take down Jabs, and they'll look towards XY as well. And of course, nowhere near the level 6 as of yet, 8 minutes in. Abaddon will also fall. TNC securing some big plays in the mid lane.
Good rotations. They TP in the Omni Knight immediately to save the OD. And at that point, this fight is just over. They didn't even use Battle Trance. I don't know if he had it yet, Raven, but TNC certainly looking poised to building a big advantage in this game. And similar to previous games, it's just something we haven't really touched so much upon is the core combination of Faceless with this Slark plus Medusa. It's pretty slow. Slark,
Yeah, it really
Slark
is.
is a fast hero with a free early game, but if he doesn't have it, he's very slow. Top lane, ice.
No way he
Sentry
gets
is
down.
down.
But no, absolutely. It's something that the TNC has sort of the opposite of. Definitely a lineup that gets off the ground and much quicker. Can start picking objectives, taking towers, something that you look over to Faceless. I mean, they've got in a pattern, and that's nice for the push. Jabs until a certain point isn't really going to have a huge amount of damage. It's a lot slower pace than what TNC can play.
Not dead.
Sungaze might just save it.
Maybe not.
Yeah, Jabs with a pretty little clutch ultimate play. Will it be enough time? No.
Oh.
Cuckoo gets in just a millisecond before the TP is successful with the short top lane Tims. He will TP out. But yeah, good attempt from Jabs to try and go for the cheeky save. It's going to mean there's this bit of time, 70 seconds without Stone Gaze available, so Jabs does have to be a little more careful in that mid lane for this minute.
And they also lose their safe lane tower minute 9 here, Faceless.
This could be a nice wraparound onto Black. He has Shadow Dance, and he's certainly going to have to use it to escape. And of course, no AoE control between the two. Will allow Black to get back to safety. Quick deny of the room from Jabs, making sure that Omni is not able to get his hands upon it.
I'm really surprised that Faceless haven't lane swapped in this game. As bad as this troll matchup could be, I still think it would have been a better choice overall for Faceless to get Black in the top area. Not necessarily to lane all the time, but so he has access to a jungle. Like, he's level 7 and he's not jungling with a Talon. I think going down here is not the right choice, just flat out. It's not efficient enough. If he gets this pick, it's nice, but what a great swap from Riot.
Raya making sure he's not clipped by Black with the swap out, dragging the Ogre in.
It was
Top
actually
lane. Get him, Sam.
totally fine. That was the perfect swap. It was almost frame perfect. It was right after he got pounced, so that the Ogre he swapped in did not get pounced instead.
Smart stuff.
Very nicely done from Ryo there.
Raven's actually moved himself now down to the bottom lane. An immediate reaction from Ice as he heads down with the Vendetta. Still very half in to set something up.
Wants to get the
against
courier,
these
but
two.
it's too fast. I feel like this play kind of needs to work for Faceless, else they're losing even more ground.
I mean, who do they got? These are two pretty beefy cores and a core
Did
support.
get the mid tower. This is one of the advantages of having Medusa against OD, is that Medusa just keeps pushing out the wave all the time, putting a lot of pressure, and OD isn't very good at it in comparison. So this Nick stun is going to miss from Ice. He had to break his Vendetta. It was expiring anyway.
Black has the Talon, so into the camps he goes. Continues to find the jungle.
Oh, it was kind of...
Did he steal that with the Fire Blast?
No, he tried.
Oh,
but
he tried.
Fire Blast deals like no damage in the first place, and then there's 2 magic resistance auras.
Worth a shot. Midas now complete for Cuckoo. So we'll start to see that OD climb his way back up towards the top. Very close at the moment between... Well, the 4 highest cores, well, actually at the moment 3 of them are indeed on TNCs. Black still with quite a bit of catching up to do to get himself up there. And also Ice as well. Really going to be relying on hitting off some successful rotations with the Nyx Assassin top lane, Sam H. He's nearly just outplaying XY here. In fact, he's getting the kill. The level 11 Omni Knight at 12 minutes in just destroyed that Abaddon. There was no hope for him. Poor old XY. He's still not got his level 6 yet.
The level 11 Omni Knight outplayed the level 5 Abaddon.
Who would have thunk it? Bottom lane.
Unbelievable.
TNC smoked up, ready to look for more. Black is going to be the focus from this rotation. He is still a slippery catch. Actually towards the mid, Cuckoo spotting out Ice. Rotating T with the Vendetta, but the sentry was still down for TNC. And they bring down Black. Well, they look for the easier kill first. They get their hands onto Nuts on the side of it all. And will be chased down by Sam H. Swap back onto Black. Is the chain stun going to be there? It isn't quite. Very hard still to lock down this Slark. But at the least, TNC force Black out of the lane. They'll get a support kill. And they should be able to claim this tier 1 as well from Faces.
TNC just feel way stronger in the game right now. It's the team fight potential of Faceless is pretty weak. They lost their lanes, so what do you really fall back on? All you can do is farm and split push. And the only hero in their team who's having a decent time is this Medusa of Jabs, who got the mid tower, got a kill, but can't really do it all. In the nature of the hero is pretty slow. Ice knows that the Venge sees him now.
Ooh, Rio maybe looking to set up. He's going to be the one gone on. Good stun from Ice. The heal and the repel comes through just in time for Samh, and along with the G8, Rio is out of there. Black will try and chase with the Shadow Dance, turns towards the Omni. Samh out of mana. Will pop the Swan charges. He's nearly got enough for another purification, but the stun, swap from Rio. Trying to go for some fancy little play to save Samh, but with 5 heroes closing in on him, the Omni will go down. Where they can rectify that, as TNC will be punished for hanging around.
It took a lot of time for Faceless. They get about 700 gold for this kill, but I think they used 2 or 3 TPs, 5 heroes, rotated for a long time. All in all, not enough really to give them any sort of meaningful advantage out of that play. If you look at the graphs, you know, it's 1 kill, right?
His Midas was off cooldown.
There's no dip.
So, yeah,
okay.
There we go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's good.
value lost for the Omni Knight.
As far as the game plan of TNC, it's progressing very nicely still, though. The cores are still farming, and when it comes to later on in this game, Black has to step up his game immediately when he gets the Shadow Blade. I don't think he's in a position here where he could just keep farming and expect to win the game in that way. Troll versus Slark is also an interesting matchup in the first place, where both heroes can win a fist fight against each other.
Can Faceless punish this? It's going to be quite a quick Roshan with the Troll. They are in the neighborhood. Ice finds Cuckoo outside of the pit. Freezing field thrown straight down. They'll eliminate the OD. And that's enough to spook TNC. Great pick for Faceless to find. Roshan down to just above half health. TNC not wanting to stick around for it with one of their men off the map. And Faceless doing a really good job of throwing TNC off their momentum there with that pickoff.
This is a downside of going Midas first on OD as well. Often we see ODs choosing between going double null into Force Staff. Rare occasions we see the Veil of Discord. It's not that common anymore. But if you go for this Midas, you extend the period in which you're very susceptible. The Force Staff is extreme value on that hero, in order to just disengage and get in a better position. Without that, easy kill for Faceless on him, and that is probably the biggest kill they found all game.
Yeah, definitely. Taking that OD down. Was up there in the top ranks of value this game so far. And he is gone. Raven, FaZe, SMY, 7k net worth on the Troll. Black still trying his best to catch up. He's just about to hit the 5k mark, and Shadow Blade a couple of 100 gold away. So all eyes on Black once he picks that up to make things happen. It certainly feels like he's not going to be able to make things happen on his own. He needs to be moving around with Ice, because there's no way that with a Shadow Blade he can go on any of these members of TNC. They can normally save themselves, they're going to be too tanky, or there's going to be someone else behind them being incredibly disruptive.
Yeah. It's tricky for him because of how late this is, because, you know, in some cases, maybe he can solo the Venge. I think Ogre is...
I guess, yeah, Ra is probably the closest to being soloable.
I think he can kill the Venge, I think,
yeah.
But no one else. And what I was touching upon earlier is this matchup against Troll is kind of awkward in the sense that, you know, when Troll uses Whirling Axes, you can remove it with Dark Pact,
for sure.
But vice versa, if you've used Dark Pact, this Troll Blind completely ruins your hero. And of course, it's a low cooldown on the Dark Pact, but there still is that moment of downtime where when these two heroes fight against each other, if you get bashed up by Troll, he can also just, you know, cleave through you. He's a hero that isn't scared of man fighting you, so you need to use your cooldowns very well, because Troll himself can force you to Dark Pact in the first place by using axes. And then if you take the man fight after that, you need to be careful with not just getting bashed out and not even getting your ult out.
Yeah. And it's even the same kind of going against Rai. If he's managed to get a few one charges up and you go on him, you have to almost certainly Shadow Dance early. Because if he gets the chance to turn a Magic Missile, then there's going to be time for the turnaround or for him to just get himself out of there initially. And if you do Shadow Dance early to get the kill, by the time you've killed him, there'll be someone there to punish you, and then you don't have the Shadow Dance to escape.
Or maybe you do get the kill, but if you've used Shadow Dance and your other cooldowns to kill the VS, that doesn't even mean you win the fight. Like,
yeah, absolutely not. So it's a hard game for this Slark.
It's difficult to play Slark in this game right now, I think. Very, very difficult. The player on the Dire side who probably has the easiest time right now is the Medusa, because it's pretty clear cut out. Just walk around, get this farm. As long as you have information about where heroes are, you can do that. But the heroes who need to bring Faceless back into this game are the Slark and the Nyx, but it's just difficult for them to find fights that they would be even slightly favored in.
TNC sneak their way back into the pit. XY will head over to have a look here,
they'll
but
get a
Rosha's
bonus kill
already
as well
down.
here.
And yeah, XY. They'll put the borrowed time immediately, jabs. It's going to move forward. Does have a stone gaze if he wants to use it to try and save XY. XY will have a sanity to clear drop straight down onto his head. He falls. Cuckoo now in trouble though. Will get stone gazed up. Black with the rotation. Pods the Aegis immediately. Brings down OD once. GA comes out but not quick enough to save Raya. Raya's out and down. Can they kill the OD a second time? Black still trying to work his way into him. Will be held back by an Astral, but the Crystal Nova slows there. Cuckoo being slowed down, trying to get his way out. Jump forward from Black as he passes out of the pit. The Dark Pact just in range. Great play from Black to close the gap. Will secure the kill. And Slark turning up just when he needed to. We talked about Black needing to have a high impact. You can't get higher than that. You just fought a team that was ahead of you. After they got Roshan and an Aegis, you pop the Aegis and then you kill their OD.
Yeah, that was pretty good from Faceless with the conditions they had. I thought that was actually going to turn into a complete disaster for them. The OD got to hit the Abaddon 4, 5, 6 times during his ultimate, so a lot of int stolen right away.
But then he just dropped, and it only hit the Abaddon.
I think it might have clipped the Medusa as well. I'm not sure, but the OD ulti I think just wasn't good enough in that fight. It's one of those situations where OD has two choices. He can banish the Abaddon during his ulti and you just outlast the duration, and then you know where you have him. But then you've used your banish and then you don't have it. So I think spamming Arcane Orbs out on the Abaddon there's the right choice, but they didn't really manage to get the follow-through that they were looking for. And at the end of the day, I believe Troll did not have Blink in that fight. That was just what I was going to look for. Do they have any mobility items?
Definitely didn't. Definitely didn't. He just picked that up.
Yeah. They couldn't follow through. OD was in this awkward position, and they Omni-Knight ulti also didn't save the Venge. She died really early. Speaking of death, that is a dead Nyx.
Oh. Oh, no. Oh, he's going to get out. Oh, my. No. Kill yourself. No, the stick one charges. Oh, no. No. If he got out of that one. He made them work for it, Ice.
Wow.
But it does indeed end up going down.
That was quite the moment. Wow. So close to getting away. Mid tower's gonna fall here.
Definitely something that you cannot underestimate. Even with losing that OD, losing the Aegis, the pushing power of TNC still very much at a strong point at this stage of the game.
Looks interested in swapping. They changed their minds. Not gonna go here. Back off, play a bit slower again. They still...
Some good pickups coming out. Sam H has the Greaves complete for the next push up and group up from TNC. Medallion, of course, going to be the item of focus for the Venge this game. And, yeah, after that first big item with the Midas into Dragon Lance, now looking to finish off the Hurricane Pike on Cuckoo. And we're certainly saving some of these tricky situations. We'll get to see the replay here. Vitalis' fancy footwork. The first spike Carapace doing wonders as it catches both with the Ignite
still
proccing.
That is such a fast reaction on the stun, by the way.
Instantly gets the perfect angle.
Oh, and the dust. Half a second on the dust.
And the one just comes off cooldown, but
Carapace.
Raven, with the blink that we talked about picking up, enables him to get the shutdown and the catch off.
Very close. But anyway, this game's actually evened out. So the early game for Faceless looked really, really bad, and they managed to salvage it pretty nicely. They're starting to find the farm. Slark got involved in a couple of fights that he could, so Black is back into this. He's still a bit behind the other cores, but it's within reach now.
It's just that both teams have kind of their net worth a little differently distributed. You look towards TNC as these three cores very much at the top, but over on the side of Faceless, in terms of specifically the support capacity, this Abaddon looking a lot bigger than either of the two supports that TNC have at this stage. So
Yes.
splitting up the resources a little differently on Faceless' side. And what's the Abaddon XY going to be able to pick up with that? Well, it's the completed mech and him himself also looking for the medallion. So definitely, considering the way that TNC play, the fact that they have these two picks on XY, it could make the difference in these team fights.
Absolutely. It's one of the issues that you can run into when you run a support duo like Ogre Venge, is that neither hero really... I mean, Venge can farm if you play it that way. I just don't think that's the way Ryo plays for TNC. And the playmaker in Tim's is playing Ogre. Ogre doesn't farm. He makes everyone else farm. So as a result, those two supports are definitely falling pretty far behind, and that puts a lot more pressure on TNC's course. If there's missteps in the fights from the course, it's way more costly when the supports can't really compensate for you. Whereas you look over to Faceless, like you mentioned, the Abaddon can have a big impact, relatively.
Top lane at the moment. Faceless deciding to simply avoid this sort of pressure. It will be a free tier 2, almost certainly for TNC as they power in on the top. Faceless actually looking for a bit of a trade in terms of pushing. They have a couple of heroes that managed to move the mid lane to creep wave right back to the tier 2 of TNC. And bottom lane, they will end up claiming, so they get themselves the trade Faceless.
I think Faceless are happy with trading towers just because they open up the map. Opening it up on both sides will probably in this game favor them a bit more since they have the catch of both Slark and Nyx. So if they can open up so they can push the lanes split and force TNC back, that's when they get the opportunity to find these pickoffs that their lineup wants to play for but hasn't really been able to for 25 minutes so far.
I wonder if anyone will be able to grab their hands of that DD rune down bottom. It'd be very nice to make a play with. Bottom lane, nice just for a bit of harassment. Onto Raven, has his own blink complete now as well. Next item will be looking towards the Yule Scepter. And Cuckoo with the Hood of Defiance, making sure it's a little trickier for some of these essential counter picks to burst him down. The Nyx Assassin in particular. And Mana Burn can certainly pack a punch if you are lacking the magic resist.
It's not that common to see this picked up by OD.
Do you think it's, as I said, because of the Nyx?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It has to be. He can at least block one Mana Burn with the barrier.
Is it just, why the Hood and say over the BKB?
That's the question. Yeah. It's a bit unusual here. I think BKB actually has really high value, but maybe he felt like he needed something temporarily. He needs something now to help him stay strong in the fight. Maybe he's relying a bit more on the repel rather than going the BKB route for that reason, since Troll is getting one. He has it in a moment. So Sam H's designated target will be the OD protecting him. Oh, Black needs to get out of there.
Instant Shadow Dance to TP out.
He used Shadow Dance.
Yeah, there's no way to control him with that sort of play.
Yeah, they actually have nothing on their lineup at all.
Yeah. Again, it's another situation where the Slark has been picked, and TNC went with the idea of having this high pressure that they can try and push into him before he gets to a certain point. When he does get to this point that arguably Black has, the lockdown again, it's not there. Where's your catch for the Slark?
It's still...
I mean, you've got, as you said earlier, you've got a lot of ways to get the target that Slark's going on away from, make it very hard for Black to finish off the job with an instant jump in. And I guess that's what you've got to abuse to just try and prolong the fight so that his spells are used and suddenly you can hit back at him. But it's still tricky to jump in and take the Slark out of the fight immediately.
You can pretty quickly force him to use Shadow Dance.
Yeah.
And after that, it's difficult to come back in when you're playing against these heroes. If OD gets to hold his ultimate the whole time, the Sanity's Eclipse deals a lot of damage on Slark. Of course, Black has gone for a somewhat decent stat build with having the 10 int from the Saber and the 15 from the Silver Edge. So that's 25 int going his way, which is nice. But over extended periods of time in these fights, OD will just be a problem. Let's put it that way. So yes, it is great for Slark that there's not so much catch, especially from the farming perspective, that he feels a lot safer in that regard. But even if Slark gets big in this game, I feel like the TNC team do have options to kill him off in fights. They have all this damage that over the extended fights probably will be good enough for them. The BKB is popped. He's going to go for Ice 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 here. The Troll, good bash.
Jab's getting in position for the Stone Gaze to proc, not in time before the kill comes through.
This could be a problem for Jabs as well.
Yeah, with the Blink chase down, Raven's ready to look for more. No BKB, XY trying to come on across to help, but a brilliant swap from Ryo, bringing Jabs away from any sort of possible help that Faceless could offer him.
Huge for TNC. Should be a mid tower. They will lose their top tower to Black. He's doing the best he can at this moment in time. Getting that right there. OD is showing up. Black's like, see you later. Shadow Dance TP out. Yeah, Faceless will not defend this tower. No point in even trying.
This is going to be a freebie. And TNC, I mean, if you're TNC, do you think you want to be pushing up to the high ground pretty soon against this lineup? Or can you afford to get a couple more items on Raven, say, build him up to another sort of power spike?
I think most importantly, you don't throw your lead away. That's what they need to do. Going high ground is dangerous without Aegis. In general, I think in this game is no different. Yes, they have saves, but things can go wrong, and I don't think their advantage is big enough to go for the high ground push. So rather, I would like to see them take the bottom tier to get the Roshan, which is spawning very soon. that they can start trying to push with just sending in the Troll. I think you only let Troll hit the tower, and OD stands back, Venge stands back, and then you have both the Swap and the Astral to try to save him. That's the good news for them, is there's no repositioning abilities on Faceless. No like Hook or Force Staffs, I think they don't have just yet. Nyx is going Yules, so not coming out for him. But yeah, TNC, pretty comfortable position here. I think this Roche will eventually be theirs. Main thing they need to be wary of is Stone Gaze.
See if their side of Faceless are aware of this at all. There'll be a scan from TNC. They know that Faceless are closing the gap, so a nice scan to give them the information that they need to play it safe. And they will retreat out the pit for the time being, knowing that Faceless are interested in this area of the map. Bottom lane, Black just knocking on the tier 3. Tims has had to head down bottom. Now actually with that, knowing that they brought at least the Ogre down there, Faceless themselves now sneak into the pit. So a great little play from Slark. We'll see if TNC want to contest this. They're coming back across, but Roshan's falling fast. XY, he just finished off the Solar Crest, and with that, Faceless take Roshan down right underneath the noses of TNC, and they're ready to try and look for some action. Immediate swap from Ryo to try and keep Cuckoo safe, forces his way back up to the high ground, and it looks like he will be able to create enough of a gap to keep himself safe. But that split pressure from Black into that immediate play from the rest of the team ends up paying off big for Faceless.
This was very nicely done by Faceless. Textbook stuff. You feel like the enemy team is roshing, you go and scout it and get them scared with the Mantis Tile coming in, and of course, maybe a blessing in disguise for them that TNC actually scanned them out. They got scared earlier than they had to and backed out of the pit. I don't know if they could have completed it, but regardless, it was the correct idea from Faceless, sending in the Mantilus, getting information, Black's pushing bottom, any TP down, they get a 5-on-4 in the pit, and get the Roche. And you might say it's just an Ogre who isn't there. It's like, can they fight without the Ogre? Maybe. But I think it's difficult. And in addition to that, it's not just Ogre not having the stun there or the Ignite or whatever. The Bloodlust running out is a big deal. Like,
yeah.
These heroes are like a lot stronger with Bloodlust. It's so big on OD and Troll to have this ability running, and the duration of it isn't long enough that Ogre can just TP bottom. And then it's 30-second duration. It's not long enough.
What do you think about this this from Raven? So going for the butterfly now after the BKB, grabbing himself some evasion. I mean, in that sense, there's going to be no MKB or Bloodthorn for sure anytime soon on Faces. So he'll certainly be that little bit more survivable on the front lines for these sieges that potentially round the corner for them.
I'm wondering if it's better than Scotty this game. I don't think he really needs Flutter. He's going to be max move speed almost all the time with Bloodlust. He's already 500 or whatever. With that running 508. And Phase Boots, Blink. His mobility is very high, so the Flutter for that purpose isn't that useful. So it's about the evasion versus the raw stats of Scotty. I think most Trolls in this situation favor the Scotty just so they can stay on their target and keep the stacks of Fervor running. But obviously has its merits to go for a Butterfly when you're playing against 2 physical damage cores. The issue is Medusa doesn't mind going MKB. It's generally an item the hero likes to pick up regardless. So
yeah, especially I guess now she's got that Skadi complete. She's got a kind of big base stats built up. Damage is going to be the route that she'll look for next.
I think Jabs would like to go MKB. It might be one of the items he's considering. When he sees this butter, it's a no-brainer. Like that's just going to be the choice. Especially Venge wants to build Solar Crest as well. MKB on Dusa should be next on the menu here.
I mean, he's actually changed it up, Joel. As you suggested, you know, the more common, he's going for the Skadi.
Oh.
Top lane, Cuckoo getting caught out. Black's to be there with the lead in. Immediate repel will protect the OD from the pounce through. Black trying to stay on his target, but the GA's there, and OD forces out. Stone Gaze as well for Jazz, make sure the TNC can't reinitiate. Ice connects with the stun onto the Omni Knight. Good Astral from OD. Buy some time for Sam H. Is going to be enough. Still has the purification. The swap as well from Ryo. Some very tight play for TNC, keeping everyone alive and getting them safely back to the base. I say that though, Tim still has been caught out. He's out of mana. Well, it looks like they tried to reinitiate after Faces came out, and that will cost Ryo's life.
This Medusa is a really big problem. It's the reason TNC can't fight. It's countering the Troll very, very hard. He wants to go in, just gets Stone Gazed and forced away. They can't really go on any targets. TNC, great defensive place to stay alive. And one thing they need to be wary of on Faceless is that Cuckoo is starting to get a lot of intelligence right now. So far, stolen 24.
We'll connect the stun. Black seeing if he finds an opportunity to jump in. Immediate fire blast for Tims. It's the 2 times multicast. TNC looking at their best to hold. Cuckoo with the Hurricane Pike. In, going his way as he grabs it from Jabs.
36. They could go for a smoke now if they wanted. He has it for quite a while. About a minute left on at least 20 of this intelligence. Not sure how big a fan I am of this rod of Atos this game on the OD. I would still really like to see him go BKB. I know you're playing with an Omni Knight, but Repel is not what it used to be. Like this, it's a 7-second duration, which is definitely very good. But then you're relying on Omni Knight being in range to cast it. You can't use it exactly when you want. If your read on the fight is different, you know you want to take the initiative, just get in. Of course, you can make a case against it because of Stone Gaze, but eventually I feel like he will need to get it at some point.
Oh, Tims may have got a bit greedy here. Was looking to put a bit of harassment down onto Black, but Ice was there with the punish. At the same time, though, Cuckoo will blow up nuts, but he did drop the Sanity's Eclipse for that one, Sin. So that's now gone for 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, I think you're happy with that if you're faceless, this trade-off.
No
1 for 1 on supports. Ogre is down. I think right now he's more important in the game than the Crystal Maiden is. No Bloodlust on TNC. No Sanity's Eclipse on TNC. They do lose the Aegis. But I still think Faceless can think about this at least, going for this high ground tower.
Well, no Sanities just seems like a huge deal. They need everything that they can
Swap.
get at this point to have the damage. Jabs will be swapped in, but immediately the Stone Gaze in reaction. Raven pops the BKB, has to retreat. Sam H as well. There's no shrine in this area to heal by the Purifier. Raven turns back around, gets the Slav, Faceless, focusing the tier 3. Fortification will come out. Cuckoo jumps forward, manages to get the Astral onto 1. Raven jumps forward, looking for XY, but they have the ultimate still available. Black pops the Shadow Dance to BKB as well, focusing towards Sam H. He's starting to build up these Essence Shift stacks on the Slav. Jazz forced back up the high ground. Raven continues to try and chase. Magic Missile connects, but the Solar Crest from XY laid down onto Jabs, keeping him alive for the time being. It's not enough. TNC have the damage to fight through the evasion. The rod onto Nick's Assassin. They picked up a third. Triple kill for Cuckoo. They're not quite done. They're looking for Black. Oh, he's stuck with the clip, but not with the freezing field. It doesn't matter. The CM is ripped to pieces in a couple of hits. They don't have vision on the high ground, though. Black will be safe for now.
Oh, he needs to be so careful with jumping down. Did they see that? No, they didn't.
He got away with it. But still, nonetheless, TNC, they may not have killed the Slark, but 4 massive kills.
Great hold.
And just great aggression from Raven, just blinking forward and chasing down on the front lines, locking onto targets. The Atos ends up working out, allowing both Raven and Cuckoo to beat into their opponents.
It's basically a fight. It's like a game of bait and switch, right? You jump in with a troll to force them to do ulti, then you disengage. Then in turn, Faceless want to fight you inside your base. You get superior position. You turn around. Stone Gaze is on cooldown. Troll's BKB is on cooldown. What matters more? Probably the Stone Gaze right now, actually.
Yeah.
Because it allowed OD to go crazy in this fight. Simply with that being down, 72 install, and they took that fight. Remember, no Sanity's Eclipse in that fight even. They didn't need it.
If they had a Sanities there, Slark would have been in a different place.
Yeah.
If they could have burned his mana before he's able to get up to the high ground. Basher will be picked up from Black, but 2 buybacks forced out there, so absolutely perfectly done. And in a fight as well where it looked like it was going all right for Faces, Black was getting some good stacks off at the start. It was just the fact that both Raven and Cuckoo focus on Jabs, bring him down so low at the beginning of it all. And then there's no way for Jabs to run his way out of there. Ice tries his best with a good stun. But TNC, they've got this beef. They've got this 5-man just pure out brawn. That Faces struggle to stop.
The Arcane Orb is very important in this game. It's what making it difficult for Medusa. And you could consider going BKB to itemize against that, so you at least have those 10 seconds to fight in. But you really don't want to do that. TNC smoke to ward. They are not doing anything else with it, however.
See how long the cooldown's going to be on Roshan. Could be potentially up very shortly if it's a quick respawn. Faceless want to be very, very careful about how they go around trying to break the high ground after that last attempt. 2 minutes until Roche, something that both teams will definitely have a high interest in at this point. And Aegis could definitely kind of be converted into a set of racks at this stage for both lineups.
Absolutely. It's in this weird state where I think you want Roche more so that the enemy team doesn't get the Aegis than that you get it. It's maybe slightly scarier for TNC if the Aegis goes Faceless' way, because that is a guaranteed tier 3 at the very least, and then they can disengage and take Shrine Control and play from there. TNC still need to get through more structural damage in order to reach that point, but This is going to be a stalemate for a minute and a half, more than likely, while this Roshan gets ready to come back to life. Let's have a look at big items coming up. So XY has more than half of his Aghanims on the Abaddon. Always a big item to look out for in late game scenarios. Force Staff is the next item for Ice Ice Ice. I personally think he should have got it before the Yules in this particular game.
Okay.
Very nice item.
Cuckoo just finished off his Hex. That's going to be pretty huge.
We've got Hex, massive item. Black gets swapped.
There we have the Hex, but in fact, you got the double. The Sanity's Eclipse from Cuckoo just destroys Black. He's down for 80 seconds. XY taken out as well. There'll be a buyback from the Slug. But that Sanity's, if he has it, it just wipes Slug to the floor. 3k damage dealt in a matter of seconds by that OD.
I think he got one Arcane Orb hit off, or actually two. I think he got
two.
Swap into Hex, but Black was very quick on the finger with Dark Pact. But those two attacks and the ult, 3k damage. Pretty good.
Absolutely insane. Black has to be so careful around this OD, and yeah, as you said, Ryo has been playing some fantastic Vengeful Spirit here today. Whether it be saving heroes or just throwing them right into the chaos of TNC's clutches. Black has to be careful now. Another death on this Slark will at least mean 2 sets of rags. They do still have the tier 2 bottom. So this 5 or 6 minutes or so of Black not having buyback may not be all over if he does go down. We'll see how safe Faceless want to play. It's very hard to punish TNC though at this time, especially with Roche back up. And TNC looking to go straight into the pit. There's a DD down bottom. If Faceless can find that and bring it over to the pit in time, it'll be pretty major. But Raven already in there and ripping this Roshan to pieces. They're starting to head over. Can they get there in time? Faceless looking for the opening. Duel, Ice with good stun onto 2 on the sidelines. Jump onto Tims, but Tims just goes for the TP out. Roshan falls. Aegis picked up by Cuckoo. Cuckoo repelled up, turns towards Jabs, forces his way out the pit. Raven, he can't get himself out of there though. The BKB and the Jade protecting him. Ryo comes in with a save, jumps in with the swap, brings Raven out of there. The Hex forcing one of the members of Faceless to back up. Ryo will finally be taken down. Raven now jumps back into the pit, gets bashed up though by Black. Black starting to build up the stacks. Cuckoo will buy some time for Raven here with the defensive Astral. Is not enough though. Raven and Cuckoo to fall. Cuckoo is going to be back for a second round with that Aegis, but he's surrounded by Faceless. Cuckoo almost only going to fall as well. Will Astral himself. The Faceless still with a 5-man alive. Stick around, bring him down again. And another situation where a team able to get Roshan and the Aegis, but just the brutality of the follow-up, the slaughter from Faceless as they move on for another. Black ending the fight with 54 Essence Shift stacks. That is going to destroy the structures of TNC if they can't keep him off it. This Slark is going to do so much damage on this bush.
They have to buy back both carries. Yep, there we go.
They've got to get this Slark off.
He might go back now. Play it safe here.
Atos. Yeah, he's looking to fight. He's going to Hex him straight away, but Black just turns. You can't do that against a Slark that's building up more and more stacks. Ryo with the swap out will save Cuckoo for the time being, but Ryo's down. You just cannot go anywhere near this Slark. Black, he's moving on for more. The bash is connected to Raven. Raven BKB is trying to run with the pounds forward after the magic ministry wears off. Black 83-4. This is the highest amount of SG stacks I've ever seen. 84 stacks. How does that even happen? Black just going absolutely ham. The tier 3's down in the mid lane. He turns towards the mid set of rags. This Slark is off the charts. Level 25. Black, look, he's vibrating with power. The camera can't contain it. He's reached his final form. And they've taken a second set.
Oh, they caught OD in the mid as well.
Look at the legs go. Oh, but Black, he's got to keep his cool. Will be jumped on. The BKB comes out. He backs away.
Big
Can they punish this TNC? They'll get one. Looking to move on for a second. Black and Jab's already on the retreat. Raven trying to get the catch. Can he find anyone? Black still with about 50 stacks to play with, but player safe, backs away. TNC, they only lose the CM on the way out of that. A massive play for Faceless. That fight after the Roshan and the Aegis going the way of TNC. And this Slark, that was so risky of TNC to come forward and try and defend that set of racks. They almost just had to let it go and not try and punish Faceless at that point of time where the Slark was so damn fat.
They just had to use a lot of defensive cooldowns to save the OD, who maybe played that one a bit too aggressively, and then the fight becomes very, very difficult for them to take. By the way, we've just had action for like 3 minutes straight. What happened to the cheese? I never saw it. I saw it drop, and I didn't see either of the heroes in the pit pick it up. Did it get destroyed?
I think it might have been used in the first initial...
By who?
Aegis fight.
I don't think... Did Troll use it? I mean, I didn't see it. I was talking about the important things here. What happened to the cheese?
What happened
to the damn cheese?
Don't worry, we'll get Reddit on it.
Yeah, I'm sure. Sure we have some... It's the big question for the panel after this game. Big talking point.
Some EDAM experts.
What happened to the Gouda?
Gorgonzola gods. Some cheddar...
That's a good nickname for David.
Sherlock.
Gorgonzola gods.
Gorgonzola gods.
Yep, I like it.
Why, what's that got to do with gods?
You call him Gorgonzola gods?
What's that got anything to do with him?
Oh, I like it.
What is his association with cheese? Maybe Australia's a cheesy place.
Oh, there goes the shrine. Let's see if they can run down TNC here. This looks like TNC are going to play the safe, wise decision. This game is not over yet, by the way.
Oh, it's not.
There are
I mean, they've not
still
called GG.
buyback cooldowns.
Good analysis.
1 minute on Slark. And what's that? 4 minutes on Troll, 4 minutes on OD. So actually only Slark with buyback cooldown on the Dire. Both Medusa and Nyx currently with the gold in their pockets to do it. And the supports more than likely won't have to do it. Abaddon's actually really high level. He'll be dead for a while if he gets killed. Level 21 closing in on that for him. But now the advantage massively stacked in Faceless's favor. The Aghanim Scepter of Abaddon is going to become a really big problem because you've seen these fights. It's so much about this. How much int does OD steal? How much agility does Slark steal? The fights go really, really long. If they can just go on the OD and force him to not attack, I don't think any of their heroes are going to die to Troll when they have this Abaddon ulti. So they're pretty much free to do whatever they want during that full duration. But what a crazy game this has been. There's been a lot of surprises throughout this this mid game and the later stage of the game.
I mean, what a series it's been as well. Very much up and down. Every game, very different how it sort of played out. Both teams having very clear strengths in just different areas of play and play style. And here in this third one, sort of clashed at the culmination of both at the team's peak performance. TNC certainly on the back foot, but we've seen what they've been able to pull out in earlier team fights, not only this game, but in this series where they have been behind, but still they have managed to out-coordinate the plays of Faceless. Can they do it again here when everything is on the line for them?
We got some level 25s coming in. So OD got 25 now. That is the int steal that he chose. Medusa, level 24, 25 closing in. Probably going to see the 2-second Stone Gaze stun, I would imagine. Very, very powerful ability to have. Slark, 12 all stats. And I believe that's it for now as far as level 25 heroes goes. Something important to keep in mind, it generally shifts the balance of the game quite a lot if one team gets a couple of 25s before the other one. Swap. Oh, whoa.
That was the quickest reaction I've ever seen with Lotus Orb.
That was like next level, actually.
That was the same frame, it felt.
Yeah,
well, with that Faceless, going up to the high ground, Jab's not having to worry about the swap for a bit. Fire Blast come through, but Jab just so tanky with the backup of the shields, the Solar Crest. What can they do? Raven, that's a big pickup. He does have the MKB. Absolutely crucial against this lineup with XY.
But OD doesn't, so he can't really hit Jabs. He has so much evasion. Butterfly plus Crest. It's very difficult.
Here we go. The Hex will be laid down onto Jabs. Repel on Cuckoo, very nicely done as well to make sure that there's no chance of him hexing himself. Here we go. Astral to start things off. Black and Ice waiting for the prime opportunity to go up to the high ground. Spike Parapet stuns up Cuckoo initially. Coming in, starting to rack up the intel on Cuckoo.
Yeah, 16 at the current point in time.
Managed to do already a fair bit of damage to the melee racks. And already the creeps are pouring in on the other lanes. The tier 4s are going to start getting pressured by the creepers. Cuckoo again, trying to get what he can, but as you mentioned, this evasion really stinting how much intel he can build up from Jab's Medusa at the moment because of that Solar Crest.
Good start.
There's the stunning. We'll get the Hex off in return in time. Force back from TNC. There's the Hurricane Pike onto Black. A little bit more stolen. Now Cuckoo jumps forward with a battle charge. Jab's quick with the Stone Gaze. They're taking down the melee racks. Black jumps forward onto the Ogre. Looks for the easy kill now. Turns towards Cuckoo, who does end up getting procced by the Stone Gaze. It's a lot of damage being racked up by Black once again. They'll turn towards their next target. Ryo falling down quick and fast. That's the Venge down and down. There'll be a bite back from Ogre. Black now moves forward, gets the pounce onto Cuckoo. There'll be a defensive Astral, but Tim's forced back to the base. Samech, one more purification onto himself. It's not enough to save his teammates. Odie's down for 110 seconds. He does have buyback available. He's not utilising it quite yet. What can Raven do with his MKB? He'll jump forward. Has the back of a Samech, but the Lotus Orb again, making sure the Ogre ends up stunning himself. Black, absolutely lovely. GG is called. Black and the boys have done it. Faceless take the series 2-1. And they'll be moving forward. Some excellent performances from the team. Black having 2 fantastic games on the slot. And at the end of the day, TNC just couldn't pull through with what they were able to do in Game 2 once again here in Game 3. What a series and what a performance from Faceless.
Speaking of Black, it's nice to see in this game that I think a while back, Black was struggling a lot with not getting free farm, not having a good early game, like getting contested, getting countered, and would start hemorrhaging kills, starting to lose control of the game. This game, he plays with 1 death after having a completely abysmal laning stage. Awful matchup, completely out-farmed, just slowly finds whatever he can, plays a great game on the Slark, in my opinion, at the end of the day. And Faceless do pull through. Wasn't the easiest game.
Absolutely not.
Wasn't the cleanest game either.
No.
But they got the job done. I think going forward for Faceless, what they need to think about is more of a strategic nature than the teamwork. The second game arguably maybe a bit on the sloppy side when it came to coordination in the lineup, but also just strategically the games from them were a bit awkward in the drafting with getting behind in the early game. In this game, for example, individual performances bring them back, but this game could have been super hard for them. They could have lost this game at the 30-minute mark.
Yeah, definitely. We saw kind of that early mid-game where TNC were doing these fantastic maneuvers, catching Faceless off guard. But yeah, I mean, that one point where Black just had that insane fight, racking 84 essence.
I don't think I've seen more than that ever.
That is just an insane amount to build up. It's just normally you're not allowed to. You know, they get out of there or they just simply die. But at the end of the day, the self-sustain that TNC had at that point just worked against them because it allowed Black to build up that much damage, that much agility, and just some great backline play as well. I really felt that XY on the Abaddon did some excellent stuff. The Solar Crest, the times we talked about how well he could farm in comparison to what TNC had. It was incredibly impactful with those last game-winning sieges.
Yeah, he managed to outscale the supports of TNC eventually. That was a problem that they ran into, simply that they didn't scale well enough. But with the right timing and the right execution, I think TNC could have taken this game, for sure. But they got beaten by Faceless once again.
Once again,
unfortunate matchup for TNC.
They fall to their SCA brethren. For TNC getting knocked out of the competition, Faceless will move forward. That's it from me and Sin, though. Back to the panel for some post-game.
Thanks very much, Owen. Yes, congratulations to Faceless, I guess. They say, cometh the hour, cometh the man, and Black turned up for his team in an almighty comeback for Faceless. What a terrific way to go through to the quarterfinals. They finally shrugged off that one, and TNC's trouble with their home neighbours continues. We're back with our panellists once more, with Dowie, with Melini, and with Conrad. Conrad, we'll start with you. Just an extraordinary game from Black and from his teammates.
Yeah, I like my carries like I like my coffee. But honestly, Black this game, his comeback was phenomenal. Thanks for the pity laugh,
I've been waiting for some Connie puns, and they haven't really come. And then when they do, they disappoint.
Yeah, it's all right. But yeah, Black I mean, one thing that didn't disappoint this game though was Black's comeback. I think his early laning stage was abysmal, and it was really tough for him in the off lane to actually get farm. And we clearly saw him, come back completely and get some really key fights, especially during that Roshan one.
How impressed are you with the performance, not just of Black, but of the team being able to come back the way they did?
I'm honestly impressed with that Medusa pick. I was looking at a draft, I'm like, Faceless is screwed. And they picked this one hero, and suddenly the entire game dynamic shifts. All of a sudden, Faceless have the better team fight. They have this hero who can stand alone versus Ogre, Ogre or OD mid alone, basically. Such a good pick.
Melini early on in the game, relatively even in terms of fights, but you kind of got the feeling that TNC had started to take a grip on this game.
Yeah, I thought they were going to win, and it still seemed pretty close up until that big Roche fight. I also think the farm was spread really well on the side of Faceless. Like everyone was above 10k net worth. Meanwhile, you have this Poverty Venge, who at ended the game, I think like Medallion was their only item. If they had more single target, like Solar Crest or even drums or something like that, anything to help buff their carries, it would have been pretty.
And we really saw those support items coming into play.
Yeah.
Medusa sieging bomb, she's getting Lotus Sword, she's getting Force Dash, she's getting Solar Crested. It was so good. The OD was hitting for, I think, 30 seconds total, and he got 4 stacks.
Yep.
Yeah, perhaps this was the
This was
fight.
fight. Yeah.
Amazing.
And OD is in a very precarious position in the middle of the fight with Aegis, and they swap him out. They lose Avenge, and then OD looks like he's going to do a lot here, but then Black comes in, and this is the start of his stacking. And he also has a really big play where he ends up finishing the OD close to the side.
I think it's this one right
Yeah.
here. Yeah, it looks like he's might be able to make it out, and they're thinking ahead, and Black's able to catch up. Oh, maybe it was a different one. Exact same place where the fight took place.
OD's try to Astro and Blink, but when you're near a cliff, what you want to do normally is you click somewhere, you Astro yourself, you don't move your mouse, and then you blink to that same spot. That way you have no turn animation. But when you're next to a cliff, it's really hard because your pathing gets a bit messed up. When you click up the cliff, your pathing won't go directly there.
This was the bottom racks falling, but up to that point, that fight, one fight, led to mid racks and top racks all have gone, and it forced TNC back into their base, didn't it?
They almost lost right then.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
OD
honestly, yeah.
almost dieback.
I think if they didn't have the Venge Aura on Black there, well, you have 84 stacks. If they didn't have Venge Aura on him, they would have just got Megas, killed OD straight out. So.
You ever seen that many stacks?
No.
In a pro game?
I don't think I've
84
ever
is
seen 84 in a pro
ridiculous.
game
I think
ever.
highest I've seen is like 50, 60-ish.
Because usually with Stark, when you get that high, they just start dying. But I think he got like 40 stacks off the GA.
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely crazy game, as you can see. Started well for TNC, faded in the mid game, got destroyed in the late game. Faceless coming back to win yet again against TNC. It was the worst possible matchup for TNC when they came through the group stages with 3-1. Faceless on the opposite end of that, end up winning and advancing to the quarterfinals. And sensational, really. Is Black the MVP after that? I know they didn't necessarily have the best early game, but as a game changer and a game winner, that was outstanding, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty hard to succeed when you have that rough of an early game, but similar to like what we saw with Miracles TA from like yesterday, we just had a really rough start and ended up carrying the game.
Yeah. I mean, if there's a carry you want to fall behind on to catch up, it's probably Stark. But also, when you're catching up as carry, the stakes is really high. If you die while you're catching up, your game might just be over. And Black, he played it extremely well.
Yeah, at any moment, they could have still lost that game. Just some words for TNC, Conrad. Tough matchup for them, wasn't it? I had to feel for them as soon as you see the finishing positions from the group stages, and you think, oh, they're going to play face. That's going to be so tough. And they were playing their last match. I wonder in the booth, in my head, I was like, if I were a coach and I'd done the maths beforehand and said, guys, we need to lose because if we win, we play bloody Faceless again, and that's not what we want to do. But they're never going to do that, are they?
No, I don't think so. And I mean, it's one of those things where, you hope this time you're finally prepared. And honestly, I think what happened in this game was they came in with a very strong strategy. They played those heroes really, really well. And like Curtis was mentioning, that draft, the last little bit there, the Medusa, great pick, helped them solve all their problems and finish that game cleanly.
Ben, wrap up the game for us and the series as a whole. TNC will obviously be very disappointed at not going through.
Surely.
But Faceless played well over the 3 games.
Yeah, they seem to have found their footing a little bit. For TNC, though, it is a little sad that they did end up as a 4th seed and got out on the first round. And, yeah, maybe that's a little bit due to the format single elimination. Maybe they wouldn't have placed bottom 8, let's say. But at the same time, every team's goal is to get first place. And if you can't be Faceless and you continuously struggle versus them, you probably aren't deserving of first place. So maybe they would have placed a little bit higher in a different format, but ultimately they aren't champions.
Yeah, Raven said that in his interview, didn't he? He says if they can't beat Faceless, then they don't deserve a direct invite. I guess he was right. Commiserations to TNC. Congrats, though, to the winners. They are Faceless. And Black right now is talking to Shiva.
I'm unready again.
Yes, thank you. Here with Faceless Black. Black, first of all, congratulations on winning that series. 84 essence shift stacks.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I played a lot of Slark in my life, right? And I've never had that before. It was a good experience in the game. I was like, oh, I got actually 84, and then we just started killing all the buildings. It was good. It was good.
It definitely was good, but how come that happened? You weren't wearing your lucky pants.
Yeah, unfortunately, my laundry is not returned yet. So currently, I'm wearing jeans, which I've never worn before in my life, you know. Usually I wear like sweatpants and those boots because you want to be comfortable, right? But maybe not being comfortable is the way to go now. So I'll keep that in mind for future competitions.
So these pants are now your lucky pants.
They are my uncomfortable pants. Maybe being uncomfortable is luck for me. I'll have to figure that out in further studies, though.
All right, all right. Now, the group stages didn't go so well for you guys, but something happened, something changed. What did you work on in the last 2 days?
Basically, we had 2 days to talk about what went wrong in the group stage. And yeah, I guess those talks were kind of fruitful because we fixed a lot of our problems, like we noticed in the game too. And yeah, we actually didn't really practice that much. We pretty much just talked for around 20 hours as a team. And we just like eating together, talking together. And yeah, like our problems weren't like in the game, it was more like outside of the game. And then we like solved them, and things are looking a lot better now.
They definitely are. Now, historically, you've been defeating TNC for a very long time and time again. What is it that makes you just seem to have their number?
Honestly, I don't know. It's like we play them a lot, they play us a lot. We know each other very, very well. And it's always very, very close games. And we played a lot of best of threes, and usually they go to game 3. And even right now, it's anyone's game. Anyone can take it. And I don't know. We just like have like maybe it's like 51-49, you know? It's like, which is a shame because, you know, a lot of other teams don't know them as well. So they definitely won't do against them as well as we would. So, you know, the seeding was a bit unlucky for both of us, I guess, because, yeah, we are the only 2 C teams here, and our like strategy should kind of be the hidden, but we know each other very well, so it's a shame that it had to happen.
But fortunate for you, since you came out ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say I'm unhappy. It's just, you know, yeah, unfortunate.
Unfortunate indeed. Now, your opponent is going to be either OG or Team Random. Do you have any thoughts that you want to share with us on that matchup?
Okay, I think personally OG is like better as a whole, but Team Random, as the name implies, you have absolutely no idea what they're doing. That's why I think they're one of the scariest, if not the scariest team at this major, because okay, sometimes they have like really bad games because I don't think they know what they're doing. But sometimes, if you don't know what you're doing, it can turn out amazing, you know? And then, if that happens, I don't think you can beat them. But, you know, I think OG has the better system. I mean, they have a system, so you can prepare for them. But for Team Random, you cannot prepare for. So I would rather face OG. And I think, like, team-wise, OG should have like a small edge on them as well.
All right, well, we're going to find out. Thank you for taking the time to talk to me, and go enjoy your victory with your team. Back to the panel.
Thanks very much. Always great Black in interviews, and congratulations to him and his teammate. Faceless are through to the quarterfinals, and well done to them. As he said, it is a little unlucky that the 2 SEA teams had to meet in the round of 16. Commiserations to TNC. He's put up a great fight, were great in the groups, but unfortunately have come up against the wrong opponent in the round of 16. We'll just wrap things up on our panel once more. And Curtis, just a few words for TNC. What do they do now?
I mean, maybe next time. That's all you can really say. A lot of people like to say after events, like, keep your head held high. It's true, but all you can do is say, I'm going to come back stronger next time.
Let's definitely have some fighting there. We could have played your video again. Don't disband.
I don't think they will. I don't need to tell them that.
They're very solid, aren't they?
Yeah, you only need to tell that to teams that have a very likely high possibility. They stuck through it when they were terrible.
Yes.
Right? So now that they're actually good, should theoretically be easier.
Should be a good qualification team for TI.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Okay, and Conrad, final words on the winners. Faceless going through. They face a tough task either way. It ends OG or Team Random, don't they?
Yeah, I think both those teams are going to be very difficult for them coming into the next round. But, you know, we saw them come with strategies here. Maybe they'll have strategies for those teams after seeing them play today.
All right, thanks all to all three of you. We'll get more views, of course, from our panel throughout the day. They'll be returning in different patches. We'll change them up for the next game, which is going to be OG versus Team Random. It is the Boston Major champions versus the TI6 champions. Can't wait. Until we get there, though, let's get a little help from our friend, the big man himself, with more mischief at the Major.
Welcome to the Fairmont Grand Hotel right in the downtown center of Kiev. My name is Sir Action Slacks. I just got off a plane and I got a lot of jet lag and I'm not wearing a suit, but they did give me PGL hoodies and hats. We've got the local legend here. You're from Kiev, right?
No.
Okay. Where are you from?
I'm from Donetsk. It's on the east of Ukraine.
Oh, east of Ukraine, but you're from Ukraine?
Yes.
Yes, and I also heard you're a little camera shy, right?
Yeah.
See? She's fine. I wasn't camera shy at all. Tell me about the area a little bit. Where are we at? What's this about?
So basically, behind the camera, we'll see the biggest river of Ukraine. It's called Dnieper.
Dnieper?
So, Dnieper.
Dnieper?
Something like that. I'll explain you after all.
Thank you.
So this is an old city, very beautiful and very exclusive neighborhoods here. So the hotel has a very good location and a very good view from all the rooms, I believe, but I didn't been there. You have a beautiful room I've seen in the tweet.
Yes, it is a very beautiful room. Yeah, so how about we go take a look? You want to go check it out?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay. Oh, boy. Tonya, this is fancy, huh?
Yeah.
It's a nice joint. Are all the hotels like this?
Yes, of course. All the hotels and all the houses are like this in Ukraine.
Wow, what a great place. No. Well, let's check this place out. This is pretty swanky, huh?
Yeah.
All right, follow me. You first, Tonya. Yeah, the Grand Ballroom.
Like Beauty and the Beast. We should dance here.
Yeah, definitely Beauty and the Beast for sure. I'm absolutely the Beast. Oh, my goodness. Truly a beautiful ballroom. Feels like that we have to dance, though. Would you take this dance with me?
God, no.
No? I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Mally. Mally? Ellie, that's not how you... Ow, my foot! Dip. I'm dipping you. You. We're nerds. We don't know how to dance. Let's keep moving. Tonya, let's go. And here we are. This is the good stuff. Welcome to Media Day. All of our PGL boys getting people pretty. Oh, makeup time, the cameras, the lights, the smelly sweat. This is a PGL Media Day if I've ever seen one.
Smell of the tournament, yeah.
Yes, the smell of the tournament. Man stink. I love it. Let's go and check some stuff out here. What do we got? Oh, hello. This is the hype zone, right? What was your name, sir? One more time? Bergdan, that's badass, dude. Bergdan, all right, Bergdan, you're in charge of making all the hype, right? I mean, you get the people zoomed in, all those things right before the match. Can you give us like a show? What's the craziest thing you can do with the lights? Just make them go freaking bananas. What do you got? Oh, yeah, there we go. You gotta have a little bit more than that. This is not the party I was looking for, Bergdan. All right, we're gonna move on. Give us some good lights. You're doing fantastic. Okay. So I want you to practice here. You're going to go through what the players have to go through with our wonderful assistant here. I forgot. What was your name again? Sorry.
Sorry?
Your name?
Peter.
Peter. All right. Get in there, Tonya.
Okay.
Tonya, I want you to look super pissed. Look as pissed as you can. Look really mad. That's not. Is that mad? Okay, here we go.
And go.
Oh, yeah. That was good.
One more time. Ready? And go. Nice.
That's perfect.
And ready?
Okay.
And go. No.
What? What do you mean no? We did what you said. What did you want? Smack? Happy? Oh.
Serious.
Serious. All right. Do it again.
Ready? And go. Perfect.
Ah, you see? Dreams do come true. That was easy. Good job. You're good. All right. Can we do one that looks like scary? Can we just get the most frightening face that you can think of? Scary face?
But that won't be pretty. Okay.
No, not pretty. I'm not looking for pretty. We got to scare the other teams. Just give us a look down and a scary face, all right?
Ready? And go. Oh my God.
Is that good? All right, that was easy. Good. So you can see a lot of action in there.
It's really hot in here because of the light.
It's hot in there. You can see why the players, you know, they got that anger, they got that intensity because it's hot as hell, and you got her yelling at you. It's scary stuff.
Very good stuff.
Yeah, very good. Look where we are. It's the most important place in the entire thing, all right, my friend? It is the alternate reality spot. Is that what they call it?
What? I
No?
don't know. It's the most interesting place, and you will see why.
Yes, indeed you will. What is this called again? What?
Augmented reality.
Augmented reality, right? You've been seeing all those production value. What's your name?
Bogdan.
And you're in charge of this, correct?
Yeah, kind of.
That's a confident yes. That's what I'm. All right, so give me the lowdown. What's the deal with this? Why are you guys spinning chairs?
Because we need to
it's fun.
kind of video of the players, you know.
Right. Isn't there some kind of device that can do this? Is this
Yeah,
the best we have?
It's too slow, so the chair does the job better.
Ah, okay. All right, so show me what you guys been doing. What's your normal job that you do here, my friend?
I just sit down.
You sit down.
Yeah, and I basically spin the.
And you spin the chair. All right, well, sit down and spin the chair. I'm gonna give this thing a whirl.
You have to stay like this, with your knees.
Yeah.
Arms folded.
Okay.
Look in front of you, back straight.
Okay.
And
has anyone fallen off a chair yet?
No.
Could I be the first? Yeah? Am I first?
Please don't be.
Don't be. If I fall on you, will you catch me?
I don't know. I think I'm gonna die.
Okay, perfect. Oh, thank you. She'll catch. All right. Down you go, sir. Lay on the ground. Do your normal thing.
I want to see your position first.
Why do you have to see? You can trust me, dude. I'm good.
Sure it's good.
Okay. Okay. Is that good?
Yeah, I guess.
You guess. This is your life in your hands. If you want it fixed, fix it. All right, here we go. Spin me. Right round, baby. Right. There we go.
Wow.
Hey, look at me. Okay. So this is the process, huh? Yeah. Look at your job. You literally just lay down all day. This is fantastic.
Best job ever.
Yeah, everyone else is working their asses off over there. You have just been laying on the ground all day. All right. Spin me around, my friend. Oh! This is exciting.
No, don't do that.
Don't do it. It's fine. I'm not going to fall down. I got perfect balance, bro.
Yeah, but I can't spin.
You spin it harder. That's your only job is to spin.
Oh my god.
Oh, God. Whoa! Ah, I got you. All right. See? Augmented reality, it ain't that hard, man. It's the future, and it's easy. You just need a little bit of manual labor and one person to spin you from the bottom.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
I don't know what to say.
Neither do I. Let's go. When this video is done, it's going to be right here, Tanya. This is it. This is the man.
This is the person who will edit this video afterwards.
That's right. PGL's top-of-the-line editor. Hello, sir, the video editing man. What is your name?
Andrew. Andrew's my name. Hi, Slacks.
Hello, Andrew. Now, do you know me? I mean, have you edited my videos before?
Not yet, but I'm very excited to work with you.
Oh, my.
And you edited the spin guys, yeah? So
Yeah.
you will do Slacks after.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After the spin, guys, you're
You
gonna
will
be
spin
here.
yeah.
Oh, that's great. So you're going to be spinning me. Fantastic. So are you ready? Because a lot of editors that have to do my content, they lose hearing. I have a very annoying and shrill voice. Do you like your ears? Are you ready to lose that?
I don't think you have an annoying voice. I think
Oh, you're going to love that later.
You're trying to make
That's
me
good. Yeah, when you edit this video, you will see that. So anyway, what is the most annoying thing that you've edited so far for PGL?
I didn't really edit anything annoying here. I mean,
No.
everything is great. I mean, look at this. This can't be annoying.
All right, well, get ready for that, my friend. You've not started yet, okay?
Yeah.
It's coming soon. All right. So you excited about any features that you can tell us about? What was the most fun that you've had working on so far?
I'm very excited. This is probably going to be the best major ever, but I'm afraid I can't actually tell you about the features. I think it's better to keep them as a surprise and let people see it right in the stream.
Okay, well, we'll keep our eyes out for those features, and we'll keep our eyes out for everything. That's it for Media Day. Tanya, you were wonderful. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me here.
Yes. See?
honor.
Camera shy. She's better than me. All right, anyway, we'll see you guys more at the major. Enjoy all the production value that you've seen here. I'm going back to the spinny chair. I'll see you later.
game changer is that moment when you see something others don't. It's the big idea that causes a dramatic shift in the landscape. It's the place where preparation meets passion. We think passion is a journey, not an it, but a how. How far have we come? How can we tell a better story? How can we reach the most people? How far can we go? The game changes us, and we, in turn, change it. We wouldn't have it any other way. Are you part of this journey? PGL, Innovation, Passion, Esports.
Welcome back to the Kiev Major, where we are headed into our second series of the day. It has been a terrific opening series today. Faceless already coming through after a 3-game win against their arch enemies from the SEA region, TNC. We say goodbye to another team. 5 down, 3 more to find for both the quarterfinals and for who's leaving home. Let's introduce you to our panel now as we're back once more. Good afternoon. Welcome to the panel. Vogt, Alwie's back with us and Conrad's back with us once more. Everything okay? You all good?
Yeah.
Enjoy the first series?
Yeah, we had, I think we maybe had like a record broken, highest maybe shift stacks in a program.
Absurd.
Yeah.
Yeah, Molini was saying he thinks even in a pub he's only ever seen about 60.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that many. I hope we get another game kind of like that coming up in this series, but I don't think it'll be essence shift stacks. I think it'll be more like last hits on a Naga or an Alchemist or something like that. So
Could well be. Yeah, it's an interesting matchup, this one, isn't it? 2 previous champions, Boston Major champions versus TI6 champions. They've had very different roads to get here, though, and they're in very different states. One of the interesting things is that Team Random have played more heroes than anyone else in this tournament. Not really that much of a surprise, Conrad.
I mean, truly living up to their name, I guess, you know. Unfortunately, they did fall to Thunderbirds. I think they did play, correct? No, Thunderbirds. Sorry, OG and
it's all right. We can fix it in post.
Yeah. Long story short, OG and Team Random did play, and I believe OG ended up taking the series, and that does set a certain tone, I think, coming into this next game. OG obviously being the most recent champions from the Boston Major, and I think, you know, they're a team that, especially they didn't have maybe a group stage where they thought they were going to defeat everybody, but I believe, you know, here they're feeling very confident coming into the main stage.
How much are they going to worry, Curtis, about having matched up against IG in just the second game of the group? So it was a little bit unlucky, wasn't it, really?
It is. I think Team Random had some very hard matchups if you look at their group stage. They had to play OG, they had to play VP, and they had to play Newbie. And Newbie didn't do as well as I think a lot of people had expected for or hoped, but OG and VP are very, very tough teams.
Yeah. Vogt, in terms of the way that they stack up against each other, it's very interesting, but OG surely go into this with a lot more confidence than Random do.
I do think so, but at the same time, in their series that they did play, it was a very contested series. Random Random almost took the series. They played like a 60-minute game in that last one, and it was pretty much a super farmed. Like it was like Broodmother and Ember Spirit and stuff. It was like a Naga Siren. So I feel like maybe OG isn't as happy as they wanted to. Just like the group stages were not as showing as dominant as everybody put them as. So.
Yeah. The strange thing about Random as well is that we haven't really seen much from them since they won TI. It's almost the curse of winning TI, isn't it, sometimes?
Yeah, we've just seen them do maybe some like clever little strategies like their Invoker, Brewmaster, and stuff like that. But other than that, it's kind of just been a bit lackluster, I feel.
In terms of results.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to get more from all three of you in just a moment, but it is time to introduce you to our 2 teams. They are ready to come out into the arena in Kiev.
Reigning champions team that conquered 3 of the 4 majors enters the ring once more in a crusade to defend their title. Anna's confidence in the mid lane has grown. And with S4's mastery of the offlane, they are a more formidable force than ever before. The masters of the majors. It's time for the champions. Welcome on stage, OG! No longer at the top of the food chain, the TI6 winners have faced adversity at every turn this season. Yet, they refuse to surrender. After an early exit in Boston, this is their golden opportunity to put the past few months behind them and get back to winning ways. Playtime's over. Welcome on stage, Team Random.
Okay then, Team Random, TI6 champions versus the Boston Major champions OG, going head to head on the stage as well as in the booths as well as in game. Plenty to discuss, and we'll get more from our panel members in just a moment. But first of all, let's hear from the man of the moment, who is with Shiva just before they entered the round of 16.
Here with OG Fly. How are you doing today, Fly?
I'm doing good.
Right, you've won 3 so far. Is this any different? Do you feel still special for a major?
I would say it always feels different for me every major because it's also a different location every time, and this is also a different team. Obviously, like Boston, we had the same roster, but it always feels different, and it's always a new challenge for me. So it's pretty nice.
Do you try to boot camp on different locations as well to keep it new?
Not exactly. It kind of just so happened that we went to Austria. Because Red Bull helped us out, and that's pretty much where their headquarters are, so it was easy for them to hook us up. So, I mean, we usually boot camp close to where we are going to actually have the competition. This time it was Austria. I've never been there. Cool place, though.
Yeah, I saw the videos.
Yeah.
You went hiking with the team.
Yeah, we went hiking. We did some fun stuff. It's good to sometimes take your mind off of Dota, and then it kind of, like, you kind of long for playing Dota again. You know, you take a little bit of time off, and then you want to do it more. So it definitely helps to kind of relax yourself and then go into it.
So you feel a successful boot camp?
Yeah, definitely. I think we tackled some issues, but we learned a lot, and we also know we still have a lot to learn after it. But it was a fun boot camp for sure.
Right, because going into a major again, do you have other ways of keeping it fresh, keeping it new, having maybe different training routines that you normally do?
It always does feel a little different to me. Like everything is related. Like the only thing that's the same is that you're kind of just playing the same game still, but the game is still different.
Yes.
So I think it's related a lot to the patch because Dota changes, and then there's new exciting things, new heroes, new ideas, and that kind of keeps it fresh for us. So in terms of training routine, it doesn't change too much. Obviously, we do we improve on certain aspects of how we train and what to look out for. But it's mostly the game that keeps us fresh in the end.
All right. How do you rate your current form compared to going into Boston? How do you think your chances are?
I think we're still very strong. When I look at Boston, I think some of the other teams at Boston did not find themselves yet, and we just hit like a stride during Boston where we really found what's good for us. And coming into this tournament, I think we're still in this process of learning the best way for us to do things, but I think other teams here have already found their way. So I think there are more strong teams here because they know themselves better. So I think overall the competition this time is going to be even harder than last time.
And you're a veteran as it comes to Dota 2 tournaments. Do you get any nerves or jitters when you walk onto the stage and into that booth?
It's always kind of fun to like have a full crowd cheering for you, or sometimes not cheering, but usually cheering. It's always a special feeling, and you might get like a little nervous in the very beginning, but as soon as you jump into the game, usually it disappears from me. Even if after I've done this for such a long time, you still get a little like, I'm not sure if like you call it nervousness or like it's some excitement feeling, and it still happens, and that's one of the reasons I love playing and competing. It's a special feeling.
What is your most prominent memory that you have of your very long Dota career so far?
I think the best memory I have would be the Manila Major. I think that was, first of all, an incredible tournament, probably my favorite all time. I think the people there were amazing, and they made the tournament incredible, and playing in front of that crowd and also winning was an unforgettable experience.
You know, you have played a lot of tournaments coming in as the underdog. Better yet, against all the majors that you've won so far, you weren't favorites going into that. I think people are now, you know, they're okay with OG not being underdogs. Everybody is expecting you to perform well. How is that impacting you?
I would say that being an underdog is better, or sometimes not even being an underdog, just being under the radar. If you look at teams here like Virtus Pro and Secret, who didn't really have the spotlight on them, but everybody knows they're good, but they're kind of flying under the radar now, and people are looking at IG and also us. I think they have the advantage, these teams like Virtus Pro and Secret, because it relieves pressure off of you, first of all, and it allows you to just play better. Like if everybody's looking at you, you also feel this. Even if you're going to tell yourself, whatever, it doesn't matter, don't care what people think or what they say about you, it still gets to a lot of people. And that's why Dota is a lot about a mental game in the end. Like the team that's mentally strong, if they're going to be the favorites, they can still break through this and still stay very strong. But if you're the favorites, what happens, like for example at TI, sometimes the pressure gets to you, and this happens to a lot of teams, and a lot of teams I think are not mentally strong. It's something everybody is, I'm sure they realize it themselves, and it's something that they have to work for, but it's a really hard area.
Do you feel like there's a lot of pressure on you right now for this major?
I think there is pressure, but not that much. I don't think we're considered the best team here, which is great. I love that. But definitely we have eyes on us. I think we're in a state where we're kind of in between. We're not exactly the favorites, but we're definitely high up there. But, you know, so I would say we're looking pretty okay for now. And like I'm feeling pretty good myself about the whole situation. I think we've also learned a bit more on how to tackle this whole stress and pressure thing a bit better, but we're still learning.
Now, at the Boston Major, it was No Tail that said that nobody can beat OG in best of 5. Now, granted, that best of 5 in the finals, you won that one. But afterwards...
we lost a couple. Yeah, I think, you know, we were just feeling good back then, but we definitely lost some BO5s and we learned from it. I still think we can beat anybody in a BO5, but we'd also lose to all the good teams in a BO5.
Yeah.
So...
Can you talk to me about DAC in specific? I mean, that was a team that you've previously beaten in the same tournament, and then the finals looked fairly one-sided.
I think what happened in DAC was that we beat IG in the winner bracket finals, but we didn't feel that good about it. We felt like we won, but we didn't really win. In a sense, we beat them, but we felt like they actually played better. So we weren't very happy about it. And then going into the finals, I think they knew that, and they came in like really strong. They knew that they were actually better than us at this moment, and they understood things better than us, and they just like destroyed us pretty much. And we let like some issues arise during the games, and pressure got to us. We definitely tackled something we haven't tackled as a team before. And it's good that we lost there because it just helps us in the future. But yeah, the pressure got to us, and our mindset was completely off. But we learned from it. We lost to ourselves, and we lost to a team that was really strong and really wanted to beat us back then.
You feel like you fixed all the issues that you encountered during that time?
I don't think we fixed all our issues, but I think we tackled some of them, and we're still improving on it day to day, and we have new issues arise every time, but we work on them.
That's the
but yeah, like, you know, you got to break down before you build up sometimes, and I think that's the main thing that happened.
How do you feel your playstyle has changed over the last couple of months, since Boston as well? Obviously, the patch changed, but
yeah, I think we used to play very one-dimensional strats, or maybe not one-dimensional, but we had specific strats that we always went for. The main thing for us that changed is that we just added more strategies to our arsenal, different heroes and different timings, because some teams will only be able to play a certain strat and feel good about it, but the teams who can play several different strategies, you know, not just like some split push thing or not just full team fight thing, they can play different things, then it becomes a nightmare to draft against them, because they can play anything and they understand it.
Yeah.
So I think we have evolved since then, and we have other big different timing strategies that we can go for. We still have our favorites, of course, and everybody knows us as this illusion team. But you know, you play what you're good at, and if you add on top of it, it becomes really hard for opponents to draft against you, and then you use that to your advantage.
Well, I certainly hope that OG can go all the way again at this major. I wish you all the best of luck in the main event.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for taking the time to talk to me.
My pleasure.
There we go, Captain Marvelous, Captain Fly of OG, a man who has led his team to 3 major championships out of the 4 that have already been held. It's an incredible record and a partnership which dates more than 1,100 games with no tail alongside. That kind of experience, comrade, you can't buy that, can you?
No, you can't. I mean, those two guys have been playing together for so long, and it's funny because I remember when No Tail was on Cloud9, they weren't playing together at that time, and that felt like a really long period of time, but suddenly, you know, they're back. I've really been proud to see how OG has developed as a team since after that event.
It's not like they've had it easy either, Curtis. They won that Frankfurt major from the lower bracket. They then had to come all the way back through after Shanghai's disappointment and then win Manila. You heard Fly say it was one of his favourite tournaments ever. They win that, go into TI as the favourites, doesn't work out. Then they have to bounce back again, and they have to go through a lineup change as well, having lost possibly the best player in the world at the time. And yet they're still able to come back and win a major. It's impressive, isn't it?
It's incredibly impressive. I think it's a testament to just the strength of No Tail and Fly, not just as players, but how they think about the game, how they can evolve their ideas, how they can teach their teammates their ideas. And in the history of Dota, OG is definitely up there if you're thinking about like most accomplished teams.
Legendary team already, even though they've been around for 18 months. It seems longer somehow. How have they only been here for 18 months?
It is pretty absurd, but these two have ties dating back 7-8 years, maybe more than that now. Like, these two have just know each other completely. And also, not just that, they're very friendly. They're very easy to approach. And I'm sure when Anna joined in, that was probably like the biggest thing for them to build up his confidence. And they've done such a great job at that.
They have indeed. Let's turn our attention to their opponents. They were formerly Wings Gaming. That's what you'll have known them as in 2016 and 2015 for that matter as well. Champions of the International last year on the back of some very, very odd drafting and crazy hero picks, and you just didn't know what they wanted to do. The fact that they've moved away from Wings and called themselves Team Random seems kind of appropriate.
I think that probably made a big decision in their team name. I mean, those guys have stuck together for many years now. They've been playing for a long time. Wings is an organization that used to exist even previous, you know, to the big TI6 run. So the big thing for them is maybe that this is one of the best teams with the greatest example of a team that stuck together and was able to do something very, very accomplished with.
It does make a difference, doesn't it? When the teams stick together and that longevity. We've seen it with Mouse Sports as well through the Adfinum run that they had. You know, potentially a tier 3 team back when they first started and have come all the way through to be runners up at a major.
I think it's always an advantage when you can stick together. You build on your own ideas. You don't have to like. When you get new teammates, you have a lot of fresh ideas come in, but you also have to teach each other for a long time so you can adapt to your different play styles. I think Team Random, I believe 3 of them like were in college or school together or something, and then they started playing Dota together, and then became TI champions. That's amazing.
Power of friendship.
Power of friendship. Zephyr.
In terms of where they are right now, it's not a great place, is it? I mean, when you look back at their results, they had some relatively good results just after TI. I think there was the cruise ship thing that they did and a couple of other bits and pieces that they were good at. But since 7.0, their results have been very poor. Gone out of, even Boston Major went out first round, obviously, to EG. DAC went out to EG again. Must be a real pain for them when they play EG these days. But they just haven't seemingly performed. The only thing they've had anywhere near close to the kind of TI form was at Genting, which was right back at the start of 7.0.
Yeah, definitely. I think, well, he's talking with Jack a bit about it. He was just saying that they lost some of their confidence. They're not like the way that they were last year when they won. These guys were super tryhards, and not only just that, they fiended. These guys were playing like Dota every single day, like so much, and that's what gave them the element of surprise. It's just like we can pick pretty much anything. We have strategies, all like with every single hero included, except for Bloodseeker, and they were able to execute it. But now, afterwards, Jack's been saying that they do seem to have some problems between them. Like we see them shifting roles. So that's that definitely does hurt.
Yeah, let's talk about roles actually, and talk about our matchup. We've chosen the off lane to talk about in this one. It's a key role in any game, in any matchup, but never more so than this one, surely.
I mean, you look at somebody like S4, storied history, won a TI himself. It's always been funny because when he was even in the mid-role in Alliance, he was playing a lot of these off-lane type heroes and utilizing to its fullest extent. And we've been seeing him. I mean, when we talk about other teammates coming in, somebody who brings a lot of ideas is S4.
And Faith Man, last year some argued he was probably the best player in the world.
Yeah, I think he was known as that in China. Yeah. He was the best player in the world. People would say like, "Oh, trying to nick stun auto vendetta Faith Beyond can't be done." And he's just so fast. He's very precise. I remember watching this clip, like, Eternal Envy was showing me this clip where he was Batrider. He had 2 Fairy Fires. There was like 3 heroes going on him. And he was like, "Oh, they're ganking me? No, I'm ganking you." And he just pops his 2 Fairy Fires, gets a double kill. And you're like, what's happening? Like, what goes through this guy's mind to make this decision and have it be correct? And he was so good at that snap judgment.
Yeah. So what's fallen off for him? Because he hasn't been the bright star that we saw in the middle and late end of last year, has he?
No, but I think maybe that could be one thing that does maybe could hurt him a bit. He's extremely aggressive with his playstyle, but he is like the big playmaker for this team. Even some of the times where you're like, there's no way he's going to go, oh my god, he's going back in. What is he? And Pythion just like rushes in with like a Sanking or something, and he's always just, I think that's probably like the thing that could hurt him is being over-aggressive in a way.
Okay. To be honest, I think it's a lot of Faith Beyond sort of excelled when he was versus tri-lanes and dual lanes. And he used to do this thing called, I like to call it a Faith Beyond on our teams. He would like be Batrider. He'd firefly around the trees behind the tower and then pull the wave. And he would do a lot of this more clowny stuff that, you're looking at it like, what am I watching? Is this a 3 keep up? No, it's top level Dota and it's working. And it was destroying. He would just have these absolutely incredible plays like that.
All right, let's turn our attention to the draft. It is underway. Thoughts on this, Fold, in terms of where we go? I mean, we mentioned earlier on 53 different heroes contested in Team Random matches so far. Out of 11 games, by the way, which means there's a total of 55 heroes in that pool. That's absurd.
That is.
How do they ban against them? How do they pick against them?
I think for Team Random, I think for them to ban versus OG, I'd like to take them to take the same approach that Thunderbirds did, the banning the Naga and Towerblade. For OG, on the other hand, I think the Venge ban is really, really good here because I think that's the hero that Random has actually shown their most success. Other than that, I think it's very difficult for OG actually to ban because Team Random is a very counter-picking team. They do like a lot of different versatility and variety of their heroes, but they do like to see what the enemy team is going to draft and then pick a hero that kind of works well versus it.
You think they play their own game, Conrad, here, OG?
I mean, I don't know if they're playing their own game, but they're going to come with their own strategy that they think is going to be most effective against Team Random. Whether Team Random ends up, creating something very interesting with their lineups, I feel like OG is a team that's able to adapt, especially even through the drafting phase.
So we do see, the Naga and Towerblade banned out.
I went to Team Random's heroes page, and their top played hero is Venge with 4 picks only.
Yeah.
And that's the only hero with 4 picks. Like everything has 3 or under. So I feel like OG, they went to the drafting page. They're like, all right, what's their most popular hero? We're going to ban that out.
Yeah, we'll just get rid of 1.
That's crazy, though. 11 games and your most picked hero is a 4-game hero.
So they they snap picked this. So Vision versus the Monkey King, Night Stalker are very good versus that. They've actually been really liking that approach. They played it versus Batrider a few times. I know not just in this tournament, but in the past. They've really liked to play that kind of Vision game when they're playing versus a Vision hero. Strong opener by them with the CM Night Stalker. Doesn't really give away if it's going to be like a core Night Stalker or a supports just yet.
I think CM's one of the supports that can actually make support Night Stalker work. Just because she's one of the best wave pushers, she allows Night Stalker to have a lot of mana to roam during the first night.
Yeah.
I mean, we can go on and on about Jarek's Monkey King as well, but I think the one big thing is that it's a very comfort pick for that team, and I feel like OG's been one of those few teams that have been able to play really, really well around it, and Jerax is just, does a masterclass with that hero.
The thing about Monkey King is, like, even in OG's games, some games is just unpicked, unbanned, ignored completely, and in this game, they first pick it. So that tells me either they figured out something in scrims about how to play the hero a bit differently, or they have a preset strat with the hero.
That is not the one that I was expecting to be grabbed second.
I do like Rasa a lot for Night Stalker, though. You have something that one of the things that Night Stalker is really good at is abusing the enemy team's vision. He's really good at getting these pickoffs, putting pressure on lanes. But one way you can counteract that is if you just 5-man down a lane, because he doesn't add much team fight. The Night Stalker does it. Rasa's very good at that. Also, another thing with Night Stalker, he's really slippery. But Shackle lasts 8 seconds at level 20.
Can't run from that.
You can't. It's the best spell in the game.
Just the 5th pick for the Shaman. Has a 25% win rate from the previous 4 matches that it's been played in here at the Kiev Major.
Oh, ban the Bristle.
Has been played by them, isn't it?
Yeah, a lot of teams have been experimenting with that hero. I mean, OG banded out against Thunderbirds, who is one of the teams I heard that was looking to innovate with that hero quite a bit, and that was being talked about a lot. It's very interesting. I mean, I see that hero having a lot of potential, and especially with Solar Crest and other saving items like Lotus Orb, can go really far and be a really, really hard hero to deal with.
We saw Weehug, what was he, like 18-0?
Yeah, he
was
went
something
berserk.
insane. So that hero, I think, is very scary when you know in your first 2 heroes you don't have heroes that will do enough damage to him. Like, if CM ults and he turns his back, your team might just die. Like, the CM might die before the Bristleback dies, and you don't want that type of scenario.
Yeah, it looks like they're just taking out at least OG is taking out the heroes that have just been quote-unquote most played by Team Random.
Yeah. They've been played all of 3 times.
I'll admit that, like, these 2 teams, they're picking potentially both their supports on first 2. Coming into this tournament, I actually really didn't like that, but I'm not a good drafter, so this might be the meta that's developing in scrims. And they think that even if you show our 2 supports, maybe it's because when I think of your sports, I think, a bit more roaming. But to be honest, the roamers have been very nerfed. Even Monkey King, they're not playing him as much as the roamer. He's more of a pressure hero now. So maybe they think if we just show our supports, yeah, you might be able to counter our map movement, but we don't care about the roaming. We care about the pressure, and you can't counter pressure, generally.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very much an EG style of draft. Crit's been doing this for quite some time now. Leaving his carries mids till late, trying to make them less counterable, I guess.
The Magnus ban. I mean, just a solid safe ban. Gives you a lot of options. Always a strong offlaner.
Especially when played by S4.
I mean, son of Mag, right?
Original Magnus.
Yeah. The son of Magnus.
I mean, he inspired me to play Magnus when I was watching him on Alliance, and that hero was just amazing.
No Tidehunter.
No
yeah,
Tidehunter.
Back then.
Original.
When that hero was broken, skewer gone through and vulnerable.
It was like 1400
BKB.
range at level 1 or something. I don't know.
RP also did like 300 damage back then and stuff.
Yeah,
it was absurd. Yeah,
that was good times.
Good times.
I like the Lycan ban. I think Lycan's one of those heroes that can make these slower heroes like Rasta more vulnerable. Also, Monkey King as a hero, we've always talked about, he's vulnerable to high physical damage. All the counters to him in pubs are the high physical jump heroes. Sorry, I just got lost because that's a Leshrac.
That's a Leshrac.
That's a Leshrac.
Yeah.
That is a Leshrac.
That is a new hero that they have not played here.
Wait, is it
that
new
they
hero
have
for
not
a
played?
tournament?
Oh, I don't know if it's new for the tournament.
It is new for the tournament.
It's new for the tournament as well, right?
It has not been banned or picked. It is the 100th picked or banned at the Kiev Major.
Sometimes I feel like Team I know this is like
this is super random now.
Single elimination at a major. They're just like, hey, what can we pick we haven't picked yet?
Yeah. Well, they did it in the knockout stage. Well,
they did it at TI.
They did it at TI.
Yeah.
In the upper bracket, they just randomly pick a.
I forget what they picked.
Shakiro.
Jakiro, yeah.
They just ran
Did they win that game?
No.
Well, then.
Bad time, guys.
Do you think that they're going for like setting up maybe like a type of aggro, since Shadow Shaman and Monkey King aren't really the strongest in the laning phase in that kind of way? If they run like some kind of like Leshrac Night Stalker +1 or Leshrac CM +1,
that sounds
and put a lot of pressure
decent.
on it.
Rasta is a bit scary in lane, I think, since his base damage. He has 68 base damage.
Yeah.
At 140 damage nuke for like, I think it's 85 mana.
Yeah.
On an 8-second quick, that hero's insane in lane. I love Rasta, but that sounds interesting. I think one of the things they're looking at is they have this Rasta hero who's going to be able to push us down. If they choose to 5-man us, because we have this Night Stalker, we need a hero that can solo pressure them back.
Okay.
If,
Yeah, I like
if you're
that.
just trading, like if he has to drop wards and you just eat like a tier 1, you trade tier 1 for tier 1, you're going to feel really good.
Yep.
But OG see that and they're like, oh, haha, Jabeda, we're not going to 5-man you. We're going to pick Spectre. And Spectre versus Night Stalker in particular is really cool because what happens in teamfights with Night Stalker is he'll use his ultimate ability, which reduces all your vision to, I don't know what it is, I think it's 600, 650.
It's very low, yeah.
It's
very,
small
very
enough
low.
that it's very noticeable. But you press Haunt, you have vision of every hero anyways.
OG hasn't really drafted too much Spectre. They've actually, I think, lost it the only time that they played it, if I recall correctly.
I think they've actually lost all their games without Alchemist, Naga, and Terrorblade at the tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they tried Arc Warden 3 times, and all 3 of them losses.
They also the Spectre. They also it was an Abaddon core, I believe. That was the last one. Spectre's also here. The thing about Leshrac is that he's an extremely high system.
Oh
Did
my.
they take
Are
the
you
Alchemist?
kidding me?
We did think we were going to see an Alchemist this
We
game,
did.
but not from Team Random.
Yeah, bonus
Okay.
code for killing the wards.
4 heroes,
Yeah.
everyone gets an Aghanims already too. Night Stalker, you give him an Aghanims.
That's true.
He
That's
can
a
get
good
a
one.
he can get a Midas for himself, and then he can just be given an Aghanims and get his own other different types of items, like a Lotus Orb or something along those lines.
It's really strong.
It is an interesting approach.
Alchemist has traditionally been a really good punisher to the greedier heroes. If you saw an Anthem Mage before, you would pick Alchemist.
Yeah.
If you saw Spectre before, you pick Alchemist because he's a hero that, with just a little space, reaches his how should I say it, like end game peak the fastest. So he hits these timings before these heroes like Anthem Mage and Spectre are ready. Of course, like recent times, Alchemist is just like brain dead, pick him and win. But like,
Well,
traditionally,
luckily some of those nerfs exist.
And like you mentioned before, the 2 supports like Monkey King, Shadow Shaman, not the most damage between them. Alchemist at one point, like he gets to a point where they're not going to be able to touch him, and okay, that's the solution right there, I guess. OG goes for a Timbersaw.
I think there's an Alchemist safe lane. I'm not sure on it, but I think that's how OG ran in one game, right?
Yeah, they did put it safely on no-tail.
Yeah. And in the other game, they put him mid. So
Yes.
it can at least go to either lane. You see the Timbersaw, it's a pretty rough matchup in mid. I think if you put these 2 heroes in a pure 1v1 now, because before it was like Alchemist could sort of survive, but he'd be super vulnerable to ganks and get out CS. Now with the Acid Spray, I think Timbersaw wins the lane pretty hard.
But with CM Aura, maybe it helps a little bit.
Yeah.
This helps a bit.
The extra Acid Spray really does matter, especially with a small one. Good point. Although no one expects Rasta to run out and shackle you. That always just kills in my pubs. I see Fox like wink at me because I know he's ran up to people in my pubs and just shackled them.
I mean, it's the greatest feeling ever.
It is.
Like,
Yeah. No
one
one
ever
expects
expects
this
this
Rasta
285 movement speed Rasta to leave his lane.
You're level 3, but you have 2 in shackle. You just hold him forever. It's great. Great hero.
So just a fun couple of facts for you for Team Rand. They haven't won with a Night Stalker in the lineup since 7.0 launch. They haven't won in a lineup with an Alchemist in since 7.0.
And that's a long time. That's a lot of games.
Experimentation.
In the first round of knockout stages of a major, why not?
Single elimination.
Yeah.
That's where we practice our
Yeah,
stuff. We're talking about the group stage. Here's where we're going to test our stuff.
Stress.
Wing's like, I don't care about testing in groups. I'm going to test it right now.
One of the interesting things, I'm surprised how far Legion Commander got through. A lot of people have been playing that. A lot of people have been praising that hero as one of the first. Obviously, it's been one of the quick bans and almost one of the first picks in a lot of cases.
Especially on OG.
Yeah.
I think OG is one of the teams that started first picking that hero like the fastest.
Do you think that they've taken the view that they have no idea what random we're going to draft and therefore will react to it rather than pick the kind of things that we want to pick early and let them counter it?
That would sort of make sense for picking your 2 supports first. Because worst case scenario, your supports get countered, you can still make good plays through the early game and have your supports have that impact. But if your cores get countered, there are games where you can't have impact. We saw that in like maybe the OD versus Medusa last game. The OD is playing fantastically, but at the end of the day, he's versus a Medusa.
Oh, they go for Enigma.
Yeah, Enigma for OG.
I've really liked the Bloodseeker band, by the way. It's extremely good versus the Timbersaw, and it's something that Team Random actually does love to run versus it. It's like a lot of the times.
I feel like it's something.
What are the few?
Yeah.
I feel like it's something Team Random has run with Alchemist too.
Yeah.
And maybe they didn't win the game, but it's looked pretty scary, like the Bloodseeker specifically.
Okay, so what do they surprise us with now? With a little over 30 seconds remaining to pick their final pick in the first game of the round of 16 knockouts.
I'm watching as a spectator. I don't even know what role they need.
I don't either.
I look at all four of those heroes.
Legitimately,
no idea.
Yeah, they could have they could have any role.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Thank you. I
Pick
still
up a
don't know
Weaver,
what the
that's a
roles
little
are.
bit,
Just
a little bit more standard, I would guess.
It's a Faith Beyond Night Stalker.
Alchemist with Weaver, the Aghanim's time lapse.
It is good.
Yeah.
That's the one thing that beats the 8 seconds Rasa Shackle.
Yeah, in order to get out of the black hole as well, you can always just like time lapse if the Alchemist is on the high ground sieging. So pretty interesting.
Very fun draft indeed, as we've come to expect from Team Random, which means I now have to put all 3 men on the spot for predictions.
I think I got.
How much fun are you guys having now?
How random is this? You know, I have a lot of faith, especially the S4 Enigma. I think I'm going to have to go with OG on this one.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to go with OG as well, but that's probably because I don't know what Random are doing. I have no idea how to do it. Like,
that's as good a reason as any.
It's so hard for me to comprehend their draft because I feel like they lack a lot of things, but I looked at some of their TI6 drafts and they just dominated with those, but I'm still going with OG.
Okay.
I'm going to go OG as well. I love S4 as Enigma. I think he's been playing it at one of the best next to Kezu, and I think the hero is actually just really powerful.
Okay. I think I kind of expected that to be the way it went in the end, and it is OG clean sweep as far as the predictions are concerned. But what's it going to be in the game? Let's head back to the arena and back to our commentary team, this time led by the one and only Capitalist.
If you hadn't watched much Dota since the International, you would be forgiven to think that this is actually the grand final matchup. After all, on one side, you have a multi-major champion team facing up against the recent TI winners. Unfortunately, after this match, one of these teams is going to be eliminated from the Kiev Major, and it's actually the TI champs who probably come in here the underdogs, Kevin.
Yeah, absolutely. They had a fairly tough group stage. They got a lot of 1-2s, 2-1s kind of area, but it's going to be a tough match. And OG doesn't fit me with the same confidence that they did not even 3 weeks ago. After the DAC loss, where they clearly had troubles against IG, they haven't quite looked the same. And we'll see how the draft works out here.
What do you think about the draft? Because I'm feeling like, I'm looking at Team Random, they ran one Alchemist in the group stage, and they lost against a counter-pick Timbersaw, and I see the same exact thing here from OG. They counter-picked with the Timbersaw, and also, just to add a little bit of flavor on top of that, they have an Enigma too.
Yeah, but the difference is that the Enigma was always paired with the Naga Siren for it to be super effective. So I'm very curious to see how S4 plays it in this game in comparison to the last one. And the other important thing is because of the Weaver pick, that means they can ditch their carry a lot, and their supports can actually pressure the mid lane. So that's maybe where it could work for Team Random.
I think one of the interesting things is we may see a potential early Aghanim Scepter passed away, because we do have this Weaver, right? And the Aghanim Scepter is probably one of the most value ones here. He's already going to have issues against some of these heroes, so will Leshrac, for mentioning that. He's also kind of counterpicked, right? Leshrac going up against the Spectre, that's also going to be dangerous. I feel like many of these cores from Team Random are going to have survivability problems against the OG lineup.
Yeah, that's absolutely a possibility. Time-lapse Ags is fantastic. The only downside is that it always has to be the Alk in the front line getting hit. But they have great Ags heroes to put that on. Night Stalker could be really crucial this game as well. Very good at getting spotting out enemy heroes. They can see where the Black Hole's going to come from, where the Monkey King is. Things like that could change the fight if they initiate properly.
We were having that conversation during the draft. How do you feel about the Night Stalker being picked up against the Monkey King? Do you feel like the vision offered is actually going to be a suitable, let's say, soft counter against the Monkey King?
Yeah, I think it's pretty effective. I feel like most of that's going to come down to things like whether Monkey split pushes, or especially fights around Roche, or where it's going to be the most impactful in my opinion. But yeah, if you spot him out, disable him up there, prevent him from leaping maybe, and cut the tree, yeah, absolutely will be huge. But it still will be a delay until he gets the Axe. He'll most likely have to farm it himself, because Alex got to buy like at least 4 or 5 items before he starts pulling eggs. And at that point, if Night Stalker doesn't have it, yeah, he'll get it first. But that's going to be at least 30 minutes into the game.
Man, it really is Team Random. You're talking about their variety in hero picks. Jarek's going to pop out as a courier and start laying into Shadow, doing the simple zoning that only Monkey King is capable of with level 1 Jingu Mastery.
And I do like his starting item build here. Some monkeys were starting Poor Man's Shield even at the end of DAC, but now Orb of Venom has just seemed to be way too important. And going back into the better skill, really, Jingu Mastery, like you're going to get 4 hits in most cases with the Orb of Venom, and that makes sure that nobody can trade with you, even if you have no armor. Stout Shield gives you enough.
Yeah, especially an Alchemist, right? Not really known to be a heavy hitter in the beginning of the game, so Shadow's just going to have nothing pretty much in this laning phase until Monkey King eventually leaves him. Meanwhile, bottom lane, we do have S4's Enigma, who's granted a 1v1 against the Weaver, which I imagine won't be too terrible for him, as Random are actually going to be running an aggressive tri-lane. Crystal Maiden, Lashrak, Ice seems to be kind of wandering around, might be dealing with Jerix right now, but there is a lot of threat on the table, it seems, to deal with the Spectre in the laning phase.
Yeah, the Crystal Maiden and the Lesh actually did smoke to the top lane at the start of the laning stage. Like, after the Bounty Rune kind of a timing, didn't get a kill, and now he's got to go mid because the Alk was having such a hard time there. So Faith Beyond will have a pretty good lane with the 2v2 here, and CM will do her best to interrupt Fly. Fly's ability to get last hits and pulls off, but I think the start that Monkey King created for Ana is already a huge advantage.
Get him, Ice. Lay down
the Disco Pony?
Yeah, Disco Pony, baby.
I'm really curious to see how the Lesh works out this game as well. Hasn't been, I think this is the first Lesh pick of the tournament. He's being played as a support. And historically, the way Lesh works is you either become a core or you chain feed mercilessly because you don't have the items, you don't have the HP. But I'm curious to see how well Diabolic Edict works. It's a great ability for trading. It's going to be really effective actually against Jerix. Not to mention he can also break trees with Split Earth to try to catch Monkey King. So there's some cool things about it, not to mention the Alk Eggs pool that could eventually come. Could be impactful, might feed, we'll see.
That's probably going to be like a super late game pickup if we see it all, right? There's probably going to be some... What do you think is the highest priority Aghanim Scepter? Do you think it's a Weaver, or do you think it's like Night Stalker?
I mean, like I said, if Night Stalker doesn't have it yet, you give it to Night Stalker, but I think Weaver's easily the best one just because the stats are perfect. The hero just wants to get more tanky so he can time-lapse himself, and then now he can start time-lapsing Alchemist, anybody else that gets engaged on. So definitely Weaver #1.
Wine's going to be playing off of the off-lane jungle, it appears, and is going to be kind of bouncing back and forth between this top lane. They want to make sure that No-Tail is not able to get much out of this laning phase because, as we talked about, the Spectre should be able to make a lot of damage happen to these enemy supports. They should just be kind of like constantly being fed away to this Spectre if she can have a good start and actually start this game with a lead. Mid, again, Shadow going to be threatened by Ana. He's having a great start, 21-4 on the CS chart compared to the 14-0 of Shadow.
And he's still last hitting very well despite the Lashrak sitting mid for the last few minutes. Ice with 1 point in Edict, 1 point in Stun, but it's just so difficult to actually deal with Ana or zone him for Ice. So I feel like in some ways he's just hurting Shadow's experience gain, but I think that's all right because really Alchemist is about the farm a little bit more than the experience.
You know what I noticed is No-Tail is, they're actually going to have a go here onto Faith Beyond. Faith Beyond going to throw out that nuke onto Fly, trying to get away, but it looks like there's just going to be too much slow for him. The 4-minute rune, or nighttime is coming up, but it's not going to be fast enough. Fly is going to be the one who picks up the first blood, hopefully getting him some much-needed boots.
Yeah, he went for the safe play there. He maybe could have done an Ether Shock to get the kill, but opted to go for Shackles instead to guarantee it. That's why he was just simply walking instead of auto-attacking. And a really nice pickup to start the game. It is first nighttime, though, so it's going to be a bit easier for Faith Beyond. And he picked up level 4 in the first 1 minute.
Ice. He thought he was going to be able to wrap around and catch out S4, but Jerix TP's in, immediately spots him while sitting on top of the trees, and they jump down to claim the second kill of the game.
It's just the Lesh problem, basically. If they go on you, they're going to know that your stun's coming, and the delay is so big. So straightforward kill to kill Lesh.
Blink is beginning to pick up a little bit better CS. Early on, he was actually suffering against the Enigma and the power of the Eidolons, but it appears now he's got enough threatening power that Enigma won't really be able to stay in lane too much against that Weaver. The combination of physical damage and the swarm just taken away on you seems to be too much, so it seems like S4 is actually going to play jungle a little bit more.
Yeah, this is the right thing to do. I actually played this matchup a couple days ago, maybe a week ago on the Enigma, and you do have to be careful around those 4 to 6 levels if supports rotate in and he gets bugs on you. He actually can kill you quite rapidly, not to mention easily pick off Eidolons. So the longer you stay in the lane, yeah, you're going to deny some experience, but you can't feed Eidolons and give him those kill potentials. So it's just much safer for Enigma to hit up the jungle. And he's actually not going to go for the Midas build, surprisingly. He was one of the first players I saw start this trend, but looks like he's going back towards standard. Maybe OG did a lot of thinking about Midas the last couple days.
Yeah, it seems like they were investing pretty heavily in the Midas' group stage. No-Tail, silenced up, slowed down, not able to get off the Spectral Dagger just yet. Finally gets it away into the trees and will manage to get out. No-Tail, once again, dealing with the pressure very well. I've noticed this about him. He always gets his CS, and he seems to always be able to survive through these games. What a cheeky little play here from Ice. I wonder how long it's going to be until OG notices what's happening
he's doing this?
He's
No
not sticking
way.
around. He's going to stay here and
Okay.
Diabolic Edict this mid tower away. And this is an incredibly important tower to keep healthy.
This is an older trick. I mean, I saw this
Yeah.
on Reddit like months ago, but this is a pro game, man. Like, he's like, all right, surely that was actually like the tower's full HP. He just did 1,000 damage to this. Was this 2 Diabolic Edicts?
Oh, man. I wish we could get the audio in the booth once, like, OG realized.
If they even realized, they didn't move for it or anything.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe this was Jarek's rotating over, but that's so big. That's so abusable.
The wrap here from OG onto the mid lane. Y is going to show himself, immediately going to be pounced on, and shouldn't have much of a chance here, especially with Fly able to secure the kill. That being said, both Weaver and Night Stalker on their way, and they're very mobile heroes, but S4 can turn things around. He managed to get a 3-man ulti with the follow-up from Anna. They're going to be able to take all these kills. S4 comes in big time and says, I do not need a Naga Siren to set me up. S4 runs right into Ice Ice, though. Maybe he can get at least one turnaround kill with the help of Innocence as he's back to life. A small bit of vengeance for Team Random, but it won't outdo the damage done in a big sweep by OG in that mid lane.
Man, 3 heroes in a black hole at 7 minutes. That's just amazing. And things looked pretty bad for OG there. Jarex didn't get his Jingu Mastery from the CM kill. He was about to get the hit off. He didn't. Anna got very low. But that black hole, man, what a tempo setter. Who cares about the tower at this point?
Yeah, absolutely. OG asserting their dominance, bringing so many heroes to the mid lane to ensure they have a successful fight against that Alchemist, start shutting him down.
And it was so early, too. That's the best thing you can do. Hit 6, use black hole, wait it out, and they're going to get the tower.
And it's the first nighttime. Yep. Ice Ice.
They just
They
figured
pop
it out.
it now. Anna's like, oh, Jesus. My tower's almost dead. It's going to go into deny range here pretty quick. Top lane, Innocence, tries to go on to Fly here. No Tail kind of intercepting Faith Beyond, and
that tower's dead.
Yeah.
It's got 43 HP left. That's actually insane. They just realized it right there. Ice Ice wasn't too greedy the first time. He did 2 edicts. But, I mean, it's early game, right? Towers are going to get attacked. Your eyes aren't going to be everywhere. The game says your tower's under attack. Who cares? Oh, some tower took 1 hit, right? That's what you expect. And instead, they just lose a tower at the start of the game when they're losing. It's insane.
Look at this. CS4. He was coming in nice and early. He sees this fight. He sees the TPs, and he's like, oh, baby.
The way he approached was so smart. And going through the trees.
Right.
Caught
Making
that.
sure that he was out of vision for as long as humanly possible until it was just too late.
And they found the Weaver there. They didn't even realize they caught him. That was a 2-man black hole for them. They got the extra surprise at the end. Here comes the hype. There it is. What a beautiful black hole.
Another thing to talk about, that was the first nighttime of the Night Stalker. Can't say that I was super successful for Team Random. I kind of feel like with this off-lane Night Stalker, first time nighttime can kind of go awry. It's okay, but it's second time nighttime that really needs to feel the pressure of the off-lane Night Stalker. Oh, they're actually going to try and jump in for this one. Fly is going to be stopped here, unable to complete the shackles, and now we'll have the full heal from Blink as they pick up that support. No Tail is deep behind the tower. He's going to TP away, so it looks like OG may just have to give up this safe lane tower, but if you look at the other sides of the map, bottom lane being controlled by S4, mid being pressured by Anna. Completely okay to abandon this safe lane at this point for OG.
They're going to try to kill Alchemist, maybe. No, maybe not. Jarek's just hopping down. Ultimate used.
Okay, they're still going to go for it. Jarek's, he has the ultimate too. He's going to lay it down. They're going to get a lot of damage on his shell. Can they finish him off in time? They will, and it doesn't look like there's going to be much of a rebuttal from Team Random. They just can't seem to bring the numbers there. They're already committed at the top lane, so OG starts striking on that mid tower.
Man, it was actually so fortunate for OG that their mid wasn't Timbersaw, a typical offlane hero, because if that tower goes down, when it does, and you're playing Alina or something, it becomes so easy to gank you. But instead, he can actually just frontline, still push this tower, and equalize that deficit.
Jarek's seeing if he can maybe catch another Team Random member as they get a bit too close to that tower, but it does go down. The added plus side, right? Their tower did go down early, but they managed to deny it.
Yeah.
OG just picked up Team Random's tower and claimed the full bounty. So OG really not missing much of a beat here.
But it feels pretty good for Random as well, though. Like I pointed out earlier, Weaver's so good at just solo pushing lanes and being survivable while he does it. He can sit top lane for a long time. He does have to worry about things like Shadow Shaman, Black Hole, stuff like that, but there's not that many disables, so outside of Shadow Shaman, I think he'll be fairly safe to keep pushing this. OG's going to continue the tempo, though. They need to offset the tower advantage that Random got.
No Tail's going to try and stand in front of Blink's push at the top lane while they claim the bottom tier 1. No contest from Team Random.
Yeah. I mean, they've got Black Hole up. Does he have his Midas coming now on Enigma? He does? Okay, so he still goes Midas. Just picks up the Ring of Regen first. I feel like maybe if the game was a bit different, he might have gone back for Mech, or this is just casual Ring of Regen.
Rotations back by OG.
It's kind of a big show of force to TP the Enigma there with Envision.
Yeah.
A little surprised, but maybe this is done also so that they don't feel comfortable ganking Spectre. I mean, he could rotate over, obviously, but he'd rather just AFK jungle, not use Black Hole, force his opponents to leave. So maybe that's why he did it with such vision. Teams do intentionally show sometimes like that.
And I feel like another big thing is that OG, they're not really too concerned about playing more of a static game, right? Like most of the time you're against this Alchemist, you feel pressured. Like you want to be able to end the game pretty quickly. But in a game like this, you're actually looking at OG's lineup. They've got a great late game hero in Spectre. They've got a great farming hero in the Enigma. Timbersaw, Monkey King, Shadow Shaman are all going to scale decently well into the mid game as well. So, you know, for them, it's like they don't really need to really be all that aggressive and hunting down these heroes. They're actually pushing into pretty deep into Team Random side of the map, despite it being nighttime, just feeling that apparently their 4-man is just stronger, no matter what, even if it is to the advantage of the Night Stalker right now. They're going to jump on a Blink, maybe trying to force out his ultimate, doesn't actually go for it, while Fly is picked up by Ice and Faith Beyond.
That's going to be a little tough. He's going to have to go back and heal, but I think it was a good choice not to use it there, just because there could be a fight in the next 20, 30 seconds. Time-lapse level 1, 60-second cooldown is pretty big, actually. But with the Shrine not having regen, maybe it wasn't worth it after all. They're trying to get No-Tail. This is the person to gank right now.
Oh, that'd be perfect. They've got the silence on him before the dagger. There's really not much No-Tail can do here. They still have the follow-up disable coming out from the Crystal Main. He'll be able to take that kill. Nice jump away from Blink there towards the tail end, but it does look like Faith Beyond's going to go down to Ana, and Y probably not going to make it out either. Run over by Ana with a Chakram. Last one, Ice. Turns around, Jerix not following into Ice's stun, so neither one of those two supports will end up falling.
Very close. Ana's been using his Timber skills perfectly. Like, chasing heroes like that, when they know that they can see you, it can be difficult to land your abilities. This guy seems completely up to speed on Timber.
He's going to have a nice and early Bloodstone. He really won't be dying anytime soon with that.
The hood pickup is going to be great. There is a good amount of physical damage coming from Random. You know, things like Diabolic Edict, Weaver right clicks, Acid Spray, and Alk right clicks. But it's going to be a while until the physical is actually scary.
It's going to be a little bit earlier because Weaver's actually not going to be going straight into a Deso after the Dragonlance. He's going to take the earlier stop into a Medallion. We've seen this a number of times. Jerix, a little bit spotted out there.
Are you thinking he'll go all the way for Solar Crest as well, or do you?
I'm thinking maybe just because they're going to have such a. They need to actually have team fight potential right now. So waiting until the Desolator doesn't really sound like they're just going to miss a timing, and OG's just going to be too strong, right? They're going to have Radiance by the time you have Desolator potentially.
Yeah, that's a good point. And Alchemist is going to finish Radiance way before Weaver would finish it as well, while grabbing your typical Dragonlance, tanky item kind of thing. So I actually like this a lot, especially when you think about how Alk might turn Weaver into a 4-ish position typical Weaver where you sit back and time-lapse the guy. Right. You know, going for a fast Solar Crest could genuinely make Alk unkillable in the early game if there wasn't so much magic and pure damage on OG's side.
And it's going to cost him a lot of HP and all of his mana, but he will take this Ancient Stack away from Team Random. Meanwhile, Random were actually smoked out, pushing into OG's jungle. Haven't really found much with it yet. It looks like they're going to be able to catch S4 here, slow him down, but the TPs are going to be coming in. Is it worth it to be able to chase down this kill? They're immediately going to be stunned up. 2-man stun by Jerix. Faith Beyond is gone already. They pop out the time lapse from Blink as he runs himself away, but once again, Y is going to be the leftovers. He's the extra kill that Timbersaw, or actually No-Tail, will be able to claim instead. That is actually great. The Spectre could use a little bit of boost in net worth at this time.
I mean, the Enigma kill is great and all, but it seemed very, very, very over-eager there to go for that dive.
Yeah.
Especially with Haunt, the Spectre is always going to be there, and all it really takes is maybe one more hero on top of that, and you get a kill.
Oh, Jesus. Blink with this extra minus armor almost finishes off Fly despite an instant TP from the Shadow Shaman.
That hero does not have a lot of armor. No. Very good base strength, actually. One of the very interesting fact about the hero. Normally seen as squishy, but
got to do something to compensate for that incredibly slow movement speed.
Yeah, that's true, actually. Oh, good luck, Shadow. That one's going to have to pay for that one.
Jarex is being quite the nuisance for this Monkey King. We talked about how Monkey King's laning phase can kind of be hit or miss, and I feel like Jarex has kind of done everything he needed to so far. They're going to try and slow down Shadow here.
He's
Jarex,
messing with them.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to like make them a little bit scared. He's actually going to throw out the ultimate. Now the heroes are coming in soon. No Tail throws out the dagger. Shadow is pretty tanky. He does have that armlet to be able to toggle on and off, but the Urn is on top of him now. They do have Y trying to slow down these heroes, but ends up getting cut down nonetheless. No Tail in some trouble. Double control. He's going to fall, and Ana actually misses his chain, and the magic damage just rips him apart. S4 is here, though, and he does have an Invis room, but it looks like he's just not going to be in position for a good black hole. The damage is no longer there, and OG are just falling apart now. A team fight turns terrible for them, and they're going to be able to wipe every single member of OG.
Man, OG, they really thought they had that, and Jarex did such a good job slowing down the Alchemist, doing the first disable, jumping back into the tree, then going for the ulti stun, but they just didn't kill him in time, and they overestimated how much damage they would do, whether or not they'd be able to kill the Alch, and they did all this chasing, very long chase, and in front of an enemy tower. Random played great there to basically just chain disable their opponents, and No Tail maybe was the first domino falling in that giant cascade of OG feeding.
This is something that is going to be unique for both the teams. We don't normally see this, but both teams have a support that actually puts a lot of pressure on towers. So when you lose a fight like this, it's actually so much more than your regular game of Dota, because we're going to have this Lashrak or this Shadow Shaman being able to push down some of these tier 2s nice and quick when you lose fights like this.
They almost didn't even get Shadow there. He had to go for an armlet toggle, but the Urn and maybe some of the Spectre reflection damage guaranteed his death, and Ana missing the Timber Chain. Maybe he hits it, maybe he still lives, not sure, but...
Yeah, he didn't even pop his hood there.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake for sure.
I'm sure he still dies either way. But
yeah, most likely. Buys his team maybe a couple more seconds. Very smart for Blink to hit the back line rather than going on the guaranteed dead targets. They just played that fight perfectly, but it certainly was OG getting overly aggressive. They could have played a little bit more safe there. Maybe they feel like they have to pressure because they know the Alch Radiance is almost up, and I guess they did delay it for a bit, but it's flying out now.
And we actually have Blink not completing the Solar Crest, instead picking up a Diffuser Blade. I thought if he wasn't going to get the Solar Crest, then maybe the Lincolns would be an idea, but...
this is great. I like it. I mean, if he goes Solar Crest, his damage is just going to be real mediocre, and it's only good if he uses the Solar Crest. And there's enough magic damage where it might not even keep him alive. He had to get at least one more damage item before going back from it. Diffusal is one of the best items on Weaver right now, just because it drains 50 mana per auto attack. So with Geminate, he's going to be able to rip through Spectre, Enigma, Timbersaw as well.
Yeah, Timbersaw could have some mana problems because of that one. Jarex, quick jump away, but they may still be able to catch him out. Faith Beyond does have the vision, and they'll be able to stop the TP with the Void. So now with that pick-off, turn your eyes towards objectives. What's it going to be? Team Random funneling into the Roshan pit. Yeah, they're going to try and claim an Aegis here, and I don't think OG can do too much about it. Monkey King is probably one of their best heroes for being able to fight around the Roshan pit, so him being the pick-off kind of works out perfectly to Team Random's favor.
Yeah, so Aegis goes towards Random right now. Big tempo keeps happening. Like you said, the Leshrac gives them towers, and the Medallion plus the Acid Spray, it's so much physical damage that they can take Roche really easily.
There is such a big power spike for Team Random at this point. Like, they've got their Radiance, and we have that Diffuser Blade for Blink. They have an Aegis. It seems like Night Stalker, I think, like, this is one of his stronger periods of time. Obviously, the next one's going to be when he has Aghanim Scepter. Meanwhile, you look at OG, they still don't have that Radiance for Spectre. They don't even have the Relic yet. So they don't even want to get into fights, because if they do and they potentially lose it, then it's going to be the Radiance completely stalled out, and Spectre just won't be much of a hero for another 10-15 minutes.
So maybe OG mis-expected their tempo a bit. Perhaps Enigma shouldn't have gone Midas. Midas is so good on Enigma right now, but maybe he should have skipped it, because the last couple of fights just went a little sloppy. If he had a Blink Dagger, maybe he'd get there faster, or a mech, maybe he turns that fight around if he was there a bit earlier. But instead, OG lost a lot of tempo in that last fight, losing the Monkey King, losing the Roshan. It's looking quite good for Random. I do like how the Night Stalker is functioning this game, though. Normally we just see it against a Caudal, for example, but just being able to reduce your opponent's vision, especially like a Monkey King's, or any heroes, when you're Roshing is amazing. Vision controls like everything in the Rosh pit, so I think the Night Stalker is going to work out really well. He's going to build a Vlad's next, so yeah, he's going to let Shadow buy him the Ags later.
All right, I'm down to see that. He's going to go the full typical Naga Siren, Radiance, Illusion builds.
Yeah, normally an OG thing.
Farm, and speaking of that, though, do you think Team Random should have any more Hanamiduses, like, for example, the Leshrac or something, because Alchemist is going to be taking up so much space? Or is it the fact that he can give away the Aghanim Scepter that it's in some ways acceptable to be a little bit under-farmed when Alchemist is taking so much space?
I'm not too concerned about, I mean, a lot of these heroes, Midas is very difficult to handle. Leshrac absolutely doesn't profit from it. CM maybe does in a strong way naturally, is what I'm trying to say. And yeah, there is less farm, but I think just Night Stalker alone is a healthy fit for Random. They don't want to get too far behind, and they want to make sure they win all their fights, and actual items do that a lot better.
OG are still trying to pressure here. Shadow takes a lot of damage there. He's
he
able to finish him off. Chakram is going to be enough. Now, Ana is in deep, though. He already has the weed bug. Yeah, he's gone. Bugs are on top of him. It's too much for him to handle. They're going to be able to clean up the wards as well, which is basically another hero bounty.
Yeah.
If you're able to get the last hit on all of those.
They missed about half, so I think OG getting some advantage in that fight, I guess. But killing the Aegis is huge. Ana definitely could have suicided, should have suicided, but gives a bit more gold to his opponents. And a little farm comparison here. S4, way higher farm, but no surprise there in the slightest. One of the best farming heroes.
Unable to get away here. Gets perched up, unable to jump to the trees before the damage takes him.
That was punishing as well. He was at 1350 gold towards his Midas, so it's like getting killed right before your relic. Tough for Monkey King.
We've got a double damage for Blink too. So this is go time for Team Random.
And even Ice is feeling confident pushing lanes. Leshrac is amazing at that. So OG consistently has to just counter push lanes, put their tanky heroes in the front, and hope they can be the ones that can survive any pressure, as Random just farms the greater half of the map.
Yeah, it's funny how confident their supports feel to be able to push out lanes or be isolated in some way against a Spectre.
Yeah, that is weird, actually.
You see, like, Crystal Bane just kind of like hanging out on the opposite side of the map here. I'm a little bit surprised that they're not making a go of pushing into one of these tier 2s. Do you think it's just because Team Random want to make sure they get into that Naga Siren Alchemist build first?
I think it's because it's just a little dangerous to fight. I mean, if they just control the map, I think they're already going to feel Confly is going to most likely die here.
Yeah, they seem like well-positioned to be able to get a lot of pickoffs. Blink may actually be in some trouble because Jarex is going to be able to come with the additional stun and finish him off. That's a 900 gold bounty for Jarex. He gets his hand back immediately. Now, they still managed to finish up Fly. Looks like the Bugs managed to finish him off just in time. But that Weaver bounty was huge for OG.
They almost didn't get the kill, too. It came down to right clicks from a Timber Saw and Monkey King. That extra range on Monkey actually saved that gank. And now the tempo changes a bit, but some top pressure. Ooh, they do get Leshrac stun, though. He's interrupted. And Haunt used as well. Fights everywhere, though.
Yeah, that's going to be an easy pickup. Ice definitely dead. Ana starting to recover those Bloodstone charges. The tier 3 did take a serious amount of damage, goes down to about 1,000 HP. That's something that OG are going to have to keep their mind on, especially when the Alchemist split push really comes to the fore.
Did he notice the tree shake here? Jarex is taking so much damage, actually, from this. Acid radiance.
Maybe.
The increased cooldown on Chemical Rage absolutely can matter. It's a bigger timing windows that you can kill Alp, so if you just keep an eye on him and you know about when it's going to run out, it can be really good for taking fights. But I do feel like Random didn't really want to force 5v5s because OG still does have really good fights. Obviously, they had a Radiance advantage, but get the right Black Hole off and everything changes. And S4 is ready to do that now. He's got Black King Bar and he has a Blink Dagger on top of it. So now it comes down to very, very careful positioning for Random.
Yeah, they've got actually nothing to deal with that. Nothing to stop the Black Hole, and really all we could potentially see ever is them actually getting that Aghanim Scepter on Weaver. I think that's the only saving grace. They will never be able to get a stun to stop this Enigma.
Yeah, I guess they won't, actually. And it was a last pick Enigma, so not too surprising for a team to not have a counter there. But this is the important timing. BKB Blink. Everything from here on out is going to be luxury items. He is still very, very vulnerable to physical damage. That's maybe the better counter they have right now. Weaver's on the other side, wailing away on the guy, and maybe he's got bugs on himself already. He could die rapidly.
Second tier 2 tower being threatened here. They managed to get the bugs out. Jarex is going to be caught. He's brought down from the tree. They'll be able to take out that support instantly. Now the magic damage coming in. Ana might not be able to escape this one. Ice already positioning himself to catch Ana as he jumps to the tree and is going to be forced into a Bloodstone suicide. OG were split pushing out the side lanes, but they lost Monkey King and probably much more importantly that Timbersaw getting dropped down to 6 Bloodstone charges. That is going to really hurt because I don't think we still feel the Spectre carry just yet.
Yeah.
You know, it's still Timbersaw who's got to carry that burden.
And it's very reliant on him using Haunt. Anything other than that, and he's going to look even squishier than the Timber is.
Yeah.
I mean, Anna's looks like he knows how to play Timber extremely well, but the heroes and the damage types that Random are throwing out are becoming extremely effective. And it's not just that, it's also the Night Stalker silence that lasts for 7 seconds at nighttime. That's very difficult to deal with for Timbersaw pre his Lotus Orb.
I like this choice of the Lotus against that silence, as well as potentially now like the Yules of Ice, so he's not going to be set up essentially for that split Earth.
There's a lot of things you can remove. Frostbite's a huge skill that you can just fully counter. They might catch the Crystal Maiden. They spot him out, actually.
But can they get a stun in time? Yep, Jairus is there. No problem.
2 heroes very eager to kill that Crystal Maiden. Got him pretty fast, so. Kill happens, pressure will continue. No-Tail's going to push out the bot lane. This is perfect setup here for OG, really. No-Tail can push this without any threat to his team taking a bad fight. Haunt's ready to go.
No, let Fly have this gold. He's getting real close to that Blink Dagger, and that would be a nice additional threat to be able to catch that Weaver.
Oh, Fly Blink, okay.
Yeah. Because then, like, it's not even like Lincoln's going to really save you, right?
Yeah.
It's just, they pop the Hex,
Hex
pop
Shackle, yeah. Especially if he goes for the extra Shackle duration. It might be a really good game for it, honestly. I've actually been thinking about the Shadow Shaman level 15 talent. What do you think? 100 range or 35% experience?
I'm feeling the experience just because the level 20 talent is so good.
The 25 is good, too. I love that. I've never gotten the 25, but 350 Ether Shock damage. That's like a Laguna Blade every 8 seconds or something. It's insane.
That final idol on claiming the tier 2 bounty.
So Random going to push out the map a little bit now that they're back respawned. It is Night Stalker night, actually, so another vision advantage. Any pull dags yet? Nope. One more item for Alchemist, and then it's time to start collecting that stuff.
They'll hit this really nice peak, I think. They get this Aghanim Scepter, they start passing them around. They get one on Weaver, one on Night Stalker. They'll have a Night Stalker, BKB as well.
They got Timber spotted. Great stun.
Beautiful setup. They already have the silence there as well to be able to slow him down. But S4 with the BKB is trying to come in, but wasn't able to use his Blink to be able to set things up. No-Tail comes back in. It looks like they will manage to take out Ice. Blink with the BKB has to run away from S4 to make sure he doesn't get caught in the BKB. Shadow actually came in from the right-hand side here, trying to lay hands on Anna, but it's just a bit too tanky, and they seem to be lacking the follow-up support. So Team Random back away.
That was so sick from Innocence there that he swung all the way to the right side and drops the Crystal Nova right before S4 popped BKB, stopping whatever opportunity he saw for the black hole. That was really well done. But the Soul Booster's picked up. Looks like Enigma's not going to go for the build that Kezu did the other day, which was Bloodstone immediately afterwards, which with the 40-second respawn perk at 20 gave him the instant respawn. But with that said, OG's not playing as much of a go high ground lineup. They're getting gone on mid, though.
Jumping on Fly, but Fly has already gotten the disables out. They're going to be able to catch the Weaver, and the aggression that from Team Random put out actually goes against them. They managed to get the jump in. S4 doesn't throw out the black hole. Team Random made the split just in time. Now wide, lays out his ultimate, immediately stopped by Jairus. Ice comes in. Yule Scepter set up the split Earth. They need to be able to finish off S4 to make sure there is no play there with the black hole. Shadow still gets stunned, but it looks like they will manage to pick up Jairus as an additional kill. This time around, Team Random's aggression works out, even if they did lose the Weaver.
That was a tough one. It looked really good for OG, but all of a sudden their HP just got lower and lower and lower. And even killing the Weaver in the first place was weird. Oh no, Spectre gets caught at the secret shop.
Oh no, they can't afford to lose their Spectre like this, but Spectre's actually fighting out. Can he actually fight through all this damage? He gets Ice, but he dies to Faith Beyond.
Ice making a lot of huge plays there. Spectre just walking up to go buy some items. And
can they actually kill Anna here? The Lotus Orb, that's going to make things difficult for Shadow. Bing, boom. Gets knocked right back. Faith Beyond can't really help out. One Chakram, he'd probably be dead. So Shadow with the quick retreat. And 19-20, 30 minutes in. This is actually a pretty even game. Right now, if you look at some of the gold earned and stuff like that, we have an experience lead of 2,500 for Team Random. 10K lead as well, but that's an Alchemist lead, right? I would say this game is kind of like 50-50.
Yeah, absolutely is right now. Could go both ways. I still think everybody on each team is playing fantastic. They're all doing their roles correctly. Night Stalker has been making the game really tough for a lot of heroes as well. Heroes that need to cast their spells just constantly silenced. BKB's up for him with the Vlad, so he's just going to run in and hit people. This guy's a carry now, might as well be.
Team Random setting up, defending their tier 2. OG just chasing down Alchemist Illusions, wanting to be able to limit the efficiency of farm there for the Alch. He still needs to be able to pass out those Aghanim Scepter. I feel like those two Ags are when Team Random hits their strongest, and then maybe after that point, OG starts taking more and more of an advantage, simply because they have these great late game heroes.
It's definitely possible. I'm still worried about Leshrac having a huge impact as well. That guy's Ags is really good. It's like 2 extra skill points in your Pulse Nova, basically.
And he's farming really well, too. So he's going to have the other items to just back it up.
Atos at least is going to do some good work here.
Anna jumps forward, trying to chase Ice down. There goes S4 with a black hole. They manage to catch 2 members inside of that one. Nightstalker's going to go down pretty fast, and doesn't look like Alchemist is going to be able to survive either. The pure damage from Anna managed to finish him off. It looks like Faithion runs away with his BKB. Y zoning the rest of OG out with his ultimate, but they still want to be able to chase down Faithion. What a Timber Chain on through, almost catches Faithion. They just need S4 to finish him off, and he'll get it with a nuke. Ice doesn't stand much of a chance to be able to finish off these heroes. They're too damn big. He's slowed down, chased down by Anna. Another 3 down for Team Randa.
Very close team fight, but this time it looked a lot better for OG. They got their crucial ultimates off in the right way. The Plague, all the Serpent Wards got down. S4 was able to Black Hole Midnight Pulse on top of a BKB Nightstalker, a huge advantage, and on top of the Alchemist as well. So a lot of damage sources there for Random, just not able to do anything for the start of that fight.
Team Random, they do not want to be giving up this Aegis. That's why Blink is already in position to start threatening.
What a Blink.
Tries to go on S4, but great reaction from him.
He still has so many armor problems on S4. He needs a Shivas immediately after he finishes his Octarine, but OG gets here a little bit faster. Still dead heroes on Random, and they should be able to finish.
Just doesn't seem like they're going to be able to do much, so.
That's so good for No Tail here.
Spectre Aegis?
Yeah, absolutely. Just run in, man. Do something stupid. Wait to save your haunt. I love the Orb of Venom pickup as well. I think I don't know if it's bugged currently. It got changed, but your illusions actually do apply Orb of Venom. So every time he uses haunt, another small advantage in team fights.
You could see them trying to go on to Anna here, and him being able to get that Timber Chain off just kind of sets up S4 to get this beautiful black hole. And from there on out, there's not much they could do. Like, Blink is still trying to focus on Anna, and he's forced away through the use of his BKB. They really just like focus so heavily on this Timbersaw, they didn't even really come close to bringing him down.
They did clear out the Monkey King pretty rapidly, at least. That was one really nice advantage for them. Nightstalker responsible for that one. But OG's going to be happy with that. Aegis up means Spectre is a lot harder to gank and buys him more time to grab his next couple items. So at some point, that hero is going to just start going crazy.
We have these very big zones in these team fights that OG just kind of own. Not only do they have the black holes, so basically this AoE around the Enigma is just kind of like their ground constantly, but we're going to have that notorious Monkey King Basher coming in soon. And that's going to mean that ultimate is going to be, I would almost say, like doubly effective. Right?
Absolutely.
It's just like terrible walking into that and pretty much guaranteeing that you're going to be stunned multiple times.
It's an incredible BKB counter as well, because especially if you cast it in the right place and they combo with Black Hole like they did in the last fight, I don't even think the Monkey King would have died there. All he has to do is put it down, stay alive. That part's hard against things like Leshrac and BKB cores and Acid Spray, but that's another item OG maybe needs. A lot of armor or items. Things like a Vlad's would be really effective as well. But it seems most of these guys are just building towards themselves and what they need right now. Makes a lot of sense. S4 actually going to pass up on an armor item. Going to go straight for a Refresher. Probably a good move. Black holes win games.
Absolutely, especially since we already talked about there's no real counter to him. So Weaver pops out, looking to chase down that courier, won't be able to get it. Instead, will just challenge the creep wave as best he can. As it is, it does look like Team Random are kind of stuck. The Alchemist is now going back for a BKB. Faithion forced to use the darkness there as an initiation comes out from Anna. Hold that range creep in place.
But OG is farming the map so much better right now. Obviously, Alka is going to be somewhere getting stuff, but
look at Anna, he just feels indestructible now. Maybe they can bring him down with 4. We'll see. He's already on the half HP. A fifth Mender comes in from Shadow, tries to man to dodge, doesn't work. Anna has overstayed his boundaries. Pushing in that mid lane so deep, that's nice. Creates a lot of space for the rest of OG, but can't afford to stick around too long.
yeah, took a lot of spells to kill him, but another mistake, he didn't use Bloodstone, unless he's thinking about saving it. But I don't think it respawns you faster if you suicide. Am I mistaken on that one?
No, it doesn't. Maybe he, like, I think he might be onto something that he could save it, though, because being able to use it in the middle of a fight could actually be very valuable for No-Tail.
Yeah,
simply
perhaps.
because he does have a harder carry on the field.
Okay, yeah, that's a fair point.
I don't know. We'll see if that ever actually happens or not. Timbersaw is working towards an Aghanim Scepter, obviously going to be delayed a bit. Our Basher is almost here for the Monkey King, and No-Tail, he is growing bigger and bigger. Butterfly's going to be up soon for him. At that point in time, it's one of those big tanky moments for the Spectre. Actually going to be teeping away right in front of Team Random. They are going to be able to get the stun in time. He's already down to half HP, but he does have the Aegis, and it doesn't look like Team Random think it's possible to be able to bring him down twice. In fact, they may just be caught up here. Blink is able to catch Fly on the background here, and Fate Beyond's coming in as well. They might be able to kill all the support heroes of this one. They do manage to get the Black Hole onto Shadow. Jarek's is going to follow that up with an ultimate of his own, and Team Random aren't in a position to be able to find him. Fate Beyond immediately looks for Jarek's, hopes to be able to bring him down as quick as possible. Will manage to take that kill, but now the second life of No-Tail is going to play havoc. He's already thrown out his ultimate, looks to be able to catch Shadow, does claim him, manage to juke him out as the unstable concoction goes to the sun, cleans up Ice as well. Blink is having a happy time in the back line, just killing all the supports of OG, but it's the two big cores of OG, No-Tail and Ana, that will remain indomitable.
Yeah, the fight was not the best coordination there from OG. The Black Hole was all right, but still a BKB hero, and there wasn't much follow-up, especially because No-Tail was mostly respawning Aegis during the stun duration. So they were able to trade about even, which is all right, but considering how close this game is, I feel like OG should be able to take these victories with the better teamfight heroes. Like, once again, Monkey King is still being threatened and killed during the Monkey King ult due to the Night Stalker. Like, this BKB that Faith Beyond picked up is actually won so many team fights because it guarantees that they don't have to deal with Wukong's command for 10 seconds. And even Ana had to buy so many defensive items earlier in the game just because there's so many threats that he's just now picking up an Ags that probably would have made a big difference in some of those crucial kills too.
What do you think about this? The minus 10-second Spectral Dagger cooldown over the extra 400 health.
I think it's absolutely fine, honestly. Especially against like minus armor lineups, extra health is not that much better anyways. So, fight started, basically Shadow BK being ready to go. He wanted to save Spectre's life, but maybe not the right time to use that. And basically Spectre gets to do nothing in the fight other than respawn, and Monkey King getting picked off by the Night Stalker. It just made the fight very spread out, complicated, and difficult for OG to win one-sidedly.
It seems like because the way like Team Random are kind of building and the way they're kind of playing out some of these earlier night times, they seem comfortable, or at least okay, with going late game here. In your opinion, who really has the better late game? We consider like the Aghanim Scepter, which they have 4 of them, 4 actually really big upgrades. Even Crystal Maidens is really big when you get that AoE Frostbite.
Especially against like Haunt, you could trade ultimates really. They will be within the freezing field usually. Guaranteed to prevent those from attacking and moving. It's not the worst situation ever.
Yeah, it's a 4.5 second ensnare, right? Once you get to level 25, you get the extra 1.5.
I think honestly the late games are very similar. Like the Ags on every single player plus Moonshard potential.
Oh, they're going to be laid out. Jarek's doesn't quite land that stun, so Y is going to be able to get away from No-Tail here, at least for the time being. But Ana's going to go in deep, trying to dive into Ice, but now he's going to be caught underneath this tier 3, and here comes the magic damage. Ana trying to make his jump away at the last second. Will manage to get some distance, but not enough to get away from Faith Beyond. No-Tail does manage to at least get Ice in return, but again, the Timbersaw has to be worth more than a 4-position Leshrac.
Yeah, they keep forcing kind of weird, difficult to succeed at fights, and Blink is getting really far ahead. This guy's got 16 kills right now. Monkey King Bar picked up in addition with his BKB, so he's in a good spot. So I think Random's team fight is definitely very good into the late game. Their late game is solid. All the Ags, they can pick up the Moonshards. I think it'll really help make them competitive against heroes like Spectre and then Enigma with Octarine Refresher eventual items. I think it'll be okay.
It's going to be a battle of the big ults, you know, like get the right time lapses, the right black holes.
Yeah.
You know, there's so many things that actually happen in this late game. And I'm really feeling like this game is actually going to go there. It doesn't look like either team is going to be able to break the other in the next 10, 15 minutes. We have a very even gold situation. The Alchemist is beginning to taper off his usual lead. Only sitting at about 5K advantage.
Interesting item build by Spectre here. Picks up an Orchid. So a couple reasons interesting. They are having some lockdown problems. That seems pretty obvious. It's difficult for Shadow Shaman to stay alive very long this game, which is going to continue happening against the Diffusal Blade and all that damage. So with the Orchid, more disable, they can maybe kill the Weaver without help from other allies, or BKB runs out, use Orchid. And it also covers his Spectral Dagger issues, which, when you cast a Dagger every 6 seconds, you're going to run out of mana a lot faster. But Hero's already got lots of stats, throwing some mana regen. You're going to cast Dagger a lot this game.
And we were talking about late game, right? Bloodthorn has got to be one of the best, damage efficient
Ice getting ganked bottom.
Ice going to die to Jarex here, looks like. Maybe. Well, maybe. If they can actually chase Jarex out, Jarex refusing to leave his ultimate. He really wants that kill, but he's not going to get it. Oh, no. Flyger going to be going down, too. Jarex, he was pretty much saying, I'm giving up my life for my ultimate to last long enough to kill Ice, but he couldn't even do that much. Ice barely had the survivability. That's got to be that Ogre Axe right there. That extra bit, the Ogre Club, the extra bit of survivability.
Yeah. Really nice for Lesh to stay alive. That the Yules has paid off so many times, actually. I don't even think he's used it that often to set up, but just buying himself 2.5 seconds against OG's lineup has been really instrumental.
Yeah, he's got, he picked up the Rod of Atos. I was like, wait a minute, isn't that what the Yule Scepter is for? But now he can use the Rod more offensively and save the Yules for more defensive situations.
It's just so good for raw stats, too. Plus 30 int on this item. 350 health. That's a great pickup, especially from a support position. If you're core, you're like, I'm going to sell that way too early in this game to buy it, but support, it's worth it.
Should be able to get away, right?
Unless there's a third hero and they stomp. Or the Monkey King Bar.
Close.
The Monkey King Bar actually didn't hit him.
Yeah.
That's insane.
And Y, as well as Ice, were super close to being able to get off their stuns, too. That was actually just kind of perfect positioning for No-Tail to TP out and a little bit of luck. First Aghanim Scepter is up. Lay your bets, Purge. Who's it going to?
It's on Blink already. I won. Oh, never mind. He already has the first one. Night Stalker just got it, but we missed it. Blink's got one already. It was just given to Faith Beyond. So
Alchemist Farm's just too damn fast.
Yeah, no kidding.
But you were right. Blink was the priority. Now we have the clear vision for Faith Beyond. Jarex's life just got a whole lot harder. That's why he's trying to pick up a Shadow Blade. He needs that extra bit. Of course, we're presuming that Team Random, they don't have a gem yet, but I'm going to assume it's going to be coming up soon with that axe upgrade on Night Stalker.
I mean, there's not that much detection needed. It's really just killing wards, right? But I feel like Random's been playing on their side of the map all game, yet still winning. Kind of interesting.
Out here from
What's
the
happening?
scan.
Is there Anna's just tanking creeps. Okay. I was like, leg? Not attacking the creeps?
Got to get those reactive armor stacks.
Timber went for the Whirling Death attribute reduction skill point this game. Kind of interesting. Very good.
Prioritizing against Alk, right?
Yeah, it's good against strength heroes, but anything other than that, it can be iffy.
Lead off right of Atos on the fly, taking out that support immediately. This is going to be a 4 versus 5 that commences. S4's got to come in big with his BKB Black Hole, but he's already used the BKB and can't find an opening for the Black Hole. Gets it now. 2 heroes. There's not going to be a whole lot of follow-up damage.
Gets
he
the
pops the refresher. Now the second Black Hole. He's going to be able to catch 3 this time. Can OG output the damage? It doesn't look like it. S4's going to die. The second Black Hole is down, and now OG have to try and chase down the rest of these heroes themselves. Shadow jump away. Chakram, double Chakram, and a Whirling Death. And it times it perfectly and gets the triple kill just in time.
Man, Refresher Enigma looks real good. That was the most obvious incoming disable from Night Stalker, but instantly S4 was like, next BKB, and I'm going to Black Hole you guys.
Blink was laying into him too. They were trying to bring down that S4 as quick as possible, but OG, once again, they win a team fight next to the Roshan pit. They're going to claim, I believe, what is that, the 3rd Aegis of the game? They're going to have cheese as well.
There is a cheese on Roche. No new items to respect to here since the Orchid, but definitely hard to kill. Just kill one of these bugs.
Do the bugs not latch onto you when you're a Mischief?
I mean, you're above the ground, dude. Bugs can't climb trees. Everyone knows that.
Good logic. You have a good logic.
Maybe if he turns into a Mischief, they don't auto aggro or something.
Yeah.
What just happened? Did they kill a cheese? No, okay. Oh, he's killing the bug or something. I'm not sure.
No KYXY today. We're going to have the cheese for Anna.
All right.
And that extra life for No-Tail.
That's the first Aegis for OG, correct? Like, Random's gotten the other 2? No, they got one.
No, they got one of them, right? It was the same. It was like Deja Vu, where it was like Blink was alive trying to contest with the bugs.
Well, they're going high ground now. S4's got Black Hole in 14 seconds, Refresher in 30, so may seem like he's not ready to go, but he absolutely is. Time to party.
Take it down to tier 3. Are OG going to stick around for more? Alchemist coming up in 10 seconds. Doesn't seem like a good idea, so they're going to retreat. Anna, is he going to be able to get the distance, though? He's so low, but it looks like OG, no, they can't really commit. They just get baited in by a cheese play. So they wait for their Alchemist to come alive. They're going to lose their Shrines here, but it is still a long, long ways from the end.
Take a look at that fight once again. S4 popping BKB early. I really like how Random's playing the fights. They basically just spread out with BKBs and target whoever they want to, but as soon as he's disabled, another BKB, and he's healing insane amounts because of the Octarine Core. One of the best ways to stay alive, but he's very in need of some armor. Not quite hitting level 25 for the plus 12, and it looks like he's going to buy Ags afterwards, actually.
Oh, that's going to be huge.
But him not being 25, it really matters. And it looks like he actually sold his Midas at some point previously. That's going to hurt him in the long run, considering how much gold that was outputting right now with the cooldown reduction.
Yeah, I was watching that fight. It looks like maybe Team Random made a bit of a mistake. You saw Faith Beyond actually throw up a silence on that Enigma as the black hole and the BKB faded. And then, he obviously refreshed. He re-BKB'd instantly. That silence is gone, and he was a bit too close. So I'm sure that's not a mistake that Team Random are going to be making next time they fight.
Yeah. Maybe that was why he didn't expect it, because he sold Midas or something like that. Just that little 950 gold boost could have made a difference, but it's definitely going to affect S4's items in the late game. He's still going to farm really fast by all means, but that's easily like a good 140 GPM that he gave up by selling that thing. So hopefully it pays off in the end.
There is the Abyssal Blade. Now these supports of Team Random, there is hard lockdown for No-Tail to be able to jump on them. That's going to be problematic. Ice is able to kite right now with the Rod of Atos onto No-Tail, turns around, kills a ward for a second, but he is going to be caught. Jerix hits the first stun, BKB activated by Ice, tries to run himself away with the help of Glimmer Cape. They're going to jump on a Shadow now. He's down to half health. No-Tail actually making himself a target. He does have that Aegis. So all this damage that Team Random laying in, BKB, Black Hole, there's the opening for S4. If they can take down Blink here, this would be huge, and he does not have buyback. Team Random are going to have to fight this one out, 3 versus 5, and Faith Beyond, he is actually going to be Abyssal Blade up, and they can lose his life as well. A little bit of Orchid help as No-Tail shuffles that one out of his backpack. Shadow's going to be up next. He is shackled up, and it looks like Team Random are almost going to get wiped. Inside of their own base, the buybacks are coming in, but can they even fight this one without Blink? They need to be able to kill No-Tail. Will so deep inside the base, but that's S4, the second black hole. It only catches one hero, but one hero is all that matters. Shadow, they bring him down for a second time. 2 minutes on the clock, and Team Random are done with game 1. They call GG.
Just like DAC, man, the Enigma on OG just seems so overpowered. Especially in that last fight. He knew exactly what he wanted. Let's take time-lapse out of the game. He commits his BKB Black Hole for that one, and then once they get all the buybacks for us, he says, let's grab another buyback core. Let's get the important here. The guy that's going to stop these pushes. It was Enigma that really made the big difference in that last fight.
Absolutely. Team Random took a bit of a gamble. We've seen this before, the four Ags lineup, essentially, the potential to be able to go late game with it. They seem kind of okay with it, but a couple of team fights just go awry, and all of a sudden the game is over, especially with the lack of buyback on Blink.
Yeah, I mean, they played amazing on Team Random, taking the game that close, especially the way they played their team fights was amazing, but the one thing they were really lacking that seemed obvious by the end, they didn't have that many stuns, and stuns is the only way that you can stop S4 from doing stuff like that. Initiate on him, chain stun him, prevent him from actually casting his abilities. Because just casting BKB Midnight Pulse Black Hole, he heals to half HP. You can't really stop that unless you kill him first.
Okay, apologies for that. We just seem to have lost the signal there from Kiev. But nevertheless, we are back on the panel to discuss a fantastic game between OG and Team Random. I guess when you look at it, it has to be...
What is that?
It has to be Sir Action Slacks, I guess.
Technology is supposed to be used responsibly.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. Like, he just keeps messing around. Can we stop Sir Action Slacks using the production area, please? Everyone needs a hobby. Yeah, they do. Can we get a better one for him?
That's a thing of nightmares.
That is actually quite disturbing.
Look at what a laugh. It's way too much.
What happened? What game were we watching? I don't know.
I don't know anymore. Enough nonsense. Anyway, The Gremlins in the production unit or something. I don't know. Fantastic game, Fogged. Well, let's get back to that because it was.
It was.
OG pulled out the stops. They've won the game, and when you look at it on paper, you go, okay, that's fine. It looks about right. Weird draft from random, so therefore OG stomped. Wasn't anything like that though.
No, they had some really cute maneuvers and stuff. Ice in the trees, taking out that tier 1. No one seemed to notice it. The eat like 1 or 2 edicts.
It's quite fun, wasn't it?
Almost takes out. Yeah, that was cool. I like their itemization as well. I like the BKB pickup from the Night Stalker. I thought it really helped them in the mid game, but I think we all kind of touched on the panel. S4, his Enigma. Damn.
Yeah. Pretty awesome.
Pretty ridiculous.
I mean, it started off at 7 minutes. Just casual 3-man black hole.
Yep. I mean, who would expect that rotation too? 7 minutes at your mid tower. They just really, they just did it. They collided, or they compacted themselves in such a quick manner. Like I don't think anybody would have really expected that kind of rotation.
No, Curtis, Random did run them closer than they should have done, really, with the kind of draft that they had.
Yeah, they played extremely well. When I was looking at the draft, I was worried about what sort of impact this Leshrac hero was going to have. But we saw in the bottom tier 2 fight, he did so much damage there.
Yeah, it was pretty absurd.
It's very well played.
It's a pretty crazy graph. One of the crazier graphs we've had in terms of scoreboard in the back and forth stakes, Conrad.
Yeah, I mean, Alchemist really, helped provide a lot of net worth, but the way I looked at it, it looked like the Radiant, they were ahead most of this game. And they looked like they were sort of setting the tempo, and luckily S4 was able to do a couple really, really important black holes there at certain points to really turn things around for that team.
I think Blink also, we didn't really touch, he had a pretty impeccable performance in that game. Even though they had lost, he was beyond god pretty early in the game. His rotations were perfect. The way that he took the fights as well, it wasn't like he was running into the Enigma and stuff. He kept chasing for the backlines, trying to look for the supports, looking for that Monkey King all the time.
I mean, his farm the entire game was phenomenal. He was finding farm with an Alchemist on his team.
Yeah. This was the first time I've seen someone on the Alchemist team, when they're winning, be top net worth of the game, with Alchemist second. Yeah. Usually that would only happen your Alchemist at shut down, but Shadow wasn't even that shut down. He went to jungle at level 2. He was having an okay game. Granted, he baited a couple of fights for his team rather than taking the gold, but Blink played phenomenally.
Let's take a look at one of the replays. We'll wait until the line comes up to 16 minutes into the game. We had that 7-minute black hole, of course, and then this happened around about 16 minutes, Fog.
Yeah, this is the one where Jarex chases the Alchemist all the way on. They do end up cleaning up the Alchemist, but they get completely chased out by this Weaver, by the Leshrac, as Curtis is mentioning. The Lesh ended up doing 3,000 damage because of the mass amount of minus armor that was put on, so the Edict starts stacking up, and then just running in with Pulse Nova and the movement speed.
We've got one more clip in here as well. Overall, Conrad, though, you kind of expect OG to come through this?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they're a team that's won 3 majors. They've been playing together for so long. They're really, really hard to underestimate when coming into these events. And, currently we've seen Team Random. They haven't been performing. The games were close in the group stage. I think they had one of the harder routes during the group stage. So, don't sleep on those guys either. But OG's, Fly was talking about mental fortitude. That just showed right there. That was a hard game to come back from.
It was a tough game. Who do we pick out for MVP?
S4.
I'd have to say
has to be, doesn't it?
Yeah, has to be.
Because it wasn't just one black hole or even 2 black holes. It was many black holes.
And it was the way he did them, too.
Yeah, he's just so consistently clutch.
Yeah.
Those are super high pressure situations where the team is on your back. If you don't land that black hole, you will lose that fight.
It's just how he does it too. Every single black hole, he would drop a midnight pulse. He's in the middle of 4 heroes. He has to get this black hole off, but he has a presence of mind to know that if I do not drop this midnight pulse, my black hole won't matter. So he's willing to take that extra little bit of time, and he does it so quickly too. So
yeah. The first black hole as well, for the positioning that he had was incredibly good.
Yeah, he just, you
didn't even see him coming.
He predicted it too.
Yeah.
If you saw his player perspective, we saw a quick glance at it. He's pinging. He's all right, they're gonna be reacting here. They're gonna TP and react here. It was 7 minutes in, and he gets that one. The later one too. He BKBs near the Roche pit, walks towards 2 or 3 heroes, kind of forces the attention toward him. Then he moves back toward toward the river in the middle, forces attention on him, and then he gets a big black hole, refreshers, does it again. It was just really good presence of mind and patience.
I was just looking through the results from the group stage, Conrad, with Random. They did have a tough road through. Lost 2-1 to VP after a close game. They lost the first game in 20 minutes. And then the second game they came back and won. So they got stomped first game, came back, and then got stomped again. it seems to be a little bit of a pattern as well. They had a tough 3-game route against IG Vitality in the first round as well, after being a game down. Could have lost that one. And then they had another game which was against OG, which they then lost in 3 games. It seems even though they're not winning, they're playing well enough to take teams to 3 games.
Yeah, I mean, they're a team that we saw just in this game alone, the creativity in the draft and just phenomenal players. A lot of these guys are top players in China, and they're one key element is that random factor, no pun intended, is really a key thing that they have to think about when coming in playing with these other teams.
Okay, we're going to get more from all 3 of you in just a moment, but let's catch up with one of the players. The player, perhaps, of 2016. Some in China called him the world's best Dota 2 player last year. Hasn't quite hit the form that he had last year. This year, but he caught up with Shiva just before they entered the round of 16, and he is Faith Bian.
Team Random, Faith Bian, welcome. Now, I got to ask first, Team Random, how did that came to be, rather than Wings?
就是和俱乐部，大家觉得目标不一样了吧？然后，我们5个人就自己组了队，然后名字嘛就是比较随便起的，就叫 Random。
Now, according to a couple of people, Team Wings is in a different city than the majority of Chinese teams, and that helped Team Wings win TI because they created, like you created, your own meta within the city. Is that going to change? Are you gonna move? Do you feel like being in a different city helped you get to the point to win TI?
帮助和影响肯定是有的。因为重庆，像比较实力比较强、比较专业的俱乐部也就我们一个，所以环境可能比较干净一些、纯净一些吧。然后我们之后应该是在重庆吧，但现在一切也还说不准。
All right. Your recent results haven't really been great, at least not as great as TI. Obviously, there is a thing going on, the post-TI curse. Do you feel like you were affected by having a big drop after the high that TI was?
感觉所谓的 TI 诅咒应该就是对于拿了 TI 之后的选手的一个心理状态变化的一种概述吧。可能每一个拿了 TI 冠军的人，心态还有态度上可能都会产生一些改变。我们现在也正在努力的调整还有回避这些吧。
Okay, and obviously winning TI caused you to get invited to a lot of tournaments rather than qualifying for it. So you played a lot less than what you did last year. Do you feel like that has impacted you a lot?
这也不算是一个很大的因素吧，主要还是大家的发挥还有状态不够好吧。毕竟打预选赛的话，也更多的可能是根本就没有办法打到线下赛。
And you mentioned state of mind. Winning TI is a big motivation for a lot of players. After winning, that motivation might fall away a bit. Did your motivation change a lot, and where do you get your motivation from right now?
这种事情每一个选手应该都是不一样的吧。对我来说，我觉得赢比赛就是比较有目标，就是比较让我能有目标的一个事情。
I'm glad to hear that for sure. Now, Team Wings coming into the international was a fairly young team compared to the other Chinese teams around. At least, do you feel like you being that young squad had an impact on the Chinese scene as a whole? Maybe looking for more young Chinese players and with young as like unknown players?
这倒没有吧，因为国内现在一线队的基本都还是有老人在带新人，比如说 IG。有3个新人，然后一个 Q 还有 Burning 都是打过 TI 的，然后还有比如说 VGJ 这些都是老人带新人。中国也有很多青训队，就是来组织新人，就是纯粹的5个新人来打比赛。不过这打不打得出来，就是看他们自己了。
Now, the recent few months for Team Random haven't been that successful. What did you do to fix the issues that you found?
有很多就是你们包括你们也应该也都能看到，我们换了 BP， 换了中路和大哥的位置，然后也换了很多玩的英雄，都是我们在尝试改变调整吧。但是具体的成绩，所有的都还是要看我们的操作还有状态。
Now, I know that before the international, your training regime was very strict, insanely strict. Also, 7 days a week, no girls, no other games. What's that like right now?
跟以前差不多吧。我们一直都是没有什么制度，然后就是大家全靠大家一起的团结还有自觉吧。然后一般是没有什么休息，只是可能在 TI 过后，大家都有了更多的事情，人生上都有了更多的事情，所以难免的会有一些比以前训练上的稍微的减少。
And what do you do in your free time to relax from all the Dota going on and all the stress that maybe winning a TI would bring?
TI 之后也没有什么压力要发泄吧，然后平常空闲时间，我个人还是比较喜欢包括我们全队吧，都是比较喜欢玩电脑的，所以一般也比较少出去玩，大家都只是玩玩别的游戏或者就玩玩 Dota， 主要还是玩电脑了。像我个人的话就玩玩 CSGO 这种。
Are you good at CSGO? It's the enjoyment that counts, and you're already good at Dota, so I think you're good. All right, you're going into the main event for the major. How do you compare your form now to the form you were in the past?
跟以前是指以前到哪里呢？
Whatever he wants. Maybe before TI, maybe before Boston, both.
现在和我们换我 BP 之前相比吧，我个人就是可能对阵容还有大局考虑的多了一点，然后在自己有一些操作或者细节方面有一些不足吧。
Has it been easy for you to transition to a drafter?
也不是很难吧，只是我个人的精力总共就那么多吧，然后可能就是把它分配出去，然后我 BP 可能也只是一个点上去的人吧，具体很多还是要大家一起商量。
All right, so you're not by yourself in team. Are you now also the in-game leader fully?
这个还是根据很多的游戏情况来定吧，只不过我们队平常酱油就是3、4、5号位可能说话偏多一点吧。
All right, I look forward to seeing Team Random play at the main event. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me, Fabian. 谢谢。
Very interesting words from the man, Faith Bien, of course. Made a few changes, quite a few changes in the team over the last few months, specifically since TI6 winning. The curse of TI, as it has been known over the years, of never being a repeat winner, and it continues to this day. I wonder whether this year is going to be any different. Talking of TI, Conrad, I want to raise the spectre of potentially not getting an invite for the defending champions. It's happened before. Could it happen again? They haven't had the greatest form, have they?
No, not necessarily. That's a pretty tough question to ask. I mean, maybe if they end up performing even more poorly at further lands, that would be definitely more of a question mark. Right now,
you think if they finish top 4 here, then okay, fine.
I mean, definitely.
But they're one down on the verge of elimination right now. Is there TI lifeline on the line? Because if they have to qualify and go through that Chinese region, that is going to be so tough.
That could be very, very difficult, knowing how good that region is right now. But I think, if you win a TI, it's a pretty respectable thing to do. And at the same time, I could see some issues with, say they get bottom 8. But the problem is it is single elimination. So, a lot of teams get bottom 8 at majors.
Sure.
I would have to still invite them. I think they've clearly not fallen as far as I think people have. They're showing OG. They got really close in this game.
Okay, bottom 8 in both the majors since TI still get an invite?
I think even to come last place at every tournament, they should get invited to next TI, as long as the same 5
Do you think
players.
defending champions?
I think being it's a world championship. That's what TI is. I think if you can't defeat, they should have the chance to defend their title at least. And
no, I'm totally with you.
Yeah, I think it's as simple as that, honestly.
Okay, so we might not even have this question to answer. They are, of course, getting back to the lobby for game number 2. Let's switch our attention to the draft for game 2, Fogged. More randomness?
Yeah, but I mean, they drafted 2 new heroes in this one. They shared 3 heroes, but I think it was very strange to see them pick up the Alchemist, just from the stat that you said, especially they have not won with an Alchemist. Although they did do it with a different switch up. They did have Shadow playing it instead of Blink this time around because they have swapped roles since they came here. I think they showed a pretty good showing on it, but I think we're probably going to see them still just switch up the draft. I mean, that's Faith Beyond said he's been looking at the bigger picture, like he mentioned in the interview. So I think he's just going to be counterpicking in a way. That's the way that they like to play.
Do you think maybe they've changed too much? I mean, they've changed drafter, they've changed roles, they've changed heroes, they've changed almost everything they can change. Have they gone too far?
I feel like they're sort of desperate at this point. I mean, the only thing they can change after that is roster, right? Which I really hope doesn't happen. But Wings, as a team, their drafting is sort of cool, unique to them. I think even though they switched from Innocence to Faith Beyond, it's still somewhere that they'll draft a first 2 heroes that they want to build their lineup around, and then our other heroes will complement those heroes, and that's something that other teams don't necessarily do.
Yeah, I mean, he said in the interview, Conrad, he just clicks the button.
I mean, it's sometimes some teams, have a dedicated singular drafter. Other teams, it's a whole team process.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the teams that I've seen a lot of success have 2 or 3 people that are loud voices, while others can, give that input when is necessary, or maybe when it's their hero.
Sometimes a little bit too much theory crafting going on in some of these teams.
I mean, we saw Team Random. I would call this a theory craft lineup, and it turned out a lot better than I expected.
Yes,
I did like the way that they kind of approached it, though. They saw the Spectre early on, and they approached that to going for this kind of late-oriented lineup. Didn't work for them, but you could see what they wanted to go for there. That this lineup they had does scale potentially into late game very hard, but that Enigma is just way too much to deal with. So maybe we'll see them take that out, maybe ban in 3rd, 4th.
Okay. I'm hearing that we've got a small delay with the players returning back to the lobby. So whilst they're doing that, why don't we take some more social media questions from either Facebook or from the Reddit post, depending on where you've put them. Our next one is: do you guys think Notan is a better player as a 1 rather than a 5?
I think you can't argue with the results.
No,
I mean, he's won 3 majors as a 1. I really think he's a phenomenal player all around. I used to manage him back when he was playing the support role back on Cloud9, and I don't know. I think he's a very talented 1 player and very underrated amongst not a superstar necessarily, because he has so many other superstars on the team.
I think he has an interesting way that he approaches, because he plays the 1, quote unquote, but sometimes he plays as an acting 2, because he's very. I mean, I always had the nickname. I said it a bunch of times at Boston and everything. Brotail. He always sacrifices himself for a team. He's always willing to put himself out there for the greater good. So I think that's the interesting thing, but I think that also maybe comes from him playing as a 5. So I think that's cool. I think based off his results, you'd have to say that he is a better 1, but he also was an incredibly good 5, so it's hard to say.
Yeah, Curtis, you and I were talking about Notal the other day on how many heroes he's now played. 103, because he's played a brand new hero at the Kiev Majors. He's now at 103, which is just absurd, frankly. It means there's only 10 in the pool, including the newest ones, that he hasn't played yet. Only 1 player has played more than him, and that's Fear, who's played 104. I think we worked it out. You played 81, which is pretty decent yourself, isn't it?
Yeah, I didn't know I played so many. I was like, maybe 10. I'll go up to 12. But the thing about Noto is he's grown as a player a lot since then. I think it's really hard to say he's better at 1 position or the other, because I think if he switched back to support, he'd be a phenomenal support too. We just don't know.
Yeah. Current meta, do you think he'd like these roaming supports? I mean, he was a great Wisp player back in the day.
He's a really good, we called them killers, roamers who like to kill. There are roamers who like to pressure, there are roamers who like to kill. Back then, I think it was him and Misery who are the best killers.
Right. Fun question. Very good indeed. We're still waiting for the players to get into the drafts. Let's take one more question, see if we can fit one more in. We'll try and get as many as we can in. Can Conrad tell us about his cup from intentional_feeding?
I think you should read it out.
I think you should. And in the voice.
I can't do the voice. You don't want me to do any voice. There's no acting here.
Oh, you do want it.
Okay, you should explain where
you don't want it. No, you don't want it.
For those that don't know, you should explain where it comes from.
It comes from, it's in the bag. One of the things you can do, you can select Predictor before you start your game. This is the Skywrath Mages one. It's the longest in the game and possibly the most obnoxious. So one of my favorites personally.
Okay, let's.
From the ghastly Eyrie, I can see to the ends of the world. And from this vantage point, I declare with utter certainty that this one is in the bag.
That's pretty
for
close.
OG.
Oh, I've not heard that version before.
It's one of the new ones they just threw in the last patch. Just
updated it for the major.
No, yeah, I don't know. A lot of people actually know me as a cup. Wow, I guess then they're gonna need a cup for all that vodka apparently. Oh, well, they got cosplayers as well.
The sights and sounds of the Kiev major has everything that you'd expect a major to do, including some high quality cosplay as well.
Yeah, I know some people have actually traveled to the event to cosplay, and that's always a really cool thing.
Becoming more and more popular now as well.
Yeah, and it's funny because I think Dota cosplay has always been one of those things where
it's the best, Conrad.
Well, not just the best, but it's also talked about very often, but you don't get to see it as much. We really focus on the pro scene, but there's a lot of fantastic artists, a lot of fantastic people that really come and bring and show that the community is more than just these competitive players.
No, you're right. It's an incredible community full of incredibly talented people that contribute in many, many different ways, both in-game and out-of-game and at tournaments like this as well. It takes me back, I think it was Frankfurt 2014, I want to say. Maybe it was the 13 one, but there was the Timbersaw costume on stage.
Oh, that was crazy.
That one was phenomenal,
one of
yeah.
the greatest pieces of artwork I've ever seen at a Dota event. It was just sublime.
And for me, I particularly remember the Manila Major, some of the ones that came out there, just showing that this community was really interested in bringing Dota to their city.
Absolutely. And then there was that really, really bad cosplay at TI. It was a Timbersaw. What was that? I'm being cheeky. I'm being cheeky to Casey. I am being cheeky to Casey. If she is listening or watching, hi Casey. You are missed, of course. We hopefully will see you again at TI this year. Lots of fun. It's great to see people enjoying themselves, and obviously all the merch is there to be picked up. And they look like they're doing a Roaring trade as well. Running out already, I'm sure. Plenty of Na'Vi shirts being purchased as well as Virtus Pro shirts. I've seen lots and lots of those around the audience as well. Let's take another question from our social media questions. They have been posted on both Facebook and on Reddit. If you want to post, please do go and find those threads and get your question in there. Hopefully we'll get it on the show. Is Solarcrest the item of the tournament so far? We've talked about Midas earlier in the tournament. Has it changed?
It looks like it's starting to I think it was already kind of there with the Midases, but yeah, I would say it is. I think they posted Nox poster stat or Nas poster stat. It's been picked up. There's been like 3 average per game some of the times, like even one
3
team.
average?
Or I think like including both. No, sorry. There's like 2 something because like one time a team had 2 and the other team had 1.
Okay.
So, but we did see it being picked up on like even 2 times on like one team, which is pretty surprising. But the item's gotten buffed so often that. Yeah,
got to use it eventually.
It's actually great. If you have a Solar Crest, you get an ally to cast Solar Crest, and you get like 41% evasion and 24 armor. That item's amazing. I don't know what item of the tournament, just because it's been good for a while now.
Mm-hmm.
I think Midas was an item of the group stage. It hasn't been performing that well at the main tournament.
Seems to have been ignored a little bit as well.
Yeah.
Even Game 1 OG.
It has been.
Yeah, I mean, I think some teams are definitely valuing it quite a bit, but maybe after seeing the group stage, they realize that potentially could have been overvalued. And in this case, they're looking to, maybe tone that back, maybe only 2 or 3 Midases a team or something.
Does it ever surprise any of you that the change in the meta in a tournament like this, that's a little bit longer than most, where it maybe lasts over 2 weeks, not in total terms of days, but in terms of the length of time players are in one location? Does it ever surprise you that the meta changes so quickly almost from day to day, game to game, not just in terms of hero choices, but also in terms of play styles, itemization, and so on?
I personally think that's the fascinating thing about these big tournaments, because the reason why it changes is because everyone prepares a lot for these big tournaments. So they come with their ideas, and then one idea will start to win out a bit, and everyone will be like scrambling to adapt to that idea. And then, but the idea that really wins the tournament is the idea that beats that original idea that people are adapting to. So the contest is like, can I grow my idea bigger than the one that will beat it? And it's just, it always happens. Like every big tournament has its own meta.
And one of the interesting things about this tournament is that we didn't really get to see a bunch of games on this very, very latest patch before it came. So only things like scrims or, a couple of the DPL games and H-Cup games, those were the only sort of things we were able to run off of, and talk to a couple of teams that got some ideas, but what we've been seeing here has been very, very interesting, especially how many heroes we've seen.
I think that's just the beauty of Dota. Like, there's just so many different ways to look at it, different ways to approach games, even like throughout the tournament. We always talk about the tournament meta, so it's pretty ridiculous to see how much it really does just get look, the teams adapt. You know, they learn from each other. They take a look at somebody else. They're like, you know, that's actually pretty smart. I'm gonna go ahead and try that myself. And you try, and you're like, this is pretty good, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I got to play a Ricky in a pub the other day, and I thought the hero was pretty good after watching a few of these games. But wow, does it feel even more powerful?
Because you were playing it.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe
it was you, plus the Ricky. But
yeah.
mostly you.
Yeah.
Like it will be when me and Paul play Windrunner Pugna.
Oh, that's totally going to be a thing. Like, we're not supposed to say anything, Coach. We're supposed to be doing that for TI.
Just to check, was it 100 heroes that were played at this tournament?
Yes. 100 picked or banned. I think it's 97 that have been picked. I think it's 3 that haven't been picked but have been banned. And Pugna's one of them.
Pugna was banned once.
Yeah, it was
once,
banned once, not picked.
I mean, they're saving it for the finals.
Obviously.
Yeah, that's what you do with your best heroes.
Or they're saving it for TI.
Oh, no,
because that's been done right before, you know.
Well,
save it all for later.
That's the plan too, right? Don't pick it here; it gets buffed again. Don't pick it at the next tournament; it gets buffed again.
We spoke about this in a joking way, where maybe the players could club together and have a secret society where they were like, guys, no one pick Naga Siren for 8 months, okay? And then hopefully it'll be really buffed, and then we can all play it. It'll be fun.
Naga's fun.
You don't know about the secret Naga team house? It's it's a tree club, and we just all sit there. We talk about ways to get Naga into the meta.
I knew it.
I believe it.
This man's such a Naga picker.
I like that hero. I think. I mean, I think I like watching it because I like high mechanical skill play.
Oh, I thought he was going to say that player's misery.
that goes hand in hand with it, doesn't it?
I thought that was the best part.
Everyone else is not enjoying it, and I'm enjoying myself.
I mean, I think I've seen you play it a few times, and I think how much you enjoy yourself when you're playing Naga.
He smiles while he's playing Naga.
I sleep. Everyone's like, they're face palming. They're having a horrible time. Like, best time of my life.
I gotta say though, I like seeing the Naga more than before because now you're forced to skill net. Back when I used to see Nagas with the 4-0-4 build and stats and 0 in net.
Not even 1.
21 minute or level 21. It's like 35 minutes in the game, and it's like, all right, guys, I got 1 point in net now. I can actually assist you a little bit rather than just being a complete split pusher. Thank you, 7.0. You made my dreams come true.
Because that was the worst.
You've made me a team player.
You're a support running away from someone. Your Naga would be standing there. He could sleep for you. He's like, nah, too big a cooldown.
Yeah.
He could net for you, but nah, he has stats.
Skill net. Sacrificing 2 stats for a 2-second disable. And it got buffed. So Roots did get buffed after the 7.0 change as well. Yep. So.
Okay, you may have seen some live footage of a very long line, which was actually the people queuing up to go and see Virtus Pro, who are waiting today to do some signing and some photographs. We're still waiting for our lobby to come up, so while we wait, we will hand you over to the capable hands of the man who is the Major of Mischief.
It's time for part 2 of the interview. Congratulations. What are you doing? Hey! No sexual. People have to use this every day, goddammit. All right, gentlemen. Now we're on our way up. Things were down, and I feel like this is mouse sports. Tell me a little bit about mouse sports.
Now we're mouse sports. Yeah.
Now we're not.
Now we're in the real terrain. Like now we're going up. I feel great now. Now I feel satisfied. So
those are going high.
Like we're going up. Like our road, yeah.
All right, tell me about, guys, Boston Major, what it was like playing those games. I remember, like, one of the greatest games I ever saw, Earthshaker sneaking in, getting that last hit. Tell me about it, man. Good times in your life? Are you going to do something better than that, you think, that game?
It's going to be really hard to top that, to be honest. By far the most, exciting and memorable part of my career so far. But I hope that I'm going to win a Game 5 in the Grand Finals this time like this, so,
Yeah. I think a lot of people at home are hoping that too. How did that feel?
I don't know. I was really focused in the play, and I know that my teammates were probably yelling stuff, but I couldn't hear them. I was just really focused. And I don't know, it was just this, when we won, I was like, holy shit, this actually worked. Yeah, that was it.
All right. You having a good time, by the way, in Kiev? They treating you right? You got any experiences that are positive? We're on our way up, don't forget.
Everything's great, and I have to...
What was that eye contact? I need to talk about this. Well, why are you looking at him?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't anything. I wanna add one thing.
Yes.
I wanna shout out to Mara because it gets harder every year to carry him. It was real hard to carry him at Boston, you know. But we're gonna reach the finals again.
He's not even here to defend himself, man. What the heck? How can you call him out like that? Jesus. All right, all right. So tell me about your teammates, right? We're on the up and up. We're on the positive. Do you still like playing with these guys? Sometimes people get sick of their teammates. Do you still like them?
I still like them. I still like them. It's all love. We're friends, real good friends, and that helps in this situation.
All right. And that's step point number. Oh, I love the echo in here. Perfect. As we ascend higher in the world's longest escalator. All right, we really should, just stop this content. I feel like we've gone very far. Okay. Right after we're done on the button, we do it one more. We're almost there.
Baited.
All right, we're going higher.
Okay.
So, Spartan, you're an interesting boy. You're an interesting character.
Thank you very much.
What after Dota? Will there ever be an after Dota? Are you thinking about that at all, or are you just 100% focused on the Dota life?
100% focused on Dota. Afterwards, no, I only discussing about this time, let's say. Right. Okay, right now I'm
it's Dota only, right? Yeah. All right. So since
I'm feeling old. Yeah.
No, you're not old. Come on.
No, I'm feeling it all.
Oh, I hear you. Okay. All right. So talk to me about your favorite thing in Dota. Since we're on the positive upswing, what's the best thing?
Fight.
Fighting in Dota?
Of course.
Why?
Just fight. That's it. Go fight, bro. That's it.
A good answer. Favorite thing in Dota, sir?
Farming.
You guys are so real.
Sniping couriers. That's the best.
Oh, of course. Favorite thing, most positive?
Playing Legion Commander with Pullman Shield and making the carry cry.
Wow, that's harsh. He wants to get rid of the Legion Commander, man.
Yeah, I know. He's a support player. It's obvious. Why?
It's the opposite.
Yeah, indeed. Well, that will actually do it. We're finally done. We're back at the top. Gentlemen, whew, what a ride on the world's longest escalator. I feel like I'm a new man. I know so much about mouse sports. I know so much about myself.
You learn stuff about you. What did you learn in this?
What did I learn?
What did you learn about yourself?
I learned new name, but same old squad of complete psychopaths. I love it, guys. Thanks for being you. Thanks for joining us. And we'll see you guys some more here at the Kiev.
See you.
Yes, the magic of the major, or the magic of the mischief, one way of looking at it. And again, Siractionus Lax in action on the world's longest elevator. We are back in game for Game 2's draft. It is underway between Team Random and OG. OG, of course, one up so far, and our draft panel experts are here once more. What are we expecting, Fog, this time? More randomness from Random, more of the same from OG?
Yeah. Probably more than likely. They opened up with the same bands as well. So I think we're going to see similar style by OG. I think that this time, though, I think Random is going to probably looking at focusing on that Enigma, though. I think they maybe even might take it themselves. I wouldn't put it past them.
You think we may see... Well, we're not going to see a ban.
OG actually takes out the Monkey King this time.
This is something that OG likes doing, though. They'll pick a hero sort of later in the series, like later in the draft, early in the series, and then the next game they'll pick it really early because they went in knowing it was strong, but like, hey, we can get a 5th pick this game. Next game, like, you know what? We're going to have the 1st pick of this game. I did like Random's idea going in, though. They drafted something that I don't think OG has seen before. I think that's how, when Team Random was Wings, they had a lot of success. They would run different drafts, and they just surprise their opponents.
Do you feel that there's also an element of maybe Random think, yeah, okay, OG are too strong for us right now. We need to throw something crazy at them that puts them off their game?
I don't feel like Team Random has that mentality.
Right.
I don't even know if they consider their opponents will have to draft, so they're just...
Do they even know they're in the lobby?
Yeah. I mean, to be serious, I don't think Team Random is scared. They're the TI champions.
Yeah.
They're going to open up things with the Venge.
Yeah, this is the hero that they've been liking. Well, I mean, it's hard to say it. This is the hero that they've been liking the most. And I mean,
they've played it more times than anything else by one.
By one.
By 2 now.
By 2 now, yeah.
By 2 now. Oh, no, sorry. They have 4 games on Crystal made it too, so by 1.
It's funny. OG ended up banning or picking the puck the entirety of their last series. I don't know if they know something that we haven't seen, or but usually they either give that puck to S4, or maybe they think that Team Random has a puck and they're just kind of afraid of it.
I love the Venge too, because it leaves like, just to talk about that one again, it leaves them like the openness of, if their Enigma is there, they have something to actually deal with that black hole. It also just, like we said, they like to play around with the Venge, at least from what we've seen. It just gives them a lot of, it's just like a safe hero to pick up. It's kind of like the Crystal Maiden kind of in a sense, but he gives you a push in that aspect.
So what we're saying here is that OG was planning to pick the Enigma last from the first ban last game. Because they banned out the Venge, and we were all just like, this is a top-lane hero. But OG is smart enough, smart, to ban out this Venge to pick
and then the reason they don't ban it this time round is that then they think Random will probably take it, which means they're not planning to play the Enigma anyway this game.
They probably have a strat against Venge, to be honest.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, we made them scared of Enigma. We're going to leave it in a pool. If they don't ban it, they have to be scared of it. They're going to pick this Venge hero that we banned last time. They think we're scared of it, but no. We're just setting it up for a strat.
And they go for
Dazzle Brew.
So Dazzle, counteracting of the physical damage that Vengeful can give with the Wave of Terror, with the aura as well. You get your weave. So he's very useful versus those type of physical
and
lineups.
Brewmaster is another one who counteracts physical with both his evasion and his mischance on the haze.
Helps as well to like defending tier 1s and stuff. You know, you get your level 6 early on Panda. Venge, ideally you want to like group up and try to pressure the tier 1s early, get a bit of a tower advantage. But versus a Brewmaster, he's one of like the very strong team fighters, and OG really likes this hero.
In particular, Dazzle Brewmaster has always been a great combo. I think it's for like a few reasons, but the two main ones are, one, you can always get your Brewmaster ult off. What happens with Brewmaster oftentimes is before you get Blink, it's really hard to get that ultimate off. You have to run in, you might get stunned, silenced, burst it down. You have Shallow Grave for that. Another one is you just split the Broodlings, you have 3 units, and you just heal on them, and it does a ton of damage.
Yeah, we used to see like a kind of approach when people were doing like the Venge Brewmaster as well. The Brewmaster with like blinking clap and with just a Wave of Terror on top. He's actually like super powerful, able to go for those type of kills with that kind of setup. Dazzle's like a little bit different, but kind of similar in a way. So they go for a bat right away. So
there's one way to counteract the Grave, right? They think, hey, if we don't have something to sort of reposition the Brewmaster, they're always going to get it off with the Shallow Grave, the Brewmaster ulti, that is. So with Batrider Lasso, you can sort of drag away. We might even see a swap into Batrider Lasso. Like, that's something that Wings would really want to focus on.
Yeah. Wings tends to like to have like this one type of like vision hero, something to like get that kind of information. And versus a Dazzle, it's very important to have that type of vision to get him into the back lines.
Also, Faith Beyond is just a crazy man on the Batrider.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
No fear. Ever.
How would you go with a ban on a Timber?
Shadow's been known to play that hero both mid and safe lane for this team, so perhaps I think one of the options that Team Random might offer is some sort of aggro with the Batrider, matching up the Timbersaw 1v1 versus a Brewmaster. That could, maybe they think that's a vulnerability in what they're planning. Bristleback ban.
Yep, same ban as last time.
That has to be some sort of like, you think that might be from like scrims or something, or because like that's both times they just really don't want to play versus the Bristle. Maybe it's just
not ultra scared of it, otherwise it would have been a first phase ban, which means I guess if this does go to a game 3, OG know that if they want it, they're going to have to first pick it.
Do you think maybe it's because of like the way, like with Warpath to like push buildings, like maybe that's the way that they're looking at? I'm just trying to think of like why that they'd really target the Bristle so much.
I personally feel like Bristleback's a really strong hero. I know there are a couple teams who are picking it at a pretty high like priority. So I think that just means that Team Random screened one of them and they got absolutely wrecked. Or maybe, to be honest, maybe they just saw that one game for Weeha, because that was scary. That was the best performance I've ever seen.
Yeah.
That hero is good though. They battled the Alchemist this time.
Well, OG has been known to play it.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Sorry.
They do play it.
Have they?
Yeah, they played it the last 2 games against Thunderbirds and won both games.
I got that as irony, but yeah, I think
Conrad got baited.
I can't tell if I'm getting counter baited at this point.
That mind games on the panel have begun.
I think the Ursa battle from OG is pretty interesting too. I think that right now Team Random has a very single target draft. I really like Ursa as a hero, but I've typically found that it's hard to play him with offlaners like Batrider because they don't provide the team fight that you want to back up a hero like Ursa. They also have a Dazzle who's generally pretty good versus Ursa.
Do you think that leads to potentially having an Omni here? Obviously, Brewmaster probably going to go into the off lane, but you know, obviously the one big thing we've seen Ursa as a counter to that Omni Knight.
There are a lot of heroes that Ursa's sort of specifically good against. I think maybe one of the reasons is that the heroes that are good against Batrider, like Lifestone and Juggernaut, Ursa's specifically good against.
That's a very good point. Yeah.
That's what I expect from OG. I expect them to pick for their carry something that matches up well with the Batrider, because they're gonna want to be able to move their supports around at some point.
Tusk Dazzle, always a cool combo. The snowball with Dazzle Bomb.
Yeah, double save is also just
double save.
A strong concept in Dota in general. What happens when you see this Dazzle hero as Batrider Avenge is, hey, what was that game we saw?
Team Liquid?
I can't remember the last one where someone would just see the Dazzle and always go for a fight. Was it our first series today? Anyways, so there are a lot of games where you'll spot out their save and you'll know, if I initiate on this guy, we will win the fight. But it's really hard to do that when you have heroes like Tuskar and Dazzle, because you have to grab both of them or they're going to save each other.
I think it might have been Team Liquid. Yeah, they had the Doom. No, that was a different one. No, can't come off the top of my head here.
I'm trying to getting into Random's mind, but
don't try, man.
Yeah, good luck with
You'll
that.
get lost.
He's been silent for about 5 minutes, so it's been going on for quite a while.
It's definitely almost broken at this point.
I think it's broken fogged as well. Can someone send in a team? Yeah, it's broken him.
Yep. Got nothing.
Where'd you go? Where'd you go with it?
Like to see them with the third pick is sort of commit to whether they want to team fight against this Brewmaster out and Weave, or just go for this more split push with tower pressure idea. I think these are the two general lineups we've been seeing at this tournament. I don't know.
Do you think maybe they might go for a silencer type of thing? Okay, as I said that, they go for a Wyvern.
I think OG wanted to pick Lycan, and Team Random knew that. And that's why they're picking the Wyvern now, because they think that OG's lineup, like Brewmaster and Dazzle, generally what you need with them is a high physical damage hero. And they're thinking, hey, if your lineup needs this, even if you haven't picked it yet, we can preempt it by picking a Wyvern. We can turn that against you already.
It's a risky way of doing it, though, isn't it?
Sort of, but even if it wasn't like an OG, they need a physical damage dealer. And OG are like, screw you, we're picking Ember. So.
And now we've
I still
well
think
then.
OG will pick a physical damage dealer. That's the last one. I think it's hard to play without it.
Absolutely.
There is one sort of exception in that Brewmaster is a good building breaker, especially for a high ground. It's no Panda Invoker, but his BAT actually got lowered on the Earth Panda in this last patch. So without the Invoker, you break it a little bit faster than before.
Very little time left here for Random.
Yeah, they clearly spent a lot of time thinking about that last pick.
I think they want some more like real catch for the Ember now.
Yeah, they need to pick a good mid matchup versus him too.
Okay, so Troll.
I don't understand the pick. I don't, but
Physical damage dealer to complement with the Venge.
That's true. It gives you like
the building
if you
push
lasso,
early on.
no matter who the other heroes are around, you'll have enough burst to kill off the target lasso. I'm curious to see how they're going to tie their lineup together with the last pick, though. It's.
I'm curious what OG's going to think they're going to tie at the last. You know,
Versus
what is that last ban, right?
You know, Troll Warlord's actually a decent matchup mid versus Ember.
Yeah, it is.
It's not super one-sided, but if Troll has ganks, I think Ember is actually the more vulnerable one.
Yeah. I think maybe also for the Troll, like with versus the Brewmaster versus his Brewlings, you're able to just like Whirling Axes and get in there. You can actually maybe even like focus one down and bring it down.
That's true.
But definitely different. They have not picked this hero, I don't believe, so they are. I think the Silencer is very good versus the double save, as we were talking about before.
Yeah,
that's one way to deal with it.
That's an excellent point. It's also like playing Ember mid versus Silencer is miserable.
Because then it leaves it like open. Because then the Venge can carry, and then they have the Troll mid. So they having their type of two supports, the Wyvern and Silencer could have been definitely an option for Random.
Or even a Core Silencer.
Or even Core Silencer, yeah.
I think how OG feels, the reason they would ban Silencer is they feel like Team Random's lineup is too dependent on this lasso. So the thing that makes the lasso work the best is, as you said, the Silencer. And they feel like the heroes don't work well together without lasso instantly killing one target and being unable to react. They feel like if they lasso and they get a snowball after lasso ends or a grave during the lasso, then they will be able to take any team fight.
Oh,
I like it.
I love this
That's
versus
a great
this is
pick.
so good versus Ember Spirit as well. You are picking it into like weave and stuff, but now it gives them like this is them. They have look at their building. Their objective taking is massive right now on Team Random.
Most importantly to me, this ties in their team fight. I really was curious what type of hero would tie in their team fight together. They needed something with a disable. Death Prophet provides the silence for it. They needed something with that can frontline for them, so that Tro can find a good opportunity to jump. Death Prophet does that. It's a hero that we haven't seen as much, but is definitely underrated right now.
And it ties in their team fight, and now they have like the double save as well for themselves. They have the Venge, they have the Wyvern, so if there is any like focused damage onto the Death Prophet, they have ways to like try to save him in a way.
So Arc Warden for OG, where they've played this 3 times at Kiev, imagine not won with it once. But they keep going back for it, so they know something.
Very strong hero though, and it gives them a lot of. Now they actually have like this burst potential versus Death Prophet when you have these like double saves from like the Wyvern and from the Venge. Now they have something that can actually maybe even try to bring him down quickly with that Arc Warden.
Okay, let's go through predictions. Conrad, we'll start with you.
This one's a tough one for me.
Very.
I really like that last pick from Team Random. I think I'm going to go Team Random for this one. Everything that Curtis mentioned just really ticked something in my brain, and now it really makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
I'll go Team Random. I really like Death Prophet pick. Honestly, I think OG will win the game, but I like Random's draft more, and I really want them to win.
And look at that. You want a third game.
And look at that.
Oh, look at that. They've already picked Fogs. Thanks, Fogs. Right then, let's get back downstairs to our commentary team who are ready and waiting to bring you game number 2 between OG and Team Random.
As always, with Team Random, the draft holds plenty of twists and turns, and this one is no different. A last pick Death Prophet Purge, and OG, the last pick Arc Warden. How you feeling about this draft?
It was pretty weird watching it progress, right? Like, nobody's opening Vengeful Spirit right now. That seemed kind of out of nowhere, but it maybe made some more sense with the Batrider pick. They grabbed the hero that counters the hero they're about to pick. And then the Wyvern, another weird pick. But finally, with the DP, it made a lot of sense. 2 heroes that can save somebody. They get some really good team fight potential. It's very similar to a secret draft, I believe, that we saw earlier. Wyvern with DP, because you combo so well with her, keep her alive, let her ult do damage. But the part I really liked was Winter's Curse into silence. It's the most obvious silence ever. It's in some ways like 8 seconds to disable if they don't have silence solutions, and that's going to be the case for the first 15 minutes. So it's going to be a fun game to watch.
Absolutely. The last pick, Arc Warden, is something else that I want to talk about from OG, simply because I don't know how you feel about it, Perch, but I feel like OG, they're the only team who's really consistently picking up Arc Warden in these officials. I don't feel like it's really been tested. You know, like I don't feel like I've felt the Arc Warden truly proven to be a strong hero.
Yeah,
like
I
that's
agree.
worthy the last pick.
Yeah, I think they're out of the 3 games that I watched him play, one of the games I was, okay, he's a good hero. But past that, he has some issues. It's pretty clear, I think. He's not very good at the laning stage. If he's losing, he seems very weak. If there's a team fight situation and he's not defensive in the back, he seems bad. But the thing he's very, very good at, which seems to be the reason teams pick him, is magnetic field. It's like, oh, they're pushing, I'll drop the magnetic field, drop my ulti, use another magnetic field. It makes it so hard for your opponents to actually close the game out. And for that reason, this is a really good pick against the Troll Warlord, against a Death Prophet. That's 2 heroes that do right-click based damage to kill a building.
Yeah, let's talk about that, right? The ghosts are not going to be hitting the tower unless Death Prophet's inside the bubble. Is that where we're presuming?
I do not know, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know
think
either.
That's how it works. We will find out.
I mean, you have to say, it's a last pick Arc Warden against the Death Prophet. I feel like that's kind of what OG are going for here. After all, Wings are showing us, or excuse me, Team Random are showing us a very heavy mid-game push, and OG just want to prolong the game, presumably, right? Like, and that's what truly Arc Warden's good at. He's good at late game, and he's really good at just prolonging games and protecting high ground.
That's very interesting. Faithbeyond didn't go for the first wave. He's going to wait for the second one instead. But I guess there's a much better chance of not dying this way, because if they actually had like Flux or something and they spotted him, it would be a lot easier to get the kill. So the ideal would be do this pull. In the meantime, that prevents Fly from stacking. I don't know if he's going to react or not here. We'll see. But he may just attack twice and go stack. Stacking is so much more important. So I kind of feel like Faithbeyond maybe should stick around to prevent the stack. But
yeah, I feel It's not very often that you get a chance to stack that AC camp, so
It's
being able to get this one is big.
The 1 minute timing is like the most important time for supports in the game right now, because the camp, if you don't stack it there, it doesn't stack until 3 minutes, so it kills a lot of your ability to actually deal with the offlaner getting experience.
S4, 2 HP, Jesus. 4-man shield doing its work, and he does have the back of the Tusk, so it looks like they're just going to go ahead and pop the Shrine. They've got a big wave pushing in. Both of these heroes would love to have their level 2, so with this wave pushing in, hopefully they'll be able to get it.
Great ice shards from Tusk as well to guarantee the creeps stay around. They'll give S4 guaranteed level 2. Surely will help a little, keeping him alive. And Fly doing his best to mess up Faith Beyond's life as well, just zoning, diving under the tower a bit.
And here comes the Drunken Ace. Shadow doesn't have anything to be able to deal with that, so that lessens the harassment onto S4, as well as his own CSing abilities.
Yeah, it's actually super value. I don't remember this being 25 mana, but 25 mana is almost nothing.
Yeah, it really is.
It only lasts for 4 seconds, which is probably why it got reduced, but certainly is going to be a great way to stop Shadow from getting every last hit.
Meanwhile, our mid lane, we do have Blink's Death Prophet facing up against Anna's Notorious Ember Spirit. We are getting into the first 2 levels difficult for the Ember Spirit because of the fact that Spirit Siphon can just so easily kill your Flame Guard. A little bit later on, though, 200 magic absorptions. Things should start getting a little bit easier for Anna, but how do you think the rest of this laning phase kind of pays out?
I think it's all based on the supports. The last time we saw it, the Death Prophet was actually pressured a lot, but they're going to do that here. They've got Orb of Venom as well.
They immediately back out as soon as they see that TP in from Ice. After all, he is level 2. They're not sure if he does have a level Cold Embrace. Fly's actually dropping a bit low here. They do have another nuke coming in, but Crypt Swarm not going to be there in time to finish him off. That does leave Faith Beyond in a 1v1 at the top lane, though, so that rotation failing on the Death Prophet does offer a lot for Team Random in this laning phase. Batrider will certainly be one of the better offlane heroes to pressure a safe laner, but can Arc Warden really be pressured, even by a Batrider?
I think he absolutely can. I mean, I guess if you get Flux, there's no way that Batrider will be able to commit and get the kill, but at the very least, messing up the creep equilibrium. As a ranged hero with low armor, Arc Warden is actually very vulnerable to getting dived on under tower by creeps. So even if Batrider simply just pulls his creep waves to the side and makes No-Tail tank creeps under the tower, that could add up really fast. All comes down to the Midas timing, though. The faster he gets the Midas, the better. So maybe it'd be really good for Random to actually do some kind of early rotation with Vengeful Spirit and the Winter Wyvern, but that doesn't sound super likely to me. So maybe just play standard and let him get his full acceleration.
Winter Wyvern, Ice kind of chilling out here in the top lane. Looks like he's going to maybe push back the support, see if they can get a hard camp pull. Fly, not going to be able to intercept it, but the Tusk will. Another great use of the Ice Shards from Jarex.
That was so well done, and it guarantees that he gets the bounty rune, so denies the pull, which means that No-Tail's safe, which means that the supports also get the bounties. He's been using that skill really well for that purpose.
There is a, I would say, decent advantage to playing the Dire side Tusk. Being able to play this cliff area, Snowball actually has some decent range. I feel like your opportunities for initiation, Tusk Dire side against the Radiant mid is a lot better, but he's not going to be able to see a window here just yet.
And he can also get to the offlane a lot easier as well. Like if you're trying to roll into OG, you'd probably have to be on the left side. If you're on the right side, it's a much harder angle to hit, which would give you the offlane access. So yeah, I definitely agree. Dire side Tusk a little bit better. They're maybe hoping to get a kill here on S4, but it's going to be tough. Even if they do close the gap a bit, he will be able to slow attack speed with Thunderclap too.
Here comes the Drunken Haze, so all that right-click damage should be pretty ineffective.
70% mischance. That's a lot. Keeps putting the slow on Shadow, but he's going to be pressured again.
Oh, and that miss percentage is going to wear out here, but they do have Jarex. So Team Random not feeling comfortable with it. There is a big opportunity for heal bomb potentially from Fly.
Oh, he's on
They're
cooldown.
going to go wide. Why? Snowball out. They're going to be able to finish him off. That's going to be your first blood, but they may just lose S4. Drunken Haze out. S4 still ends up going down. So it trades a support for a core, but it is OG picking up that coveted first blood.
I did not see when the first heal came out, but he did not have that one TP, and I'm sitting there waiting for the damage. And also when the snowball broke as well, the heal was used when the heroes split up a little bit, so they didn't quite get the amazing trade they wanted, but that was still very good considering S4 looked quite dead.
And Faith Beyond He's getting a lot of solo time here, and he's already got 1,000 gold in the bank with the boots, regular boots picked up. You said they might rotate in. They've already moved Ice up here once, and now they're actually going to have Y himself show up with a hard stun. They might just be able to catch No Tail here. They got a couple of stacks of sticky napalm, get a stun. That's enough time for maybe the Firefly to close that distance before the Flux is used.
Arc Warden has a huge strength gain though, and he's got 13 stick charges as well, so they're going to have to do a lot of damage. It's going to take a lot of Bat Riders standing on top of Arc Warden. Here they're going for it.
They're going to try. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they do manage to catch Ice back over the top. No Tail being run down, does use those charges, but it's not going to be enough. There is no TPs in from the two supports of OG. They did make their rotation upwards and almost caught Y in the process, but an Ice Shards this time not quite locking it down.
The Wave of Terror just makes the right clicks do so much damage there, and despite using Flux and Spark Wraith, it's big overkill. The fast level 5 as well, the Flame Break does 4 burn duration with like 3 or 4 sticky napalm stacks. That's like 400 magic damage with 1 skill point. It's pretty insane.
Are we saying Faith Beyond? Is you just like rushing towards the Blink Dagger, or what is this build that he's going?
I think he might as well, because he's got like the best start ever for a Bat Rider, right? It's way better than you normally expect, and with this double stack, he got pretty lucky too. Satyrs and 1 center camp only, these are all very vulnerable to magic damage, so yeah. I think he just rushes the Blink and makes the game happen, because on OG's side, despite the Arc Warden kill there, he's also maybe not going to get a fast Midas. He's actually going to finish Aquila first, so I think just set the tempo ahead. I think that's the better thing to do here. Oh, Jarek's perfect time to be here, though.
Collecting a lot of that experience. He's going to step down to see if he can take some of that hard camp. Yeah. See if he uses the Ice Shards to be able to clean up some of the last hits here. They're all pretty low. Jarek's holding it for now. Faith Beyond is going to get most of these last hits, it looks like. Now Y's going to be here. Jarek starts running himself away. Nice Ice Shards once again. He knew he was going to be caught by the sticky napalm slow.
That's entirely why he saved that skill. He didn't want a chance getting the last hit and getting chased down all the way. A little greedy from him, but that was actually so amazing. He got a full level, and Bat Rider got 1 less level as well.
So it looks like the lane plays out pretty well for Death Prophet. Currently sitting 51-13 bottom lane. They're going to go on S4 using the extra attack speed, but again, the Drunken Haze proves to be problematic when they go for this kill.
And he picks up a Magic Wand, so just simple 4-man shield, Iron Talon, Brown Boots, Brewmaster. The hero doesn't need as many items as he did in the past. The big thing is level 10, fast mana regen perk. But his experience gain has been fantastic. I do agree that Death Prophet's had a great lane, though. Certainly a good advantage against the Ember Spirit, hitting about 20 last hits more, and now he's going for a rotation. Treads, double null, and he's got a lot of good skills leveled up heavily.
And this looks good, because Ice is kind of baiting it right now. He's kind of showing like, oh, I'm just a support trying to slow down your push. But OG maybe caught the Spark Wraith that's already gone out, so it looks like OG do have the warning bells that his gank is coming, but they may not be fast enough. Unfortunately, the pushback from the Flame Break is going to increase the distance slightly, but they are going to catch up to No Tail eventually, maybe catch him out the Shell Grave, buys him a little bit of time, but it looks like Blink is going to be able to lock it down with the Spirit Siphon, or not, gets the TP out. OG, maybe they're going to lose S4 instead. S4 not quite level 6. They're going to go for a snowball save, pushing in deeper. S4 gets whatever damage he can. Managed to finish off the Vengeance Spirit. Now that puts Blink low. They jump in, but there's the heal from the Winter Wyvern. And now that ultimate, it's going to be wearing out soon,
mana.
but not soon enough. It looks like Anna is actually maybe going to go down. He does have a Remnant to jump to, but doesn't even have the mana to jump to it. So Team Random get 2 core kills out of that. Maybe they didn't go No Tail, but it was well worth the rotation for Team Random. Maybe a third. Jarex gets bumped back. There's a snowball over the creeps. Fly's going to have to save him with a heal, but there's a second Firefly out.
Whoa.
And it's actually the nuke from Ice that finishes the kill.
So rather than going for the Blink Dagger, he just bought a really early drum, used 2 charges in that fight, but completely worth it for all those kills against OG. I think the Ember Spirit rotation was great as well, but they ran out of mana. If he had a Magic Wand, maybe that fight could have continued. Maybe they kill Death Prophet. Maybe they get another support kill and no one else dies, but really good pressure there from Team Random.
Yeah, I was kind of worried that and maybe we'll still see it, the Ember Spirit's burst magic damage is going to be such a big threat for DP because they can't depend on that Winter Wyvern, but we're seeing at least with the first start of these team fights, it's just not being enough. And the Death Prophet is able to just kind of persevere. And speaking of that, we are going to have a Yule Scepter picked up next, and you said that's going to be the way to deal with that, right?
Yeah, exactly. Whenever the expected burst comes in, just throw yourself up in the air. That could be Snowball coming in, that could be a Brewmaster going for a Thunderclap into an ulti. There's a lot of things he can save himself from. So OG's got to take slightly better fights in the next engagements, if possible. That one was very much a defensive thing. They saved Arc Warden at least. That's huge.
Look at bottom. Faith Beyond is playing just outside of the vision for the most part. And as Troll starts pushing forward, though, he's backing away. Maybe he should have stuck around because there is a 4-man smoke gang coming out from OG. They want to catch this Troll nice and early.
He's committed.
Looks like they've got him. Slow down. Double nukes. They do have TPs coming in from the Death Prophet, so maybe there can be an opportunity for a
bad
turnaround,
TP.
or maybe it's just an extra kill. Blink, blown up, almost. Ember Spear tries to get the damage out. They finish him off. Random did not have the support in time. Now it's just going to be cleanup time. They're going to be able to get at least Y, if not more. Ice Ice does have the ultimate, though. Throws it on the Fly. Fly taking a lot of damage from the Brewmaster. It's going to be Y to finish him off with Magic Missile. Jarex, meanwhile, jumps forward. Manages to catch Ice Ice with a snowball. Knocks him up in the air with the Walrus Punch, but there is no follow-up from OG. They've already gotten enough kills out of this fight anyway.
And this is one of the better rotations I've ever seen from an Arc Warden. He doesn't have his Midas yet, but this hero actually does insane amounts of magic damage in the early game. Especially if he duplicates, he can drop Spark Wraiths for 280 damage every 4 seconds from his 2 sources, and even Flex by itself is good. 2 right clicks and on top of that. So just by finding the Death Prophet kill after the Troll, it opened up the game so much for OG. Like there's not good reaction to that if the Arc Warden is there. But I don't even think they saw him. He was kind of lagging in the back. He did throw down a Spark Wraith, but they weren't expecting that insane disable and that insane magic damage output.
All right, we have the rotation from Random up top, then OG down to bottom. This time it's going to be Random with a smoke gate into the enemy jungle here, and they're going to find No Tail right in the perfect time. Look at it, he's 20 gold away. No Tail's like, no, please, desperately, let me get at least a creep, but it's not going to happen. Loses the 200 gold. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Shadow's going to die again, so at least there is some sort of balance to this game of OG Wings. 7-7.
That Midas delay is very painful. And he fed his Tempest double as well. That's a lot of golden experience. I think it's like 180 right now. Does miss the flame break on S4. Playing around a little bit, but we'll see things go a little static here, I expect. Death Prophet surprisingly doing some aggro Ancients here. Kind of interesting, but I think it's because he used Exorcism on the Tempest double in the first place. So. The Arc Warden, that is.
Might as well put some use to that ultimate.
So OG does get a tower out of this. So when you gank the jungle, it's kind of hard to turn it into a tower instantly. Random turned it into an Ancient Destruction because they were there already. But that's a tower advantage, which means now it's a little harder for Troll to farm. He's very good at jungling, though, especially with Vlad, so he'll be fine. But certainly it'll be easier for OG to find the right places to gank, and maybe a bit more obvious when Random isn't in aggressive position or sitting in their lanes.
And it also means our Blink Dagger is going to be coming in pretty soon for S4. He's currently trying to beat out Faith Beyond's Blink Dagger, which is what he's going after, the Drums of Endurance. Both sitting at a similar amount of gold here. OG checking out the Roshan pit, making sure they hear the Troll ultimate. They wanted to make sure he wasn't actually sneaking inside the pit. That is one of the dangers, right? There's a lot of comparisons to be made between Troll and Ursa. And obviously, the biggest comparison is they're both able to do Roshan very early on.
Yeah, especially with the Venge on the backside with a medallion. He doesn't have it yet, but or somebody has it queued up. Wyvern? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it's finished already? That's really early. So if they ever do win a team fight against OG, that's probably where they're going to go right after. With that said, though, OG does have another Arcane Rune on Ember Spirit. This is one of the best things you can have in the early game, just because he has some mana problems, and lowering the recharge of Fire Remnants and Searing Chains and all that stuff is really effective. And that's who they're going to go in on.
No wall out. Blink definitely has some protection there. What a beautiful Winter's Curse onto Jarex. They're going to set all this up. So they're going to finish off Jarex. Doesn't look like they had the opportunity to push for more, but a free pickoff there for Team Random. More time for Shadow to push out top, though. He's actually backing away from that. Perhaps afraid of a rotation from OG.
Winter's Curse has been really effective this game. I've never seen so many impactful Winter's Curses the first 15 minutes, but they've been very well used. Medallion making that better as well. Throw it on the guy that's getting it auto-attacked, and he'll die faster. Interesting choice. Oh, he's going Necro 3 build on Arc Warden. I haven't seen this in so long. It's a lot worse than it was originally. When Arc Warden first came out, you'd make a Tempest double, he'd get Necro 3 whenever he summons. Each Arc Warden Tempest double would have its own cooldowns, but now it's based on the same for each Tempest double. So spawn your Tempest double, he gets a Midas, it's not off cooldown 60 seconds later. You still have to wait the full 100. So Necro's scene is worse right now. So I'm excited to see if No Tail can make something amazing happen. He also went Arcane Boots, which is a bit interesting, but considering that It's technically 2. This could really help his team get a lot more mana and himself.
Do you think it's because of the read? Like, Team Random have a very 5-man focused lineup, right? Batrider seeks out the extra pickoff. They have the Death Prophet team fight ultimate that they want to base themselves around, and Troll is going to be able to help push down those towers. It seems like there is going to be a lot of opportunities for split pushing. Faith Beyond currently scouting here. He's going to jump forward. Will manage to grab fly. That's a big one. They can actually finish him off. Meanwhile, the Brewmaster initiation comes out, unable to get the silence fast enough, but they do have the swap out to be able to buy Flink some time, and his ultimate is doing a lot of work. OG are low on all sides. Fly in the back, almost taken out. They do have another great Winter's Curse for the Shallow Grave. Will manage to save Jarek just in time. Big jump in from Anna. Tries to get the burst damage, but now he's silenced up. He's just going to die to Shadow. Jarek jumps forward, trying to finish off Blink, but it's not quite enough. Blink with the Gold Scepter is able to defend himself. Now it's going to be Fly. Food for fodder as Shadow managed to pick up another kill. Looks for the wipe as No Tail's going to be the final man down of OG. And Team Random take a big fight in the mid lane, trading 1 for 5. Gonna take that mid tower, and who knows what else from there.
Amazing fight for Team Random. OG felt they had some moments where they could go in, and they kept getting heroes really low, but it's so dangerous for them actually to commit to those sometimes. And this is almost for sure going to guarantee... No, never mind. They're all alive. It'll be fine. But taking the tier 1 tower there is huge. And OG getting a little too overconfident on the Venge kills a few times there.
Another bad team fight like that, or even a pickoff, is actually going to lead into any kind of Roche opportunity.
No, the opening was so good, but the swap absolutely helped save the DP. She's still doing tons of damage in the backline. The Fire Panda goes down. They really wanted to kill Innocence, and great Winter's Curse, but an amazing Graven response. But at this point, OG is all playing with low HP. It's way too dangerous here. No
Tempted catch here, but Ice Eyes just ahead of the Ice Shards. And he had Arctic Burn up anyway, so he could have just flew right over that one.
But the OG lineup, they're definitely going to run into some big damage issues pretty soon here. I think the reason he's going Necro 3s is because of the large one. If it gets blown up, it does a lot of pure damage. And that's going to be a really good counter, actually, against the Death Prophet, because she can't stop her little bats from attacking.
We have 4-man smoke up.
That's
Catches S4. Easy kill on the Brewmaster. And this pickoff could lead to more, actually. Why? Might be able to find Fly here.
It's got no
They're
way.
going to chase him down the tower, surely. Yep. There goes the swap back. Gets out the weave, but it is a death weave for Fly. And a tier 1 tower down once again.
I feel like if OG was able to win that team fight in the mid that they lost previously, this whole game would have been changed. But Random is just rolling over OG at the moment, and they don't have very good heroes for stopping that. They don't have like they're basically their melee frontliner that's supposed to jump in, be survivable, and keep messing with them is Brewmaster. And outside of that, they don't have much. And Ember Spirit, I don't think is going to be that hero this game either. Troll is really scary. They have to worry about Batrider last, so they have to worry about Venge, Stun Swap, and of course the big damage output. It's Death Prophet. So I think this last pick, Death Prophet, was really good for this lineup. Hard to kill him. He's got backup, and he does so much damage.
Boy, they're actually getting a ton of farm on Ice Ice. He got that early medallion. Because of the kills offered to him from Winter's Curse, he's going to have a Blink Dagger pretty soon. He's about 1,000 gold away from that one. That'll mean even better initiation for Team Random. Initially, they're just playing completely off of the Batrider, but now we could have excellent initiation from the Winter Wyvern as well. As you said, that all sets up into the Death Prophet Silence, and right now, and probably in the future, there's not going to be too many ways that OG can deal with that. We need to have like Yule Scepters on Brewmaster and Ember Spirit just to be able to deal with that one silence.
Yeah. Even killing Death Prophet looks tough right now. With very efficient item build, he's just going all for survivability. Even grabs the magic resistance perk at 10. Most likely will pass up the hood that we've seen some other players grab. But between like Yule's Solar Crest and just generally high HP, it's hard for OG to kill this guy.
12% magic resistance plus the Solar Crest. I love that.
Plus healing.
Yeah, I love that Solar Crest has just become like a nice efficient stat item. Yeah, who necessarily needs to be using it?
It's actually pretty disgusting. It's only 2,600 gold, considering it gives you 12 armor and 25% evasion. And if he really wants to use this aggressively, it's great. It works very well with Exorcism, Amplify.
Okay, so OG, whenever I've seen these kind of like split push lineups, too many times, we see like, for example, they're now the Siren. They love to be able to try and make a team fight happen 12, 15 minutes before they get into their full split push category. This time around, they tried it. It failed pretty badly. Surely this is when OG bounces back and just tries to play a split push game against Team Random's 5-man.
I think it's possible. They can kind kind of still take fights, but yeah, 5 versus 5 is really terrifying right now. So commit to the split push if you can.
That is going to be Ember Spirit managing to jump away. They didn't get a bash from the troll. So Anna, being the lucky man, will get back to his shrine, heal up.
So
OG.
So maybe one of the big losses here is that they don't have good disable follow-up from the last. So it's basically Venge Stun or Troll Bash, or the bigger, easier one is probably Death Prophet Silence, at least right now. But she did offer Treads this game. Boots of Travel would have been amazing for this kind of setup situation, but wasn't able to get in there fast enough. So those kind of losses are actually huge. That's maybe a big lacking here to Random. I felt like they're going to be able to deal with the split push well, but if they don't have the lockdown, Ember Spirit hitting buildings is definitely the safest way.
Yeah. And then once you start having successful split pushing from OG, especially now that we have the Necronomicon, you start forcing Team Random to split up a little bit more. That's when the team fights can really come to the favor of OG, right?
Yeah,
Instead
exactly.
of split, occasionally they could just like boom, group up and hit Team Random hard. So Random, even though they had an incredible start, still have a lot of issues to address as we start hitting into the mid game. Plenty of opportunities for OG to make the comeback if Team Random aren't careful.
And they're going to play. He's just summoning a lot of Necros. He's just trying to increase his farm speed with these. They're definitely good at that, but it's still a pretty big cooldown. Approaching Necro 2, Necro 3. So what is the magic damage? It's okay, it does magic actually on Necro. I forgot it's not pure anymore. So it does 800 magic damage when it dies, which means that Death Prophet actually does have good solutions against it. He can just build maybe a Pipe Blader, or a BKB would also stop it if I'm not mistaken. Unless it is coded to go through. I think they'll die. Can't check. Check later.
Roshan attempts here from Shadow. No Tail spotting it out with his Tempest double. It's going to die, though, and that really kills the team fight power of OG. Seems pretty clear to Team Random. They know OG can't actually fight this one, so Faith Beyond. He gets out there, manages to find the pickoff onto No Tail. A big kill, because we talked about how that magnetic field, that bubble, stops a lot of these pushes. No Tail's got to be option number one, to be able to kill the high ground defense or kill the defense of these tier 2s and push objectives.
Man, that was a big pickoff. No Tail making a large mistake with the Bat Rider grabbing him. And he's not going to be mobile this game. He's not going to have invisibility. I mean, Necro's very, very cool on paper. Maybe it was the right choice this game, but I can't help but think that he just started off a little too slow. The delay of the Midas cost so much, and maybe the support should have spent more time there. But with that said, this is a tier 3 tower taking damage.
Yeah,
what the heck?
Team Random didn't address that one very quickly. Already down to half HP. That was, I feel like that wasn't actually fully worth it, tier 2 tower, because you know the split push is already going to be a problem from OG. So you can't afford to have some of your fortifications like that already being, dropped down this low.
Yeah, completely agree. I mean, it's still more map control, but considering your opponents are going to have more boots of travel than you,
I don't know.
Maybe it's tough. Tough to deal with that. That tower does go down. That would be insane. I mean, they haven't even lost the mid tower. The tier 3 has taken more than the mid tower has almost. Very close.
All right, we got a gem. I really like this pickup. An early gem from Team Random will make because they do have the potential catch, right?
Yeah.
With this Bat Rider against some of these heroes. So we do have the potential for Team Random to punish some of these split pushers, particularly the Ember Spirit. All they have to do is just kill a lot of the aggressive vision of OG. So that early gem is going to play off some pretty big dividends. I assume OG did try and look like they were trying to go for some sort of smoke rotation, maybe pick off at mid that allows them to take that tier 1 tower, while Anna continues his march into the tier 3.
Pushing pretty fast despite his items. Just Maelstrom alone is going to get creeps up on the high ground to do more damage.
Or Chip. Random, they seem like really focused on making sure a bad team fight doesn't happen, staying 5-man quite a lot, which is opening up these huge opportunities for Anna.
Trying to keep that Tempest double alive while he split pushes, and great even more tower damage here.
Oh, he doesn't get the gold for it either.
Very close. So Shadow pressuring the tier 2 still. This should still fall. No way they defend this, but they are inching their way towards shrine kills even before Random can think about it. With that said, even if they do get the tier 3, I do feel like Random's getting pretty close to just going high ground. But
yeah,
the issue is going to be pushing the lanes out first and then having an opportunity to do that. And there's a long, long time until Roche is ready. So maybe Random can, in this time period, utilize the Aegis.
Yeah, this definitely says to me like the way the team. This wasn't a mistake, right? Like it's not like they made the same mistake 2 times in a row. Right? So it's very clear Team Random are doing this on purpose. They really want to make sure they stick together, they don't have a bad team fight, and will go ahead and concede a little bit of Tier 3 damage whenever they're going for these Tier 2 pushes. That for me says Team Random are much more focused on, hey, we're going to end the game soon. You know, we're going to go for that high ground. This game's going to reach a crescendo real fast where Team Random either successfully push high ground, in which case the Tier 3 going down doesn't matter, or they stall out. OG take that Tier 3, they unlock shrines, and we can play this, you know, this harder rat game that Team Random may never be able to come back from. Looks like a pickoff on Jarek's here. He's been playing pretty aggressive with that haste rune, and will meet an unfortunate fate.
Shadow with the Shadow Blade, picked up, instantly gets the kill. And I really like this item choice because it's going to allow him to counter the split push and, more importantly, help get his own solo kills as the game continues, just because OG is always going to be split pushing. If they always have to worry about trolls showing up and doing a crap load of physical damage any second, then they're going to be a lot less willing to push the lanes out aggressively and make sure that Random can't go high ground.
Yeah, so. Even Ember Spirit, when he picks up his Lincolns, right, he's like, oh, I dealt with the Bat Rider a bit now, right? Yep. But Troll, who knows? Maybe he Shadow Blades on you and gets a first hit, or maybe even a second hit bash. That's enough to lock you down long enough to kill you from 100 to 0.
And Ember still doesn't have silence solutions, too. The Lincolns will stop Lasso and Winter's Curse and Swap, but if they maybe do, I guess they can't do Yules into silence at least, because that would be blocked. But if the DP is just in the area as the Troll shows up, silence and right clicks, that's all it'll take, and it will go down.
Oh, look at this Shadow Blade. Shadow, he's on it.
He knew.
Gonna find Andy. Is he gonna be able to get that bash? First hit, second hit, no luck, no love.
Still had his remnant up from before, but he choreographed that TP, and as a result, Anna's farm decreases a little bit.
We are really seeing Team Random do an excellent job controlling the map now. Now that they have that additional threat for Ember Spirit with that Shadow Blade revealed.
Yes.
Oh, Faith Beyond actually completes that Boots of Travel, goes for no tail, pulls him right back in, and they're going to try and blow him up. Nice use of Winter's Curse to be able to prevent the Shallow Grave. Now they'll go ahead and turn their attention towards Fly. He uses the Shallow Grave, goes for a TP, but it will not work. So, nice fast play there from Team Random. Control the map. They're actually going to go for mid here real quickly. Anna actually controls him up. Shadow in some trouble, but Y's going to be able to bail him out. Swap back. Enough time for Shadow to be able to use the BKB, so he mans up against S4, forcing out the ultimate. BKB is going to wear out soon. S4 thinking of following him out, at least with some of the damage pandas. He's going to make the stone form, the earth panda, run himself away. Random are going to try and catch up with it, though. 5 seconds till he drops.
He's got to get the blink off. It's the only way.
The Firefly's going to be on top of him. If he's not careful, here comes the blink. Oh, no, there's too much damage over the place. Y uses Wave of Terror as well as Shadow blinking in and manage to get that Whirling Axes at the same time.
I don't even know if S4 is expecting to get caught there, because the Invis Troll are jumping out with the Whirling Axes. As soon as you appear there, you're going to get hit by those things. Unless it bugs. It does that sometimes. But ends up getting another kill against OG, and it just feels like they have very little way to control the map now. All it took was a Shadow Blade and a little bit of careful movement prediction where their opponents are going to be, and the farm levels just drop off pretty drastically.
We're probably still going to reach that, that high ground push that's coming in, but maybe we're a little bit wrong in that analysis earlier where, like, Team Random, they actually were kind of sacrificing that Tier 3, but now they're controlling the map so much that that sliver of HP that the Tier 3 has, it's not even, like, they're just not getting up any of the side lane momentum, right? It's always being countered now. Now that Team Random has some of those items. Nice, breaking the Lincolns. Now jump in with the lasso and the damage coming out from Shadow. They'll make short work of the Ember Spirit, and now this is their opening. In fact, No Tail, ooh, thank goodness that Shards was there from Jerax. Otherwise, No Tail could have been caught as well.
That's so bad to be this far behind on Ember when Bat has a Force Staff at the same time you finish your Lincolns. Yeah. Doesn't even matter if you had that. This guy's going to check your items. He's going to know what you're building anyways. And they just instantly counter him.
They still have the swap back of the Vengeful Spirit too, so this 40-second window that Team Random have, a lot can be done, a lot can be forced in it. Blink, immediately put himself inside the medic field. Another one goes out.
I think it's getting hit. The bats are hitting it.
Oh, it is. So those bats don't give a damn about a bubble.
I'm a little, I don't know how it's coded, but it works. So even if OG was doing better, maybe it's still countered.
Tier 3 going to drop fast. They're immediately going to go for the melee racks. They still got 10 more seconds. Anna down. unable to fight, and this should mean, or maybe not,
Okay.
Team Random are going to respect it.
All right, that one's working. It's just placement based, I think. It has to be, because when the bats go into melee, they're like a short range melee creature, I'm assuming. So if you place it a little bit too close, it needs to be over the circle of the barracks, which might be the very center point, but you can't put it any farther out, because then the bat will be inside the bubble when it attacks.
Yeah, when it swoops in to grab that tower, then it actually gets inside that bubble.
Who knew?
Interesting.
I think that's how it works. I'm not 100%, but that's what it looked like. So S4 is going to try to get a good initiation here with Brewmaster. They need to catch somebody.
Shadow is going to pop that smoke from OG.
The nighttime smoke is so hard to make it effective because of moments like that. He just assumed that there was a hero. He just couldn't see him.
And we're actually going to be getting an Orchid Bloodthorn for Troll Warlord. So that'll be another potential way for him to be able to catch the Emperor Spirit, perhaps.
Or any other hero. Actually, it's probably the Brewmaster. If he
Yeah,
finds
yeah,
Brewmaster
that's
solo,
actually a good point.
easiest kill ever.
Anna, mid to disable onto Blink. They'll Ice Shard him as well, but Blink is not too scared of a fight right now. Tries to loop himself away. Does have some additional help from Random. If they really commit to this one, Ice can intercept. They're going to pop that ultimate from S4. There goes the Cold Embrace. Healing Blink up, but they are going to have immediate follow-up damage. There goes the swap. Snowball back line. Jarex is in deep. It's going to be wide. Giving up his life for that one. Winter's Curse on to Anna. It's going to stall him up, but he's inside the Manic Man field with no allies around. Shadow is dealing with these nasty Brewlings at the same time, while Blink is being healed up from the Cold Embrace once again. They try and jump onto him. Snowball, nice use of the Force Staff there, but they slow him down. Ice Shard's blocking in some of these heroes as well. S4 jumps in. They get silenced, but they're actually winning this fight. OG slowly but surely are winning this out, unless Shadow, if they can actually kill No Tail here. No Tail's low. Shadow Grave, and he's going to be able to get out. Yes, he is. He completes the TP. Shadow doesn't get a bash again. Never lucky, but Team Random are still going to run over Anna, looks like. They'll get that kill as well as the Tusk.
I can't even believe they only lost 2 heroes there.
I know.
The amount of time that they kept Death Prophet alive was insane. Winter Wyvern also managed to, at the very start of the fight, not only Cold Embrace the Death Prophet, but also blink dodge the initial boulder from S4. I thought for sure S4 was going to be able to keep Ice out of the fight, but he didn't at all. It almost felt like the Brewmaster ulti did nothing, but if he gets a Cyclone off on the Winter Wyvern, the whole fight changes. Because he was able to heal like 24% of Death Prophet's HP 3 times in that. That's like a cheese practically. And if that guy's that hard to kill with only 2,000 HP, it's only going to get worse when he finishes Octarine and maybe a tanky item afterwards.
And Aegis for the Troll Warlord. You're looking at him, and it's hard to see how exactly OG are going to be able to stop him if he just goes BKB high ground and starts hitting on a building. So for me, that kind of says OG have to find a way to force the fight outside of the base.
Yeah, which is exactly what they tried to do there. They were just a little too low on the damage. Incredible that they weren't able to manage it there, but it's going to get even harder with them. With Team Random winning that fight, they're going to get more farm, they're going to get more items, and OG's got to get a way to kill opponents soon. Mjolnir's going to be the pickup for Arc Warden. Maybe that'll work well because they'll do a lot of magic damage that jumps through the Cold Embrace, but I'm not even sure. He's really fast right now, too. Picks up the plus 50 movement speed perk on Death Prophet. He's running at 445 movement speed at all times.
That'll be a nice way to be able to deal with some of these. They got a lot of slows on the side of OG, and as well as that chase down of the snowballs. So it feels like movement speed is actually going to be really effective in this game.
They're definitely having lockdown problems.
Top lane push is coming in fast. OG are trying to push out the bottom lane as much as possible in order to force Team Random back, but it's just not going to happen. Team Random are forcing it at the top lane. They're going to be able to take this full lane, it looks like, as OG are unable to fight in time. Not even being able to threaten the bottom lane. Team Random just set that up too well.
They feel so far ahead. Batrider just goes back, doesn't care. I'll just kill these 2 Necro 3s for 400 gold while my team gets the racks. They're just so far ahead right now. It's kind of the same story as the first game. The last pick really was the right solution. Their opponents didn't have a great pick to deal with it, and it kind of dealt with what the other team wanted to do in the first place. Last game was the Enigma. This game, very much so the Death Prophet. It fit into the draft so well.
And if Blink gets BKB, then they're going to have 2 cores that are just going to ignore everything that OG are doing because they really don't have much of a source of physical damage. Arc Warden eventually turns into a right-clicker, But for now, he's just got Necronomicon and Maelstrom, so he really doesn't do all that much. Ember Spirit is obviously primarily magic damage at this point in time. Brewmaster, he's the only source of any pittance of physical damage on the side of OG, so these BKBs are just going to overwhelm the Dream Green.
And most of these guys just have medallions and solar crests anyways. I don't even feel like physical's the solution. There's not a lot of solutions here. Troll Warlord even going heavy into tank. He's not getting damage skills. He's just going armor, health, agility. Maybe he even grabs magic resistance at 25.
About that.
I don't know.
Why not?
Like 20% is pretty big when you're running around with about 3.5K health late game. It can really pay off.
2 minutes for the Aegis. Team Random. Side lanes have been dealt with. A top lane push doesn't really matter because the tier 2 is still up there. Faithion looking for his opening.
See if he summons a Necro before his little Arc Warden dies. He does.
Pops it.
Ooh.
There he goes. Finds No Tail in the back lines. That's going to be a big one. Fly sitting on the side. He's going to have to get the Shallow Grave off in time. No Tail does get saved for the time being, but will it really matter? They still have the damage out. The Winter's Curse is even going to hold these heroes in place. So as soon as that wears out, No Tail immediately dies, as well as Jarek's in the back line. S4's Pandas are almost dead. He's going to try and get away with the Earth Panda. It looks like Team Random are actually fully focusing on finishing him off. The 3 members of OG down, a 4th potentially in trouble. Anna jumps back to the base. Doesn't have too many remnants to work with now.
These Necros are just not making the difference in these team fights. If anything, they're helping Team Random because of the Winter's Curse. Plus, maybe a big error there.
Shadow Man's up, has the Aegis still. Wants to be able to put some sort of use to it, so they take it to tier 3 tower, and it's actually been caught by the silence. He's been orchid up, that Lincoln's broken through. They use the Shallow Grave to be able to protect him. Looks for the Remnant out. He's so low. Can they get any damage out? Jumps over the Remnant. Does manage to get himself away. No Tail back up in 10 seconds. Our Team Random going to continue this fight for round 2. Looks like they are. They're going to go for this melee Rax. And this means OG really have to force this one and actually get something in it. Shadow, they're going to go for him, try and take out that Aegis without any full real commitment. Y jumps pretty low. Maybe No Tail can finish him off, but as Shadow comes back, he pops the BKB, finishes off that melee Rax, and on the way out, a full retreat. And OG don't have too much catch. The Ice Shards misses, and Shadow will continue his run back to the base.
He is so fast, too. Even if they had detection, I don't know if they were going to kill him. Man, OG really just on the back foot this game. It feels like they can't do anything about the first lasso that comes up other than a Grave, but Grave is not the solution they need anymore. They've lost so much advantage ever since they started losing fights in the mid game.
Yeah, because of this, it seems like Team Random are so like the way they chased down S4's Panda.
Yeah.
You know, it was just like, whatever. Like, yeah, do we really need to use this exorcism to finish off the mid lane of Rax, or can we just kill heroes and control the game? Absolutely. After all, they're not dropping off anytime soon. They just picked up some of their, we've had the Troll BKB for a little while, but we have this fresh BKB from Blink, so they've still had a significant... Oh, look at that. Jesus Christ. Poor S4. That's not pretty.
He lost his passive, and he was getting Bloodthorn crit, just automatically.
Oh, they need this kill. They need this real badly. OG, they're going to try and go on a Blink here, but the Winter's Curse turn around, and it's actually dropping pretty low here from just the damage from No Tail's Tempest double. And Blink is able to finish him off towards the end. So Team Random now well set up to force the bottom lane out. Jarek's is going to just do whatever he can to actually stop the creep wave.
The Shadow's split pushing, taking Rax. He's got the range barracks, going to go for the 3rd set right now, all while things are busy. Jarek has no TP. He's basically 1v3 right now. Tower's dead.
Courier, pick up that extra just before finishing up the Rax. He actually sees the real No Tail here. Wants to be able to finish him off. Doesn't have any vision, though, to be able to see him. So he turns his attention back to that melee Rax, which is rapidly falling. Now Blink comes in big, is able to get a silence. Now the follow-up lasso.
He wants
Rim
both.
pressure. He's going to get Fly as well. Faithion, a little bit of style as we finish off this game number 2. OG call it. Just like that, the series been evened up. Who said Team Random was out of here? They look like they're coming back, man.
They had the very, very tough group stage. A lot of 1-2s, 2-1s. And they're taking it to game 3 again. I mean, that game was just, honestly, the outdraft seemed very clear to me. The Death Prophet just fit so perfectly. That was a super planned strat. They didn't reveal anything for the first 3 picks, yet it's still perfectly synergized with that final Death Prophet pick. Very good with the Troll as well. I'm sure they didn't have to go down that path. But OG also didn't have to pick Arc Warden. I don't think that was the hero. I think the Necro build was kind of a cool idea, but it did not work at all against Winter Wyvern, nor when they were behind like that. I'm just still not sold on that hero right now. Unless at least help your guy get a really fast Midas, maybe even pre-Aquila. That's going to change the game massively if he can get it that early. But almost every single game I see Arc Warden come out, he doesn't get it at a good time. It's always delayed a little bit, gets boots first, gets a wand first, and maybe they should have just sat in their lane more. Give him the early Midas, then let him die once or twice.
OG. Arc Warden picked up once again. Another loss for OG, this time on the main stage. They're going to go back, take a break, and rethink their strategy for game number 3. Is OG going to be eliminated on day number 1 of the Kiev Major? This tournament has plenty of surprises ahead.
Yeah, that would be absolutely insane.
Team Random, Wings, game 3 is coming up. The analysts, it's your time to talk about it.
Thanks very much, Cap and Purge, and it is back to game 3 yet again for Team Random. We said they had it in them. They did it in the group stage, and they've done it again in the round of 16 knockout as well. Let's catch up with our panel members once more and break it down. Firstly, Curtis, what do you make of this crazy team? They seem to be able to bounce back even when they've been stomped in game 1.
I think something that people forget about Team Random is just how good of individual team fighters they are and how good they are at combining their spells into super full team fights. We even saw in the group stage a bit, even if they didn't win the games, they would have these crazy fights, these crazy smokes from behind. And even this one in particular, this was like perfect play. Everyone casted spells perfectly. We see this Winter's Curse. I don't even know how he saw it. It was just there, but he got it, and it was, I don't know. I've always loved Wings, so.
Yeah. The way that they team fought was incredibly impressive. The way that they collapsed. We did talk about it when they did draft this kind of lineup, is contesting the tier 1s and going for that type of pushing and putting a lot of pressure onto OG's draft, because they do have an Arc Warding, they do have Panda. These 2 heroes definitely take an item or 2 at least to be able to do anything. So the fact that they can just run at the towers with their item decisions too, with the Vlad's pickup on the Troll, I really like that one. The Treads double null on the Yules into Yules on the Death Prophet. Thought it was just a great way to bring early aggression onto the side of OG.
And the Prophet, a great pick.
Yeah, I mean, it really did well against the Ember mid, and it was the solution that they needed. It goes through the Arc Warden bubble and is able to help them push power even when, most other heroes would have trouble pushing those same towers.
I feel like OG picked this Brewmaster pick because they wanted to say, hey, we have the team fight. This hero gives us a team fight. And in the fights, these Brewmother, I don't know what to call it. Pandas? Broodlings? Broodlings?
No.
Broodlings.
Sorry, that's what I was
thinking. They were afraid to run it. They couldn't stay there and just keep casting spells. And the best way to be a team fight hero, the easiest way to make it useless, is simply a better team fight in them.
Yeah, with the double defensive as well. We saw it there. I think that was 2 Cold Embraces coming out from Ice. His positioning in this game was almost impeccable. The Winter's Curses all over the place were great. Look at everybody's health. They're all sitting, not super low, but relatively low, just because of the way that they were able to prolong the fights and then just reset and just kind of pull the fight into their into a favorable position for them. The Death Prophet gets engaged and gets focused on and then gets swapped, gets Cold Embraced. So many different mechanisms to save him versus OG's lineup.
Likewise, the Prophet was a good pick. The Arc Warden, not so much again, I guess. I mean, it's 4 times now OG have tried this, and it hasn't worked for them.
Yeah.
Why do they keep going back?
I'm not too sure. I think they just, in this game, I think that they got to a point where they were like, man, we can't, I guess in the draft, they picked the Panda for fighting, and then they can't really fight, so they went back for kind of splitting kind of thing. I didn't really feel the Arc Warden almost at all this game. He went for a different type of build too. Saw the Arcane Boots into Necrobook. And I just felt like he couldn't really do much in the team fights. They were really segregating him though and finding him, so it was really hard for him.
It was a pretty hard Arc Warden game, to be honest.
Yeah.
It was our 10th pick, so that was probably up to Fly and Noto to decide this is the hero I want. But
yeah.
I don't know how much more you could have done on the hero.
Wasn't a lot more, that's for sure. In terms of the way that Random performed, Conrad, is that what you expected them to do, bounce back in game 2 after just being dominated in that first game?
I mean, I think we saw glimmers of brilliance in game 1, especially with the draft and the way they were playing. I think there was a lot of potential for them to bounce back in game 2, and they bounced back, and they bounced back hard this game.
Yeah, they did.
I think the one stat to me is Faith Beyond 2-0 and 23 on Batrider. I mean, how do you not die with Batrider? he jumps in, and I think that just kind of comes to that team playing together very well, as well as Death Prophet. Shadow just gets his farm. Everything about that whole game was just phenomenal from Team Random.
I'm going to take a look at the clip in just a second. The scoreboard obviously showing the route to victory for Team Random. You can see it was an ever-increasing lead all the way through this one. The first clip, Fog, is 16 minutes in.
Yeah, they did a really good team fight in the mid lane. This is the one that we kind of touched on before, but it was incredibly impressive, their spell usage. Just, again, their warding as well. Don't think we got a chance to touch on that one, but they had pretty good vision in this game too. They put one in the middle of the fight for that one. But Faith Beyond, like Conrad touched on, his initiations were super good. He forced them to kind of like clump in a way after he pulled them in, and then Ice's Winter's Curses were very well used. It's not like you see in a lot of situations.
How did he see that one?
That one,
because there was so much going on in that team fight right then.
The thing is, he was saving his allies, so he had to look at his allies. But he also has the presence of mind to look at his. He's just seeing everything. Usually, it's one or the other for me. I can't do that.
Yeah, it was super impressive. MVP. Who do you want to pick out and highlight?
Ice.
Ice probably. Blink also played incredibly well, but Ice definitely.
Okay, why?
I thought his positioning was incredibly good. It was like every single time he was in like the perfect spot, but also his item decisions I thought were great. The medallion and the Glimmer Cape. I mean, this guy was so farmed, honestly. Like in this game too, he was like almost tied with the Panda at multiple times, or the Brewmaster at multiple points in the game. So
we saw with Ice even when it seemed like OG were making these sick moves. They had this nice rotation down to ball lane. He managed to solo kill the Dazzle out of nowhere, and these type of moves really salvage your team, if not in game, at least to morale. And it really feels like he put his team on the back. He got every save. He had every Winter's Curse. I don't think there was ever a team fight where he didn't get all his spells off.
Yeah. Do you feel like it was sorry, Conrad, we'll come back. Do you feel like it was a genuine, like, we want this pick, or do you think it was? We were discussing during the draft, weren't we? Is this preemptive? Is this to stop OG going down a particular route? I think they were looking at the Lycan.
I honestly feel like it was a bit of both. I honestly completely forgot how good Winter Wyvern was against Tuskar. Like, we saw Jarex roll into mid with 3 heroes. He just casually Winter's Curses him and Jarex dies.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, Ice is known for his Winter Wyvern. His play on the hero has always been rock solid.
Yeah. Conrad?
I was just going to say his saves, his Winter Curses, his spell usage this game was flawless. And then Yanni's touched on his positioning. You know, he always seemed to be able to, there was a moment where S4 jumped in on him, and he was able to blink out. He just received his Blink Dagger, and then able to just come back, use the Winter Curse, use the saves, and just do all the damage he needed to do. I think clearly the MVP in this match. It's really hard to look that good on Winter Wyvern.
Definitely look good.
It almost looks like they were like kind of preparing for like the Death Prophet in a way, just because of how good these two heroes, the Venge and the Winter Wyvern with Death Prophet. It's like you look at OG's draft, you look at the first 3 picks, and there's not really any like burst or anything that can kill Death Prophet at all. And then they have the Cold Embrace on top of that. It was just really clever.
And that really does show the mastery of the draft. We had OG in the first game. They banned out the Venge for their last pick. And this game, they're setting up this DP the entire time. And maybe they didn't even know it, but they did it.
Yeah, I don't think they saw that coming, did they? Because they could have banned that out in their 5th ban, but nevertheless didn't. It's now 1-1. We'll look ahead to the third and final draft between this game. But before we get there, why don't we check in with our social media once more? Take some questions from Facebook and from Reddit. Thank you very much to all the questions that have come in so far. The next one is, what is the most impactful talent?
That's hard because
there are 560 something odd talents,
and the level 25 ones tend to be, can be very, very strong compared to a lot of the others.
Some of them are also out of reach on certain heroes. It's very rare you get to 25 on a lot of different hero supports, particularly.
I think the one we're seeing a lot is the plus 300 Aphotic Shield. I think that is just so much additional damage that's able to be soaked to that hero, and just. Abaddon is a hero Abaddon, is one of those heroes that's going to get to 25, especially in those longer games.
What about the Spectre, the 2025? Was it plus 20 strength, 400 health? I think at 25.
I think her health one at 25 is pretty bad. I like the dagger a lot more. I think as far as 25 talents goes, 400 health isn't good. As far as 20 talents goes, 20 strength is amazing. I mean, it's also 400 health, but it's earlier and better.
I really like almost as identical 2025s, which is a bit weird, but
I really like the plus 2 refraction. I think that one also is pretty absurd.
Pretty good.
Because it's not like just defensive; it also gives you aggression because you get the plus damage as well, and it lasts for so long when you have 3 charges that you're always able to kind of blink.
I think Queen of Pain's spell steal used to be like outright the best, but they nerfed that a bit with Blade now.
I mean, it's a meme, but it's also pretty good. 420 GPM.
Of course.
I actually think Puck's 420 is like, you're dead and you just see your goals go up. You're like, Nice.
Yeah, I've never been so happy being dead as when you're Puck with the 25 talent. You're like, I'm farming so much. I'm rich.
1,000 gold while I'm dead.
How did I get that much? It's appeared already. Okay, good stuff. We are a little bit away from the draft. I'm hearing we're around about 8 to 10 minutes away. So, tell you what we'll do. We'll check in with the Major of Mischief once more alongside his newly found sidekick, who's proving very popular. Of course, the lovely Tonya.
It's a beautiful day in Kiev, isn't it, Tanya?
Beautiful, but windy and cold.
Yeah, that's a normal beautiful day in Ukraine, correct?
In this time of year, actually, no, but still.
She never just says yes to me, but anyway, it doesn't matter. I wanted to bring you out here to ask you a simple question. How popular is Dota in this area? Do people know a lot about it?
We will see it in a couple of days in the parts of Ukraine, but still, Dota is quite popular in here.
Yeah. Do you think normal people walking around would be able to identify some Dota stuff?
It depends on how normal they are. But I think we will try.
All right, let's go find out and ask some people if they can identify some of our favorite Dota heroes here on the streets, Tanya.
It's crazy.
The streets! Hello.
Hello.
What is your name?
My name is Jane.
Oh, hello. You're gonna tell me the name of these heroes, okay? Can you help me out here?
I will try.
Okay, fantastic. Here we go. Are you ready? What is that man's name?
Tusk. I don't
Tusk?
know. I don't know.
Do you play Dota?
No.
Be real with me, because you just got it right. That's 100% right, Tusk.
Okay.
Give me another one. This is incredible. All right, ma'am.
Puck?
Okay, no, you're cheating. You know Dota.
Actually, yes.
You play Dota?
Yeah.
What a surprise! What a surprise! This is insane. What's your MMR?
Just a random person. It's really low, sorry.
It's probably better than mine. Don't worry about it. All right, I'll give you this one.
I don't know this guy.
What's his name?
I really don't know what is.
All right, if you had to give him a name, what would you call him? Look at his face and tell me his name.
Ivan.
Ivan. That's a good one.
I don't know.
Ivan, I like it. All right, well, you did very well.
He looks like Ivan.
Ivan, all right.
This is difficult one.
It is difficult. That's a difficult face to look at for a long time. Anything.
John?
John?
I don't know.
That's a good
I don't know,
shot.
really.
I can see it, sir. Sir, you put in a lot of good effort. Can you try to guess what that person's name is?
Как вы думаете, как зовут это существо? Как его можно назвать?
Dragon.
Dragon. That's pretty good. That's pretty close, Victor. I like that. All right, give me another one. Dragon. Close. It's actually Roshan.
Очень близкие.
What about this guy?
Как его зовут?
Kind of looks like me, right?
Как выглядит как я, да.
Fat man.
Like a man with a fat man, yeah.
That's pretty good. Fat man. I'll take that. Yes. Punch. That basically
Его
fat man.
зовут Пудж, да, практически, ну, это значит, что он толстый мужчина, потом вы угадали.
Yes. All right, give me another one. What do you think he does? Oh, no.
Как вы думаете, чем он занимается по жизни? С кем он работает?
Кем угодно, топ-менеджер.
Maybe he is a top manager?
A manager?
Top manager.
In a way.
Может быть.
Do you think he's good at this game?
Как вы думаете, он хорошо играет в компьютерные игры именно в нашу вот два?
Не уверен.
Don't think so.
Yes, you are correct. That's true. He's actually very good at this game. How old do you think he is?
Сколько ему лет, по-вашему?
Так, где-то 40 до 50.
He's in his 40s, 50s.
I actually don't know. I just wanted you to say. So.
Мы не знаем, сколько ему лет, просто хотели проверить. Но это наш коллега.
What do you think his name is?
Как думаете, его зовут?
Ну, не знаю.
I don't know.
Не могу знать. Я не знакома с ним. Еще не встречала. Не знакомилась.
What do you think he does?
А чем он занимается в жизни, как вы думаете? Кем он
Ну,
работает?
я думаю, так, чистая, хорошая работа, приятная, ну, где-то в офисе, ну, может, так, где-то что-то, ну, не... Ну, ясно, что он не строитель и не грузчик.
Probably he has a nice job in the office. He's definitely not working on a build or something else. Probably he
Ну,
works on that.
может, так и где-то игры, может, делает. Ну, что-то
And
такое.
possibly he's doing, he's creating the games.
Oh, do you think people like him?
Может быть, я не
Думаете,
знаю.
нравится людям?
Ну, нормальный мужчина,
He's very
симпатичный.
normal, cute,
Oh, cute.
man,
All right.
handsome.
What do you think?
They say that it's theirs, man.
Oh, there, man. Would you date this man?
Как бы вы встречались с этим мужчиной?
Oh, yes.
Oh! He'll be happy to hear that. That's great. What do you think he does?
Как вы думаете, чем он занимается, где он работает?
Программист какой-то там старший, директор программной компании или
Maybe
что
he's the head of IT
Ведущий
company,
телевидения.
or maybe he's a TV host.
Oh, yeah, that's very close. Okay,
Это очень близко, на самом деле ведущий.
I'm going to ask you if you can give me the name of the video game character in this.
Как вы думаете, как зовут этого героя?
Just guess if you don't
Из
know.
компьютерной игры.
Не, я не знаю.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Ну как-нибудь, предположите.
Предположи?
Yeah, give him a
Какой
name.
Скраббер.
Скраббер.
Scrubber! I like that, Scrubber! Okay, good, good. I'll give you a point for that. This guy right here.
А этого как зовут?
Какой-то гномик какой-то.
Это
Гномик добренький.
What was that? What?
It's a dwarf.
A dwarf? all right, close enough. Okay.
Little dwarf.
What do you think his name? What would you name him?
Как вы думаете, как его зовут? Как бы вы его назвали?
Что-то очень красивое.
Something really beautiful, green.
Ну, почти бабочка.
Almost a butterfly.
Oh, butterfly! That's beautiful. Ladies, you're geniuses.
Highly desired man over here.
Anyway, welcome back to the Kiev Major, where apparently I'm Ice Frog. Who knew?
Game designer?
Yeah, manager.
Manager?
Yeah.
Cute guy.
Hey, stop that now. That's so embarrassing.
Babushkas, the woman?
Yeah.
They are about
Yeah.
you, Paul.
Oh, dear. Anyway, we're going to get back to our game. Thank you very much, Sir Action Snakes. We will be having words. And it is game 3 time between OG and Team Random. What are we expecting?
I think that we might see OG probably ban out that Venge again. I don't know if it was really like the whole problem that it was, but I feel like maybe it was something that kind of threw them off, just that tower pressure. I think that actually did have a big influence. I think that OG might be a bit scared coming into this next one, too. I think that Wing showed some impeccable team fight in that last one. So, yeah.
Do we think the Wyvern and the DP are that good that they're bannable? I mean, they're not going to go first phase bans on those, surely.
I think they're heroes that have significantly less impact against certain lineups. So unless you're unless they're very good versus your lineup, you wouldn't have to ban them until later.
But the Venge is bannable.
I don't know. I feel like that's something like teams have played against more in scrims. Like maybe Wings, like Team Random, sorry, have played a lot in scrims. Maybe perhaps even against OG, and OG know that they're good with it. It's not a hero that I'm generally like, this hero is just destroying a game, but Team Random plays it really well.
Yeah, I feel like it just like enables them to do that like aggression kind of in a way to like pressure those towers. I'm not too sure. I mean, obviously we didn't talk about it as the MVP. We obviously were talking about Ice, the Wyvern in that last game, but it just seemed like they were comfortable in formulating a strategy like that works well around that kind of like save factor and objective taking and physical oriented lineup.
I also feel like as far as supports go with invisible impact, it's like Venge and Dazzle with the top two, like most added damage or most reduced damage, and people you can't really see it in the game, but they're definitely having an impact.
Comment? What do you feel about OG's drafting?
I mean, OG feels like a well-constructed symphony, but I look at Wings and they're jazz, and they're going to be able to kind of figure out these things. Like as we went through the draft, we were slowly discovering different things at how they were thinking about it, and then OG still kind of, they had this structure. They had these picks that they've already been seen with and they already know. And Wings, I don't know, a lot of those kind of felt like they came out of nowhere and they were highly successful and were able to kind of create something that was, in the end, beautiful.
Yeah, I love the music analogy, by the way, because symphonic is exactly how I'd see OG and how they draft. I'm not sure about Jazz unless it's completely nuts. And Jazz can be kind of nuts, I suppose. So it probably does suit Random, I guess.
I mean, it's a little bit nuts, but it does still have some rules that they follow upon. And
it
it's
sounds
informed.
great.
And it did sound great. It looked great.
Just as you see, waiting for players to join the lobby. Hopefully our issues are behind us. In the meantime, we'll take some more social media questions. And again, once again, thank you very much for all the questions that you've placed in both Facebook and on the Reddit post as well. What is OG seeing in Arc Warden that the rest of the teams did not? We kind of touched on that a little bit. They've played it 4 times now in the group stages and in the knockout. Haven't won with it at all.
I think they're trying to kind of like think of similar concepts with their Naga and their Terrorblade, getting Nota on those kind of like really farm depending split push heroes, but I don't really think that we're going to see it again, to be honest. I really don't. They have had no success on it. I think that I really don't. I'm not too sure what else they're seeing in it, to be completely honest with you.
You could have?
It's looked a bit underwhelming in the games. OG's not the only team that I expect will run it at this tournament. I know Faceless ran it. I don't know if it's just once or a couple times.
I think it's just once.
But I do know that that hero has been faring pretty well in pubs. I think it might just be because perhaps that hero fares a bit better in pubs than professional games. There are heroes like that. I know every time I see Arc Warden in my pubs, he will get some solo pickoffs on the supports. He will solo take some towers. And maybe when you're against a more coordinated team, he just can't do those things as well.
Yeah, I think the Arc Warden pick, we had a pub actually recently that we faced against, and it was a hero. It really did a really good job of split pushing, which I think is something that OG's kind of thinking about a little bit, as well as just being able to blow up these supports. I don't know if it's going to be used successfully at this event. Obviously, we haven't seen it be very successful, and OG seems to be somebody who really likes it, but until I see more games with it being well done, I don't believe in that hero yet.
I think also I think you can like build a lineup kind of in a way around it. Like if you're going to be picking the Arc Warden, I think the way to have it is like that's your strength. You have to build like a full lineup to make the Arc Warden like stand out. This one was like for me at least like a last pick Arc Warden, and I felt like Team Random already had heroes that kind of were like had a solution toward that. They picked it into Death Prophet. Maybe they didn't know like the whole interaction, the way it worked with it, but it felt like in that game it was already almost counterpicked when they did draft it.
Yeah, very lackluster indeed. As you see, we are waiting for players to join the lobby. Let's take one more social media question. And this one is, can any hero be played in any position with the correct item build? That's a good question.
Nope.
Why?
Because it can't.
Because it can't. That's the rules.
Would you see a Crystal Maiden with a Daedalus? Like
Right,
you do get the damage talent.
That one's all right.
Shut up, Curtis.
I mean, I think maybe in pubs you could see some very unique builds, and maybe even have
I
some
see
success.
very unique builds in mine.
And maybe you could see some success with that, but I think at the pro level, there are just going to be heroes that you will always pick over others.
I want to say about Connor's point. That's actually a really good point. If you want to play carry CM in your pubs, you can play carry CM.
Oh my! Please, Kurt, don't say this.
Please.
How the MMR works? It'll judge your impact in the game, right?
Okay.
So maybe you're 1,000 MMR lower than you should be, but you win with carry CM.
Let me just save the world from it, right? Okay. There's a man who I tortured yesterday, Leaf Eater. He's a mod on Dota 2. I apologise yesterday for telling people to go to
Ancient
Reddit
Necrophos.
and put stuff. Don't listen to. Delete everything that goes on Reddit for the next 5 minutes related to anything you should play on pubs. I've just saved pubs. Thank me later.
Don't worry, they'll be.
I guess
posting 6 minutes later.
maybe not carry CM, but mid CM.
No, come on now.
No, mid CM with phase
mid-CM
boots. With
is
phase
ham.
boots, it's actually super good. With Frostbite, with phase boots.
I feel like I'm being trolled.
Send him the replays, Kurt.
I got that.
Dazzle mid.
That's a classic.
That's a classic. Max Poison.
Jakiro mid.
Okay, Jakiro mid's legitimately
Legit.
good.
Jakiro's actually
You
a
want
real
to just
thing.
push through towers? You just want to clean lanes?
But the question
Speaking
was
of
with any
support
item build,
heroes,
though.
who can go mid? Whatever. I mean, if you get the items, I mean, sure.
Okay.
I mean, when I looked at my Dota, my longest games, I think I was playing at AA, and I had like,
It was like 2 hours,
Daedalus-
3 minutes or
it was
something?
2 hours long. I had like Daedalus MKB Raker, and I had like 40 kills or something. So like technically, yeah, but
No.
do you want to if you want to win?
Yeah.
Probably not.
Okay. Are you gents fine with that answer? Do you want to flesh it out anymore? Do you want to come up with any more ridiculous carries or mids?
I mean, I think that's kind of the cool part about Dota is that you can do a lot of very different and very unique and things that work.
No, it's
And
true,
you don't
right?
get banned by the devs.
And you don't get banned by the devs. No, I mean,
Always a plus.
There are other MOBAs where the roles are very defined, aren't they? Very tightly defined around a particular hero that you just can't. There is no other way of using it or utilising it in the game. So I think it's great that we have such a wide array. How many of the 113 outside of captains, 113 do you feel like you could legitimately use pretty much anywhere? It's got to be more than half, right?
Yeah, probably more than half, right? We've seen there's a couple supports that can be used in different positions.
I mean,
so.
let's just talk about this tournament. We saw mid Skyroth.
Yeah.
We saw offlane Lifestealer.
Yeah. Mid Venno.
Mid Venno. Carry Venno.
Yeah, carry Venno rather. Yeah.
We've seen a lot of stuff. You know, for a while there was this offlane Chen going around when he had the 25% spell amp. Like legitimately, like my team was gonna run it because we thought it was really good, and then they nerfed it and they ruined everything.
But yeah, that has been a very
Dota's
wide
a very
range.
cool game like that. It's limited to your imagination.
Trying to find any
That
other.
sounds like a perfect way to end that particular question. It's limited to your imagination. There you go.
Ooh.
Play CM mid.
Yeah, play CM mid and also do the Owen build.
Please,
you know?
please,
What's
please,
Owen
leave it.
build?
Not for
Delete all
CM.
of
Oh,
those.
you're talking
The
about
roster.
not the carry Darkseer.
Oh, the carry Darkseer, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
no.
We won't even mention it. I don't want to ruin everyone's
Don't.
games.
Just that one don't.
Please. Okay, let's take one more question. Nice seagull, by the way.
That's nice.
What is it? Is
Like
it
a
just a
pixelated-
random
pixelated-
seagull?
just a Pixelated seagull.
Yeah, but why?
I don't know.
I mean,
You just like seagulls?
Why not?
seagulls,
What
Latuka
do you
has
got
arrived,
against
birds
what,
on the internet.
What have you got against
Weehaw?
seagulls?
Thunderbirds, right?
I don't know.
Are you a seagull hater?
Some people just really like some animals, I guess.
Yeah.
And my girlfriend really likes goats, so.
Okay,
Well,
moving on.
Thanks,
How
goats.
do you not lose your voice from casting so long? I guess we need a caster here, really. Haven't really got any casters as such here, but yeah.
I mean, I tend to talk a lot, so I think maybe my voice is trained to that.
Plus one of
Conrad
that.
used to sound much higher, but he's now got this deep, gravelly voice from talking to me.
Well, I mean, actually, this is my normal voice. And, I actually use a higher voice to make sure that you guys feel comfortable in these situations.
That's pretty good.
I mean, I could talk like this all day.
I don't know if you've met Conrad before. He does the voiceovers for the trailers for movies.
Actually, I don't do that voice very well, but I actually can't do any accents, but that's the only thing I can do at any time.
No, that's pretty good.
Well, the crowd like that. They seem to enjoy that.
Maybe. I think, maybe if call me up. I'm happy to do some trailers. Maybe the intros for the teams. Can write some fun stuff up and.
If hopefully I was attending TI, you know, and I heard that voice come onto an I would lose it.
What do you mean? In the good way or the bad way?
A bit of both, you know. And it was Conrad doing the voices.
I'm feeling like we should record Conrad just for you guys.
That's pretty
great. Just if you get a TI, we'll do Conrad.
I got you.
Next on stage, Team NP.
Yeah, let's do it.
Perfect, right?
Sure. I'll write up some stuff. I don't have a full recording set up at home, but
I'll
we'll
buy
make
you one just so I can have the voice.
We'll make something happen.
We'll just put it on your iPod, so it's just for you. So you just walk out. And it's all you hear when you walk out.
Yeah, if you guys hear screaming from the booth, that's me.
Special messages from
Help!
Conrad. Ah, dear me. We are going to look ahead to this draft. Eventually, it's going to be with us. I guess OG are going to be worried headed into this one, aren't they? Because they have been given a few headaches by Random Gaming now.
Yeah, they've been given a few headaches, and they're being targeted very heavily. The last 4 games or 5 games that they've even played, it's been Naga Terrorblade ban first too. So it already kind of steers them toward a different kind of method. And they've actually, I think I was looking at it, they're 0-6 or 0-5, I believe it is, when they haven't been playing either the Naga, the Terrorblade, or the Alchemist.
Wow.
So them being limited in their options definitely hurts, and playing versus a team like Random, which is Random, it makes it a lot harder.
Yeah, absolutely. Expectations for this third and final draft? What do you want to see from OG?
What I want to see from OG is I want them to go back to what they're good at. Not in terms of what heroes they're picking, but just how they're playing. We saw flashes of it in Game 1 and 2. You know, what OG are really good at is they're really good at collapsing on a tower. In Game 1, you know, you had Enigma come in with this unexpected black hole. Even in Game 2, where they lost, they had this amazing move to bottom lane. I think what they need to achieve that, though, is they need a hero that actually takes the tower. They did it once in Game 2 just because that's all their lineup could really do, just that one time. And then, but if they had a Rasta like in Game 1, they could continuously do it over and over and take these towers. And then they free up the map, and they play the OG game. They get split push, they get pickoffs, and then they look super smooth.
In terms of the players that have played Conrad, has anyone stood out for you over the 2 games that you feel like is having a bigger impact in the game than you thought they would, or someone who's having less impact?
I think Ice on that Winter Wyvern increased the impact level just like
Game
crazy.
2?
Yeah, I think his level Game 2. I mean, S4, I think we always look at somebody as a playmaker, and especially when he's on that Enigma, he plays that hero so well, and I think he single-handedly helped OG get to where they need to be to win that game.
Yeah, 2 standout players in both games. Where was S4 in Game 2?
He was playing the Brewmaster, and he had a hard lane. I think he couldn't get the farm that he needed to end up becoming as big as required. That Troll matchup was really difficult.
I mean, the game was 40 minutes long. S4 picked up a Vlad's at 24 minutes, and that was the last item he got.
Yeah.
So it was a rough game for Brewmaster.
Tough to bounce back from that as well.
Yeah, they put a lot of pressure on him.
How do you assess Faith Bien? We talked about him in glowing terms. Chinese players widely recognised him as the best player in the world last year. He hasn't quite hit those heights in the first few months of this year. How do you feel he's playing here?
I think when he's playing those type of like initiators, that kind of stuff, when he was playing his Sand Kings, and now when he played this Batrider, I think that's when I personally love seeing him shine. Like his Night Stalker, it wasn't like he played poorly or anything. His item decisions were also great, but I feel like he's like the specialist at like running in and having like that kind of aggressive when he makes like the first initiation happen. I feel like he's so good at understanding which target to go on first as well. So I'd love seeing him have those type of initiators.
Do you think he's taken on too much? Best player in the world's on his shoulders already. He's won a TI. He's now captain. He's drafter. He's man in the middle. He's the one that makes all the plays. Has he got too much on his shoulders?
I don't know. I don't think so. He seems like a very like humble and calm guy. We actually got to talk to him a lot at one of the summits. Got to sit next to him and talk to him. His English is actually amazing, by the way. He was super like nice, and he just the way he described things and explained everything, it was like so easy to understand. He's a great mind about Dota.
Yeah, hard to believe that he's a millionaire sitting there in China and still wants to win more TIs. What is it that motivates different players? We talked about this the other day. I think it was no one from Virtus Pro said, yeah, I just want to win a TI and then I retire. I mean, how true that is when you win a TI, we'll have to wait and see. But that's a different approach, isn't it, from someone like Faith Bien, who wants to win more and more. So why does that happen? Why do you think some want to win tons and tons and others just want to win one and be done?
They've already won one. They continued.
Would you?
They didn't quit
right afterwards. Would you win
afterwards.
one and retire?
I'm not even close to that level. Probably.
Okay, let's talk about a man who has been there, seen it, done it, won plenty of money.
I mean, like, I feel like my situation is unique, though, right?
Okay,
so
why?
I won the TI, but then I got kicked. So it's like...
Yeah. What does it make it hard? I mean, you could have come out afterwards on the final day and sat down with us when we were talking at the end of the show and go, yeah, I'm done. I'm done now. I won a TI. What more is there? But you didn't. You wanted to come back. You wanted to prove yourself. And even more so, I guess, after getting removed.
Yeah, that's the thing. My situation was a bit different. And also, for me, I've never thought like my end goal was just to win a TI. Like, I love playing Dota. I think all these guys, what makes most pros really good at Dota is that they love the game. Like, I was trying to think, as you were talking about the questions, like, what would I do if I quit Dota? I'd probably play more Dota. So, like,
so why not carry on playing Dota?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Good. We are hearing that, unfortunately, we still do not have all the players ready for the lobby. So what we're going to do is catch up with Sir Action Slacks once more. Now, here's the thing, right? If you were to tell anyone the worst things you've done in life, or secrets, or get advice, who would you turn to? You'd go to your bartender, wouldn't you?
Hello. Welcome to my bar. Pleasure to have you here. Yes, I've been working with the Dota 2 community since TI1. Might be asking yourself, why would a bunch of teenagers need a bartender? It's quite simple, really. You know how to keep my mouth shut. Everyone has a dark secret. Everyone has something they don't want others to know. They have to tell someone. Mum's the word at this bar. I'm here for Dota players' confessions. And I never spill my beans. Of course, I will never tell you what they say, but if you're in the room when they have a confession, it can't stop you from hearing, I suppose. Let's take a look. Mind control. What's on that mind of yours?
Did you know that Matumbaman's accent is not real? He's actually from Texas.
Matumbaman's from Texas? Fake accent, huh?
Yeah.
Yeehaw, indeed.
Hey.
What's going on?
我想说一个秘密，隐藏在我心里面很久。
He's got a secret he wants to share with you. He's been holding it back for a long time. Bartender's honor. I won't be sharing it. Go ahead and tell me.
我的一个老友呢，他其实是一个双性恋，他就是 Bernie。
His old friend is, he's been hiding it for a long time, but he's bisexual. Oh, it's burning. Burning? Well, you know what they say. A man that loves so much can't be held bound by just a few things. It's got a lot of love in his heart. Probably from you. No one! Welcome. What can I get for you?
Actually, I'm someone.
What do you mean, you're someone?
I'm someone.
Okay.
How about that?
Okay. Spartan.
Hello.
What are you doing? Hello, sir.
I'm exhausted.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I hate this fucking shit. All my energy is just fake shit.
Fake energy, yes. We're all tired, Spartan. It's true.
Yeah, fuck this shit.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do now. I wanna quit Dota. Yeah, fuck this.
Don't we all? What can I do for you?
什么意思啊？
He wonders what you want from him.
You have any confessions you want to make? Feel free to spill your beans.
我想说的是，我有个秘密，就是我打天梯路人的时候，喜欢最后一个随机，然后恶搞队友，然后有时候觉得特别有趣。
He says when he plays ladder, he likes to random with the last pick and mess with his teammates, and sometimes it's a lot of fun.
To each their own. Not a big deal. Not at all. You can leave now. Thank you. Oh, hello.
Hello.
What can I do for you?
I have a confession. I can't take this anymore.
Please.
Spartan just throws time and time again every game. I hate him now. Now I'm starting to becoming like him.
Yes.
I throw every game myself. I can't stop it.
You're starting to hate yourself.
I can't stop it.
Well, we all hate Spartan, so I understand. Welcome.
Hello.
What can I do for you?
你知道吗？我有个秘密，就是我打比赛的时候特别喜欢出飞鞋点击，然后每次都被队友喷弱智，但其实我挺不爽的，我就喜欢那种1v9的快感。
I've got a deep dark secret. When I play, I like to go Midas bots all the time, and my teammates will flame me and call me dumb and all that. But I play for fun. I enjoy the game that way, and that's how I'm gonna do it.
It's hard in life to find enjoyment. There's nothing wrong with that, even if it's costing your friends all of theirs. Good on ya. Hello. Have a drink.
Hey, man. During team fights,
Yeah.
I let my teammates die on purpose, so I get solo XP and kills. Then they think that I'm a really good player,
Yeah.
but I let them die. So it's a good plan.
It's a good plan. It's worked for you so far. Don't stop now. What's going on?
我的秘密就是，我每次输了比赛我会很烦，但是我烦了我会睡不着，然后我就会想一个办法，就是我会幻想我每天看到我比较在意的妹子、喜欢的妹子，然后想着想着就能睡着了。
This man, very thoughtful. He says when he loses, it really disturbs him and he can't sleep. And so his way of dealing with that is he'll go back and reach back into his imagination and think about all the pretty girls that he saw that day. And eventually, it'll help him fall asleep.
There you go. It's nothing more beautiful than a good night's rest, after all. No harm in that. I think of pretty girls all the time. Perfectly normal, perfectly healthy, my friend. Kind of. Ramses! Happy 18th birthday!
Thanks.
Yes.
I'm actually 35. I just want to play video games.
Oh, well, who doesn't, my friend?
Just goes to show, never trust your bartender. We're back at the Kiev Major, and we are in our third and final draft between Team Random and OG. It's 1-1 if you're just joining us in the round of 16. The winner stays, the winner goes through to the quarterfinal. The loser is done and will go home in the bottom 8. All to play for as we head into this third draft.
We've got a change up on the bans. The Venge and the Batrider being taken out by OG this time. So, I mean, yeah, Faith Beyond had a pretty commanding performance on that last one, put a ton of pressure on the safe lane, giving a lot of information, and then the Venge ban, like we were kind of mentioning, that's, I think, just a really strong hero that Random's been playing their most out of any of their heroes.
Yeah. And a tree first pick from OG.
Yeah.
That's a hero that was ignored both games, I believe. So I think what this shows is that OG's like, oh, we're down a game. Now we're breaking out the strats.
Yeah, trying to bring the A game, the one that they feel is their strongest.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing about single elimination is that, when you get to this 1-1 phase, this is it. There's a chance you might not continue on in the tournament if you're not going to be bringing out your best strat. So I'm wondering if we're going to see something from OG that's either very unique or something very solid that they've been very successful with in the past.
I think one approach that they're doing is that the last game, I felt like they kind of lost all 3 of their lanes. I think the tree is one way to, he's like the lane dominator in a way, so I think that could be one approach. So they're like, man, our lanes got pressured so heavily by the way that Team Random kind of counterpicked us that now we have a tree. Now one lane, a lane's going to be secured. And it also helps defend your buildings as well. With the living armor, we did see the objective taking really hurt versus OG the last game, the way that Team Random played it. They took all the tier 1s, and then the map control was pretty much all in their favor. So, and they do go for grabbing an Alchemist in their first 2.
And a Nature's Prophet for Team Random. Very interesting picks. I thought actually the CM would have been picked here. She's obviously one of the ones we've seen a huge amount of success, many different teams here at this tournament, and completely ignored here in the first phase.
It's very unusual. CM is the most picked as well in the entire tournament.
OG's backs up against the wall. What did they pick?
Back to Alchemist.
It's going to be the Alchemist.
Yeah.
The special thing about OG's Alchemist is that Noto and Ana can both play it. So you can, even though they're picking it this early, they still have a lot of flexibility in their draft. That's something that a lot of teams don't have. Also, they're just incredible at both playing the hero and playing around it. On NP, we like to run Alchemist, so we would actually watch replays of OG, as I'm sure many other teams have. And something they would do is they would stack for Alchemist, but not only would they stack for him, you would have No-Tail come over on something like a Juggernaut and protect him while he was farming that stack. He would legitimately stand on a ramp, not hit anything for a minute, and he's like, hey bro, Ana, farm this stack. You just stand there, you're like, patrol. It was...
Bro-tail.
Yeah,
that's why it was Bro-tail, man.
It was so good. But, yeah.
So cool. Why do you think that they drafted the Nature's Prophet into the tree? Do you think that there's any specific reason that they would do it, or?
Something about Treant is that if you don't finish a tower, he's going to heal up to full. I think Nature's Prophet's one of the better heroes, both at finishing tower and quickly breaking that tree armor so it doesn't heal too much.
Yep.
I think also, I'm not sure because that matchup, if I believe it's Fly who's going to play the Treant, I'm not sure yet. But I believe if you go Tranquil Blink, you're one of also the better heroes at catching this Nature's Prophet. So I hope to see that from Treant. I think it's the one way that matchup can swing into Tree's favor.
I haven't seen Random have that much Monkey King. I know they had it a couple of games in the group stages. They had, what, twice? And they did, I think, lost with both of them? No, they won one. Okay. And it actually was versus OG one of the times when they did draft the Monkey King when they won with it.
Something I'm sort of curious is that I believe OG banned the puck both games in the first phase, and now Team Random's banning it in the second phase.
Yes.
And they had the option to pick it, so...
That is true.
I mean, it's definitely one of those worrisome heroes. S4, phenomenal puck player. I don't know. I don't know what teams are seeing in that hero, but obviously OG was definitely afraid of Team Random and getting it, and I think Team Random likewise, that OG, to give it to OG.
Yeah, I know the hero's good. I really like the hero. I personally thought it was going to become a first 2 at this tournament eventually, but to be honest, it didn't meet my expectations in group stage, so I was wrong on that one. But they picked Rubik, which shows... I think what Rubik generally gives you is he gives you a kill threat on all lanes, just because he has a dispositioning spell. Is that the right word? Disposition? Whatever. So he has a spell that will move your opponent, so you move them further away from the enemy TPs coming in and closer to your heroes. It makes a lot of heroes that could otherwise not be killable.
I kind of wanted to touch back on the puck a little bit. Do you think it's probably because they have this Treant Protector? They can do this dual lane and they go for S4 with the puck and the tree in the off lane. It puts a lot of pressure onto the safe lane. I did see Wings even run the puck lich and stuff in the off lane, so they just like to use that hero as a kind of pressuring hero.
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe they think if they have that Treant puck, as you said, and they're pressuring their safe lane a lot, then how are they going to deal with this Alchemist? They have to make a choice. Can we deal with this Alchemist, or are we going to protect our safe lane? And generally, when a team has to make that choice, they're already at a strategical disadvantage because they're going to have to split the resources. It's very hard to not just overcommit to one thing. You have to find the right balance, and it's just a harder game to execute. And we all know in Dota, there's so many things going on. You want your ease of execution to be as low as possible.
Of course.
Okay, OG do pick up the CM. Are you surprised that wasn't banned in the second phase? Or is it just not worth the kind of ban compared to what they can get rid of?
CM, I talked about Venge and Dazzle as heroes with teamfight invisible impact. CM's another hero that it's really hard to judge how much impact she has in her game just because she has like global aura. I mean, she also has, I think, 3 of the best other spells in the game, and she's only like bad because of her like base stats sort of, or that's her only weakness, I guess. But I mean, it's so hard to justify banning a CM when you have Alchemist. You want to ban these heroes like Morphling and Timbersaw, and then on the other side, they're scared of maybe OG putting a lot of pressure on their safe lane, so they want to ban heroes like Puck. So I don't know, it's a hard hero to ban.
Hard to spend the money. We're up to 101, by the way, in terms of picked and ban. The Bloodseeker was the one that we had as the
nice.
extra ban.
It hadn't been banned at all yet, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a lot of heroes.
That is.
It is. It
I mean,
only
considering when
leaves
you're almost maxed out.
11 in captains.
Those sneak attack is in there too. He'll break his way through the captain's mode barrier. And then I'll quit the
Please no. The Lina.
Burst for the Alchemist. I think that's pretty important to have.
Something that's interesting is Alchemist used to be one of the like better heroes versus Lina just in lane. Maybe not in the game because Lina has so much burst from him. But I wonder if because of the reduced acid spray, if Lina just dominates the lane now. Like the problem is Lina has like what, 1 armor? I think
yeah,
something
low.
really low, and the acid spray would do too much damage. You would have to like spend your mana to spam the lane back out, so you would never have kill potential on the Alchemist.
I really like the Lina too because they have like the threat. It's like if Alchemist comes up and he gets hit by Lina stun, the Monkey King can be around, the Furion can TP in quickly. They put a lot of pressure onto the Alchemist in the laning phase.
I mean,
Yeah,
that
that's a
kind
really
of
good point.
aspect.
Yeah.
As far as going back to things you know you've been successful and you're confident in, Legion Commander for S4 and Alchemist are Naga in the game. This is OG style. I want to say that if they're able to collapse on the tower early, open up the map a bit, and then start getting picked with S4, I've never seen OG lose a game when they've done that. And they've done it a lot. That's a lot of wins on it.
Yeah.
So.
And it's Legion Commander who's a super strong laner with a Treant Protector. So we actually were kind of like joking in the other room. Tree Legion Commander is one of like the most devastating dual lanes, and they're versus a Monkey King Rubik. Rubik pretty weak in the laning phase. Monkey King, of course, if you go Jingu, he can be powerful, but not versus like Tree Legion. You can't really contest those two in the off lane.
Honestly terrified for Team Random right now.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of carries that can stay down there, but also have the high impact you need when you have Nature Prophet, Lina as your other cores. I'm not sure what there is.
It's very curious to see how Team Random is also afraid of a Venomancer, of all things, coming up for OG.
Oh yeah, Venomancer Alchemist is a sick combo.
Very, very strong.
Not only that, they have enough physical damage from just the Alchemist and the Legion Commander. All they need is like something that when wins his lane can create pressure and can do AoE damage in a team fight.
And defend those tier 1s, like defending
Yeah,
towers.
that's a good
with
point,
those, yeah. Because it looks like they've been, at least with the approach that they took the last game, wanting to take those objectives early on.
Can you imagine taking, like, look at their heroes. Their 3 middle heroes have some of the best outspam spells.
Yeah.
They have a Treant to heal it up. Can you imagine if you added a Venom in
on
there?
top. Yeah, it's like how do you really
man.
take any objectives versus that?
It's funny because I look at that lineup and I'm like, wow, they can be very defensive. And at the same time, I can see that same lineup be very, very aggressive and be able to take out a lot of different heroes.
I don't think they'll pick it, but I think OG should pick Enchantress Core. I don't think they'll pick it, though. I really do.
Wow.
Yeah. The Ursa ban, I like this. I think that was probably one of the few heroes that could actually do that. Very good versus the Alchemist, great versus Legion Commander in lane. I think that's probably one of the few that could have actually let Random have a decent safe lane. I think right now the safe lane is going to be very difficult for them.
I think you perfectly said it there. OG are thinking about how their offlaner can pressure. If they put Legion Commander down there, they want him to keep the supports down there. They don't want him to go to the Alchemist and like sort of mess up his game, mess up his stacks. They want to keep him there.
And they go for the Alchemist. So this could probably be an Alchemist safe lane then even.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As far as carries go that are good against Furion, he's up there. You
And
kill a
that's
Treant, you get a lot.
And the anti-mage.
Anti-mage, Nature's Prophet.
I mean,
that's a throwback.
I mean, you talk about pressuring a lane. This laning setup doesn't look particularly good, and I think we could definitely see possibly some very offensive stuff coming on the off lane with both the Legion Commander and Treant, maybe even Crystal Maiden.
I think they should put Anti-Mage mid this game and put the Lina in the tri-lane. And like if Legion comes down there, they'll have very high kill potential.
I think
Anti-Mage doesn't
that's-
do that bad against Ember mid.
I think
It's
that's a
actually
really
pretty
good solution, yeah.
Okay, prediction time. Conrad?
Just looking at OG's draft here, they look like they have the answer to almost anything this game. I like OG a lot.
Okay.
I've never bet against an OG Alchemist before.
So you're not about to start now, are you?
Yeah, I'm really not.
Right. Okay. Thanks, gents, for your predictions. Because there's no point in asking Fogged, right? Because production already know what Fogg's already picked, so it's easy. We will, of course, come back to our panel after the third and final game. Hold on to your seats. This could be a bumpy ride for both sets of fans. It's Random versus OG.
The Kiev Major is an important placeholder for many teams as it leads straight into the International. Both of these teams, the 3 times major winner OG, as well as the TI champs Wings, look to be able to secure enough of a placing here at Kiev to ensure their invite to TI. But one of them, Kevin, is going to be going home today. And it all comes down to this final draft. An Animage last pick for Team Random. You said the last time the Death Prophet was the winner for Team Random.
Yeah.
Are you feeling the same confidence from this last pick?
I'm not completely sure. It has some good things or some bad things. So obviously Alchemist can have a lot of mana pool. It's a great mana void target. He's great at split pushing. It's going to be difficult for OG to actually get across the map and do what they want to do. But on OG's side, they have a ridiculous amount of entangles, basically. They've got Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, they do.
They've got a tree. They've got an Ember Spirit. And they've also got Legion Commander Duel. So there's a lot of ways to deal with the AM. I feel like if OG gets a little ahead in the early game, I feel like they can just pressure the crap out of the anti-mage for a long time.
What about the early part of our draft? We had the pickup of the Furion, I think was the most interesting because we had the Treant Protector, Monkey King, obvious trading, whatever was going to be first pick on one side, second on the other. But the Furion, second pick by Team Random, is definitely one of the more interesting pickups. What is the thought process, you think, behind grabbing this hero against OG?
I think it's something that EG ran earlier was Monkey King with Treant, or maybe not Monkey King with Treant, but basically they'll look around, they'll set up a kill, Treant can help out, or not Treant, Nature's Prophet can TP in, help out, get kills. He's also very good in the lane, which is I think another reason why OG opened with Crystal Maiden as their third pick. Very good at killing Treants in the early game. So I think it definitely has some good potential here, but Team Random, their split push is very good. Their split gank, sort of gank across the map thing is very good as well. So I don't know. We'll see how the lanes work out. Legion Commander, his lane is going to be what? Just typical off-lane stuff. It's going to be tough versus a Monkey King Rubik, that's for sure.
Yeah, Monkey King is one of the... no, we're not saying one of. He is the best zoning support out there, right? Like Jingo Mastery, there's no offlaner that can really stand up to that one. So if he wants to, he can level that up, keep the Legion Commander zoned out, in which case the Treant Protector has to maybe offset that, and they do a dual offlane of some kind. Look at that. Faith Beyond. Get cheeky with it.
Very wise to do this. So what it basically does is stacks up the waves so that when they actually do meet, they're going to end up pushing. And No Tail's going to have to tank the creep wave under tower. And he actually doesn't have a Stout Shield just yet. He needs about 20 gold. So this could cost him a little bit of HP. But ultimately, he's just done for the purpose of getting himself gold. And yeah, he's just going to summon trees at the shrine in the meantime and guarantee some farm while he waits for the creeps to show up.
Awesome. I mean, we saw the same kind of level 1 play from him on the Bat Rider, right? Where he was able to pull one of those creep waves. It seems like Faith Beyond has a knack for being able to ensure himself that basic amount of farm in the first few minutes of the game. OG are still, they're trying to work around with this pull system here, see if they can actually get the creep wave to not push into Faith Beyond, but I highly doubt it will be successful. In the mid lane, we do have Anna facing up against Blink, Lena versus Ember Spirit, with some potential additional support from Jerix on the OG side, and then that roaming duo of Rubik and the Monkey King. Obviously, the Lena should have an advantage here against the Ember Spirit, not just because of the one-on-one matchup, but also I feel like you have better supports to roam around. Not sure if this Treant Protector can really roam on to mid all that effectively.
Yeah, he actually came out at the worst possible timing there. He aggroed the creep wave, which means he needs to walk these to the mid lane now. I mean, it was his initial movement was mostly to sap the experience gain from Nature's Prophet on the Alpha Wolf camp, but slight mistake for him to show up there. Now he wastes a lot more of his time.
Look at Ice Ice playing around with the mischief. Legion Commander, I like what S4 is doing here. Manning up and is actually going to fight this Jingu Mastery. It is not that much lifesteal at level 1, and S4 does have a source of lifesteal of his own. Moment of courage, but maybe he stepped out a bit too far. Ooh. Shadow unable to finish him off, and to get another good round of nukes. S4 will pop that shrine, a very efficient use of it.
Yep, and that's basically the advantage that S4 has here, is that he's got a shrine in addition to his poor man's Shield Tango, and his base armor is a little bit higher than what a Monkey King's is anyway, so he actually does trade advantageously for, it's about simple, it's about even at least. Jingo Mastery is always going to be great, but I'm glad they at least traded hits with Monkey King, better than doing nothing, because he's, either way, Monkey King would be able to sap experience most likely. Maybe not now, because he doesn't have Tree Dance, but see how S4 reacts to this.
Jerix setting up again, trying to catch Blink out of position here, but as we know, they do have that ward was kind of set up.
Yeah, he figured it out. It's a little unfortunate for OG that they didn't get that the first pass in, but that's because the creep wave spotted him mostly. So Faith Beyond level 3 here in the off lane. Going to do his best to get experience, but Fly is nearby, ready to grab Some free Treant kills if needed. Oh, he's in a lot of trouble, actually. He could take a lot of damage here.
Yeah, he's going to be forced to use the Frostbite to slow down Faith Beyond. That's the hard part. This Crystal Maiden really just cannot stand up to the Nature's Prophet. He can Frostbite one of the Treants and his free CS for him, but the other ones are just going to run at him, which means I don't think he'll really ever be able to get a successful wrap on Faith Beyond.
He did get the stack, though.
Additional subterfuge.
The stack will allow him to pull the creep wave back at least. S4 is not going to do as well this game for sure in the laning stage. Treant Protector, or Nature's Prophet, sorry, is one of the best for that just because the Treants do so much damage right now, hitting for 32.
I was about to say, even with this pull coming out, I think unless Jerix is able to keep him zoned, Faith Beyond might be able to summon in a fresh round of Treants and maybe claim some of these last hits. Oh, that's unfortunate. Help Air Smash actually catches Fly there. Takes some additional damage onto him. Jerix is being forced back. This early damage to Nature's Prophet with the Blightstone is actually doing a great job of threatening these supports, and let's see if he can use it to scare some of these last hits as well.
And the other issue is Fly's just out of regen already, and that's entirely because of the fact that Jerix went for Orb of Venom first, going for a slightly more greedy item build. So that means that he has to make up for that by buying more support items on Fly, so he's got less regen, it runs out faster, and now he can't even feel comfortable walking towards Faith Beyond, who's got boots already. It's a bad spot to be in. Jerix does hit level 2 though, which gives him Nature's Guise, which means he can actually initiate on the Nature's Prophet.
I like that Team Random putting a lot of presence here in this mid lane when it comes to wards. Really want to make sure that Lina has a successful 1v1 matchup. Ice, even though they lost their initial laning ward, replaces it with a higher up cliff ward that will still see those support rotations.
And bringing himself a salve actually at 4 minutes here. Probably just wants to save his bottle charges.
Oh, Faith Beyond, did he get a little bit too far out there? Looks like he could be right-click to death, one miss, but a swing from Jerix will bring him low. First blood.
Really nicely done. Jerix with the Quelling Blade as well. He's going to be cutting a lot of sprouts down this game, not to mention the Monkey King. This is like the most valued Quelling game ever.
That was a double miss right there. Burnout, Ice is going to be forced back. They missed both their both the Tree Dance jump as well as the Lina LSA. So Anna getting away scot-free. And gets the rune as well, so he's actually in a pretty decent position despite that attempted gank. He's sitting at a higher CS over Blink as well.
And No Tail's just about the most last hits on the game, 37. On the opposite side, Anti-Mage 41 and 13. So Anti-Mage pretty happy this game. And AM versus Legion, another pretty good matchup here for the AM, obviously, because he just basically is never going to have to worry about Legion having mana. With the Arcane Aura, at least S4 is going to be slightly relieved from that problem, but good luck getting 100 mana.
At the same time, though, right, the Legion Commander has a passive that she can use, so she'll still be able to kind of play out the lane and not be too terribly threatened by the AM, at least not until level 6, right?
That's true. Smoke is used by the 2 OG supports, so it eventually breaks. They were good at first. They passed the Monkey King in the jungle, but they kind of waited on their high ground looking for an opportunity. They didn't want to swing around because that's usually a very common place for a Monkey King to be, is sitting in the trees on the left. And
you see that? Faith Beyond has hit his level 6 before Anna's Ember Spirit has.
Wow.
So he actually got an ultimate out, knocked Anna down a little bit. Fortunately, did get another rune, so he'll be able to heal up. But they've got that big new, and that does a lot of damage now. You and I were actually talking about it when 7.0 first came in. The initial damage is less, but the bounces, they increase that percentage, right? And it does even more than it used to.
Yeah, 11 extra % per bounce. Pretty solid. Can make a big difference in these early ganks, especially because it's a little unpredictable sometimes for both players, the person using it and the person receiving. But there's just so much setup here to kill Anna, and if they can get the slow off, all right, that's going to be a good start. He doesn't have a Quelling either.
Got the chains. Sprout leading into the LSA. An easy kill there. Ice drop it a bit low. Jerix is going to try and finish him off with the lead seed, slowing down Y. Instead, they get the nuke to finish him off from S4. Now it goes for the secondary support, but they're losing supports of their own. Fly's already down. Jerix is gone. Fly is able to stay alive, but it's going to be S4 blocked out. Nice plays from Faith Beyond. Beautiful blocking. The Furion is working out beautifully here for Team Random.
Oh, it's just perfect timing on the Sprout. Right when he's about to go into a close-knit area, drops the Sprout so that it's very difficult to click on the correct tree as soon as you need to, and gets the perfect body blocks off afterwards. OG was, even if S4 got that kill, I still wasn't feeling very good about their trade there, but preventing the second kill as well, big advantage for Team Random in the first skirmish.
No Tail has already picked up his armlet, though. Both him and the Animage are essentially getting free farm in their lanes. Both of them sitting above 60 CS in the first 8 minutes of the game. And that is the lovely thing about the Animage, right, is that you kind of feel okay pacing yourself against the Alchemist, right? It deals with that, you know, the pressure that you always talk about, like, oh god, the Alchemist is getting out of control. Animage is good with that, you know? He's going to hit his own time.
And I'm kind of thinking about late game, and OG doesn't even have the best Ags heroes. In fact, the best one on their team might be Tree.
Yeah.
Which, it's a very good Ags. It definitely changes the game a lot, but we'll see how much it'll matter. I think it could actually be really huge against Monkey King, actually, because it does give you flying vision, if I'm not mistaken. So they should be able to see where he's going if they're a little set up for it.
Yeah, and being able to get the entangle from it as well could play out against the Monkey King quite nicely. They are going to be able to do get the right click there on the tower. Jarex is able to finish him off.
I don't know if they did this on purpose, but No-Tail actually did a Fade Bolt on him. So he might have missed the last hit, but they just let the tree take it down. Biggest base damage, man. It's going in mid, going to pressure a little. This is with an Arcane Rune, so I think he might just be thinking about damage here.
He does have an Escape Remnant set up as Ice shows himself, so he's going to be able to get out. Jarex will head out to the bottom lane now to claim his level 6 while the Legion Commander makes use of the offlane jungle.
And tower defense is definitely a big aspect of this game, really. Considering that Team Random is going to be able to split push so well with their very mobile heroes between the Prophet, the Monkey King, and the Anti-Mage, making sure that those are all full HP is instrumental to OG better being able to control against that.
Yeah, if we get a successful gank here, for example, from Y and Blink, this pickoff could lead into a Furion fast push, but instead they are not able to get the gank, but they are able to take some of the neutrals. Jarex is here, he's going to be able to stop that TP. Blink is unable to get out fast, and now here comes the Ember Spirit. He sees a beautifully lined up kill. He's going to be able to catch Blink. Blink can't even finish off Jarex in time, but the Faithful will get him. But they do get a duel immediately afterwards onto Y, so big wins there for OG as Team Random overextend themselves.
That was actually so unlucky for Team Random, though. By the time they go to the high ground, they see that Legion is there. He actually used overwhelming odds previously to nuke the stacked camp, and as a result, he was really fast and was able to run away. Without that, they might have just killed him right off the bat, bursted him down, and started TPs before OG could respond. So a little bit of luck there going in OG's favor.
Sprout out. No-Tail in some serious trouble here, but it looks like the living armor plus the armlet is going to be enough to protect him.
He quelling the wrong tree. I was a little worried for him there. Seems to be a reoccurring situation. He's going to Shrine here. Get his HP back up and hit up the jungle.
Oh, man, he's closing in on that relic fast.
Yeah. I mean, he's got almost as many last hits as the aim. He's only 3 behind. That's incredible, actually. Safe lane out, because that's the solution. Don't let him get pressured. Just give him a really safe tri-lane. Low chance of dying.
And Team Random haven't taken a tower yet, not even close. So it's not even like they're getting any map control during this timing where the Alchemist is trying to finish up his Radiance. Kind of feeling like this, they're just not really hitting their timings, you know? They've got the Lina, they've got the Furion. We talked about how they could bring these heroes in, get kills, turn it into a tower push real quickly with the Treants. It's not even like Treant Protector can actually protect the tower against that many sources of damage, really. But they just are not connecting with the ganks.
Yeah, they have to get the kills first before they can take buildings. So Prophet's going to be great at hitting towers, but only if OG's not around, especially the heroes he has to worry about is maybe a Blink Dagger Legion or Ember Spirit or a tree setting up the initiation. Innocence did grab Fire Remnant and Leaf, so he's going to be able to initiate, but I think he's going to get caught here maybe.
Y, he's already dead in the mid lane, Innocence. Y is able to get himself away. Immediate TPs from the Treant Protector, actually canceling that one out. It looks like the telekinesis from Y is able to put a stop to that one. Jarex runs his way along the trees. Should be good. Breaking trees. Y, you gonna be able to? Oh, he revealed him again. Can he actually kill him in this short window? It looks like they should be able to. They've got the burst damage. And they stole living armor. That is a big win. Excellent plays from Y.
Yeah, pressured them just hard enough, and while they were attempting that, they also brought out a dust. Nobody on Team Random there had any detection, so if Jarex actually just stayed in Viz, bought himself a little bit more time, and then got back to the main tree clumps, he would have been all right. But a little bit too pressured. The pressure was on, and he got scared and lost his Nature's Guise.
I was kind of wondering, like, why the Rubik? I didn't really feel super good about it, but I guess if you take that living armor, sort of offsets this very unique advantage that the Treant Protector gives you. Now both sides are going to have this healing mechanism for the towers.
Yeah, it's definitely going to pay off here, but towers aren't that low at the moment, so he will definitely upset some chip damage for sure, but may not be the perfect solution. If anything, it's going to matter more in little ganks that happen. So OG's a little damage weak right now. Crystal Maiden's pretty heavily into Aura, for example. Treant Protector doesn't output that much damage. It could actually turn some ganks here.
Push coming out in the bottom lane while Ana goes toe-to-toe with the Anti-Mage.
Just trying to slow things down a little bit. They do see the Treants. Maybe. But Nature's Prophet actually TP'd all the way back. And he actually sidestepped from the Bracer into the Midas, and now we'll go back for the Drum, which I think is the right move. Like you said, their tempo feels different. It feels off, not necessarily what they want. So prioritizing the damage or the farm items a little bit more than the team fight gank items. And he's actually going for the damage perk. I've seen a lot of Prophets go health recently. So maybe we'll see some big damage from Nature's Prophet in the mid game.
Battle Fury now complete for the Anti-Mage at the same time as the Radiance is picked up for No-Tail. And with that Radiance, I don't think there's too many ways for Team Random to be able to fight this. So it looks like this could just be safe lane towers being traded off, or maybe not even traded off, because they're taking this bottom tower so quickly, they can actually get up to top and stop Shadow from taking that tier 1 there.
They're doing a great job delaying this with Living Armor, though. This is the second Living Armor, this one going with the Glyph, so that probably bought them at least 6 to 8 seconds, which is huge here. No-Tail doesn't have a TP, though. And one thing he's lacking, which means he can't go to defend top. But will OG go there to defend, or maybe they'll think about rotating into mid to pressure? The Treants will spot them out. They do catch an Observer Ward as well. They're scanning up, thinking about going. Yeah, I think they're just going to let top go. It's a little too dangerous for them to show up late.
Which means Team Random, if they want to be able to protect their mid, are going to have to move pretty quickly here. They want to be set up before OG is already on top of the tower. They've got a nice little ward here to the side. Beginning to wrap around. S4 is real close to his Blink Dagger too after them taking that tower.
He does get Chemical Rage on Rubik, which will help him stay alive, but yeah, OG's going to play it safe here. They've got really good ways to keep whoever is initiated on saved. Press the attack, Living Armor will be great. But they're going to go back to playing a little standard. I think this is the right move. By killing 2 of their opponent's towers, they've opened up the jungle a lot, which means that they can very likely use their amazing catch against Anti-Mage to possibly get some kills right now. So I think maybe they should move into the enemy jungle. They've got tons of sentries. They've got Observer Wards down. That's what they should be looking for.
Lina with fresh Eul's Scepter tries to catch Ana. Nice dodge using the Sleight of Fist, though.
That was really dangerous, actually. If they caught him, very high chance he dies there. Because it will remove Flame Guard. That's 500 less magic damage you have to do. So BOT's first for him. So this is all going to be about Treant Protector looking for kills, or Legion Commander looking for kills, and backup coming from maybe Alchemist plus Ember Spirit. I think that's the goal here for OG.
Yeah, Legion Commander especially is a great setup, right? Because it's such a long duration hold that the Ember Spirit timing of the Boots of Travel won't be that bad.
Yeah, it's going to be so easy to combo too. 4 seconds of duel, followed up by Frostbite or Searing Chains, or get 2 of those together and it'll make a big impact. So they're going to start pushing out the lane. Jarex is going to be the one to do so. And all of a sudden, everybody on OG group into the mid lane. Looking smoke-like to me. Yep, Crystal Maiden's holding one. I don't think the Observer Ward spotted them all being there either.
So No-Tail will be the one to push it out, while the 3-man crew smokes up and looks for their first reveal of the Blink Dagger on S4.
Oh, this is so greedy, but awesome. Like, it's just so obvious. No-Tail's baiting, clearly. They're not even close. They're looking for kills in the jungle where they think somebody might be jungling, like a AM or something. Doesn't work out, though. They do get spotted by random.
They're going to try and save this mid tower. They throw out another Acid Spray. Anti-Mage is in the neighborhood. He's farming nearby, so he can really be there if a fight does break out. Doesn't look like OG are going to force it, though.
Yeah, and Prophet uses his ultimate as well, probably to push out lanes. They didn't feel ready to deal with that. But that was a lot of free damage, really, considering that the Alk was solo.
He can catch Jarex here. He's actually got a Dust, and he does a lot of damage. Phase Boots doesn't actually have the Blightstone out there. Jarex uses the ultimate to try and TP away, but gets stopped by Ice Ice with the Boundless Strike.
He just needs 3 more seconds. It's really close.
But it's just not going to last long enough. But maybe Ana can actually take something out of this one. He actually bursts down the tree, so Ice Ice was stunned up for a while. Won't be able to lifesteal enough. The Furion dies as well. And that's really all that Jarex needed. Didn't need to survive, just buy enough time to be able to kill those 2 other heroes. Get some rebuttal. Mid lane, There's a rebuttal for you. Blink takes the life of the Crystal Maiden.
Definitely a solid kill, but the fact that Anna as well as the Alchemist were able to get there in time is really valuable. Dead Nature's Prophet, that guy farms really fast. And a dead Monkey King, no one's scouting, no one's setting up pushes, no one's split pushing. OG gets prepped for the push mid once again, and I imagine OG may do a mass TP there. No, they're just going to play a little safe. No need to go out of control here.
Yeah, OG have just played this, I would say, pretty slow, just because of the fact they don't need to like really push these towers, right? And it's an opportunity you take if you can get it. But as it is, they're pretty happy with the way they're farming on the Alchemist and the Ember Spirit.
It's got Chemical Rage again, but the tower's getting real low.
Gonna use the Glyph, buy some time. The Animage is pushing out bottom lane right now.
There.
Beginning to wrap around, but Team Random just not feeling comfortable with taking a fight.
They did bring a lot of heroes to that, so kind of a big loss, really. The Lina looked like she wanted to swing around, but it was just a couple seconds too late. Too much damage being done there. And Jarek's sitting by the last tree remaining here. Oh, this could be huge. They get the stun.
Gets caught by the bash. Now Anna's going to be able to follow that one up. Blink has the Eul's Scepter, but there's really not much he can do to stop this one. Now Ice Heist has been found by S4 as well. He managed Quelling Blade down the tree, gets the duel. An additional kill for OG. They tie up the score 8-8. With the net worth and the experience, at least the net worth anyway, does seem to be in favor of the Alchemist team. Kind of surprised the
but not by much.
So heavily. Yeah, it's like the gold is not that much in the favor of the Alchemist team, and the experience is in the favor of Team Random. I'm a little bit surprised they've been playing this more efficiently than OG has, considering their boots of travels.
Yeah, I think they're just spread out across the map a little bit better. OG's spent a lot of effort either trying to set up ganks or to cover Alchemist and Ember. Like, Ember's just barely ahead of what the Lina is at, for example. And I feel like Legion Commander's not the fastest farmer either, especially because he's been looking for a lot of kill setups. I think OG's definitely on the right trajectory, but Random's doing a great job keeping up with the farm.
The Manta's up. Is this one of those go times? Kind of like when you pick up the Alchemist Radiance and you take a tower. Do you think they want to use this Animage aggressively, or is Team Random still okay with just kind of biding their time?
I thought you were talking about the Alch. They both just got Manta, actually.
Oh, well.
And that's the hard part, right? Even if they can catch the Alchemist, he's now got a way to remove a more simple disable. Yeah. Not that there's very many of them. It's basically all just nukes, but the bigger thing is they're going to be able to scout opponents with the illusions. He's going to be able to split push lanes. It kind of just offsets a lot of what the Prophet provides. Jarek's thinking about landing a stun of Faith Beyond, but he's got to wait for more to get there. Maybe
Jump
not.
For now with the Blink Dagger, but they do have the setup. Nice. Double Boundless Strike. They're going to be able to follow that out with the Monkey King ultimate. Telekinesis into the Alchemist. Now the Eul's Scepter. He's going to come back down and stun himself, but nice use of the Manta. Animage jumps forward, pops the Manta in himself in order to get rid of that disable from the chains. Monkey King still scouting out some of these heroes. S4 is on top of Y, but Shadow's there to be able to protect his supports. Now the jump in from Ice Ice in the back line. Immediately jumps back into the trees, but they caught Shadow. They did manage to get that dual damage too right before the Laguna Blade came in. Shadow is a big time kill, and now OG can try and run over the rest of Team Random, pushing into that tier 2 tower.
That was a very dangerous fight for OG. Who knew that the Manta was most needed against No-Tail's own stun? Because if he would have gotten stunned by that fight might have just been lost by OG. That would have been like a 4-second stun on himself within Monkey King ultimate. That would have been really bad for OG, but dodges the stun. They're able to work around fights just long enough to finally get the good duel off and enough damage to kill the Shadow on the Anti-Mage. That was a big fight for OG.
Tier 2 down. Octarine closing in for No-Tail. That is the completion of the Rat build. So you can spam out those Manta, Radiance, Illusions. Just go to town, farming the whole entire map. Now, fortunately, Team Random do have a lot of mobility themselves to match the Boots of Travel pickups of OG, so they've got the Animage moving all over the map, dealing with these split pushes, the Furion able to TP wherever they want, and then they've got this kind of like 3-man kill squad between the Monkey, Rubik, and the Lina. But we really haven't seen much of this Lina so far.
Yeah, I mean, he's gone for some Eul's combos, but the times that they did happen, OG was able to avoid them, which is definitely huge. Why? Very likely to die here, unless they're aiming for Shadow instead. He's got Manta, so he can get out of it. But
first ensnare, Fly, ready to follow that one up. Shadow very carefully holding onto his Manta until the follow-up is there. Didn't quite get there. Y does manage to get the telekinesis onto No-Tail, slowing him down just a little bit. Gets a little bit of unstable concoction action there as well, but Blink, he's been caught. That's even worse. They lose a core. Can they get an extra one? Fate Beyond can't even get the TP out. Slowed down by Ana. Duel to follow that one up. Did they notice Ice Ice? They did with Slight. He's now has to jump himself away. Might not be able to escape, but OG, they say no sense in chasing Monkey King. Let's just take another tier 2.
This is looking so good for OG now. The fact that they win another big team fight, and they had anti-mage retreating to the left. That was the best part about it because they pressured the AM. The AM runs left, and they engaged on heroes on the right. AM's not there when the actual big part of the fight actually started. So no 5v5 there for Random, and they get wiped again. 3 dead heroes.
Anti-Mage actually has so much like limited map to be able to farm away because these tier 1s are still up, right? So he can't go for these deep split pushes like you normally like to do. They have also lost a lot of towers and a lot of ground, a lot of aggressive vision down there from OG. So this AM is kind of feeling scared and not really comfortable with the amount of space he has. He's getting very claustrophobic.
Yeah, not to mention Alchemist is always pushing the lanes in. And there's so many hero counters that if he gets overgrowth, he's disabled for a long time. The Manta is obviously a huge help, but he still has to play safe. Like you saw how long Fly waited. That's the right move, but it's so dangerous. So if they catch the right one, or if they land you with a stun right after you Manta, oh, they do kill Ana finally.
And it goes down. S4 also going to be a little bit caught here. Ice Ice throws out his ultimate. Doesn't want a chance getting dueled and dying to S4. So that was a little bit of extra insurance. Now with Fate Beyond here, but the Deso damage just not nearly enough to get that extra kill. So still, killing Ana, big time win. What can Team Random really do with that, though? That's what I'm seeing is like OG, they lose a hero sometimes, but it's not like Team Random can really claim much. All it does is just buy Shadow more time to farm.
And it feels like you have to kill both of them. You have to kill the Alchemist and you have to kill the Ember Spirit, because both of these guys can move around split pushing very fast. Yeah. Obviously, No-Tail a little stronger at it, but definitely both a threat. And in the meantime, look at this. Faith Beyond, tons of farm, but he's also at threat of being killed. Any of these guys can TP. TP on Alchemist could come at the creep wave. Ember is probably the one they want, though. He's way more mobile, and he's got a Blink Dagger. Here comes.
Good to travel up to the top lane. Jerix begins to try and slow down Faith Beyond. There goes the Sprout out. Jerix threatening the ultimate, but Ana's here now. They don't manage to get the chains. Now the follow-up ultimate will be able to stop that TP out from Faith Beyond. And all that gold is just kind of being fed right back into the OG members.
This is Treant used to perfection, basically. Scout things out, get the follow-up. It really works well. Oh, the blink on No-Tail.
Picked up by No-Tail, results in an easy kill on the Lina. 50 seconds there. That's got to be a Roshan.
And that is not an expected item for Alk, but amazing usage there. There's a lot of heroes that are actually really easy to kill if you get on top of them, stunned, and right-click away. When the Blink lets you do that, it's also going to max out his item build faster, which probably means it's Axe time pretty soon. I feel like he's even going to give the Aegis to Ember Spirit most likely. I just don't feel like killing Alk is very possible right now.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to drop his items either. All these are great.
Ana can just be super aggressive when they do go for that high ground, trying to get a backline kill, like the Lina, for example. Yeah, so he grabs the Aegis, picks up a regen rune for his troubles as well. Got plenty of initiation, plenty of kill power. And Team Random are struggling when it comes to the damage and control department. Like, they might be able to blow up like one hero, but I'm struggling to see how this Animage can really win out a big team fight against OG.
It's one of the big negatives of Nature's Prophet is what happened last time he died. Just very easy to get killed.
Oh, a miss from the Boundless Strike. A nice blink back there from S4. Now the rest of OG are all here. They can pop the Manta and do manage to jump himself away. Ice Ice. Oh,
they got him.
No! He jumps over to grab Shadow, and in the process knocks down the tree. The dual win against Shadow is the big time kill, though. He's down for 70 seconds, and S4 up to 58 dual victory damage now. This is going to be a third core when we start pushing this to late game, if we even get there.
And he's not farming that amazingly, but that's because he's spending a lot of time going for setups like this, and 58 dual damage really pays off heavily. They didn't even try to catch the Monkey King in that last fight, by the way. That was full accident.
Yeah, he was just like throwing out that remnant and just happened to chop down the tree.
They just have so many good ways to deal with the random heroes. And at this point, Nature's Prophet just doesn't feel useful either. He gets killed by almost anything. The ultra mobility of OG, the blink on Ember, the blink on Alchemist, the initiations from the Treant Protector. It's difficult for them to stabilize. They do spot Monkey King on the backline, though. Oh, they missed the Syrian, though.
No. Ice Edge jumps forward. Still, though, that tier 3 is at half health, and they cannot afford a buyback on the Animage. It just can't work. He's going to be too slowed down on his farms. So, No Tail sees the opportunity to jump forward, does manage to catch Fly. Monkey King lays out his ultimate, but Fly's immediately going to address him with an ultimate of his own. Lays out the freezing field, and they do manage to get the duel in there as well. 3 more seconds till the Animage is back up. OG may not be able to claim this melee Rex, but they are going to try. 3 versus 5. Team Random, can they possibly be able to put a stop to this one? Shadow going to get bashed up by Jarex, slowed down. LSA, complete whip there. Jarex gets a really good ult in the back lines. Blink going to be target here as Anna jumps forward, managed to finish him off. Almost Yule Scepter protecting for a time being, but Blink still goes down. Shadow has to blink backwards. A buyback now from the Fury on Faith Beyond, trying desperately to put a stop to this push on the melee racks, but now Shadow's been caught, held in. Blink forward once again by No Tail. They're trying to get Shadow, but he blinks away. He does manage to get back to the mountain, heals himself up, but that space does create enough time for them to be able to take that melee Rags and might even be able to get the range. Monkey King looks for some sort of extra pick off. The OG members retreat. Faith Beyond, he is going to be able to get a sprout onto Jarex.
He's got to get out of here. He's got the gem. He's really fast now, though.
He's got the movement speed to get out.
Yeah, he does. He's got the gold perk as well. Level 15 on him. And how much money does Alk have? Is that where the party comes? There's a point booster queued up. It's Ag's time. Who's going to get it? It's got to be.
It's got to be Tree.
It's got to be Tree. Legion Commander is one of those Ags that seems.
Whoa, Ice Ice, what you doing here, buddy? Challenges Anna, runs in a Fly, as well as S4 in the process.
Huh. All right.
Well, this is the moment desperation really starts kicking in, right? Team Random feel like they need to do something because the inevitable endgame scenario of OG is coming in fast. And mistakes are bound to happen.
It's ready to go. Let's see where the trees go first. It looks like Roche will be the first one they put down, perhaps. He's making a decision on it. Where do I want to see for a very long time? And the fact that they're ahead with this as well is just amazing, because if you're behind, your opponents can afford a gem, lots of wards. It can be a little tough sometimes to get the perfect impact, but dropping the tree in a position like this, look how common that spot is moved. Anytime they farm Ancients, anytime they walk from mid to go to the medium camps, they're going to see it coming.
Blink, managed to get the unstable concoction. Nice Manta dodge there from Shadow. Oh, S4 almost got the duel there. Might still be able to get it, or at least the ensnare. Maybe Anna got him right before the blink. Now a bash on S4 stops the duel for a moment, but it is a momentary respite. That is all. Animage still goes down, completes his Vanguard before he dies, but that is still 70 seconds of no defense from Team Random. Another tier 2 sure to fall.
Jarex continuing to put free wards all over the map. As long as he keeps these away from towers, I don't even know if Random's going to know where they are. They're going to have to get detection of their own, but they just don't have the money to get the gem right now. They can't spot the Treant. They can't even push out the lanes super successfully. The only time Faith Beyond's out this far is because all of the OG heroes just showed top and got kill.
This Blink Dagger has been super successful from No Tail. I like the way that OG are playing this one out with the double bots and double blinks.
Yeah, I liked it on both heroes. Anna especially has set a little bit earlier pressure on the map, but No Tails as well. Didn't see it coming, gets a big kill on Alina, and all of a sudden it just felt like Random is shut down. They can't get a grasp of this. They were the underdog coming into this, but they took it so close here, and they can still win this. They just have to get a good team fight. Low mana, maybe?
Tail stunned up by his own stable concoction. Nice Manta out of the Sprout, though. A quick retreat out of the Monkey King ultimate, and he will survive. That would have been such a big kill. Now they just kind of have to wait for this Monkey King ultimate. No Tail and Stable Concoction queued up. Yule Scepter to dodge, but Faith Beyond still going to be caught in the process, and it looks like Blink can't manage to make it out. LSA hits on 2, but now duel on his Shadow. They can't afford to lose their Animage. What a beautiful boundless strike, and a telekinesis follow-up. They're actually stunning all these heroes. They need the big ultimate to finish this one up. Anna in the back, Fly's dead. Here comes the ultimate. It's not enough to finish off Anna. Shadow didn't have that much mana burnt in out now. Shadow's going to be caught. He doesn't have to blink away. He's dead. 80 seconds. No buybacks coming up from Team Random. There is no way that Blink can do enough damage, can he? It's not. GG is called.
5 dead heroes. OG just wins it. It looked so close at the end. That unstable concoction from Innocent stunned 4 heroes with the Boundless Strike, but they needed a big mana void right there, and they just couldn't get it off.
Team Random kept the series competitive, managing to take that game 2, but OG, they turn up the heat with the classic OG Alchemist. One fell swoop, it seemed. I mean, they just like, it was the Blink Dagger, pickup. They would kill the Lina. It was the use of Anna's Ember Spear. There's so many things that OG did to just shut down all the early game of Team Random and maintain the advantage for a very easy game.
And I feel like a lot of that was the fact that Alchemist was nerfed to a place where they didn't feel like they had to just open with it. They actually got to draft a lineup that really fit well with Alchemist. They got to put it in the safe lane. They got to protect it with a Crystal Maiden and a tree while making other things happen on the map. He got his items at the exact moments he wanted to. He died 0 times that game. Like, No Tail's performance in that match was amazing. A little bit of flavor at the blink, and it made a huge difference in closing the game out.
Seeing this kind of performance against Team Random, definitely a respectable opponent. Do you think that OG are getting back into like a top tier form? You know, a kind of form that can win this champion?
I think so. I mean, game 1, they had the perfect pick. They played it extremely well. Game 2, they got outdrafted, but it still was very competitive despite that. And game 3 looked like just about perfection. Saw very few mistakes out of OG. I could see them going most of the way, if not all the way.
Green Dream is building up steam, and I'm sure many teams are looking at this and beginning to think about how they beat this team that just always seems to be in top-tier performance. That said, Team Random, they did make this series competitive. They did take game 2, and they were looking pretty lackluster before. At least we've seen some signs. You know, they kind of look like a shadow of their former selves. You know, the TI champs, they look so good. And then the rest of this year has been kind of looking off for them. But you can kind of see some glimmers, right?
I think they have some good potential, absolutely.
All right, well, that's going to be it for this series. The panel has a lot to talk about for that Game 3, a very dominant victory for OG.
Yes, we do indeed. OG, the champions of the Boston Major, the reigning champions of the Majors, continue on the road here in Kiev. They move on to the quarterfinals at the expense of the TI6 champions. We'll break it down with our 3 members on the panel right now. Conrad, we'll start with you. Another impressive performance from OG. It seems as long as they don't pick Arc Warden, they're brilliant.
I mean, I think their Alchemist is the reason why they, that is the hero that works for them. They had it on Anna previously in the earlier this tournament, and No Tail really shined with this hero throughout this game.
Yeah, 10-0-10, 1020 GPM. Curtis, pretty decent figures.
It was amazing. The thing about the Alchemist that was the most impressive is what we usually see is Alchemist will get his items, he'll just keep farming. But OG were so good at using it to fight. They were fighting at like, say, 20 minutes, I think. And then he would get super farmed, and then as his 6th item, he got a Blink Dagger. And that item purchase tells me that he told his team, hey, it's time to go into aggressive. Yep. And they completely turned that game around. It was even before that, and then they just started crushing.
A great support as well in the lane. Perfect with the tree and the CM.
Yeah, it works really well with the tree and CM. I'm glad you mentioned the tree as well. I really like the way that they really secured the Alchemist. Like, we actually expected them to do like the tree Legion Commander and put some pressure on the Anti-Mage, but they really wanted to make sure that No Tail, because, this team knows how to play Alchemist. They're probably the best Alchemist team. They understand exactly the timings, so they secure his lane. Not only that, the tree allows them to defend their towers really well. We kind of touched on it a little bit during the draft, but we look, and I think only like 1 or 2 towers were taken. One objective. 1 tower was taken by Team Random, so they did a really good job of defending those. And when you're an anti-mage and your farm is limited to only your side of the map in a way, it puts a lot of pressure onto you. You can't really like accelerate so much more.
Was this a dominant performance? Because the graphs suggest it and the scoreline suggests it and everything else points to it, but it still felt like Random were competitive in the game, didn't it?
To be honest, when Anti-Mage got his Battlefront, he was only 2k behind Alchemist. From that position, generally, that means Anti-Mage is in the lead. I think that Team Random played a very good early game. Unfortunately, OG's mid game with this Alchemist hero was just way too strong.
Yeah, I really like their itemization too. I was like watching it with you guys, and I saw Anna pick up the Blink Dagger with the bots. He's one of those players that does like to do that. He goes for the bots, skips like the Veil and Blade Mail, like you were telling me, Curtis. And I thought he made great use of that. Like, they already know they have the Alchemist right here, as we're seeing from No Tail, and he was always joining the fights, like always being involved. With Jerax giving the vision as the treant, walking around like looking for the Nature's Prophet, bots in, get like pickoffs all over the place, and Alchemist can just keep doing the Alchemist things.
Absolutely no doubt whatsoever that this is the MVP. You were unanimous when we came back into the studio, all 3 of you. No hesitation whatsoever.
I mean, scoreline says it all. 10-0-10. He played that hero phenomenally. He got the exact item timings, like Curtis mentioned, that he needed. And I think he kind of led his team to victory in that one.
Important, isn't it, when you have players like that who are willing to step up and maybe not play it exactly the same way as everyone else plays it, but actually be a bit more aggressive. You mentioned the Blink Dagger meant that they could be a bit more fighty.
Yeah, as soon as he got it, I think, was it Lina he killed mid? They killed Lina,
away.
they got Roshan. That's already a huge swing in game, killing the enemy solo mid. Not only that, but I want to mention, we saw his build up there. Most alchemists at level 10, they go for that 20 damage from what I've seen. But Notel knew that he wasn't going to get this armor item as 6th item. So he was already planning for this aggressive mid game when he opted for that 4 armor. That way he can skip the AC or the Shivas, just get this blink and go. So cool. So much foresight.
Yeah, very good from OG. Let's talk about Random. They finished bottom again. 9th to 16th here at the major, 2nd consecutive major and the 4th consecutive tournament that they've done it at, if you exclude Genting, which was the only one where they've managed to finish top 4. It's been a very disappointing run for who are a world-class team. How do they bounce back from this and get their heads right for TI, regardless of whether they qualify or whether they're given an invite?
I mean, it's one of those things where this team is obviously, we saw in these drafts alone, very creative, very forward-thinking on how the meta goes. I think you sit back, you start watching the rest of these games, you learn from how 7.05 is going to develop, and when you go into either those qualifiers or these future tournaments, really look at those things and start developing what you think is best, and just become, like I said, these are 5 really good players, and they can do that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's catch up with one of our winners now. It is a man who's used to winning as well. It is S4, who's with Shiva.
Yes, thank you. Here with S4 from OG. S4, first of all, congratulations on winning that series. That was a very close series.
Yeah, it was really fun to play.
Now, second game, Arc Warden. You tried it in the group stages. It didn't work out then. What did you think was going to be the magical reason that it would work in game 2?
I can't talk too much about what we wanted to do, but what I saw lost us game 2 was the Brewmaster. They completely countered the Brewmaster and the split. So I'd say that's a bigger reason than the Arc Warden.
Okay, fair enough. Now drafting against Team Random always seems a little bit crazy, and you seem to kind of Team Random. How did you prepare for the series?
Oh yeah, we always try to prepare the day before we play, and preparing for this team is the hardest team of them all, because you don't know what they're going to open. First game they open CM Night Stalker. We can never predict that, you know. They always have some strat going into a game. So what we prepared was our own. Like we look at our own heroes, and then we just talk about them, you know, like why is this good and stuff, and then we try to go draft on the fly what we see, you know. It's better than just trying to predict, you know. It's too much against this team.
Yeah, that makes sense. Now that first game you played Enigma, you played an amazing Enigma actually. When you play Enigma, how do you deal with the pressure of landing good black holes?
Well, I think my team they don't pressure me that much in the game, so that can help. If my teammates will be like, oh, you have the black hole, you know, or something like that, then you're gonna get bad black holes, because then I feel pressured. But when I play, they try to, like, they go in and then they set up like this, they clump up, and then like I can go, so I don't feel the pressure to go right away, you know. I don't need to initiate, I can just go in after 10 seconds, you know. But for sure there is a lot of pressure when you play Enigma, I agree, and Magnus of course.
And that as well, and we saw your camera when you landed a black hole in that first game. Smile across your face. Do you have, like, once you land a good black hole, is it a yes feeling as it looked like?
That black hole was special because we were losing the fight really bad, and I think in our mind we were like, this fight is not going well. But getting that black hole, getting the kill on, I don't remember who it was, Alk or something, that kind of turned the fight and made it good. So we were like, oh shit, surprised, you know.
Yeah, it was a great series. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me, and good luck, of course, in your next series tomorrow. And it's back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, congrats to S4 and to OG. We'll see them in the quarterfinal, of course, tomorrow. Let's wrap things up finally on our panel. Last quick words on OG and their success. Can they go all the way?
I do think so, yeah.
Yeah? You still a believer? Even though your bracket says otherwise?
Yeah, my bracket. No, I think they're still going far in my bracket, but...
Okay,
yeah.
Curtis, can they win the championship?
I think they have the potential to. They've done it before. I wouldn't put them as my favorites right now. I think we saw they might suffer from a lack of depth still, from what we know. Perhaps they have more strats hidden. I mean, this was their go-to game 3 strat, but to be honest, they probably have other strats saved.
Conrad?
I have them all going all the way in my bracket.
Dave?
I believe in these boys. They've done it 3 times before. Why not make it a 4th?
Okay. Conrad's dreaming green. And I'm sure OG are as well. We are going to move on now. Our next matchup is a highly anticipated matchup, a former North American matchup, but maybe no more. It is, of course, the old DC squad going head-to-head with EG, now known, of course, as Thunderbirds. And that one is a repeat of the lower bracket final from TI6, of course. A revenge on the minds, perhaps, for Evil Geniuses. Before we get there, though, we do have a nice feature piece for you. Now, one of the most popular questions I get asked is, how do I go from education to full-time esports? And should I go into esports full-time? Well, there is a role model for you out there. This man did both.
You have to have your education somehow, at least your basic education. If you had a very successful esport career, you have other things to fall back on. But outside that, you're still stuck with not having your education.
I'm from Skara, in the center of Sweden. It's very calm here. It's very peaceful compared to a big city. Traffic is like non-existent where I live. Maybe we get like 1 car who passes like every week.
I'm a principal at the high school or gymnasium, as we say in Sweden. By other things, I've been Ludwig's principal for the last year when he went to school.
Like for me and my education, I just wanted to finish it. So I had some kind of background to fall back on.
We've never had a conflict spending time gaming and schoolwork. He always mostly managed to do both.
When we were little, we had like a certain amount of time at the computer and was very interested in the games and very involved, and he didn't just play them for fun. He really wanted to learn them.
When I was younger, I started playing tournaments super early. I traveled with my dad and my brother to my first LAN, which was pretty embarrassing, but I had to.
For most of his career, he's been a minor. I had to take that responsibility and be a part of the discussion. So I've taken a very active part in all those things.
Well, the very first travel he did on his own, it was to Thailand, I think. And then it was in the 8th grade, he was around 14. And then I thought, maybe he will come back or maybe not. But then when we realized, oh, he's back and everything was okay, then, okay, is this the way it has to be now?
The break with finishing school, of course, he was away for a year, but it hardly matters, as it looks like.
I just decided, like, I'd rather just take this year off and finish my education. A lot of people are talking about, like, how could you give up, possibly competing for millions? You're really good right now, why would you quit? If you don't play competitively for this long, you're gonna get worse. But after I did so well at TI6, I think I kind of proved them wrong.
I'm proud and satisfied that he made that decision.
Of course, if a young kid wins a lot of money playing a game or doing something he's really good at, he might put it to waste. It just comes down to his relatives, his parents, his friends, his siblings, or whatever to contain him, I guess.
We started a company a couple of years ago on his behalf to run his business in a more organized way. Being not yet 20 years old and being that established as a professional, it's very nice as a parent.
he took that chance, and I think that's quite cool.
As a mother or as a parent, you're very, very proud, for sure. Yeah, I'm proud mother.
It makes you understand that he's a star.
A very warm welcome back to the Kiev Major. It is, of course, Valve's 11th tournament in their history, the 5th independent major itself. We're searching for only our 3rd different winner. OG, triple winners before, Secret a win as well, and OG are safely through to the quarterfinals once more. We are going to move on to our next matchup now. It is a very highly anticipated matchup between two teams, both looking to make it into the last 8. One with some revenge on their mind from the TI6 lower bracket finals. It's EG versus Thunderbirds. We've got a brand new panel to welcome as well. Welcome to Gods, to Teven as well, and to Melini. Everyone okay? All good?
Wonderful.
Yeah, very interesting second series, and we're going to look forward to this one. Do you guys feel like you've got the lucky straw?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
for
sure. Thunderbirds EG?
Yeah, it's pretty hype, isn't it?
Been waiting 2 days for this.
Yeah. I can't wait to see this one. I think it's going to be fantastic.
Yeah.
They've got very distinctive kind of styles of play, Melini, haven't they? These two teams.
Yeah, we had a couple of clips, but the thing is, I've been watching EG for so long, and they've actually had a similar playstyle for so long. I forget that a lot of other people don't know. It's just like when you talk about EG, we already immediately have a picture of what they do, what their playstyle is, and it actually hasn't changed too much over the years, surprisingly. Despite them changing rosters, they were always like pretty patient. They wait for the exact perfect moment, and their late game decision making is second to none, I think. And that's kind of what I see them defined as.
Okay. What about the drafting as well, though? Because the drafting seems almost similar to the way that Peter did it before, and Crit seems to have kind of inherited that.
Kind of.
Are you protecting the carries in the mid, still 4-5 pick?
Not exactly.
It might have a lot to do with the players that you have, right? Like with some players, they have a similar, a sort of play style, and perhaps your drafting needs to evolve according to your players. So
yeah, maybe.
Maybe that's the reason why PPDs.
Teven, you've picked out a couple of clips, haven't you, for us to kind of demonstrate what EG their play style looks like.
Right. So let's take a look. Yeah. So EG as a team, they play very defensively or reactionary. Here we have a clip of Faceless trying to take a tower, and EG decide to TP in 4 heroes at 4 minutes in the game, killing the Terrorblade, and then stopping the tower push. Here we got a Crystal Maiden getting gone on, and she lures the enemy team into the shrine. And as soon as EG see that they're going to commit to this, they TP in and take the team fight and wipe them here. Very well executed by EG. And here we have a push coming from TNC. Troll is dead, but it doesn't really stop EG from trying to take the defense. They wait for the right opportunity, baiting the tower. Universe gets an amazing triple Chronosphere here, and then they just get a couple of picks onto TNC. So these are pretty good examples of how EG like to use their resources as bait, towers, heroes, and then wait for the right opportunity to just get in there. They don't really like to waste a lot of their time to go around and try to create or make their own initiative.
Okay, and Gods, you've taken a look at Thunderbirds in terms of their styles.
Yep.
Differing how?
Yeah, so Theban kind of sat me down and we looked over some of these clips here. Thunderbirds kind of take the opposite approach. They're the ones who will group up very early on and force pushes on tower. This one, 10 minutes in the game against TNC, they've got their entire team 5-manning down mid lane, trying to take an early T1 tower. And I think the key thing for Thunderbirds is they like to take these early objectives because it opens up the map. It creates like more space and room to find farm elsewhere on the map. And that was 10 minutes in. This time it comes even earlier. The Morphling, the safe lane carry, has moved in mid for a gank on the Invoker. Not only do they go for the kill, but as soon as they get the kill, they then do some chip damage on the tower. So Thunderbirds, really big emphasis on taking those early game objectives, notably towers. Very different to EG, who typically look to react to their opponent's movement. So we'll create this very interesting dynamic where Thunderbirds more likely looking to group together, take those objectives, and will EG even be able to react that early? Because Thunderbirds play this very fast tempo, trying to take down these early objectives. Another one here where they go for a gank early on. They don't actually get the kill because Naga Siren sleeps TP's out, but they don't really care. They care more about getting this tower. The gank is just like a +1. If you can get it, great, you've just killed Naga Siren. If you don't, well, you've taken the tower, you've taken objective, you're one step closer to winning the game. So Thunderbird's very different approach compared to EG when it comes to their playstyle.
It's very intriguing, isn't it, the way that they play so differently, and yet both so successful as well. Both so successful. In terms of the... Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
It's like the different style in the offlaners, though. Moon and Universe are very, very different offlaners, and I guess Universe has been on EG for so long, that's why their playstyle hasn't changed so much. And then Moon is just the typical space creator, him and Ice, I would say, are the two that are just always up in your face trying to create every little extra opportunity without dying. And if they die, sometimes they're casualties.
Yeah. But I will say that since he joined DC, he has become a little bit more farm-oriented. Like if we look at Universe and Moon stats, they would both have very high farm for just playing offlane, and this is before the offlane carry patch sort of hit.
Yeah, they've both. That was, I think, EG's problem last year, wasn't it? At times they had to kind of spread the farm around a little bit more, and maybe it didn't quite suit. Maybe this patch is better since 7.0.
I'd say so. I mean, they're a team who've always prioritized farming efficiency and greed in general. They don't really care as much about taking early fights, early towers. Even, I mean, the towers they open up, maybe access to more farm, so to that extent they will. But they're a team who'll just, if they can get away with greed, they'll take that approach.
Yeah. In terms of performance in the group stage, Ben, how do you assess these two teams?
Thunderbird's about where I expected them to. 8th seed, I guess they were tied with a bunch of other teams at 2 and 2. EG probably expected them to go 3 and 1. I don't think I expect them to go 4-0 just because they're not terribly great at group stage.
Sure.
But yeah.
Well, we start slow. Caught them out a little bit again.
We did get lucky with the seeding, though, that both of them are facing each other. Yes. I'm pretty happy about that. TNC Faceless, I think, was a little bit unlucky with this one. Yeah. Definitely lucky.
Yeah. Lucky for us.
For the viewers? Or
for us? Lucky for us. Yeah. I'm not so sure either set of teams are particularly happy having to face each other this early in the tournament. There's a couple of other fun stats in here. Thanks to Knoxville for these, by the way. Universe and Misery are both on 99 wins at Valve tournaments. Right now. So the winner of the first game gets to 100 before
Maybe
the
they'll
other
both get to 100, you know? Whoever wins game one, you throw game two.
Absolutely. They might both
happy.
get there, but it's about who gets there first between the two. Puppy is actually ahead of both of them. He's at 103 now, thanks to that fantastic group stage. So he was the first one to go past 100. Just a couple of other interesting stats as well. Both Resolution and Arteezy passed the $1 million mark regardless of this result. So 30th and 31st Dota 2 players and esports players in the world to pass $1 million in prize money, which is just incredible, isn't it? Just goes to show how successful these players are.
30 players have already passed
29 ahead of them. Yeah, 29 ahead of them, already millionaires.
Right. And we know that's like newbie, EG, and
basically TI winners for the last few years,
yeah.
Plus a few others in there as well, so... Yeah, it's quite an incredible achievement. It also takes Dota 2 to $99 million in prize money this weekend. Someone needs to find $1 million
coming up.
Yeah, well, someone needs to find $1 million in the next couple of weeks.
It'll probably happen before TI.
Do you think?
Maybe it will.
Actually,
if not,
we have
it will
enough.
Be TI.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think we probably have enough, just about enough to get over 100 million.
99 wins, 99 million. What's happening?
Yeah, no problems and stuff.
Well,
or something. I think there's a song in there somewhere. In terms of, we're just waiting for the players to come out, obviously, onto the main stage. And in terms of the way that they match up, Gods, do you feel like EG will look at this and go, okay, forget TI6 lower bracket stuff. This is now. It's a different patch, different set of players in a different time. This is our time now.
Yeah, I think that's probably not even on their mind. I mean, it's like maybe a story that we're talking about here, and I think there is perhaps a rivalry between the two organizations if you go back to the EG versus DC days.
Sure.
So I think that rivalry still exists between the teams, even though Thunderbirds are no longer with DC. But as far as that series go, it was for the most part a different EG roster. So that was like the PPD era. Now it's like Crit, Zyback. So it's something. It's a different team nowadays, and I think that's not going to kind of carry on to this one. But what does carry on is, I mean, up until I don't know what you consider Thunderbirds now, an EU NA team, doesn't really matter. Up until like they became Thunderbirds, it was this NA rivalry where EG, DC were always competing to be that like top 1 NA team for a large part. DC kind of fell off. They even started losing to NP for a while. But
even.
Well, I was giving him respect by mentioning it. I mean,
it's okay, team. It's okay.
Yeah, hold me back.
I'm talking about like the top spot for NA. I'm like, all right, got to give a mention to NP because you guys did beat DC when like they were doing really well.
He's trying to get out of it now.
Look, NA Dota, you know, Thunderbirds got out of NA Dota, so they're getting out of it. But point is, yeah, I think there is a bit of a rivalry between these teams just because of the history and how they played quite a lot. I mean, going even since TI itself. So yeah.
Having an old boy like Misery in the middle, he's the only man that's actively played at all 11 Valve tournaments. Having him there, that's got to be great for the team right now and Thunderbirds, isn't it? Yeah,
very experienced player. I think he keeps his team morale high, especially as a captain. It's very important that you can do that. And I remember their TI run, he was a very, very big reason for that. His drafts and how he motivated his team. I remember talking with him, and after some games, he's like, I'm like, so what did you do, you know? And he's like, well, I just told my team to trust me. Like, don't forget about everything else. Just trust me. Like, this is going to work. And it worked. Yeah. They got to the grand final. So I think if they ever have any doubt in Misery, they will always go back to that moment at TI. They remember that, and they'll know exactly what to do.
Yeah. I think the fact that it worked helps.
Yeah. What about Moon? What does Moon have to trust, though?
Moon, I think Moon just understands like his teammates are amazing, right?
Yeah.
They've made a huge run at TI, and if he's played with them like this long, he understands their minds, how they think and stuff. And I know them too, so I can definitely say like, there's no one on that team that you just can't respect for what they know about the game.
And we're going to talk about Moon as well. He's an interesting character, isn't he?
He definitely is. Interesting is there's a lot of terms that I would
peculiar.
use for
What's your go-to, Ben?
He's eccentric. I think he's one of the more eccentric players.
But great to have. In
he's
the
fun.
community.
He's a lot of fun, actually.
I actually there was there was a Nations tournament that would happen, WSG, right?
Yeah.
That was it, yeah. So we played in the Canadian team together. He was actually so fun. He's like, oh, what is this beep, beep, beep guy doing top lane? Go get him. It was just insane. I don't even want to use the words that he uses. But I was like, okay, I'm following that guy.
Sounds like fun, yeah. So what does he bring? What does he bring to the team?
Personality, I think, is very important to not get bored. I think if you have sometimes you always pick the same stuff, or sometimes you lose a lot, or sometimes the people that you play with are boring, and you're like, oh man, it's the same thing as anything in life. Everyone wants something new, something a little bit better. But with Moon, it's like you never know what he's gonna bring. Like the guy just is ridiculous. He just has all these ridiculous jokes, ridiculous stories, like just these. I don't even know how to describe the guy.
I mean, his teammates described him as the Joker of the team. And that sums him up, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't he the guy that's going to prank you when you're all feeling a bit low?
But he's also kind of nice in a way, too. He's one of those friends that like pokes you until he knows it's too far, and then after he knows that limit, he'll be anywhere in between.
Yeah.
So that's kind of nice. Yeah. Sometimes he goes too far, but after that one time, that's good. It's like in Dota. It's like offlaner. What can I get away with?
Is he the classic offlaner?
Yeah, he pushes the limits, you know. He tries to see what he can get away with both in real life and in the game, you know. Like, that's how his stream was, you know. He was trying to be as crazy and eccentric as possible.
Everything makes sense now. Now you know if you're an offlaner or not. If you hit under those categories. Yeah.
Can we set up areyoumeander.com, and then that way you go there, you type in a few things, you answer a few questions, it tells you whether you're an offlaner or not.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, that's perfect. I like that. It's the offlaner test. Going back to EG, their offlaner is... He's been around forever, it seems. Just successful in everything he does. Fantastic player. Calm, methodical. The complete opposite of the offlaner on the other side.
He is rock solid. And he's very quiet. Moon's very loud.
That's what I'm saying. He's just a complete opposite. So how does that happen? How do you get two successful players and yet they're complete opposites?
I think it's the environment where they grew in, right? Like when EG started getting successful, that's when like Arteezy had joined the team and they had PPD, Zai, all these guys. And those guys are generally just very calm in what they do. So when they were starting to win tournaments, they already understand, okay, you know, this works for us, why change anything, right? And at that period of time, all the teams were like constantly going crazy after every game that they win or any play that happens. And since like EG started getting successful, other teams have seen that and they're like, okay, maybe we need to also calm down, think more about the game that's in front of us, and just be chill with our reactions and stuff like that. So it's kind of like a copying thing, but it's like if a successful team does it and it works, it's probably not a bad idea to follow suit.
Yeah, indeed. All right, we're going to get more from all three of you. Of course, we are moving towards our third series of the day. It is EG versus Thunderbirds. It's a fantastically brilliant game that we're looking forward to, and we are going to get our teams out onto the stage right now. EG and Thunderbirds.
Looking to improve on their top 4 finish in Boston, the Dota Pit champions have had a successful season so far. They were humbled at DAC, but with a roster of this caliber, victory is never too far away. If Captain Crit can win the draft, it will take a world-class team to stop them. Welcome on stage, Thunderbirds. Looking to improve on their top 4 finish in Boston, the Dota Pit champions have had a successful season so far. They were humbled at DAC, but with a roster of this caliber, victory is never too far away. If Captain Crit can win the draft, it will take a world-class team to stop them. Welcome on stage, Evil Geniuses.
Okay then, here we go. 2 teams ready on the stage. They'll shake hands, the pleasantries will be exchanged. They'll be departing to their booths, getting ready for our first draft of this third series here at the Kiev Major. One man in particular has a particularly good motto. He has the resolution of try everything in life once. I guess you could sum him up by one word. That word is YOLO.
Когда мы покупали компьютер, я не думала, что Рома будет зарабатывать такие хорошие деньги, можно сказать, да. А это он мечтал, наверное, уже давно. Но он же ж ничего не говорил мне.
Вырос я в маленьком городке Никополь. Это Днепропетровская область, 500 километров от Киева. В детстве я много времени проводил с друзьями на улице, мы придумывали разные занятия. Там какое-то время я даже занимался паркуром. Очень странно, что я до сих пор жив и цел после этого остался. Мы там бегали по всяким заброшенным зданиям, знаешь, там прыгали по ним. То есть было весьма экстремально.
Ну, это Ромке, наверное, было лет 10. Он мне начал, ну, тогда еще мало компьютеров было.
В общем, я очень долго просил маму купить мне компьютер. Я даже придумал там всякие отговорки вроде я буду учиться на нем, я буду зарабатывать деньги там, и так далее. То есть лишь бы вот получить желаемое, знаешь.
Вот купи мне компьютер, я буду зарабатывать деньги. А я одна воспитывала двоих. Ну, взяли кредит, купили им компьютер. Проходит год-два, я говорю: Ром, я не поняла, где деньги? Ты обещал мне деньги зарабатывать. Ну, я ему ничего не запрещала. Ну, не знаю. Я сама вольнолюбивый человек, и дети у меня такие же. Я говорю: ты куда-нибудь будешь поступать? Да. Я еду в Киев. Ну и поехал. Я говорю: а куда ты будешь поступать? Геолого-разведывательный техникум. Говорит: где ты его нашел? Ну, это все в интернете.
Я просто открыл Google, взял первую попавшуюся ссылку, кликнул, позвонил, договорился, то есть приехал, сдал экзамены и поступил. Вот все это мне было абсолютно неинтересно, потому что вот у меня были цели попасть в киберспорт, стать профессионалом. В общем, впервые, когда я появился в арене, я, конечно же, никого там не знал, просто был одинок.
Рома был один из тех людей, который периодически наблюдал за игрой.
И я постоянно сидел за их плечами и смотрел, как они играют, учился, и мне это было очень интересно, потому что на то время у меня не было еще достаточно финансов, чтобы проводить каждый день. Я думаю, когда я сидел за их спинами, они были немного, то есть Хвост и Флай, они были немного раздраженные, потому что, кто-то сидит и наблюдает постоянно, что ты там делаешь, особенно когда допустим, они не играют, а там занимаются какими-то своими делами, то есть общаются в ВК с кем-то или еще что-то, а я просто сидел сзади и смотрел за этим всем, продолжал, то есть Хвост немножко был зол на меня в то время, но да, что поделать, мне нужно было учиться.
Рома очень старался выйти.
То есть, да, я человек открытый ко всему новому, но не так часто бывает время просто, чтобы попробовать это новое. То есть при любой возможности совершить какое-то там безумное путешествие, я всегда соглашусь, и это всегда, то есть, круто.
Go! Рома человек с большими амбициями, и останавливаться на достигнутом, ну, это как раз-таки не про Рому. Этот человек будет находить новые цели, ставить перед собой какие-то новые вершины.
В принципе, если он найдет себе подходящих тиммейтов, то упадет далеко. Вот, в принципе, он нашел себе хороших наставников в лице там, Мизери, Сакса и прочих.
Рома ставил задачи, но они были поэтапно очень крупные. То есть пробиться в крупную команду. В его возрасте это было сделать очень сложно. Но он смог это сделать.
Я рада за него. Он своего добился, чего хотел. Благодаря своему увлечению, да, он окупил свой первый компьютер, наверное, в 10-кратном размере.
Тем более у нас есть одна жизнь, и как бы тратить свое время на сожаление о чем-то, что было в прошлом, то есть для меня как-то выглядит бессмысленно. На самом деле я ни о чем не жалею, все складывается так, как складывается. Поэтому YOLO.
There he is. Then the adopted British player resolution. You're wondering why? He had a British hat on. We've got to grab all the people we can get. Seriously though, what a fantastic video. What a great guy he is as well. A lot of dedication to his cause to make it to a pro player. A lot of players have gone through similar kind of stories, of course, but just great to kind of highlight the fact that he just never gave in and harassed Havost all day long until he taught him how to play Dota.
I think he's very different to most Dota players in that he was so outgoing and just like would try anything, talk to anyone.
Yeah.
You know, he's
YOLO.
Yeah, he's a great guy because he's just always so happy and smiley, like to be around at events. He's social. He'll talk to anyone. Like he's just, I think, kind of like different in terms of most Dota players.
Yeah. But great character as well.
Yeah.
And obviously a top player, Ben, as well. He has had a very good tournament already.
Yeah, I think probably best carry player of last year. He was really, really good at TI. Just surprisingly stable, very wide hero pool, never really disappoints. And I do like his background too. His parents were much more accepting of everything, gave him a lot more freedom than a lot of other Dota players. I think a lot of other Dota players, they feel like a lot of pressure, like either to prove their parents wrong or like they really like prove something to themselves. And yeah, he's ambitious, but he doesn't really seem like he has all this pressure for himself and out to have fun and win.
Yeah, definitely got some support from his mum early on as well. Kind of been easy back in the days of having to take a loan out to buy a PC and get him up and running and do all of that. But he's definitely paid his worth back, hasn't he?
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Good stuff. In terms of the team lineup, we should also take a look at the five-man team. We've spoken a little bit about three of them already. One of the ones that we haven't talked about, though, is Weeha. Another one of these prodigious talents, Teven, that comes out from nowhere, from the pub
Right.
stars circuit, if you like, and actually can perform at this top level.
Yeah, when he started, he was like one of the highest MMR players in Europe. That's how people started seeing him, and he streamed, of course. It was at the same time when Miracle also came into the picture, so these two were the biggest guys that people were looking at back then. And I guess they were both around the same, right? Like in terms of how much success that they've received in the past years. Weeha is like a bit more different, not so flashy, but I guess he's like more team-oriented kind of player. I think he has phenomenal spellcasting abilities, maybe even the best as far as I believe, so very impressive.
Also a major winner as well. We often forget the fact that he's a major winner from last year.
Won a major and then got removed from the team, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But
Where's our friend? Because we've got a panel member that feels a bit like that as well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Weeha found his feet after that, immediately joined DC, went on to make that great TI run. So I mean, he's a proven high-caliber player at this point, has had great success wherever he's been.
Yeah. Let's move on and talk about Evil Geniuses. We've had a little bit of a chat about certain players in their team. I want to highlight Crit, though, Malini, as a linchpin of this team. He really has settled into this kind of captain's drafters role very well.
I think he also had the most pressure, despite him having a lot of success with OG previously. Like it's a totally different story because you're taking over the captainship of a team that won TI.
Yeah,
that's really hard to fill, and he is also super young. He's relatively quiet. I like Crit a lot. He's always been a support player, which I think is kind of cool too. A lot of them are like, oh god, I have to play support, but he actually like enjoyed the role and played Wisp a lot. But I think he just had a lot of weight on his shoulders, like trying to figure out how to make this team work, especially following the footsteps of Peter.
Yeah, and that's always kind of been the issue, isn't it, with this team? It's a team full of superstars. Arteezy and Samay, how do we get them to play together? How do we prioritize their heroes? How do they work together?
Yep. Right, and he stepped up to the challenge, right? Last year he was playing under Fly as the captain. He didn't captain himself, so he can only go based off of what he's learned over the past year or the years. And look at him, like they did come out and win, 2 LANs already this year?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's like similar to Kuro, I think, that way, in that he has to like command a lot of talent on his team in order to find success. And that's actually the hardest part for probably both of those two captains. Like, how do we make all this talent work together?
Yep. Let's take a look at the featured matchup. The carry position has been highlighted for this particular matchup. Goz, do you want to take us through it?
I think looking at Arteezy and Resolution, we're seeing quite different hero pools. Arteezy has been playing like the Clinks, Spectre perhaps maybe the one kind of overlap between the two players, but I'd look at Arteezy kind of to often play kind of second fiddle sometimes to EG, but we'll be helping ourselves into the draft.
Yep.
And I think the carry role is going to be very important here. Resolution has often been the player who stood out when DC, now Thunderbirds, have done well.
There we go then.
Yep.
Draft number 1, and 4 bands in. No picks yet.
We should mention that Nature's Prophet has been the first phase ban. Both these are the 2 teams that love to play this hero, and they first phased it as well throughout this whole tournament. So that's sort of like a special ban. And from EG, getting rid of Beastmaster and Keeper, not something that we see often, but Thunderbirds really like playing with those heroes. They can push out lanes, get vision, and I would say like one of Evo Genius's biggest weaknesses is when the enemy team can have superior vision than them, so that they can always see where EG is and control the fights in that way. So Riki gonna be the first pick, something that we've seen Zai play quite a few times. And wow, instant bounty hunter. Who would have thought? A Riki into a bounty. It's like I'm playing a pub game here. Yeah. You know, this is what would happen if I picked Riki in a pub, in a high level MMR pub. Next pick is either Bounty or a Spearbreaker. So Misery really loves that hero, Bounty Hunter. So Sanking, very powerful laning support. Laning offlaner. He can constantly shove out the lane, and if Bounty Hunter would help him, that's a lot of pressure on Arteezy in this game. Really, really liking that. Crystal Maiden. That's a hero that we've seen quite a lot throughout this tournament. We saw just OG play it, and you can see how much faster they were able to play the game with it.
Are you worried at all when you pick like a CM this early on, like you know you're likely against Moon Sanking, that securing that safe lane, like with a CM support, not maybe the best hero to zone with?
She has Root though. Root owns Sanking. I think that's one of the main reasons why Sanking fell off as an offlaner. He was kind of picked after the Root change, and then like Underlord was really popular, and we saw some Meepo, and then Sanking just got destroyed every time by this Root. But now I think Thunderbird is actually one of the few teams that pick Sanking the most. But at the same time, Misery does like his old Swapperoo, or as Steven likes to say, whatever, you know.
The debate?
Yeah. It's like, oh, Sanking is going to be offlane. Let's not pick this. Oh, wait, we're just going to put it on Misery instead.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be like that in this game, though, because I don't really see Saksa playing either of those heroes. He likes to play these long-ranged
he used to play Bounty Hunter a lot.
Spellcasting heroes. He did, but not after Misery became the 4-position roamer for the team.
It's Misery's second highest pick since 7.0.
Right.
And Moon Meander's third most picked since 7.0 is Sanking.
So Juggernaut being banned out, they see that that's the threat that EG can put in the safe lane where they can't pressure it too well. So like you said, the CM, she has a root mechanic, but overall laning is kind of weak. So you need to be able to like one-shot kill the Sanking, or it's just going to go back, shrine up, come back into the lane, keep pressuring you, and you're just going to lose out on resources.
And he'll have friends, like Bounty Hunter will likely even show up if they think they can really punish the EG safe lane. If they get something that's weak in the laning stage, that's something that can be punished.
Terrorblade being a ban now, one of Resolution's favorite heroes. He can really control how they can take the towers with this. And EG don't really want to play against this hero who can take a tower really fast against them. They want to be able to react, but if it's Terrorblade, then your tower might just die way too fast before you can even get a chance.
Do you like the Darkseer ban? I think I was considering like maybe Puck is still like a top tier offlaner for Universe. It was what, first phase banned in the last tournament?
Yeah.
Because of how well Universe played it.
So the thing about Darkseer is it's kind of hard to pressure him in the lane if you're a bounty hunter. He has very high armor, and if he trades, it's not going to be very favorable for him. And since they have a Riki already, it's a strong combination. If they would just go dual lane, off lane, you might even be able to beat a Thunderbird's Trilane with just a Darkseer Riki. So just removing that strong off lane hero.
And Darkseer's northward to the mana cost of his spells, you've got a CM. So I think that's like one of the scenarios where Darkseer's kind of seeing his
exactly.
play.
So the nerf that he had is pretty much non-existent. You just had this OP old Darkseer.
OPCM.
OPCM. I mean, CM just makes everything OP. Like that's why we see it. So
I mean, it's better because you're playing 4v5. You got a CM, you know.
Right.
No, and CM's actually even got some decent spells too to go with it. But
Dazzle. Okay, so that's something that Saksa really loves to play. A strong lane support that can push out the waves. So if there is a strong lane that's going to contest Thunderbirds, he can easily just push out this wave, go and do some pulls, and try to deny as much XP from the enemy as possible if he cannot just straight up zone the enemy offlaner.
And he's also really nice in combination with the Sand King. We've seen the dual lane a lot. It's probably the most often paired hero with Sand King, I think.
Yeah. My only concern is that Dazzle generally is not very good versus Crystal Maiden, since he doesn't have any disables to be able to stop the freezing field. And CM lineups generally play too fast and have too much mana. And Dazzle will most likely end up running out of his sustain before he can, just end a team fight. So, and magical damage obviously very good against Dazzle since his weave is all armor and physical damage reduction.
Plenty of support for Resolution in the crowd. Home favourite, of course. I guess the crowd will probably get behind Thunderbirds because of that.
Do you think they favor Thunderbirds or VP more? Probably VP, right?
Oh yeah,
probably VP
for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Just confirming.
Yeah, I think it's a tough one for them if they end up meeting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we'll hear a few roars for Resolution.
Yeah. EG are very well supported around the world, though, so I'm sure they'll have their fans as well.
Right.
Versus Resolution, though? This isn't Kiev we're talking about.
Absolutely, and that's why the majority are going to be de facto Thunderbirds fans, I guess.
So Abaddon coming out, a solid counter to the Bounty Hunter, but his laning is still going to be quite difficult playing against the Dazzle if he decides to do what he normally does, where he shoves out the lane and denies as much XP as possible.
Good old Weaver Sumail matchup.
Yeah. So one thing...
Luna.
Huh.
We'll save Weezir for last.
So that's like one of his sort of synergic heroes from TI, right?
He's
for
also
Resolution.
the most played hero in 7.0, since 7.0, for Resolution.
Huh.
The most played.
Luna.
Yeah. Unusually.
It was
compared to
very. It
others.
was like here that was considered like the top carry when Helm of the Dominator was first introduced. So like every carry player
absolutely spammed it.
Yeah, every carry player was spamming it, and then Helm of the Dominator got nerfed. Luna actually got nerfed. Her third spell, the passive.
Yeah.
Or was that the second?
Oh, her base damage got nerfed.
Her base damage got nerfed.
And night vision.
And the night vision with the passive.
Yes.
So
But
the hero got a lot of nerfs.
But he still carried on playing.
Yeah, it's still a playable hero. You very strong lane when you're doing like a full dual lane, tri lane kind of setup with the bonus damage. Good kind of 5-man death ball here. And we talked about Thunderbird's playstyle. They like to take those early objectives. Luna very good at doing that when you hit that like level 6, level 7 with Eclipse, and you just push very well.
I would probably prefer Terrorblade, though, over Luna.
Most likely, I'd say.
But it's gone.
Yeah, but it's gone.
Yeah.
But is that an appropriate substitute? I guess so.
It can work. We can already see the kind of strategy Thunderbirds want to do, right? They want to be able to group up, take the tower, and then keep pressuring with this bounty hunter tracks and keep getting kills and make up for the lost farm they would have because they're grouping up more often. And EG going to go with the spec. Again, we've seen this hero quite often now. Has been very strong performance from when it has been picked. And pairing it with Abaddon, they have quite strong team fight right now, especially since they can remove the track. I think it's good. Not really sure if I can favor either of the lineups yet, but
Let's see what Sumail gets. They banned Puck, which is not been seen much play in the mid lane, but it's the kind of hero I feel EG really need, is that tempo controlling mid laner for Sumail. Something to even start fights.
The Meepo banned by EG.
Some respect there.
Just in case. Just in case. The Spectre started off really strongly in the group stages. It's actually dropped quite a bit since. It's been played 20 times, 55% win rate.
Feels like EG really wants some kind of initiation, be it like an Ember, a Wind Ranger.
I mean, if you're playing that lineup with EG, like, you definitely cannot leave the Meepo in the pool. Spec would not stand a chance. No AoE abilities to really chew down 5 Meeples. Storm Spirit, okay. So they see the lack of the disables on Thunderbird side. And you said, like, you want a form of initiation, right? Yeah. So a Spec Hunt into Storm finding this Dazzle is a very good way to begin a fight.
Always enjoy a good Sumail Storm Spirit.
Do you think they need a more scaling mid, like, let's say Lina, or do you think they want more team fight with, like, let's say Death Prophet? I guess those are kind of the two ones that I'm looking at.
I think the Death Prophet sounds really interesting, actually. Very good laning versus the Storm. Gives the Bounty Hunter a lane that he can kill as well. Boom, there it is.
All right.
Very
I
nice.
think I'm quite impressed with that last pick there.
Okay, let's get some predictions. Gods, we'll start with you.
I'm liking Thunderbird. I think EG have to get a lot of farm on all their cores. You've got Abba, Storm, Spectre. Like, this is going to be a tough, slow start for them. I think Thunderbirds can punish that.
Okay, Thunderbirds for Gods. Melini?
Yeah, I have faith in the Thunderbirds push. I will also side with them.
It's going to come down to how many kills they're going to get on mid or DP, but I'm going to go with Thunderbirds as well.
Interesting. A clean sweep here on the panel. All have gone for Thunderbirds in the opening game, much to the perhaps annoyance of some of the EG fans out there right now. They'll have to be battling their way through as we head into Game 1 of our third series. It is over to Toby1 and Cinderin to bring you the action.
Well, I hope you're ready for one hell of a series. This could be a long one, everyone. Thunderbirds versus Evil Geniuses. Toby1 joined by the wonderful, the stupendous Cinderin. That's actually really bad for you. Yeah, we're back.
Thank you.
We are a serious broadcast. We had the professionalism of capitalists. We replaced him with me. And we are now here for EG versus Thunderbirds.
Oh, I thought you were going to say EG versus EG. I felt like that was appropriate. EG versus Thunderbirds. Interesting draft. Very different heroes, especially coming out from Thunderbirds. I said after watching the last series with OG that I thought DP is going to be a bigger and bigger pick going forward in this tournament. We do see it again in this game. Really happy to see Luna. I feel like this hero has kind of just been forgotten completely. So the picks from Thunderbirds here looking very interesting to me. Of course, we get an absolute classic with Sumail and his Storm Spirit. Obviously, a lot of people will remember him from back at DAC, having outstanding performance after performance. And yet another of these games where it feels slightly light on lockdown and a bit more heavy on the farming side. But honestly, if you look at Team Spirit, I don't know where that came from. It kind of looks like T-Spirit, you know? That's their tag, but it's T-Birds. If you look at Thunderbird's lineup, they play faster. This is a type of lineup that wants to push. You have Luna, you have Death Prophet. I'm expecting them to look to maybe peak at around 2025.
How are both teams even meant to farm this up? Like,
wait a second,
you got both the bounty as well as a Ricky. Yeah, Moon's coming up. They'll have to understand there is support here with an Orb of Venom from Misery. You just use your Frostbite. Misery starts harassing Arteezy, just pushing them off the rune more than anything else. You got the Burrow Strike, but now Zai's also rotated in. He went for first level up in the Cloak and Dagger. They're coming in close, but the Burrow Strike catches out too. The rune will get to be taken, but do you really catch anything more? The Clarity is burning up for Crit, but he won't have enough mana in time to get a Frostbite. So Moon will get away, and Misery is already on the roam into mid.
Yep, that's decent start for Thunderbirds. They do get the 3 runes. It does cost a lot for Misery, though. He's going to have to use his Clarity. I think he had 2 tangos expended in this,
I believe so.
And, well, all it took for crit was 1 clarity here. So a bit of an investment for Thunderbirds, but they get some good information as well. They know that 3 heroes are bottom to begin with because Ricky had to show to protect the Spectre. And that gives them good confidence top lane to put a lot of pressure on Universe here with this Dazzle Luna lane.
It's a little bit difficult to put the pressure on him though, right? He's just going to shield himself up whenever you go for the poison. So then it's run away with PMS for protection.
Luna Aura kind of offsets the advantage that Poor Man's Shield gives, in a sense. It makes the support in the lane a lot stronger than usual. So that means that this dual lane can actually contest it, and fairly well.
This battle of vision. Misery's got the sentry ward on bottom lane, so he's watching Zai coming in closer, and then just tries to harass Crit further out of the lane, giving Moon a little bit more to play with. Remember, he doesn't have any mana, and he doesn't have that second level yet, so there's no caustic to work with, making this lane rather troublesome.
So far, so good still for EG, though, in this bottom lane. Even though they're being contested and annoyed a bit, Arteezy is managing to find very good farm early on. Mid lane, Storm is doing great against TP as well. Something we haven't really talked about just yet is like the laning prowess of these 2 players in mid. I think Sumail, by many regarded as one of the absolute best mechanical lane players in the world, tends to win his matchup or at least break even unless he has a very unfavorable matchup in his lane. Now, this one is not that good for Storm early on, I would say. Death Prophet should be able to pressure him pretty well. He's forced to use his Shrine already, whereas Weehaw still has his available and almost full health. So Spirit Siphons are annoying.
Is this when you actually turn towards the roamers around? Like, isn't that when Zai's meant to be adding pressure to the mid lane instead?
He could, but it's such a difficult kill. Spirit Siphon on both of them.
Perfect Frostbite, Moon's in trouble. Burrow Strike up. Zai, he doesn't actually have his second level. He is so short of experience to getting the blink behind him, so Moon will actually end up surviving on bottom lane, but Zai actually is not giving up yet. They're coming up to the Shrine. Zai, now he's going to strike forward, but at the same time the Shrine gets triggered. Burrow Strike back. They need the extra vision. They don't have it out from Misery, and Zai back to the world of Invis. The Caustic Pop, it is nowhere near. So he'll end up surviving as well.
He's still, they know he has to go all the way back to base if they checked his inventory. He has no health left.
What he would love if that Shrine was still up from Sumail.
Exactly, but Sumail used it earlier. That's probably being communicated by Weehaw as well, that Shrine isn't available. So now gives a bit of time for the Sand King to feel very comfortable in the bottom lane.
Seeing Weehaw actually trying to pressure Sumail out of the mid once again. He knows he doesn't have like a full advantage now. The bottle is on Sumail.
Sumail is doing very well so far, in my opinion. I think this is, on paper, a DP favored matchup, and there's been no interference from either support in mid, which, well, speak of the devil.
Interference from a support, but he's going to come underneath the sentry ward. It's only got 10 seconds left on it, but the reaction, I don't know if Misery's pinging out thinking he knows there's a ward around here.
I think that is what he is saying. He's trying to get this information by moving. Oh,
the ward's gone now. Sumail's actually going to be a little bit more careful now. But Chris not even coming to help him.
Saw that.
Like, Chris actually farming underneath the Dire Observer ward. And I think that's actually the reason why Misery is making a beeline down towards this Crystal Maiden. He knows he's got to kill. He put this ward down when they first came down to contest the rune. So he knows exactly where Crit is moving. He'll come underneath the tower, but Misery, he will take the first blood.
And a bounty rune. Good stuff from Misery. That ward finally paying off. They placed it very early. They do get some good value out of it. Now, that gives Sumail a bit of confidence in the mid lane. He's going to be able to bottle Crow freely, knowing that the courier won't get sniped. He gets some decent CS, and now Zai will look to put a protective ward up for him. We have hit nighttime, so we want to get these wards out against rotations when the vision is at its lowest. Of course, it doesn't fully protect you when there's invisible heroes in the game, and you could always invest into smokes, but as far as Thunderbirds go, their rotation power is not that great early on until Sand King really gets involved. Bounty Hunter is nice for this early harassment and finding this nice pick. When Sumail's level 6, he kind of can't die.
Do Thunderbirds actually rely more on their rotation? Because once you have Exorcism up and running, can it turn into a push play?
Absolutely. Oh, Sumail is not 6 yet, though.
Oh, he can't jump away. The slow is just going to be too much, but maybe, no, he can't do enough damage to get something back against Misery as well as Weehaw. So Thunderbirds up at 2-0. And Weehaw, the man claiming the last hit in the mid.
And like you said, when Death Prophet hits level 6, they can go for... DP should hit 6 now before Storm because of this kill, and that could give them a secondary opportunity to just go right away, pop the Exorcism, get the kill, and try to push the tower. At the very minimum, they should force EG to do a double rotation, since none of their heroes really can deal with DP on their own. Oh, he got an Invis rune on Weeha as well. This is horrible for Samael.
They're both on top of him. You even have the Dazzle coming in for the burst heal from the Shadow Wave. Thunderbirds, everything is going their way here.
Great play call here to bring Saksa for this. You're not going to expect the Dazzle to rotate. And they're taking as much advantage as possible of the fact that Samael hasn't hit level 6 yet. This is probably the last time these two heroes can combine up for a kill until, well, maybe it's possible if we have skill Silence. That's, of course, a play they do have. But
TZ is living in fear on the bottom lane.
Yeah, that's also a really bad matchup. This early game for Thunderbirds is looking great. They force rotation toward mid from EG because they're taking so much damage on their Stone Spirit that Sand King gets a one-on-one matchup against Spectre, and Spectre's so fragile and weak against this kind of hero, bullying him out.
TZ's actually going home. He doesn't have the life to survive.
Oh, good choice. It looks like Misery might have actually been able to find him there. He gets out in time. So
they're going middle lane. Crit with that quick little haste rune jumping into the mid. They do have the silence, so Weeha can't just Spirit Siphon himself away to victory. And that allows Samael, 1, to have level 6, and 2, to get a good big kill over on the Death Prophet.
Yeah.
Top lane, a little bit more trouble for the Abaddon. Trying to reach back to his tier 1 tower, able to make it. And Zai also rotates up to the top lane.
Big pick for EG, though, to get this comeback in the mid lane. They were losing their mid lane. They were kind of losing all 3 lanes, actually. Abaddon is getting way less than the Sand King, and Luna is also out-farming the Spectre. So the early game for Thunderbirds was already starting to look really, really great. This comeback kill is a bit of a breather for them, but of course, you need to keep in mind, Moon Meander is level 5, almost 6 down here. Someone still needs to come and help Arteezy, or he's going to have to go back to base again.
Yep, he's trying to trip Spectral Dagger forward. Crit is on his way, almost trying to force Moon into the engagement. And with the Nova and Frostbite, there should be a return, but Moon, Burrow Strikes out, going into the epicenter. Spilled damage with the help of Misery, should be able to get a return kill onto Crit. Bumping Misery up as he hunts Arteezy through the tree line. Arteezy going north
40.
and then daggering away. He doesn't have his TP scroll. He's got 6 stick charges, but now he's on the wrong side of the river and cutting deeper into enemy territory.
This is going to take forever for Arteezy. He has to wait 30 seconds to TP to base.
And then come
and
back
then
out.
walk back to lane. He's basically losing 15 CS right now.
With the 6 stick charges, can you actually TP back to your tier 1 tower?
No, you need to, well, possibly, yeah. He could actually do that and send out a flask. I think that's a better play, to be honest, than going back to base at this point.
The courier just got used and is sending the
Arcane
ring of
Aura.
regen for Samael forward.
Yeah, well.
So no joy for Arteezy.
So usually you would say when you trade the Sand King for a Crystal Maiden, it's favorable for EG because they get a core kill for support, but the cost here for the Spectre is way too high. It's almost as if Thunderbirds got 2 kills there.
Arteezy actually went home too, so he didn't try and play around with the tier 1 tower. And this is not looking good for EG's early game, but you still can wait for their power hit. Zai's going to try and play this middle lane with the help by Arteezy. That's one way to get back to the front lines. Hold yourself in, go for the kill on Weeha. The damage output, however, Samael must ball lightning himself in deeper. He had the regeneration room, that's what gave him the man to get there, but they lost Arteezy. Crit's not too healthy either. And they know more. Misery underneath that sentry ward. EG re-engaging, able to kill off Misery, but Resolution lets the lights go. But the creep wave, it soaks up everything. Zai not getting hit by a single beam.
That was so unlucky for Resolution. Generally, you at least hit 1, but all 4 beams there from, or actually all 5 rather, from Eclipse hitting the wrong targets. And Zai can count his lucky stars on that one. And EG, that looked a bit shaky. At the end of the day, they get a couple kills and they get out. But it's at the cost of their bottom tier 1 tower. Arteezy, yes, he was involved, but again, I think he hasn't touched a creep for 2.5 minutes now on the Spectre. He gets a bit of assist gold in the middle. That's nice, but he needs more than this.
So how does EG protect him? Does this become a vision game around the Radiant jungle? Do you have to babysit him with 1 support? I suppose this will help when he can try and get kills up on top lane, but...
Well, to be fair, Resolution did also rotate mid, actually, so he also lost some CS, but look at the creep scores here.
Arteezy's trying to dagger forward and just harass down Saksa, but this is difficult. Zai can't really find the kill on him, and he knows it.
Spectre's just really weak right now in this game. That's...
Yeah.
most of the Spectre games we've seen this tournament, Spectre is just not given the perfect early game that it's looking for. It's generally a bad idea to give Spectre free farm unless you have a lineup that can peak early. Arguably, Thunderbirds could do that, and they did for the first short amount of time. Precious Amel. Oh, speaking of which, he's going to jump in on.
Yeah, going on towards the mid lane. Death Drop, but real trouble still silenced up, and Weeha will fall. Misery to the neighborhood, and he's starting to prep the tracks. He was actually the man attacking into crit on the back line, so he wasn't there to help out.
Zai's Ricky is really, really important in this game for EG. He's kind of set up everything for them. Every kill they've got on mid has been because of the smoke screen. How many deaths does Weeha have now? He has 3. Sumail only 2, and he got pressured hard in the start, but EG brought him back in the game. Once again, at the cost of RTZ, but that's something they can maybe deal with now. His Haunt is online again. We'll be getting Urn after a couple more creeps. He probably wants to get involved and get some Urn charges up and running.
Maybe we should start talking about the other side of the RTZ coin, the Resolution side, the one-for-one. Because right now Resolution is #1 in net worth. He's actually bouncing forward with Sumail. But it's the fact that you've got a free farming and leveling up Luna. She TPs around a little bit, but she can bounce off the top lane and give the space for Moon to pick up his Blink Dagger. It looks like Thunderbird's timings and items are looking really good for that 5-man ball into EG.
Absolutely, and the key items in this game have got to be something along the lines of Euls and Force Staffs. That's how you deal with Ricky. It's a great way of dealing with the Crystal Maiden. It's also a good way of dealing with Spectre, to be honest. You just want to create some space, buy time, and survive with your heroes.
They're coming for a kill up on top. Zai needs to get this perfect jump. It's going to help when Moon Burrow strikes aggressively forward. Here comes that Haunt. Arteezy wants the kill, and they don't actually give it to him. Zai is the man who's going to get the last little backstab in onto the SK. Slows down the Blink Dagger and gets Arteezy in a successful engagement.
Yeah, still, regardless, it's a very good play for EG. Arteezy doesn't get the kill, but it's a good kill to get for their team. Now, will Thunderbirds try to put some more pressure here? They're looking to go mid.
Well, we've got no Exorcism available, so they can't just force it that way.
Well,
then they're getting flanked. Here comes Universe, crit as well. They go for the Frostbite over on Wee. Sumail jumping forward. They're going to Vortex back in Wee. Need a little bit more damage, but they won't be able to do it. Not while the Shallow Grave is down. But when you let the Frost fall, it will be enough to get 2 kills into Thunderbirds. Moon wants to join the engagement. Burrow strike forward. He only hits creeps, however. No control on the EG heroes. Misery will fall down as well. And Evil Geniuses. It was a casual wraparound, and Thunderbirds sat there and took it.
Once again, the Ricky of Zai is playing an incredible game so far. He gets the perfect smoke screen on the Luna. There was no Eclipse for the whole fight. Resolution's in this awkward position where you have to choose between running to the right and casting Eclipse and being out of range of almost everyone, or running left through the entire smoke screen. This is a level 1 smoke screen, mind you. It's still just, the smaller radius makes it a lot weaker than on higher levels, but it's good enough for now. And yep. Thunderbirds might have overstayed their welcome. I actually think that was playable for them, but as you pointed out, with no Exorcism, and if they don't get the Eclipse out, it's too hard.
Yeah, and until they have the 4 starts, that's not going to work for them. And even Luna, you know the Hurricane Pike will come, but because she built the Mask of Madness early on, it's next item Dragonlance, so it's going to take a while before these items come up. We probably thought you were going to get the injection of money once you started bringing down Tier 1 towers. But that's the purpose of having this Death Prophet as well as Luna. It should be something that EG cannot repel.
Yeah, Sumail has a lot of CS. It's actually...
He's #1 in the network.
Very surprising. He's got 110 CS minute 13 after dying twice in lane and being involved in 7 kills. That is very impressive play from him. EG have been making some good moves after what looked like it could have been shaky early on. They've utilized especially the Haunt and the Ricky very well, and of course the Storm Spirit following through, kind of come together as a team. And Universe, solid as rock as always, has no deaths on this Abaddon. Generally see other offlane Abaddons in this tournament have 1 or 2 deaths in lane. Kind of overextending a little bit, but he plays it safe.
Universe has been a rock. Can be a bigger one too once he has the Vlad's up, so then EG's going to have a little bit more sustain when it comes to the engagements. They need that. They still need that for Arteezy, especially when Arteezy, like, he goes for the Urn, the PMS, the phase, then next major item, and it's a long time before he's going to get there. It's the Relic into Radiance. So Sumail, this is his time. Like, if he can control the engagements and just the tempo of this game for the next 10 minutes, once he has that Bloodstone, they'll become a lot easier. But he needs to create the space for the spec.
Absolutely, but it looks like EG has kind of slowed the game down a bit with this couple of aggressive plays. Thunderbirds didn't really find the momentum that they were looking for, so now we get to play a little slower.
Oh, they smoked right on top of the obs. Oh, so this movement, even Zai's actually backing up. he's staying close enough that he could potentially break the smoke, but he doesn't want to break it when he could also just be instantly detected. But do they even bring?
They can use this
They
as
have
a
track.
fake play. Okay.
And they got dust on the SK. With the
Sox
blink
is going to
dagger.
see him.
Well, Zaya sees a lot more. He's underneath the sentry ward, just on the edge. They don't see him anymore. That's why the dust had to be committed. But Samael, long jump in, going in for the dazzle, able to find him. And Moon, thinking twice about it all, actually blinked himself away. Hence, no ability to counter-initiate with Epicenter.
Was a good choice from him. I'm not sure who made the play call to go on the Ricky. It's very tempting. You have the sentry in position, but the entire enemy team is missing. And if you start committing spells on the Ricky, if you don't burst him, you're just going to get overrun. He uses tricks of the trade, and his team follows in. And they end up just cutting their dazzle, which probably is worth it.
Arteezy changed his item build. He's actually got Blade Mail in his quick buy at the moment. So he's switching from that Radiance. Moon's a little deep up on this top lane. Smoke up, actually on him at the moment. Tries to run away. Spectral Horn going to be used. And then, well, a quick trick to the trade, but that is one very dead Moon. So he's picked up his Blink Dagger, and the first two engagements he's in, he runs away, and then he dies. Not the greatest first reveal for Thunderbirds.
I want to commend EG on how well they're utilizing Spectre. I feel like compared to other teams we've seen in the tournament, they are doing a very good job at using Haunt off cooldown. Arteezy has been in 9 out of 11 kills, so every time there's a Haunt available, he joins in, contributes with what his hero can right now. Obviously, Spectre not the greatest hero at this point in the game, but they're playing to their own strengths. Thunderbirds looking to do the same with this mid push.
And if they can do it. Getting hit by the Weave early on, so bring up the armor. EG are not going to engage in. They let the tier 1 tower fall. This time I think they understand there's both Exorcism as well as, oh wow, really? There's both Exorcism as well as Eclipse up, and they're going to lose their Dazzle. Okay, that's an easier way to take the fight. Keep getting pickoffs on all the sides of the Thunderbirds movement and don't engage the two big cores.
This is kind of a game of warding between Zai and Misery, who can get the better and more impactful wards out that sets up their team. Zai with these aggressive wards in the enemy jungle have been really useful. Miseries haven't paid off as much, basically. Big part of the reason being that Sand King hasn't really been able to set up his team as much as, EG just have more options for engaging. Both the Storm and the Ricky can jump with a Haunt and find a pick anywhere. So if Thunderbirds split up, they're going to die. And if they 5-man at the same time, EG generally sees their movements. They tried for the smoke play that got countered. And then, you kind of have to calm down, chill a bit, farm up some more, and that's the type of game EG want to play. Basically, the Ricky is enabling greed.
Oh, jump, Samael, so long, and he'll get in. Nice and quick. Misery has been sitting there for the last 1-2 minutes, just trying to get that little bit of extra farm to bring him closer towards his mech. And Samael sees the perfect opportunity for the jump. And this is now 14 Bloodstone charges. We'll start the count. Let's see just how far Samael gets. And where does he go next? Is it going to be disable items? Is Orchid really the play when you can have probably both Manta and Newell Scepter? For the, one each for the cores of Thunderbirds?
Orchid is really good against Dazzle, but at the same time, he could maybe just jump and kill him off. Alternatively, generally you think one of two ways with Storm in this position. Either I'm owning, I want to keep owning. If you're having a great game, that's generally the mentality, so then you buy Orchid. The other one is, I'm having a hard game, I need something more defensive, then you buy Yules. Those are I want to say 3/4 of games, if not more, that is the next item, one of those two. And in this game, I think Samael is in a great position. Why not just go for the Orchid and keep the ball rolling?
Well, he's got it in the quick buy, so he definitely is going to be doing that. A little bit twitchy from Thunderbirds. They're being watched by this Observer Ward just on the bottom, and while they were doing that, they thought EG knew something more, and they actually dusted on top of their own shrine. They're really, really uncertain where Zai is moving around.
This is a risky play from Thunderbirds, going for the Abaddon. That's just not going to happen at all. Well, just a bit of harassment. They tried to probably force a TP here, just try to bait out a bit of response from EG. Unsuccessful, however. I believe Crit was already there and didn't TP in.
Yeah, he was just sitting behind. Yep. Zai's looking for his opportunity, and they know they can always bring in the numbers. So you got 3 up on the top. We already saw Nature's Prophet being effective earlier today. It's the same kind of thing. You can always bring the extra players to the north. And Zai, well, who's he want to go on? Weeha's the primary target. There goes your jump. They need a stun. However, Crit's not going to be in range in time. Neither is Samael. So a good TP out will keep him alive, but they'll still lose the tier 1.
That's a big commitment from EG, however. They use Haunt, they use all of Storm's mana. He does have Arcane Aura and Arcane Rune, so able to quickly get his mana back. That 14 charge Bloodstone. But Thunderbirds are trying to take whatever opportunity they can out of this. They know that with Haunt on cooldown, this fight is a lot more difficult for EG to take, so they go for this push, knowing that EG's lineup is pretty bad at killing Roshan. So usually when you go for this bottom area as the Dire, you're worried that the enemy team can go simply trade off. But that is just not an option right now for Evil Geniuses. So tier 1 for tier 2 trade is eventually what we're going to get to see here. And Thunderbird's probably pretty happy with this.
Yeah, it's building Resolution up to a point where his team fight's going to be really, really strong. Very difficult to kill off the Luna. He didn't actually build into the Hurricane Pike. He's still looking for the Manta, but that's more than likely because he's going to be predicting Samael's Orchid.
Misery loves company, so they're going to group up and smoke as 5.
And go Roshan.
And go Roshan. That's a good place to have a little bit of a get-together.
Oh, Exorcism it up. And they're going to commit with the Weave as well. As far as Radiant Vision goes, they don't see anything around the pit. But that's the reason why Zai is coming in. Where is the Sentry Ward? Where is the detection? Zai's going to put down the smoke screen. Roshan is dropping down to 1600. Zai is just waiting with the smoke screen down. They know what. There goes the Sentry Ward. So Zai finally visible. Moon gets a double barrel strike out. The jump forward. It will be the Aegis Immortal into the hands of Resolution. And with the Eclipse falling down, Zai falls. But he's the only one down at the moment. They want more with the track up the hill. They'll secret Moon again for the Burrow Strike. Able to catch out the Crystal Maiden. Samael can't really do much to stop it. It's Misery as the bounty hunter, picking up the double kill after Roshan was properly killed by the Dire side. So Thunderbirds get exactly what they want.
This
a couple of kills and the Aegis.
100% textbook stuff of how you take advantage of the bit of information you're given. They know that Haunt is down. They know that they have the better Roche lineup. They know that they got away with getting this tier 2 tower bottom. They're just using every little bit of advantage that they have at this point in time. If Haunt is off cooldown, this could be a completely different story because EG could just pop the Haunt, get full vision of every other hero, isolate the one they want, and build the fight on their terms. But with RTC unable to do so, Thunderbirds this time around get all of their spells off very well. And that wasn't even perfect. They didn't have a sentry down early, so Zai did get in for the smoke screen. With an earlier sentry, maybe he just dies in the Roche falls, but you could argue it's maybe better this way. They got a bonus kill on crit like this.
Yep, they actually made EG believe they had the fight. Oh, so much patience from Thunderbirds. Smoke screen went down. Did they freak out? No, they just took it one kill at a time.
And credit to Moon Meander in this fight. I think he had a bit of a rough start on Sand King, but playing it cool in that fight, finding the key stuns that he needed to, and playing around the smoke screen very
kill
nice.
at the moment. They're hunting into the Dire jungle. And they would love to find a target, but unfortunately for them, like the Dire are already predicting some kind of scan. Okay, they're going to find one. It's going to be Saksa. Jump forward from Samael. 15 Bloodstone charges. It's been a while since he's added an extra digit to that. But it will allow them now to force into the tier 1 tower in mid. No fortification available, and Thunderbirds are in no position to defend.
It's extremely hard to play Dazzle in this game. He has to spend so much gold on detection.
Universe.
And he can just jump at any time.
They still have that Observe Ward. It's been up for so long. So Misery gets silenced off. Samael jumping forward, but the physical damage will be more than enough. Universe will find that kill, bringing him to a 4-0-4 on the Abaddon.
And they don't even need to use the Haunt here. Evil Geniuses are actually in a good position to look for this bottom tier 1. Have Haunt available. Relic is on the courier for Arteezy, so 1,000 gold to go for him for that big Radiance upgrade. And that's when things get scary for Thunderbirds, in my opinion. First of all, the Haunt is going to show them where Bounty Hunter is. There's going to be an illusion spawning next to him. They're going to cancel out the Sand King's Blink Dagger. And with Dazzle being this poor, the Spectre alone can force Grave and probably just kill him off after. And without the Grave, Stormspirit is going to have a great time. Now they have 2 options of dealing with the fights, especially when his Orchid comes up. Oh, top lane crit is in absolutely no man's land.
Thankfully, there's the Yule Scepter after the Burrow Strike from Moon, again focusing on creeps instead of heroes.
Usually these kills aren't that expensive, you know. Sometimes you risk it with a support. You're like, okay, I'm going to go top and push until I get killed and we get some information about what's going on the map. A lot of the times, a position 4 or 5 will do this, and you're like, okay, that's fair enough. We got a 4 or 5-man rotation to kill our CM. There's track. It's a lot more expensive to buy this information for Evil Geniuses in this game. And in a way, maybe they should have predicted this. They still have the tier 1 tower top. We know there's an Aegis on Luna. It's the most likely next play for Thunderbirds to just go up here, group up, and take 2 towers. Yeah. I'm curious if they want to go high ground now, because they have Reave, Aegis, Solar Crest on the Death Prophet. and level 2 Exorcism.
If EG want to try and go for the trade-off, maybe it's worth it just to nudge the tier 3 tower to
They're
bring him
taking it
back. But EG's going for the tier 2, and Crystal Maiden's on the defense job.
Yep. It's a risky play to go high ground here. You don't have a big advantage, but you do have the Aegis, and you still know that Radiance isn't online. Oh, well, now it is. But at the time, the information that they have was that Arteezy was not ready with the Radiance. So looks like Thunderbirds more than likely made a good read here, after all, to not go up.
Yep. Might be good. Get the BKBs up, get the safety onto your Luna. Actually, Resolution switched. You had BKB in his quick buy, now he's looking at the Skadi instead. As opposed to going for immunity against... Well, I suppose you've already got some level of escape from the Storm's initiation. What more would a BKB buy you?
An ability to use your spells against Ricky is pretty valuable.
That is a nice thing, not gonna lie.
Smoke screen is scary. Oh, here comes Samael.
Long jump, looking for it again. Dazzle, 4-star up. The Orchid won't be enough to kill him. And this is a way where he can actually hold on to his shallow grave. Moon again missing the Burrow Strike as Samael hiding in the trees.
That's actually probably a kill if they hit that Sand King stun. Samael used so much mana on disengage, and he can be happy that that didn't turn into a fight, to be honest.
There's Exorcism as well as Eclipse available.
Yeah, they are not going to need... Oh, actually, wow.
They're going to commit it. They want the tier 2 tower. It's the last remaining outer tower for Evil Geniuses. Question is, do you really push any further? Because now your Aegis is gone. It just timed out.
Oh, they definitely can't go further than this.
They have to finish the tier 2 tower, though.
Yeah. Well,
or do they just leave it?
We doesn't feel confident.
The Lunar Illusion is currently killing it, and they're going for the kill. EG want the kill. That's why Storm Spirit long jump forward, going after the Death Prophet. That actually will it be enough with the Yule Scepter up? He may have enough time to get the life back in from the Exorcism. No, it will not be. He will fall.
Key Orchid coming out from Samael on the Dazzle. As talked about earlier. That's the problem. He wants to grave the DP, but simply can't get it off. The Haunt immediately gives them vision of where the Dazzle is. Easy click for Samael to get that Orchid off in two kills and a tier 2, more than likely.
Now EG, they're the ones to push.
Yep.
Zai is just roaming around trying to find anyone. Moon is in no position to fight this one because he doesn't have the support. Resolution moved up to the top lane to let his Illusion start doing the push. So maybe we start looking around the Roshan timer. It will be a rather quick spawn. It's going to be in the first minute of the 3 that it will spawn up. And we'll see who that really does favor if Thunderbirds go in again and try and look for Roshan.
Well, Resolution is getting really, really big. And Luna is a great hero at fighting in Roshan as long as you can get your Eclipse off. So once again, look toward that Ricky. Manta can counter the Orchid of the Storm and the Frostbite, so really should have no real problem apart from dealing with the Ricky. Do they have a 4-staff apart from Sand King? That's the only one for now. That is one way of making sure Luna gets her ulti off. But you generally don't really want to use your 4-staff aggressively in this game, I feel. You need to have to save a support or even Sand King himself with that force.
But that's why I'm interested to see why he bypassed the Hurricane Pike and decided to finish the full Skadi instead.
That's true. I think Pike could have also been a very nice choice here. Absolutely.
Because there's no way Dazzle's going to find the money for anything. He's having a hard enough time, and now you get a Diffusal Blade up on Zai. The Ricky starts progressing his way into being that 4th core for EG.
That's a very big item. Can purge off the Yules of Death Prophet. And they can kill her off very swiftly. Storm's going to jump Death Prophet. She's going to self-Yules. They purge it, or hit the Dazzle and just kill DP. They need bigger items on Weehaw right now. The Blink Dagger is very different than what we usually see, and it's more of an aggressive approach. Yeah. It can also be used defensively, of course. If they see the Storm Jump coming, he can maybe disengage. Of course, hoping maybe to play the Yules into Blink, but as mentioned, that Diffusal Blade's going to put a quick
That's a really good Dire Observer ward, but at the same time, EG just put down their own Radiant one inside the jungle.
Haunt.
So if they want to jump forward, yeah, Haunt will be used. At the same time, Defensive Weave comes out, and EG really thought Thunderbirds were a lot closer, and Thunderbirds instantly smoke.
It's the obvious play here. I think EG are going to see this one coming. I was expecting that if Thunderbirds have a smoke, this is the time you want to burn it.
What's the time for this? Roshan just spawned. If they look in there with the Arcane Rune on the Death Prophet, they could potentially kill off Roshan before EG knows it, but no. They're moving towards the mid lane. There's still a tower within deny range. It's on 51 HP, and Crit is finally going to take care of it. Goodbye, Zai, walking in through the back lines. CM denies the tower, and yep, they're coming mid. The Arcane Rune has worn off now, but there's no Ricky for 40 seconds, and that's after he just bought the Diffusal Blade. So here they come. Exorcism up, the Weaver again, boost up the armor, but where's your creep wave? It doesn't exist just yet.
They don't need it right now. They just need to make sure that the Death Prophet does not get burst down. Nice damage coming out here from EG.
Mech already triggered off by Misery. The life is going to be there. Resolution just had Escardi arrive as well. And with the creep wave here, they can push in, and they can push in pretty hard. Arteezy moves to the front line. He's actually he's going on Resolution. Same with Sumail. They want that kill. A quick Yulsa to interrupt. Resolution can't get the distance, or can he? No, Sumail gets the last hit in. Weeha split 3 ways with a Cypher, but he just can't suck enough as he'll get hold in position. Okay, Moon, is this his time? No, Sumail just ball lightnings up. He's looking for another kill. One more attack on the Moon is not enough. 33 HP. We split up again. Back in towards the Death Prophet onto Weeha. Universe will find this one. They hold their ground. Sumail once more, but he can't find Moon. Moon TP's out, and Misery is invisibly running away.
Very nice play here from EG in the base. This is how you try to defend against this kind of pushing lineup. Slowly but steadily whittling them down with Crystal Nova, Aphotic Shield, Mist Coil, just using all of the tools you have. And the moment Thunderbirds have 2 heroes on half health, you bring in the Storm. He even got a double ball lightning hit. And Thunderbirds, as you said, had they only checked the Roshan pit when they ran past it, they might have changed their mind and gone for that first. As that probably would have just been a clean pick. There's no Ricky alive. He didn't have buyback. But now instead, EG gets this. This is probably the biggest minute of the game that we just saw here. This is a big game changer. Sumail 21 Bloodstone charges and Aegis.
Let's have a look at the fight again. So there's that Sumail jump in. Thought for a moment you get more damage out from the Exorcism, but it just wasn't there. And there was no heal. Misery burned the mech before this fight began.
I think in addition to that, the BKB reveal took them by surprise. They didn't know that this BKB was available on Sumail, so Sand King was ready to do an immediate counter jump on the Storm. Maybe Thunderbirds were playing on that idea. Okay, we're going to get a bit low. Storm will jump. Be ready with Sand King. Instant counter jump. We know that they can't go in with the Haunt since that's on cooldown, but, you know, there was a BKB in the way. And now this game is looking very good for Evil Geniuses. It's not like they have a massive advantage. We're talking 4K gold. The experience actually massive. Okay,
yeah,
that
the experience
massive.
is a lot higher.
That's kind of crazy. But it's more just the flow of the game, you know, as you just have this feel in this game that going later, the Storm and Spectre will be a really big problem.
I don't disagree, but at the same time, if Thunderbirds are able to find a way to win a fight, they got a lot of push power between the Death Prophet as well as the Luna.
For sure.
So there is a way if they can take the engagement. But for now, they're out of position. Sumail and Universe, they enter the base up on the top lane. Soxa is the only one really in position. Moon's coming in, but he's also been feeling very underwhelming for his influence in these fights.
They're going to need BKBs. Nice courier snipe here by Misery. It's a bit of a bonus for the Dire squad. But you need BKBs now as Thunderbirds, and they've realized that both Luna and DP have queued them up. And that will make the fights a lot harder for EG. Almost no matter what they can buy for the same amount of gold that they're going to be earning in the same time frame, Thunderbirds get the higher impact items. Yep. The EG lineup actually sucks against BKB. They're really weak. Storm loses a lot of damage against it. Spectre loses a lot of damage against it. Both Desolate and Radiance doesn't work. Ricky loses his Diffusal. It's a very good pickup.
So here's the question, does EG just disengage? Sumail jumping in, maybe he can bait out the BKBs that way, having Zai being aggressive.
It's one option, but you have a mid tower on 170 health. And Thunderbirds ideally want to go for a smoke play that sets them up to push mid.
Exactly
right now
they
see Arteezy on their wards and actually just barely avoid the smoke of EG.
They just weaved and
this
managed
is awkward.
to dodge it. They're going to find Arteezy. The smoke will break. Misery gets the vision.
Oh
no! Moon misses the Burrow Strike. Here comes Sumail. Looking for the opening. The Eclipse will fall. Where is the glaive damage? Arteezy still alive for the moment. They're probably not for much longer. Misery, he will finally fall. Moon pushing himself up the hill, but Sumail, under the cover of his own BKB, has the life. Weeha trying to man this up, but he can't get out. He will be able to find at least one kill on the support, but he cannot survive the wrath of EG. Sumail and Universe, the Immortals, will survive, and somehow Resolution said, you know what? I'm out, boys. I managed to survive this. I got a couple of kills. I ain't dying for this.
I thought that was going to end way worse for Thunderbirds. They end up salvaging this with a 4-for-3 with a couple of track kills, so at the end of the day, a fairly even fight with the gold outcome. Obviously, XP should be favoring EG a bit there, but that Sand King stun is going to bother him a lot, because this fight, without Haunt, Spectre insta-dying, could have been the moment for Thunderbirds to get a lane of racks, actually.
They just didn't have the vision instantly. Like, their only observer what they had was closer back towards the shrine. It didn't see past that troublesome tree and into the Radiant jungle. They knew he was roughly there, but it wasn't enough to hit the stun.
It was a nice play from Arteezy as well, sidestepping to the right. Usually, the common trajectory that you're going to be moving in when you go to the side is that you will try to create as much distance to the enemy team as possible. So when Moonmeander has to go for the blind stun, Arteezy walks towards him so that there is the chance that the stun will miss. And Arteezy also knows in this moment that Moonmeander has to make the play fast because his own team is coming in and Thunderbirds probably expect that. As a result, we're going to see it here. So Arteezy breaks the smoke, runs up, and now he's going to step right just a little bit to dodge this Sand King stun. And it makes a big difference that he gets haunts out. Of course, he does die here, but Arteezy's damage in that fight was really significant. I look at Saksa just dying every fight. It's just merciless. Playing Dazzle in this game is an absolute nightmare. He's playing against two of the worst heroes he can face, Storm Spirit and Ricky. So Saksa, honestly, him being 0-7 and 8, not too bad.
Oh, look at that. Oh, you see it from Moon. You see it from, he knows. He knows he just got, well, he got scored by Arteezy.
He's just not having one of his best games, and this is where it's important that you don't lose focus on the bigger plays. Sure, you messed up. It wasn't the end of the world. The fight didn't go as it could have, but there's going to be more fights ahead of him. Next time, just keep a bit cooler. Don't get tilted.
Watch this timing on Samel. He's got 20 seconds before this Aegis will time out. So he wants to be a little bit more aggressive. But yeah, he's got a lot of money. A full Bloodthorn done, and he's already staring down the barrel of a Shiva's 1,400 away from completing that as well. And then he's almost 6-slotted.
Shiva is incredible in this game. So much of Thunderbird's damage is physical. Of course, Luna is one of those special carries that have a lot of magic damage output as well, but Samel has the BKB against that. So once in BKB, killing Samel is really difficult. They have no BKB piercing stun or anything of the like.
They're coming again. Misery underneath the sentry ward. And, well, he doesn't know. Here comes the jump forward. Resolution will arrive too, but Samel, he already has the stun with the shallow grave up. Misery will be able to survive this, and Samel wants to stand his ground to blink forward. Weeha just goes in with the exorcism up, with the help of Resolution. The damage may just be enough. EG's on the retreat, but fighting underneath that shrine. The life is there. It's Crit who's on the run. It's a 1-for-1 trade-off at the moment. Zion the back lines, making the Thunderbirds look behind themselves. Arteezy just TPs away, following HYHY's instructions, stays in the trees, and Zion, where's your detection? The TP, well, you don't see him. He's out, he's gone.
That was one big thing we didn't cover from the previous big team fight, the 4-for-3 exchange, was that there was a gem turned around on EG. They got the gem of Moonmeander, so the gem unavailable for Thunderbirds in this time frame, and they really need that. This Riki is being an absolute pestilence. And in this fight, Eclipse didn't come out. This is one of the problems that you have when you go Mask of Madness on a hero like Luna. He wants to use the Mask of Madness to get into the fight. Couldn't use Eclipse for those full 8 seconds and ends up not even getting it off the whole fight.
I'm wondering if Eclipse is even going to be enough. I'm looking at Arteezy staring down the barrel of having a full heart. The survivability on the EG heroes is greater than the damage output coming from Thunderbirds. Epicenter's done nothing. Dazzle, like his Shadow Wave damage, you're not going to count that as enough. Bounty Hunter throwing around a couple Shuriken tosses, this just isn't enough. That you need to have more damage on the Luna.
Yeah, you do, eventually, but Eclipse is still playing a really big role right now, and not getting it off is a big loss. Of course, the later the game goes, the weaker it gets. I'm curious to see what Arteezy is thinking of next after this heart.
He may have the other protection. Like, I'm looking at Universe, looking at his Aghanim Scepter is 1,400 away.
Yeah, it's a big item.
Yep.
I feel like I talk about that every single game I cast a Baton, but honestly, it's incredible. This
the reason why this hero is being one of the most picked up heroes as Smale goes for the long jump. Where's the save? The smoke screen is down. Resolution gets the BKB up, but he's just so low. The physical damage may be enough. The Shallow Grave. It'll be there in time. Now the attention turns towards Misery. Moon creates some space with his Burrow Strike. The Misery is down. The Shrine's trigger as the Haunt will allow EG to go up high ground against a Tier 3 tower. Weeha wants them out of his home, but don't go out too far. In fact, they may have to. The Tier 2 tower is where EG is shifting their attention now.
Tower's gone. They really don't want to fight this. Resolution used this BKB. They have a dead Bounty Hunter. Sure, he might not be the strongest teamfight hero right now, but the tracks are actually playing a big role in Thunderbird's ability to stay on target with the Death Prophet, especially. That movement speed bonus pretty much gives Weeha haste every single fight. Good play from EG here.
Most of it. Like, Weeha's going in. The second he triggers that Exorcism, he wants to be right on top of any target he wants to kill, and he's looking for the backliners.
I think think getting in on the maiden really quick and just getting rid of her is very nice. That's one option. The other option is to lay in hard into, well, yeah, who are you going to go on? Like, the Spectre is too hard to kill now. Abaddon you really don't want to go on. Storm you're not touching, and Ricky you're not finding. So, well, kind of limited on his options in this game.
They just sentryed up as well. They missed the Observer Ward. The camp is blocked, and their 2 sentries are too far away. Roshan is a lot longer in his spawn time. It's just over 2 minutes of the 3 potential. And they're trying to work it out. Like, something is not right. Maybe this is one option they can go for when they find Arteezy a little bit far out, but no, that ain't an option.
It gets tricky for Thunderbirds. We didn't really talk too much about Arteezy's Blade Mail, but the reason he gets it is that both Luna and Death Prophet has abilities that, yes, you can control Exorcism, but at the same time the fights get very chaotic. You need to be very careful, and you need to switch away targets from him unless you want to take a lot of physical damage with this. And then you have a spell like Eclipse where you have no choice. Obviously, when Luna's BKB is running, doesn't care too much about that. There's still the physical damage, all the bouncing glaives. It's a constant flow of damage that Arteezy can bring to the fights with his Blade Mail.
And that's why you switch it up. That's why you get Resolution the Satanic, but he just got scouted out. If he really goes down here, this is going to be a huge problem. Triggers the BKB, needs to use the Satanic as well, get that life back out of EG, but he has to run further away. Arteezy doesn't keep up with the chase. Instead, they turn their attention towards Weeha with an Exorcism. He tries to do as much damage as possible, and it's working for the moment. He's holding his ground under the cover of the BKB, which will wear off in just a second, which is right now. Moon pulled back in the Shutter Grave. The perfect home from Zuxa, but we're again into the Spectral Horn. Will it be enough? You've lost 2, you've lost 3, a triple kill for Arteezy, and they look towards the mid with 4 down for Thunderbirds. Only the Death Prophet has buyback, but without Exorcism, she's not going to do a hell of a lot.
They are so limited in fights when Resolution has to back off. This entire fight is 4-5, basically. Rezo, sure, he survives using the Satanic and gets out to safety, but can't contribute anything to the fight. Weeha's already committed in, can't really go back. And this could be the end of game number 1 here. EG will at least be getting 2 lanes.
And Zai, he's already looking to initiate up on top of Resolution. The life is just being drained from the Luna. Nothing she can do, and GG, well played. Evil Geniuses take game 1 of this best of 3 against Thunderbirds.
Got to give a lot of credit to especially Zai and Sumail in this game, I think.
Sumail's recovery.
Yeah,
like the start of that game looked really rough for him, and he ended up being a player at the perfect time.
Kind of gives you flashbacks to DAC, doesn't it? Just that DAC was even worse. This time, oh, I only died 2 times. No problem, man. That's not nearly enough. They got to kill me like 6 times because DAC's 4 wasn't enough. Obviously, in this game, there's a couple of things playing for EG. I think Moon Meander, disappointed, I think should be in his performance in this game. You know, it happens. People have bad games. He probably knows that this was in large part on his missed stuns. Apart from that, a couple of decisions during this game were really important. Thunderbirds not getting the Roshan that you mentioned they had a chance to go for. Also, arguably giving EG a bit too much space to jump on the Luna a couple of times where they could have been tighter together. And that's what happens when you're playing against a lineup that has so much jump potential. You need to be really crisp. Just a little bit of information for EG. They jump and kill you.
That's why the save just didn't work. It was funny, though, at the very, very start. You actually thought that the Bounty Hunter was going to do a lot. Like, you found the Crystal Maiden out, you're adding pressure. And then Zai's vision game that kicked in early on as well. They saw everywhere Thunderbirds was moving. It was... I don't even know how Thunderbirds was meant to actually catch out EG. Maybe there's some other people that know. Analysts, how?
It's a good question. We'll find out with our expert panelists, of course. And a first victory in the best of 3 for EG as they hunt to find a place in the quarterfinals. Let's break it down with Gods, with Teban and Melini. Welcome back, everyone. What do you say about this EG team, and particularly Sumail? He's a bit of a menace for this team, isn't he?
Yeah, and I think EG, great team, everyone's great, but I think this is a game where you do talk about Sumail. He stood out. He played one hell of a Storm Spirit. It was a great game for a Storm. They didn't have good control, good lockdown at the end, but you still, I think 80% of Storm players wouldn't have been able to win that game, perhaps. So
yeah, I mean, he doesn't seem to mind about bad starts, does he? What is it about bad starts, and Sumail almost seems to fire him up more?
Yeah, exactly. You know, those are the TI thing. You know, you lost mid to Shiki one game, and that just enraged him. He's like, all right, got to go back harder and crush this guy. Kind of, you see that in a single game itself, where if you gank him a few times, 2-3-man gank him, he's like, all right, I'm not happy. I'm going off this game.
Yeah, I think there was a game at TI where I think he died 5 times in the first 10 minutes on a Storm Spirit actually. I don't know, I can't remember which team he played, but he came back and had an absolutely monster game in that game, and he seemed to have done the same thing here.
Yeah, I also think that it's not like he dies solo. There's always other heroes involved, and they have pretty greedy lineups, you know, so they're able to make use of the space. Do you really want to leave a Spectre free farming? He had what, like Radiance, Blade Mail super early? What do you do as a Luna in that situation? You have to buy BKB that early, and then you're going to lose the farm war. So it's his team's always makes really good use of the space that he dies with from,
It was also a tough game to play Spectre because, to play Luna because you're against the Spectre with the Haunt Illusions, you're against Abaddon, so you've already got Eclipse not being very effective against core heroes. Storm has Ball Lightning. All 3 core heroes, Eclipse is hard to land on them. Like, you can get a Storm with Eclipse if you have, like, good lockdown. They have a Sand King Sun, Death Prophet Silence, but, like, later in the game, that's completely unreliable. Storm's going to have BKBs, Lotus Orbs, Abaddon Shield, so felt like the Luna pick fell short very quickly in the mid to late game because Eclipse just was completely unsuccessful.
Steven, what do you make of it?
It's kind of weird how the game played out, right? Like, early game looked amazing for Thunderbirds, and it felt sort of like Weeha got a little overconfident in how he was playing mid. They got like 2 kills on the Storm Spirit, and he's like, yeah, I'm going to go on his hill. I'm going to show my dominance, and let's see what happens. But the Storm Spirit just came back. He's like, okay, guys, this guy is like not doing the right moves right now. Let's just jump him. He gets 2 kills, and now he's the highest net worth in the game. You would think that the Storm would be back in the game much later, but his timing hit way too quickly. What did he have, like a 15-minute Bloodstone or 16-minute Bloodstone in a game where he was like 0-3 at the start or 0-2? It's like, it's not what you really want to do when you have such a lead as a Death Prophet. I think Thunderbirds had a very good chance to snowball this game out of control, but giving away those 2 very key kills on the mid lane to the Storm made it extremely hard for them to play their game.
MVP, I think there's probably only one MVP, but I'll ask the question anyway.
Sumail. After those 2 deaths,
I don't see anyone arguing with you, gods.
He ended the game, countless Bloodstone charges. And the thing is, once he got that Bloodstone, he'd never died with it.
30, I think.
Yeah, 30 Bloodstone charges, doesn't die. Instantly just starts moving around, finding picks. I mean, it's a draft where it really enables him. You've got Ricky and the Spectre Haunt to give vision, which helps him find the #1 target priority, which is always going to be the Dazzle first, but then he can move on to whichever other target he wants. It was,
Look at that kill participation.
Yep, fantastic performance by Sumail, as we've come to expect, I guess, from the young man.
Yeah. Yep.
He really did
what
have
else
to
do you
show up
say?
today, you know?
Yeah.
He woke up, he's like, nope, not losing today. I think that's what he said. Just
do you think
came
he had
to the
that mentality before he got ganked, or was it after he got ganked, though?
Who?
Sumail, like, was that before or after he got ganked twice at the start?
I think probably he had it before, but then it really fired him up, you know?
Yeah.
Like, he had to wake him up a little bit.
Yeah, he's definitely woken up, that's for sure. We'll get more from all 3 of our panel members in just a moment as we head towards the second draft of the day. Thunderbirds needing to win it, of course, to stay in the competition here at the Kiev Major. But before we get there, you saw a little feature early on the fabulous Resolution. Let's find out what his thoughts were heading into the round of 16 when he spoke to Shiva.
Thunderbirds Resolution.
That's right.
Who came up with that name?
It was kind of like team decision. We were talking about like this name for like long time, for a week probably, and for the last minute we decided to roll, and Dota like who gets more, and I got more, and I got like 98 or something. They got like 1, 2, 8, 10, something like that. So I was about to make our name.
Yeah.
And I thought like maybe NR could be good, like no regrets or something. And then after one day, I just realized that we named Thunderbirds because Rasmus wanted Thunderbirds. And
so it was his idea?
Yes, it was his idea.
So is it Thunderbirds? Where is it based off? Because there's multiple Thunderbirds. Is it Pokemon or is it the Thunderbirds are Go?
He said it's just a cool name. It sounds cool.
All right, I won't ask. I won't ask any further.
I know that there is a show called Thunderbirds before like 90s or something.
Yeah, a very old one. Yeah, with like puppets.
That's all I know.
Recently, or at least you said earlier, October. was when you started with exercise.
Yeah.
And I have heard a rumor that apparently you've been training for Ironman for 4 weeks now.
I've been thinking about training for the Ironman, but it's so hard. It's like 40 kilometers of run.
40, yeah?
Yeah, it's like 140 bicycle kilometers, and it's like 4 kilometers of swimming.
In one day?
In one day, in 8 hours, and it's so much. And like I was thinking about doing it half, like Ironman 7.3 or something, but it's like you need to train like whole year for it, and you need to like every day you need to like 3 months running, and 3 months swimming, 3 months bicycle, and you need to do it with coach. You need to buy like your special bicycle for it, and you need to hire coaches for swimming, for running, for gym, and it's like I don't know if I can make it like while I'm playing Dota games. I need to decide what is more important for me.
What made you go to exercise? What made you be into that?
I mean, I had back problems back then, and I just realized that I need to move because like I was sitting back on a computer for a long time, and I need to do some exercises to like at least spend my energy to go to sleep at the night, because I couldn't even sleep because I was full with energy. It's like only my mind is working, you know? So I decided to start going to the gym, and after that I actually feel good. I really feel good. Like my body is like perfect.
Do you feel like it helps with Dota?
Yes, I think it helps. Like it clears your mind, and you like sleeping well, and you're just feeling well. And when you feel great inside, it's like you're just playing better.
So you recommend it to all the Dota players?
Yeah, I think so. It's like it must have.
Right. We have a major in Kiev. That's your city right there.
That's my city.
Does it feel extra special?
It feels weird because like I can talk to my friends here. I can like just like go when I need something to my city. Like I know everything here. It's like it doesn't feel like major. It feels like some Star Ladder tournament in Cyber Arena, you know?
Yeah.
And it's actually weird, but it's cool. I like it.
Before this, there was the Boston Major. You came top 4 there, and after that went to ESL Genting first. So describe to me how that journey went from there. How did your team do?
I mean, we had a really big motivation to do well at ESL Genting because we wanted to secure our invite to this Kiev Major because we really wanted to be here. And we decided like to try really hard for this tournament, and we really wanted to win this tournament, so we like gave all our energy on ESL. You can't play like on your 100% all the time, you know? It's like you need some rest after that. So we went to this Croatia tournament, Dota Pit, and like even if we were trying, like we were really trying, but we still couldn't give like 100% of us.
Before that specific tournament, there were some tweets that you had a holiday right before then as well?
Some of my team went to London, and I went to this national tournament in China, WSG.
Oh yeah.
So, I mean, I didn't have a journey, I didn't have holidays. I was playing, work hard.
Yeah.
But yeah, the rest of my team had some weekends.
Yeah, and then of course, as you said, you can't play 100% all the time. The period between ESL Genting and DAC, quite a long period. It didn't really go too well for you guys. How did you deal with that?
We came to the United States to play these qualifiers for Star Ladder and DAC. We were winning every single game because this one final game against NP, and it's like we were really like playing really well till the one game, and it's like one best of 3, and then we lost, and then we lost qualifiers.
That's all it takes, one series.
You need to put effort every single game, and you can't relax.
The same thing goes for a major, single elimination.
Sure, it's even worse here. It's like you lose one game, you're eliminated.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on those type of games, on single elimination and qualifiers like that.
Yeah, we felt it in the Boston Major.
How do you deal with the pressure that comes from that?
I mean, to be honest with you, I don't feel any pressure on tournaments because like I'm trying to set up my mind, like I need to do my best. Yeah. And I'm playing this game for like 8 years or something already, so I know what I'm doing. It doesn't matter like I'm playing pubs at my home or I'm playing on stage. It's like it's the same game. You need to like play the same heroes, same like everything's the same.
Before this major, you went to boot camp as well with your team.
Yeah, we were boot camped at Berlin. NVIDIA gave us their boot camp facilities, and it was really nice. There's like good PCs, good chairs and stuff, and we had really useful training. I would say like we spent a lot of time talking, like trying to figure out what's good in this patch right now. Especially in Dota, like every single week you play a different game, and it's like you need to be really fast at learning. So we had our coach, like, and right now we have our coach with Eternal Envy and Blitz. They're really trying to help us and understand the game more and faster.
Yeah, both are very different type of coaches as well, right?
Yeah, William is like Blitz. He's more like psychologist, I would say. He's trying to solve our internal problems with between players and outside the game. And Envy, he's trying to just to teach us in the game stuff.
Yeah, you feel like they brought a lot coming into this major?
Yeah, I think we learned a lot, yeah.
And now that you have a couple of days break before the main event, how did that help you?
We're gonna play a lot of games right now, like trainings, and we're trying to figure out heroes, what's good after all these games that have been played, and understand what's best right now in this current patch.
Well, I hope you definitely figure that out. For the main event, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me, and I hope to see a lot more Thunderbirds coming into the main event.
Thank you too. Bye.
There we go then. Resolution, the hometown crowd's favourite, at least in this matchup anyway, until Virtus Pro play, of course, and they'll presumably be getting the large majority of their crowd cheers. The trophy awaits the winner just a few days away, but we are into our draft for game number 2, EG versus Thunderbirds.
So this time we're gonna see the Ricky band out. Seems like Thunderbird, even though they try to counter it with some bounty hunter, they feel like it's not really possible to counter a Ricky. So just gonna get rid of that. It's very hard to play against this pesky vision hero. It's like a moving ward.
Oh yeah.
And it's not only just a moving ward, it's a moving ward that will kill you if he finds you. So kind of gotta go.
It's interesting they banned the Naga this time too. I feel like that's something that we see Thunderbirds Misery do. Like they maybe go down the game, they're now they're in the more important game for them. They're facing elimination. They often go back to Resolutions Naga.
Yeah, and they're thinking about the illusion-based heroes. Like EG is actually really bad against these illusion-based heroes. If you look at their past history, how they lose is to Alka and Nagas. But this time they're gonna have to leave the Beastmaster in the pool and give it to Thunderbirds. Maybe we might see an Alchemist from EG themselves. I think it's a very strong hero against Beastmaster. These Illusion Radiance heroes, really like that. Or maybe even a Spectre once again from EG, since it worked out quite well last game.
Yeah, I feel the Spectre saying if they want it, they almost have to maybe first stage pick it because we're seeing a lot of targeted bans.
All right, never mind. They left IO in the pool, and EG are just going to take it. You know, you're one game up, why not, right?
And they've done that a lot. It's been banned an awful lot against them, both here and at DAC. Didn't get a chance to play it. Whenever they've not had it banned against them, they've generally picked it.
Right.
And generally won with it as well.
Yeah, and we actually saw it when they played, who was that? Was it Faceless they played with the IO? Where he had all these amazing relocate plays. I think it was Faceless.
I'm blanking. I think so though.
Yeah.
IG?
IG? Oh yeah, it was IG. It was a very close game. Very close game. They almost 2-0'd IG there. And his IO plays were spectacular. And this time they're going to get the Treant Protector instead of a Ricky. You know what? Treant very similar to Ricky. Maybe he can't solo kill you, but equally annoying and a moving ward. So, how will Thunderbirds react?
Seems like we've gone back in time. I remember EG picking IO Treant Protector a long time ago. Treant was different.
That was the PPD Treant era.
I wonder if they're considered the Invoker right now. Okay, no, they're going to go for a support pickup instead, not the double cores first phase. Rubik, pretty decent versus Tree. You can steal his living armor, use it for yourself, or Overgrowth in a team fight. That could really turn something. Against IO, it's not really anything. Just the wash there.
How much emphasis do you feel you need to put on counter? Like you see an IO Treant, do you think you need to pick cores that can kill the IO, like your Spectre type heroes? Do you need to pick cores that can break the living armor? Or are you just not thinking about that in drafting for your own draft?
In a way, they both counter them, right? If you have Ember Spirit or Spectre who has Radiance or Flame Guard, they're going to counter both the living armor and IO's healing abilities. If you have all these dot damage on IO, he can't use Bottle to heal up his cores. So I guess it wouldn't be a bad idea to take either Ember, Spectre, something along those lines.
And Beastmaster's already pretty good at dealing with living armor. so many units and fast attack speed.
And the bird is going to be very useful at finding the IO as well, so you can just jump him, get that relocate out of the fight. Very important.
So what do you think are the heroes that they should pair up with the Wisp, if any? Do you think it's you need it as a mana battery for like Storm or Medusa, like the older partners like CK, for example, or it just doesn't matter at all anymore?
I don't think EG necessarily think about it as just an amplifying hero. They think about like how they can abuse the map control with it. So they will try to get some heroes who can catch enemies, some solid stuns, and then teleport in with whatever they can possibly get and do that. And early game, they're going to do a lot of rotations with teleports and bottles and just try to turn some fights. We talked about how EG is a reactionary team, and early game IO is like the king of reaction. If somebody gets gone on, he can TP in, heal them up, turn the fight.
Yeah, last time they played it, it was with two cores that don't even have any obvious synergy, Clinks and Invoker. The hero that did maybe is the Beastmaster, which is the stun pick-off hero you mentioned, where Beastmaster finds a kill, relocate in, and you can set up some of those ganks.
And actually, Thunderbirds will decide to ban the Ember themselves. A bit weird, but EG is going to have to pick up like the hero first, and they might be afraid that EG will get it. It's a very good pairing with the IO. If you have Ember mid one-on-oneing and he gets high levels of Flame Guard, if IO comes in, tethers him up, you're most likely going to get a free kill. Slark banned out.
It's a pretty signature resolution hero. It's always been something they'll often pick in some clutch games, and very good against Living Armor as well with the Dark Pact. Good at finding the IO in the backlines with his Shadow Blade.
Yeah, Arteezy has also played Slark a couple of times in this game. If you look at like the bans, you can see how both teams are banning heroes that they themselves play, because they understand the power of these heroes, and they know if it goes into the wrong hands, what they're capable of doing.
Well, the other hero we've seen a bit is the Spectre, but that's going to be left in the pool as they ban Batrider instead. That's kind of that Beastmaster, Batrider-esque hero that finds a pick off, you have the relocate in, so targeting some of those catch heroes for the offlane, because neither support is necessarily great at finding those catches. I mean, Treant can find heroes, but he can't really start all too well.
Actually, now that I do think about it, Treant might just be enough, because that one stun into an overgrowth, that's a pretty long duration disable for any core hero with the IO to be able to get kills on. So maybe, okay, now they got a Legion Commander as well, another catch hero for that purpose, for the IO. And also, when IO pairs up with the Legion into the offlane, it's a lot of sustain with the heal that she provides as well.
Yeah, I wonder how you approach this safe lane for Thunderbirds. Treant, Legion Commander, potential dual lane. Maybe Treant's helping the safe lane since you've got IO, but even an IO Legion, with any support for a Legion, even Legion by himself is really difficult to zone out. And Rubik is not a hero that's going to be good at dealing with that Legion.
The Rubik cannot handle the pressure from any three of those heroes at the moment. So they're going to need to have a very powerful safe lane core here. Maybe even a Timbersaw could be really good actually, since they have already picked 3 strength heroes. And if they would decide to try and pressure that lane, a Timber's not going to care.
I don't know if they pick those sort of heroes generally though for resolution.
Right. That's
basically,
yeah, because he's more of the traditional carry kind of player.
I mean, you don't really want like maybe some of his traditional like Terrorblades is not good against Legion. That's like instant illusion clear.
Yep.
So probably saying less on their mind, but Phoenix, some team fight, possibly suggesting something that can also back up like a big tanky frontline carry. The Phoenix Medusa always comes to mind as well.
One thing that concerns me is that since they've picked the Phoenix and the Rubik, Misery is not going to be playing this melee roaming, you know, bruising kind of support. Now they just have these like 2 long-ranged heroes. It's a bit awkward, I think, when it comes to Thunderbird's playstyle.
This is the first time Evil Geniuses have played Legion Commander at the Kiev Major as well. They only played it once at DAC. And won with it.
Still could be room for Meepo for Thunderbirds. So I think about it. With the Beastmaster and the Phoenix sitting behind and all this, I mean, they don't have like the best heroes versus Meepo at all.
Those 3 are all very bad
IO, IO's definitely not going to do too well. Treant could be okay if they have the damage. Because we'll have a very strong lockdown for him.
If they go Thunderbirds want the Meepo, they need it now.
Yeah, exactly. Because last game it was 5th ban. If they go off that, they've got to expect, hey, we can't get a 5th pick Meepo. Also, you're going to pick 4th and 5th directly in a row, so giving them the Meepo info doesn't really change too much.
Right. The Legion... Oh, Cho Warlord. Okay.
good for killing the egg. You've got Battle Trance.
Well, it's also a very strong laning hero as well. But yeah, the egg most likely
Medusa.
the biggest reason why they would think about the troll first.
Yeah.
So Medusa, a hero that will help the Phoenix be able to team fight. If they ever decide to try and go on the egg, she's going to be able to just pop that out and protect it.
So they actually, last time they ran this lineup with these same 4 heroes was versus VJ, and they actually put Medusa in the safe lane, which is most of the time when we see the Phoenix-Medusa pairing, the Medusa's in the mid lane. So that's a little bit different for them.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe they're trying to, you know, bait EG into thinking it's a mid Medusa, put a safe lane, and then get the meeple. Perhaps not so good against, you know, whirling axes and things, but I can still see it work in this kind of game. They do have sufficient lockdown on Thunderbird's side.
I mean, they ban a mid hero, so I believe EG have that draft in mind with, I mean, 4 of the exact same 5 heroes being picked up.
Is just Beastmaster enough of an amplify for Medusa? Like, I'm worried about Medusa's damage output, especially versus like the sustain from Wisp and Tree, and no like Drought Aura, no Venge Aura, no Helmet Dominator Carrier, no Doom. Like
well, the thing is, EG also don't have sufficient damage apart from just single target, right? The 2 supports don't really provide damage on their own. They need to amp someone else to do the damage. So it's gonna be a puck for the mid lane. I like it. I think it's a good team fight control, and in this kind of game, the puck is very difficult for EG to kill. All they have is one duel or an overgrowth, which is difficult to hit on a puck. And since Beastmaster is like a pseudo carry kind of hero, because he takes a lot of farm, does a lot of physical damage, you don't really have to think about having another carry on the mid lane in this situation.
Puck's a carry with his 25.
Even before the 25, I saw like the pucks we're seeing who go for this like blink and then back into the Midas are getting a ton of farm right now.
Oh yeah,
signature hero,
classic.
This is your favorite matchup right here.
That is my favorite matchup.
This is like best mid matchup in Dota right here. Quat versus Puck.
Very entertaining.
And 2 great players at that in that mid matchup, Sumail versus Weeha.
That's a fantastic, mouth-watering matchup to look forward to. Let's do some predictions. Gods, we'll start with you.
I'm feeling EG after the Game 1 victory, getting the IO in Game 2, and I think they've got some really strong lanes with the Legion Commander, the Troll who's good. I mean, all 3 of their cores are fantastic laning heroes, so I think they can survive the strong Thunderbirds early game pressure.
I want to go with Thunderbirds again. I think they have a draft that's much more suited for this particular patch. They had, Luna last game, which isn't particularly good. Same with the Sand King offlane this game, more meta.
Give me game 3. Thunderbirds.
All right. Thunderbirds are go. Okay. Well, they're dreaming of a 3rd game here, and I can't say I don't disagree with them. I would like a 3rd game as well, and I'm sure our commentary team would too. They are ready and waiting to bring you game number 2 in our 3rd series of the day, EG versus Thunderbirds.
It is time to get game 2 underway. Evil Geniuses going up against Thunderbirds EG. Sind, they're halfway there.
Yeah, they got 1 win out of 2. That's what you need in a best of 3 to advance. You need 2 wins.
Yes.
Simple calculus. Yeah.
This is why you get paid the big bucks.
However, I am a bit skeptical about this game. I don't particularly like EG's draft in this game. I think it's going to be a bit awkward for them to play. It seems a little bit halfway there.
Could you say they're living on a prayer?
I didn't have anything better than that for them. Whereas I really like Thunderbird's lineup. I think it's very nicely well-rounded, good amount of catch, good amount of laning, good amount of team fight. And when it comes to EG, I feel like there's a bit of pressure on them, in my opinion, in the early game to win this laning stage. Make use of the IO Treant to put some pressure, try to give Sumail a good start on his Queen of Pain, very snowball-reliant hero who was their last pick, but is kind of decently countered here. There's Primal Roar. I think Puck is a pretty good matchup against Quap overall, both in lane and in the game. Rubik, the free Blink Steal, the instant lift. The tools are there for Thunderbirds. So in this draft, I'm definitely favoring them. But EG, if they snowball it nicely, this could work. This is not the way you start a snowball, though.
No, when Crit just gets thrown back in by Telekinesis. Misery is the first man on the board, and Phoenix will take first blood.
Weehaw will take this rune and head in towards the middle. So Thunderbirds placing 4 heroes there. Now, generally, it has been common for the mid laner to take the other rune and let this rune go to the carry. But Puck is different because it can travel as far as it can with Illusory Orb. You can still get into mid in time to block the wave. It would be a similar logic if they had a Queen of Pain. He could have taken the rune, blinked in toward the mid. And nice idea for Thunderbirds. I think that worked out nicely, gave them the numbers advantage, and completely caught EG off guard. They were not ready for 4 heroes to be there.
Yeah. So this is the way you do it. When you don't have phase shift, the way to dodge Shadow Strike with Orb, but you still didn't do it.
So this is, in other words, not the way you do it.
No, no. This is not how we do it.
This is the way you try it. It's a bit awkward, though. You need to be fairly fast, because you don't want to just waste your orb, throw it when he's animation canceling or something. And
this top lane seems to be a little bit more difficult for Moon. Like, Crit's going to come in here. At least he doesn't have the Nature's Guise. He went for the leech seed at the very, very start to try and survive the gank, so we can't just zone him out that way.
Weehaw failed it again. He's actually losing a lot of mana and health here just from Shadow Strike engages. But you're right.
Like
top lane Moon.
Oh, he is so low. One more attack will do it. Arteezy with the range and the lead seed slowing him down.
No poor man, just Stout Shield. It's a different hero.
I suppose this is another way you can try and just win a lane. Okay, no, Zai tether out. Get back over to Universe. A fun combination. We were talking about this at the very, very start. The fact that EG, they've been really on point. Before this series, they banned out the Legion Commander in the first phase in every single game.
Yep.
And this time, well, they led through in game 1. And here in game number 2, they're taking themselves such great synergy with the IO with Press the Attack.
Yeah, it's just an extremely strong lane. Legion is strong enough already, and this extra bit of assistance helps a lot. We're going to go and contest this pull here, steal a bit of the experience away, and Zai will rotate over toward the rune. Looks like he will have it as well.
And he gets that, now only 50 gold away from his bottle. Oh, Sumail. He did not feel comfortable there either. He had to blink out and now burn the salve.
Destroying Weehaw in this lane.
3-2 to 11-5.
Sumail is...
Oh, hello. Speaking of destruction, Zai. Well, he actually won't be destroyed, but they will have to burn the shrine this early on.
This is just outclass in mid. I don't think this matchup is supposed to be this one-sided, but Sumail is so adept at playing this type of matchup. He has practiced this 100 times.
It might have also been different if he actually had phase shift Weehaw at the very, very start.
Absolutely.
He copped 2 Shadow Strikes. He didn't do any harassment into Sumail with the Orb to start with as well.
It definitely makes the matchup a bit different. But, that's a good point. That is true.
Yeah, but there is still other things going well for Thunderbirds. The fact that Resolution's getting really good farm. Your off lane is not doing that terrific as a Beastmaster, so he can kind of play catch-up a little bit later on. But he's actually not going for the Iron Talon. He's holding onto his boots for the moment. And every time I look at Moon, he's like below 10% of his HP.
The Talon's on the courier. I was wondering. I felt like he had very little gold.
Okay.
So it is coming here.
That makes sense.
I think it's the only way to go here. This lane is over for him. Troll is a hard matchup as it is, and then there's a Treant as well.
Maybe that's when we start seeing Iowa Treant get a little bit more aggressive. Chris still holding his second skill point, see if he needs to have Living Armor or Nature's Guise. Yep. But if he wants to get aggressive, we'll see that Q being leveled up pretty quick.
And so far, so good for EG in this game. As I said, I think they need to get off to a hot start in the
bottom lane.
Yeah.
They're actually diving forward. Misery, Icarus dive down. Universe wants to try and fight him, but Zai being tossed around like a ragdoll with a Living Armor. There it is. That's why you save the point. It keeps Zai alive. And now allows him just to bottle up Universe very safely back at their tier 1 tower with a full creep wave to farm as well.
EG are out-farming them really hard in this laning stage already. That is the strength of the Legion Commander, obviously. Being this strong in lane, they can utilize the IO to secure that, send the Treant top. I think their laning decisions here are very good. They had the option of trying to play an aggressive tri-lane with the Treant, but I think after that first blood, they just decided, you know what, it's not worth it. We can be fine as 2 down here. We send our Treant up, and it's for the greater good. This will give us a better benefit.
Well, the tree's actually starting his rotation now because the top lane's been so great. They know Arteezy can stand alone. He's about to finish up his phase boots. So anyone that comes to this top lane is basically dead. But Moon, I suppose he's had a rough game in game 1. In game 2, he's been asked to really struggle as well.
Yeah, this is not the easiest Beastmaster opening, but he's still got his level 4. It's not all too bad. I would be more concerned about the mid lane here if I was Thunderbirds. 11 CS to the 27 of Sumail. He forced Weehaw back to base once again. And there's been no assistance in mid. They haven't even tried. The kill potential of Thunderbirds in mid is also pretty weak.
Well, both Misery and Saxa kind of have to stay on this bottom lane. If they don't, then they don't ensure the farm onto Resolution, who hasn't been having the easiest of times on the bot lane.
Absolutely.
At least now he's finally got up to the Mystic Snake, but Universe is happy to get very aggressive against it. And with Resolution having the shield up, he already lost a little bit of his mana, so they don't have that bonus damage. Now in comes your tether from Zai. They want to keep these sprites moving forward, doing as much damage as they can, but it's still not enough.
Yeah, this is a problem of Medusa safe lane. The hero is just pretty weak in most cases, just because you have no slow, no stun. The Mystic Snake is difficult to land, especially against fast targets like a Legion Commander using overwhelming odds and the tether from Io. What are the chances that you actually get it to bounce? Very low. And EG are just taking full advantage of that and putting so much pressure here that they have to stay bottom with all these heroes. And essentially, it's just winning them the early game by the minute.
And Crit's already making his way towards the top lane. Arteezy wants to find Moon. Moon's trying to use his board to block out Artur, so he can't breach the tree line. The Hawk is also a little bit too far up, so it doesn't actually see Crit. And notice too, the Crit, Mr. Level 4 again, still holding that extra skill point. He's at a 0-1-3 at the moment. Not even wanting to have Nature's Guys to slip behind the lines.
Hasn't been useful yet. There's been no point, really.
Okay, so Resolution's gone home. We have forced back twice, or however many times now, and now you've actually managed to force the safe lane Medusa to go home. This is Universe having the time of his life. He's got a lot more CS than the Beastmaster, and this is all lane CS.
This is a bit quiet right now. In a way, it's quiet as far as kills go, but there's actually a lot of pressure being put in this bottom lane, but nothing is turning into kills. It's just slowly but steadily Evil Geniuses.
Top lane. Crit didn't get the punch off. He didn't get the stun onto Moon. So they won't have a kill from that. Maybe Universe, Resolution's looking at it, but Saxa doesn't have enough life.
They're not killing this Legion. They can't do it with 3. It's just not a possible kill.
Can
they catch the Wisp?
Can they at least catch Io? But then I suppose you got to press the attack, right?
It's still playable if they get something like this.
That helps.
That's pretty good.
Sprite's able to connect, but then Zai, press the attack, will take care of that.
If they got through there with a Phoenix Icarus dive and a little bit of a body block, that's a kill. But they didn't. Now Universe is
quick
going in again.
Universe really wants to get up in the face of these supports. Again, if he can force the supports to do this. Icarus dive away, but Universe has the movement speed. He's got the phase boots. Misery stuck around for just a second too long. It's brought him closer towards Universe, moving back to the tier 2 tower, but you've got the overwhelming odds available. Level 3 on that from Universe. Up against a defensive tri-lane is the perfect thing. Weeha wants to try and punish them. He TP'd in to help out, and now that rotation is a waste of time.
Great dive there from EG. A bit of a misstep from Misery. I think he misclicked and ran upward instead of downward, so he got close enough to the Legion that the salve could be broken. And now Misery has had enough of this bottom lane. Screw this. I'm going somewhere else.
He's headed top.
Yeah, Beast is 6, so there is kill potential here.
Well, they're looking at Crit for the moment. They don't actually have any vision, so Moon, okay, here comes the Hawk. And they'll see that Crit is a little bit lower. And Crit doesn't have any observer wards. If you actually look at the dire vision at the moment, it's purely around Sumail. They have that one observer ward in the mid lane and nothing else on the map. So the rest of it is just pure lane dominance. And they know it. They've got it. Okay, so here they go top lane. Smoke up Misery as well as Saxa. They're going to try and wrap around the side. Detection is going to be the key thing, which they don't have. They don't have Dust or Sentries. So if Crit is in under the cover of Nature's Guys, they don't get the kill, and the smoke is pointless.
They smoke toward. Now they're going mid.
All right.
I actually really like this move from them. They need to put some pressure on Sumail here, but this is not an easy kill.
Especially when Puck is back behind his tier 1.
No, they're turning back toward top again. They still don't have the best of idea where Crit is, and I think this move is actually just going to fail. Yep, okay, they're going bottom. They need to help.
Oh, bottom lane underneath the tower. Misery. Yes, Icarus dived himself out. The duel, however, will bring him straight back in again with the tether up. We have ourselves a winner, and the winner is Universe. Medusa shields are up, but more support is on the way. It's Puck. He's itching for a Dream Coil, but he'll have to orb himself. Oh, no, the Dream Coil. Well, that's a bit of a whoops, and he'll have to run away now. Evil Geniuses are still ready to fight. Arteezy rotated down. They got the numbers. They got the force.
So before this game started, when I said I didn't really favor EG's draft, said they needed to have a good early game, I think this is way more than I was expecting. Like, even if they were doing well, I didn't think they were going to do this well. They're building such a huge advantage already. 5,000 gold minute 10, and that's only with 3 kills and 0 towers. It's an absurd farm discrepancy that we have right now. It's just these Thunderbird supports don't have the best play potential. They don't have anywhere to go. They can't really gank the Queen of Pain. They can't really contest the Troll top. And meanwhile, they're being so pressured bottom that it's kind of like a checkmate right now where there's no way out. The hero that can bring them back in the game is Puck, but he got destroyed one-on-one.
Yep.
So what are you going to do? He just got absolutely manhandled by Sumail mid, probably the biggest individual mid lane performance just from a laning perspective we see in all tournaments. Sumail, he's playing some of the best laning I've seen in a long time, just from anyone.
He hit it perfectly. Oh, they dust and they find Crit, but Icarus dive forward, able to reveal him on the run through the trees. Raw's going to be committed with the Sunray, but that's a very tanky tree and protect that goes for the overgrowth and the leech. They bring in help. The duel is up. Universe plus 20 onto him. Crit will easily survive, and it's Thunderbirds. They're trying to make a play. They're trying to find something, but you can't even kill the support Treant, the man who gave first blood to the Thunderbirds. The only kill the Thunderbirds have, and they cannot kill him now.
They need damage.
You don't have it.
Well, you do if Puck joins. Once again, I feel like it's like the only option they really have is to incorporate Weeha in these ganks, but
they tried.
Yeah, well, that was a failure. That's kind of the short version of that. Is that just that this bottom play failed for them. Weeha's TP was long, so he didn't get in time. There could have been maybe a great Dream Coil there when they dove, but I don't know if he had TP on cooldown or if the other heroes TP before him at the beginning. But when you want to reinforce this bottom tower, if the enemy team is diving your Medusa, you TP the Puck first. He has all the turnaround potential in the world for you, and then you can bring in your support afterwards. He might have also just been in a bad position where he didn't feel comfortable TPing next to Queen of Pain or something like that. Then you can just get jumped and die. So,
well, here
tough times.
Oh, Puck. Weeha and Sumail battling for the runes, but it's Resolution on the run from Arteezy as well as Zai. No shields, no mana, no life, no hope. Ends up losing him, and because they're positioned, they can just rotate in towards Weeha. Weeha, he's silenced and tries to get aggressive against Sumail, but he's burnt all 3 abilities, now all up to the hillside. But Sumail, hot on the tail, easily able to follow the Puck. With no extra phase shift, with no control. This is too easy.
Thunderbirds are getting destroyed. Yeah, there's no need to sugarcoat it. They're actually just getting destroyed in this game right now.
Thunderbirds are definitely not going. Relocate up to top lane, and here we go again. Moon wants to run. All he can do is summon a ball, which just gives an extra little bit of money to Arteezy. He farmed them so heavily when he was laning against Moon, and now he just gets more. The top 3 net worths of EG, all three of the top 3 on the map. And maybe now, can they fight it with the silence, with the Dream Call? You've already lost Misery, and Weeha knows you cannot. You have to run, but the duel is up again. This is a slaughter.
Absolutely. This is probably the biggest stomp in the early game that we've seen all tournament, including the group stage. There's a 10,000 gold lead coming in now for Evil Geniuses, and man,
okay, how do you stem the bleeding?
They look scary
You're
right
now in triage. What the hell do you say to the doctor to get Thunderbirds back into the world of the living?
I think you have to try to group up some more heroes. Like, you need to use the Supernova and Dream Coil together and try to set up a type of fight. One way to do it is to set up with Beastmaster getting a roar and hoping that EG will relocate in. They have 2 choices. If you roar a guy and you start showing presence on that roar and try to kill him, they can either relocate and try to fight back or give them a kill. But that's at least something. If they try to fight back, that's where you can set up a great Dream Coil, Supernova, and maybe even a Stone Gaze. The difficult thing is getting all your heroes in position for this without EG noticing, because EG have very good aggressive wards, EG have all the lane pressure in the world, so they generally have a pretty good read on what's happening, and would you look at that? Another duel.
The wings get clipped of the Phoenix. Universe having a great time, and you got Crit just stalking the top lane as well. You can have sentry wards down, and they're hoping they'll find him, but it's Sasuke. Okay, here we go. Another relocate. It's just easy movement from Evil Geniuses. Another 2 heroes down. We're 1-1-1 on the board. Those ones are a little bit more lopsided towards EG, however. They do hit the 10k net worth now. 8,000 for experience.
Weeha is sitting on almost treads. with double null, minute 15. Blink is
Game changer.
extremely far away. The Resolution has had to go into a Midas. That might have been the plan from the beginning anyway, but it's kind of starting. Oh, bottom lane.
Yeah, they're going again. Resolution. Stone Gate has to be used offensively, but Samael doesn't care. Can blink forward. The only thing that's stopping him at the moment is his mana pool. He didn't have enough to keep fighting.
And, okay, so let's talk a bit about why this game got to this stage, because starting out, as I was saying, I like Thunderbird's draft a lot. The components in this game that are working overtime for EG are the IO and the Legion Commander. I feel like those are the absolute key parts. This dual lane together is extreme. It's so good against the enemy supports. And they've just been playing it extremely well. Top lane, Moon Meander.
Beastmaster
this is the bait, however.
This is what they have to do. The jump in, the silence, a three-man coil into the Nova. This is what Thunderbirds require. Troll Warlord will fall. Crit will go down as well. The blink away will get Samael out of range of the Nova, but Universe wants to fight. Duel is available. He'll get slowed down by the sprites with the orb damage. You actually have a very low Legion Commander, but with Zai's arrival, the regeneration, it does arrive. Misery is an unhealthy man. Sucks will die to the ball slap, and Misery starts his TP. They'll see him. One quick swing. Misery! Well, they needed something. That's a hallelujah TP.
This ends up being, I think, a 2-for-2 trade, but, you know, these kills are extremely valuable for Thunderbirds.
You see the swing.
It's a big win for them. Like, any kill trade-off right now will favor them massively with this comeback gold, and Resolution wasn't involved. So he gets a lot of free farm time, puts some pressure on the mid tower.
Let's watch it again. So this is the bait that you said. It had to be this. The Raw controls RTZ perfectly. The Nova, EG is just so busy with the fight, they cannot do anything about it. Samael was very, very lucky he was able to have that blink away in time.
Overwhelming odds from Universe here. So much damage coming out. Samael didn't have the mana for Sonic Wave here, else I think this is a full cleanup. But Misery at least gets out here for Thunderbirds. So still, EG with a big advantage. That was a bit of sign of life here from Thunderbirds. We're going to need more than this from them, however.
Yeah, they need
and
a lot more.
Again, it has to be centered around the Puck and Phoenix. They are the heroes that need to set up these fights for them. That was a bit of the right stuff.
I suppose Puck at least can now think about having the blink tag, because that instant jump would have made that fight maybe a little cleaner, or at least make it so if you don't have that exact situation, which was 3 heroes walking in from EG while you were perfectly smoked through the tree line, that you could close the distance that way. Now Weehan needs the blink dagger to do the same thing. Moon needs to progress in his items. Look for the higher levels of the Necrobook. Get a little bit of burn to work. We've seen Samael already having a bit of a mana crisis in the fights to get the full cleanup. That's where Necrobook can help out.
I also think Necrobook is a nice item against IO. Just put the book on the IO so he can't heal. Just keep it busy and force IO out of the fight. I once again still think the IO is the key component in EG's draft so far, just winning the laning stage as hard as they have. And I think this hero has been banned quite a bit against EG as well in this tournament. I seem to remember that has been one of the targeted bans of different opponents. And this game is definitely showing why. So early dominance from EG has continued. Now we're reaching this mid-game stage where this lane dominance can't really continue in the same way, so EG will probably want to look for plays. Ideally, Treant sets them up with just Nature's Guides into Overgrowth with Relocates, easy pickings for the duel damage. By the way, Universe has won 5 duels with level 1 duel. That's pretty exceptional, actually. Most of the time we see 2 or 3, and then you reach level 12. But it's been very active.
I can tell you about the IO. It was actually banned out in the first phase by every team that faced EG until Invictus Gaming. And the 2 times it didn't ban it out, it was picked once by EG, which the EG lost, and then it was completely untouched in the 3rd game. And IG also won that game.
Yeah. Well, this game is a good showcasing of what the hero can do in the right hands and against the right hands. It's like both of the things give them a really nice IO game. And they first phased it. Yep. So Thunderbirds knew going into this what they were up against. And maybe they were thinking something along the lines of what I was, that they could deal with this laning and it would be all right, but they've been pressured way too hard.
But things have slowed down. Like, okay, Thunderbirds get themselves a good fight up on top. Resolution's running this catch-up Midas. He's building up and getting stronger and stronger and stronger. Obviously, EG still have a lot to work with, but they're giving time for Thunderbirds to reach some of these critical items which will help them in the team fight.
Yeah, finally Puck's Blink is about to come out. 200 gold. I think this might be one of Weehat's worst blink timings of all time on his Puck. Generally
taking
very
longer than 20 minutes.
Oh, he's getting it now. He sold a null to get it now, and that shows to me that Thunderbirds want to fight right now. So the Blink Dagger is arriving. They are already grouped up around the top area. However, this really well-placed ward, yeah. this is another way of doing it. You try to just man-fight EG and believe that you have the better execution with this blink surprise.
But they're not ready yet. Like, Misery isn't involved in this engagement. You can still relocate in both Sumail and Zai. So while Misery is doing the defense of this, EG will have the numbers.
Yeah, Thunderbirds thought twice about it, went back. Now Weeha has an Invisrin, so Thunderbirds with a potential play there. Might see him move toward the bottom area, actually. It is being drawn just now by Saksa, that there is a potential play here if they move down.
I think they also understand they still need all this farm. Like, you've got Misery building into his hand of Midas. Everyone is in recovery mode.
Yep. Oh, he's actually pretty close to it. Yeah. This is still not a done game.
No.
If EG have one bad team fight, the game can swing back to like the 5K mark or maybe even less.
I'm wondering if Misery has also been given the space so he can get his gold income to 150 gold per minute, if you want to take that with a negative 20 respawn time. How to get money on it.
I think very rarely whether you take the Fire Spirit damage, it is a really high amount, but the GPM is also extreme. Level 15 talent, 150 GPM is the best GPM talent in the game, bar Pucks on 25, I guess. So, really wants to get his hands on that.
Don't know if Weeha's ever going to go the plus 420 gold per minute.
I think he would love to in this game. He has some gold to catch up to.
The meme talent
Yep.
over having the illusionary orb distance and speed.
Yeah, it's picked up almost every time. I think the illusory orb talent used to be 100% and then it got nerfed to 75. It's still really good and really cool, but, you know, you're holding it up against getting 7 gold per second. That's pretty crazy. It's 1 CS, what's that? 1 CS every 7 seconds for free. It's pretty absurd.
They just saw crit coming in. The Observe Ward was able to detect it. They'll also see, actually no, they won't see Legion Commander. She's under the cover of a fresh Shadow Blade. So Blink, Armlet, and Shadow Blade. The TP.
Oh, missed it.
Crit misses the Overgrowth. Now they're looking for Resolution. Universe can't close the distance. And in fact, Stone Gaze. Very, very defensive there from Medusa. Want to survive. They do see the relocate. The Hawk is able to see it, so Moon is moving over. They can potentially kill up the Io. Sumail's in the neighborhood, and he actually gives a Lincoln Sphere protection to Zai. Moon can't go on him, and the duel, it wraps up the Rubik, not to mention the overwhelming odds. Universe, he's a Mack truck, just putting tire marks all over Moon's face. A triple kill for this plus 64 damage Legion Commander.
Excellent execution from EG here. That was pretty much the perfect play. The Lincoln's placement right before they wanted to roar. Universe getting in so much damage. He is extremely farmed on this Legion Commander.
Okay, Weeha, do you really want to do this? Roshan is starting. The Hawk will give them the vision inside the pit. Weeha, he's going to go YOLO. The jump in, the orb out, and he actually doesn't get it. He'll actually go down. Arteezy,
he got bashed.
with the help of Sumail, will find the kill. It was actually a first hit bash from Arteezy.
I think so, yeah. First or second hit.
Oh, I'd love to see that again in massive slow motion so we can see exactly what happened, but the EG, they just...
Oh,
you knew you had to go for something more, and they just did. The Rubik will die again. And they may get more. Resolution's trying to retreat on bottom lane because you don't have the duel. It just got used. But it's still plus 78 damage 23 minutes in on a Legion.
With how this game is going now, like this last fight plus Roche pretty much puts EG in a position where, the way I look at it, they can't really lose this game in any other way than messing up on the high ground. Once again, this play top that Thunderbirds were looking for, I think Puck wasn't there. And
here we go.
It just doesn't work.
Let's see how just close it was. Weeha. It's the right idea. All behind, blink in, and then grab the Aegis.
Let's see here. Blink.
It's the silence and then first hit bash.
Yeah.
I had to, boys. I had to.
I think you were saying, of course he bashed. That looked more like what... That's also what we could expect.
He may have not even been...
Oh, come on, man. My game's hard enough. Why you got to be lucky as well?
And that's like Arteezy. Wait, I just bashed someone? I was only clicking to get the Aegis.
Oh, nice.
It's right. It was exactly on the same position.
Okay, so let's look over the options here for EG. They can look to push the high ground of this Aegis. If they do so, it's very important that Io is in a good position to relocate out because Thunderbirds, even being behind 20,000 gold, can still win a fight. Their team fight is really, really good if they get off a good coil into Phoenix Ultimate. Even on just 2 heroes, that can be enough to set them up a successful fight. So EG still need to be on their toes and can't just cruise toward victory here. Oh, crit.
Crit. He comes onto the sentry wall, but it may not matter. Samael, Arteezy, Zai, hello.
Okay.
And goodbye, Weeha. He wanted a little bit of space. Arteezy feels someone's there. He was so close to hitting Weeha. The orbs will fly. He gets hit by the balls of Zai. Weeha still has his TP available. He's going to blink in deeper. He'll want to creep skip one more time at least, if possible.
Yep. Oh, bottom area, Arteezy Shadow Bladed up. They do have relocate available.
Puck's coming in. He actually TP'd in towards the shrine, so Arteezy has no mana at the moment. So he runs forward. So now you can just Dream Call and try and kill him off if you want to. The silences, the slows, it should be enough to kill him. And now, okay, Fabot will do it. The Aegis Immortal is gone, but look at Universe's position. He jumps in behind. He looks for Moon Leander. He's going to mop him up easily inside the duel. And a pause for a moment. Puppy on the phone. As Zai has broken his keyboard.
Zai keyboard bork.
He balked it.
So rare. Keyboard 18 working. So that's 3 players with a broken keyboard in the same pause. That's really unfortunate for EG.
Someone spilled their beverage. Obviously, all that monster just spilled over the EG keyboards and destroyed everything they had.
Crits worked. He just had caps lock on. That's not too bad.
Oh boy, but this position in the fight, you can see it right here. Arteezy, so the Dream Call is being used. Crit still has overgrowth into this fight. So we can lock down all 3 of them, but Misery, ready to dive forward, ready to potentially Sunray. But you also have Universe behind him. 90, like, look at the damage the Legion Commander is pumping out. 134 plus 212 when that armor is toggled on. Not to mention the fact he's got 25 armor.
Universe is an absolute monster this game. It's like the strongest Legion we've had all tournament for sure at this point in the game. Now, this fight is still playable for Thunderbirds. They have the Stone Gaze still channeling. Phoenix has not used ultimate yet, and it is level 2. They have the Necrobook running. The lift is ready for Rubik. This is actually a potential kill on Arteezy.
That is the ultimate. Why? In mid-pause from Crit.
So, okay, yeah. This is, obviously, it's unfortunate that this happened. So this is when the teams can start mapping out and planning out how they want to take this fight. So Queen of Pain is top, has a TP, Arcane Rune, and Orchid ready, so he will TP on the Shrine for sure to try and assist Arteezy.
And the Sonic Wave's going to hit pretty hard too.
So the only reason we're really in this position is that Arteezy kind of threw the Aegis away, I feel like, with just over-aggression moving down.
I like he's trying to bait them into a fight.
Yeah, it looked like the idea was, okay, I have Diffusal, I will run into Diffusal someone, start hitting them, the enemy team will turn and fight me, and then I can relocate my teammates in. But that will still have been a 3-on-5 on enemy turf, so not the ideal fight for them. And now this could turn into a big kill. Yep. This Arteezy troll has had a death, so I don't think his streak is that big. The biggest kill on the map is honestly the Legion right now for
He's
the
sitting
Radiant.
at 905. Samel is 505. And then, like, Arteezy, yeah, he's only got 4 kills. He's got 13 assists. He's got more assists than the IO. And this is on your 1 position.
Yep.
That's a lot of work coming in from the Troll Warlord.
Battle Trance is one hell of a drug.
If they actually get rid of the
Does that count as an assist?
you got a sentry on Saxa. Because Arteezy Shadowblade comes off cooldown in 1 second time. But the Necros are still on top of him.
It's not Necro 3. They need to place a sentry.
They actually have to use a sentry ward. Now in comes the jump to pick up on the Tree and Protector. The Nova, it's down, but Arteezy focuses it with a Sonic Wave to damage the rune. They have to stand here, Thunderbirds. The damage is too much. Resolution's out of shield. They'll lose 4 heroes. All the reinforcements arrive, and Weeha run the other direction. That'll work. Go up north. They'll never expect that. You go beyond the wall, away from EG. Okay, maybe Samal expected it. All 5 heroes. It's a full wipe. Thunderbirds have lost everything. We actually breach past the 3-2-2 to 3-2-4. And EG, with a relocate up, they look to do the damage. The first lane of Rags, 26 minutes in. No buybacks available for Thunderbirds. And even if they did, the ultimates just aren't there.
And the pressure's going to continue mid here. This is one of the absolutely most perfect games we've seen played the whole tournament. EG are looking really scary going into the next round. I thought this matchup was going to be pretty close and that maybe Thunderbirds were even slight favorites, or at least, you know, that we had some really close games. This is just a total beatdown.
And the Thunderbirds, fresh to their name, but evil geniuses, they are making mincemeat of them. The quick runaway. They've done the damage. A lane and a half of Rags. And what do you even do if you're Thunderbirds? You're holding on because you know if you lose this, you're out of the major. And what a rough matchup as well for the first round. That's a big thing. This could have easily been like a grand final matchup just with the brands, just what we were expecting. But EG, now they make it look like the first qualifier game.
It's a bit rough.
Yeah.
But yeah, kind of.
It's hard to go against it.
Okay, so again, like, this is just a game gone wrong for Thunderbirds. Unfortunately, you don't really have space for that in a single elim format.
Yeah.
I don't think this game really does the team justice. I think they're way better than what they're showing here, and actually also better than they showed in game 1. In this game, multiple things went wrong. Their safe lane got outplayed. Weeha got really outplayed in mid. They all lost all 3 lanes. Arguably, you know, as I've said multiple times, love the Thunderbirds draft, but seeing it play out, they definitely have a weakness they need to overcome in the early game, and the way of doing it, they have to rely on their mid and their off laner to do the pulling, but they both lost. So there was really nothing for Thunderbirds to fall back on and draw from, and that's why they're finding 3 kills in a 30-minute game. There's absolutely nothing. Have they taken a tower? They got 1 tower. They got the top tower earlier.
Yeah, and that was when EG were looking for a trade-off, looking for a fight. And EG are coming in to try and put the last nail in the coffin. And I will agree with you, Thunderbirds, they are a fantastic team. We all expected more from them. That's what makes this such a shock that EG are just so superior in the game. But it is the snowball problem. EG just have the momentum. It's the second Queen of Pain from Sumail. We're just looking to win a game in just over 30 minutes. He's had a fantastic laning phase. The puck can't do anything. Moon has just been restricted to the Sin Bin for most of this game. And they're coming out. They know they have to do something, and this may be the last roll of the dice for Thunderbirds. Smoke up, look for a fight. Roshan's still away from spawn time, and they should know that. But they're hoping they just find somebody out of position. But EG, right now they're in a love circle. Everyone hold hands, and together they will actually smoke into the middle of the fight. Where's that jump? The smoke will break on Sumail, so they know exactly where Thunderbirds are. And EG, they're wrapping around. A nice observer ward from Thunderbirds, but they won't see through the smoke. They will see that IO in a second.
All right, how many hits do you think Universe is going to need to win this duel? I'm taking bets here. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, I'm over. The Sonic Wave will try and help out us against the Medusa, the biggest target. The Dream Coil is down, but there's just no follow-up without the Medusa. Thunderbirds, they're losing everything under their shrine, and GG, well played. It won't even take the half-hour mark. And Evil Geniuses will 2-0 through into the quarterfinals. What a performance. For 2-0 through into the quarterfinals.
Yep. Sorry, that might have been a little loud. My apologies.
What a performance. What a laning phase. What a
There's not much else to say. I mean, in a way, this game is explaining itself, and we had plenty of time during the game to talk about what the problems were, so I feel like we've kind of got it covered already. I think what we should talk about maybe is looking forward. In a way, this Evil Geniuses team seems to be catching, seems to be hitting some serious stride right now. Easy second game for them.
Well, they needed to have this kind of confidence. The winner of the next match, like a lot of people will probably be predicting, is Team Secret, a team who have looked flawless through this tournament. If EG take this kind of bravado into that quarterfinal against either Team Secret or SG, if SG beat Team Secret, then they're obviously still going to be in for a big fight. But, man, EG, they have really proven that they are contenders on this stage.
This is championship level play. If you can play the game like this, you are a team that can make top 4, top 2, or win the whole thing for sure. Like this level of play is totally different from what we saw from EG in the group stage. And as per usual, that's how Evil Geniuses work. So fortunately, they got ready for the playoffs.
Yeah, and it was even beautiful because it was backed by a wonderful draft. It was said in the introduction of the EG video that we got to watch twice. Like, if Crit
I was a hater.
Yeah, if Crit can win the draft, then maybe it's going to be great. And they really did. So Thunderbirds, nothing against them. They still performed well. EG, well-rounded play, well-rounded draft, great performance, and a very well-deserved 2-0 victory.
Thank you very much, Toby. Yes, congratulations to EG. In fine form they are in the round of 16, and perhaps putting a marker down as one of the favourites for the title. Let's break down our second match. Back with our panel once more. Malini's here, Teeman, and Gods. We'll start with you, Gods. Super impressive from EG as a series as a whole, not just the second game.
They just dominated their entire lanes. I think why when I saw the draft, I'm like, damn, I think EG have this. There's no way they lose their lanes. The mid lane may be a slightly even matchup in terms of heroes, but Sumail just styled all over Wii. Completely dominated that Queen of Pain versus Puck matchup. I think it was maybe a bit imbalanced because he had the Treant Living Armor kind of to back him up, so it wasn't like obviously a pure 1v1. Off lane, though, was I think where things went really bad. for, well, Thunderbirds safe lane, the EG off lane. The Legion Commander plus Ire just destroyed Thunderbirds. 2v3, 1v2, whatever it was at various points. So Ire roaming around. The entire early game was just dominated by EG there.
Yeah, fantastic performance. Steven, what did you make of it?
I mean, EG just turned it up, right? I don't even know what else to say about their performance.
I mean, that's a sign of a championship winning team,
right?
isn't it?
Like now, after watching the groups and watching EG on the main stage, you're like, wait, is this the same team? Did they change players? Like, what happened, right? But the biggest thing is like, I'm quite disappointed in Thunderbirds. Actually, I thought they would also turn it up for this big match.
Yeah, very subpar, wasn't it, Ben?
I presume they're looking for a sponsor right now, and it's hard to sell. Yeah, we got tied for last place at the last major, and the last time we won a tournament was, when was it, December?
Genting.
Yeah, that was
January.
January. Yeah, that's a while ago, and they haven't really played anything since then. They even failed to qualify for some of the bigger lands, let alone place. So I was like, okay, this is the event that they need to do well. Their team, their like kind of team list, sponsor list is like, okay, they need a good result right now. I thought that it would drive them to do pretty well. At the same time, it is a really tough first round.
It was a very tough first round.
If we look at
MVP for this particular game?
Tougher one.
Yeah, slightly harder than
I would
the
personally
Samao
say
in the first one.
Universe, I think, was to me the stand-up player. Just seeing how much damage he was doing in some of those fights was really impressive. I don't know what you guys think, but I mean, everyone did their job.
Yeah, totally. Like Universe was hitting like a truck the entire game. I just saw him walk up to a Rubik, slapped him once, and he just fell over.
Yeah, I think he slapped him off the map.
Yeah,
not about that, but yeah, great performance by Universe yet again, and a great performance by EG. Let's just sum it up, Gods, in terms of the whole tournament. I've already said to Steven, maybe that's championship-winning form. That puts them in the mix, doesn't it?
The way they played, absolutely. I think Thunderbirds didn't show their A game today, which is where, I mean, EG are going to be meeting tougher opposition moving forward, but the way they played was so incredibly convincing. I'd put them like alongside VP as probably the teams looking like they're playing the most dominant Dota right now. I think there's still question marks around OG, IG, like they're winning, but they're not really playing at their best, but EG is, they're phenomenal.
Okay, we'll get more from Melini and Teven in just a moment, but Crit is waiting for an interview with Shiva right now in the arena.
Here with a Crit from EG. Crit, congratulations on the very convincing series just now against Thunderbirds. First question, first game you last picked Storm Spirit, and it was an amazing Storm Spirit game. And I'm wondering, why was that such an amazing Storm Spirit game?
For us, when we pick Storm, it's sort of a Sumail thing. So I will ask him before I pick it. If I think it's a good Storm game, I will still ask him, even if I think it's like really good. And if he thinks it's good, then I'll probably pick it because he's like the best in the world on that hero. And the other teams, when they see Storm, they're nervous, you know. So for us, it was just like a really good hero to pick in that situation because I liked it and Sumail liked it, and then
a little bit of a fear factor in there as well.
I mean, sure, it's nice to have like a hero like that coming out in the first game for us because other teams will be scared of it coming in to the next games.
All right, and then in the first game as well, you banned out the Beastmaster first phase. Second game comes around, you let it through. They first pick it. I mean, Thunderbirds is a very impressive win rate with Beastmaster. What made you decide to let it through?
So Thunderbirds is one of the teams we scrimped the most in our bootcamp, and we knew that they're a super good team. One of the teams we were probably respecting the most coming into this tournament. And it was obviously hard for me because there was a lot of different options. What do we want to give them when they first pick? Obviously, they're going to get something they like, and what kind of trait will we get for it? So in the first game, when we had first pick, I decided that it was better just to ban the Beast and get off to a good start because we respected the hero for them. And then game two, we felt a bit like we could play against it, we could give it a go, and then that was just it pretty much.
It worked out great because that second game was a little bit one-sided. Were you expecting it to be as one-sided as it was?
I mean, I wasn't expecting it. I would say after the draft, I had a good feeling about it, but they had a draft that they were super comfortable with as well, and it was hard for me to see what was going to happen. They had some strong points in their draft, and they liked playing that, so I wouldn't say I expected it, but I was feeling good about our draft.
Now, normally a question I'm asking is Secret versus SG. Who do you think you're going to phase? I said I wasn't going to ask you that question because I thought you were going to say Secret.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would say Secret if I was saying like who I think we were gonna play, but I think I'm gonna be cheering for SG. I like those guys a lot. We play against them all the time on the NA servers, and they're just nice guys, and I want them to do well. So an upset for them would be like mean the world, and I think it would just be nice.
All right, well, we're going to find out in our next series. Thank you for taking the time to talk to me. Have a good evening, and it's back to the panel.
Yeah, I think nice to cheer on his South American friends, but also perhaps for a slightly easier game in the quarterfinals. But nevertheless, that last game will be coming up, of course, Secret versus SG. 1 versus 16 in terms of seeds, but who knows in this tournament. Congratulations to Crit. We're going to get our final thoughts from Malini and Teven. Malini?
I think EG did very well in this series, and I also think a lot of it has to do with DAC as well. Like the top 2 teams, IG and OG, actually don't look so hot right now, and the teams
they look human, don't they?
Yeah,
look beatable.
And there's a lot of teams that weren't at DAC that have or didn't perform that well. I would say EG underperformed. Secret wasn't even there. VP wasn't even there, and they all look really, really good in this tournament. So that's kind of interesting.
It's getting harder to pick a winner now, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. We got like your VP, OG, EG. They're really turning it up for sure coming into the playoffs, and we can see how they're so experienced in this kind of environment. Really impressed by their play.
Looking very good. Thank you very much, all three of you. We are, of course, looking forward to our 4th and final series tonight. It will be Secret versus SG. It will be coming out relatively shortly. Of course, we're going to get players out onto stage and get into our first draft. A lot to come before that, though. We'll preview the game, of course, as well. First up, though, let's check back in with the magic magician of the major.
Hey guys, I'm here with SGE, the new team coming into the majors for the first time. We got Cat. How's it going, buddy?
I'm doing fine.
All right. And King RD. What's up, pal?
I'm so happy to stay here.
Oh, yeah? You happy? You good? Well, this guy, what's up? You seem a little nervous, man. This is the major, probably the biggest event of your career so far. You feeling okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, all right. I can tell you got a little nerves on you, so we're going to fix that up. I brought you guys to a spa here today to let you relax, let you get ready for this event. But not only that, I thought I'd hook you up with some mentors, some guys who have already seen it, been through the worst and the most stressful thing, to give some tips on how to survive in a major, the gurus of relaxation.
Yo, what up, guys? What's up, man? How you doing?
All right.
Hey, guys, welcome to the major. Yo, what's up, dude?
Okay, gentlemen, we're gonna go get some massages. We're gonna go get some work done. Let's get you de-stressed here at Kiev. It's a pretty good, Cat. Nice and relaxing. Feeling all right?
Yes.
So, Kat, what are you most concerned about coming into this major? It's a big deal. Do you feel like the team's ready? Is there anything you're particularly nervous about at all?
I think that we're ready, but there are still some issues to work out. But I don't know. I think that we're going to surprise everyone.
Crit, I think you need some advice, man. What do you do in an event like this? How do you make sure that the stress doesn't get to you? You perform really well.
Well, you know, I've been to a couple of majors now, and there's been some of them where we had a rough group stage, and you know, you gotta like stay strong, and usually like having a rough group stage can mean that you have a better main stage run. So just learn from your mistakes and like progress to the tournament.
Yeah. Stay strong, relax, learn from your mistakes, right? That doesn't sound too hard, right, buddy?
No.
All right, everything's gonna be great. Thank you. Let's check in with our other boys across the hall. So, my friend, here we are at the major. Beautiful nails, beautiful times.
Thank you.
Tell me about things, right? Do you have any concerns at all? I mean, it's a big event. Does it feel like it's weighing down at you at all?
It's first time here. It's really hard to win summer's game with the big teams.
Do you feel pressure at home? Like a lot of fans looking out for you guys to win?
It's really hard. But I will try my best with my team.
Yeah. Well, it seems like it's not affecting you too much. You seem pretty confident. All right. Let's talk to the expert here, man. How do you deal with stress? I mean, you've been to a lot of these big events. Give them some advice.
Yeah, help me, dude.
Look, man, I don't know, dude. This is my 7th massage today. Every time I tell my team I'm going to the bathroom, man, I'm going to a massage. So don't tell anyone, man. No one knows this. I don't know anything, man. You're on your own.
Okay, Gigi, you know, don't worry about him. He's nice and calm. Don't worry about it. It's not as stressful as you think. A few deep breaths.
Be careful, man. The crowd, man.
Okay, he needs to leave. All right, it's fine. Just ignore him, all right? Everything's gonna be just fine. Relax. Jesus. All right, so there we go. Spa's over. You guys feeling a little better?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I can tell. It's all just faded away. You look like you're ready to go ham, dude. Guys, thank you so much. You might want to get back in there, dude. You all right?
Shortly after this, I'll be heading there to the bathroom.
Okay, yes, indeed. Well, anyway, gentlemen, thank you. I hope you're feeling relaxed. You guys ready to go kick some ass? Maybe destroy evil geniuses, huh? You all relaxed?
Maybe.
Yeah, all right.
What?
No, don't worry about it. Okay, thank you, guys. Feeling good. Off you go. Be free. Thank you. And welcome back to the Kiev Major and the final series of the round of 16. We have 7 teams through to the quarterfinals. Just one more to find before we find out our top 8 here at the Kiev Major. It is the big one as far as Secret are concerned. Top seeds coming into this from the group stages against the Brazilian team SG Esports in a major for the very first time. And we'll start off with SG Esports. We've had a slight change to our panel members. Welcome back to Fogged, who's replaced Malini. Otherwise, we have Steven and Gods with us. Fogged, let's talk about the Brazilian team. It's a fantastic achievement for this South American team to even reach here, having come through difficult qualifiers. They weren't necessarily the favourites in those qualifiers either.
No, they weren't, but they did. I mean, they proved it. They came here. They took a game off OG. I mean, I'm praying for the underdogs right now. I mean, that'll be a huge upset if they do make it.
Great start to the tournament, isn't it? They kind of fallen off a little bit, as it were, and kind of lost some of that momentum. But you see them open up against OG, and they take a game, and you think, oh, wow, we kind of expected they might get a bit bullied at times with some of the big teams here. But when you can take a game off the champions from Boston Major, that says a lot.
They have a unique style, which can definitely throw off some teams. I'm not sure if it's going to work versus Secret so much because of how dominant they look, but we can hope for the best.
Yeah, who knows? You've had a few times on underdog teams. How do you approach it mentally?
You just got to see that the enemy is in the same situation as you're in. Like, you can't just go in there and be like, oh yeah, all the pressure's on us, we gotta like perform or everything's going to no. You're both in the same situation. If either of you lose, you're gonna get knocked out. That's all you gotta keep in mind. And just play your regular game. Like, you need to prepare. That's the most key point that any team needs to be able to go to the next level. So As long as you do that, I think you're fine.
Okay, Gods, often you hear teams that are like this who are new to big tournaments, new to majors, it's often said, well, it's great experience, but they don't care about experience, right? They want to do well, don't they?
Absolutely. Wanting to do well and actually beating Team Secret, two very different things. But yeah, they're not going into this match thinking, let's just count our blessings and be happy that we're here. You can go out and just play our best. They want to win. So I'm sure they've been preparing for this match. They've had a few days off. They're going to be looking and studying Secret's games because of how well Secret played. And a lot of teams are copying Team Secret as far as the draft, the meta goes. And I think SG Esports have to be thinking, how do we play against that?
Let's take a look at SG Esports. To look at Team Secret's lineup, having already talked about SG Esports. It is a world-class lineup. I think back to 13, 14 months ago, the core of this team were part of the winning team that won the Shanghai Major, the only other team to have won a major outside of TI other than OG, and led by one of the most legendary captains in history as well, it has to be said. The man has won 103 games at Valve events, which is a record, and immediately looks to try and make that more here.
Impressive. I think he might be able to win a couple more versus SG. I think that they've been looking really well with the way they're drafting. I think we may see them maybe try some different strategies. I think that they're probably going to respond. I think they're still going to show a little bit of respect, though, to these guys because it's, if you lose, you're out. It's best of 3, though, so maybe in the first game they may be able to have like a little bit of cushion to try a couple things out, but then afterwards I think we might just see same Secret, just similar strategies that they've been running with like the Crystal Maiden and big team fights.
Difficult very quickly before we cross across. You've got about 5 seconds. In one word, why is this so difficult being the favourites?
Everyone's gunning for you. Team Secret looks like the team to beat right now after that group stage.
Everyone watches you.
Yeah. Okay. We're going to get more from all 3 of you in just a moment, but we are going to cross across to the arena now because we do have the entrance of both teams, SG Esports and Team Secret.
It's been a long road to recovery. But at last, this major winning organization is back in business. Under the leadership of Puppy, the first captain in history to win both a TI and a major. This squad blazed through the EU regionals to earn their place amongst the best in the world. And the stage is set for a glorious comeback. Welcome on stage, Team Secret. As the first ever Brazilian team to participate in a Valve Major, this squad, led by C4T, has already made history. But they are not here to make up the numbers. They are here to make a statement. Thanks to the explosive talents of HFN, they were crowned winners of the South American Regionals. And now, it's time to show the world what they can do. Welcome on stage, SG Esports.
at a major for the first time on the main stage. SG Esports go head-to-head with Team Secret, a team, as we said earlier, who already have a major championships to their name. One of those players was Pylai Dai. He was the MVP of Shanghai some 15 months ago, and he was talking to Shiva just after the group stage ended.
Now I'm going to take you back to before the Boston Major qualifiers. It was a really rough time for you guys. You looked so strong, and unfortunately didn't manage to qualify for that one. Can you talk to me about what that period was like for you?
So the invites were pretty unclear from what I remember. So we tried a hard push to get invited. There were some online tournaments played before and some one online qualifier, I believe. So we had some pretty good strategies which we pulled out, and we won every match. And then we were just hoping to get invited. And I think we were like really close, but then we did not get invited, and we were sent to the qualifier. And like that was, step one. It was like, wish we were invited. And then there was a small patch, and like a lot of the things we did got nerfed slightly. People had seen it too, and then we had to play the qualifier. It started out good, I think. We went 5 or 6-0. We were playing well. And then we had our first loss versus Alliance, I believe. And they were already out. Like, they obviously didn't care. They played some stupid stuff. And they beat us. And like that, then it started, like the feelings in the team, like it got weird.
Yeah.
Like it got quiet, kind of. And then we finished out like 2-2 after that, or 1-2 or something. And and then basically we played the next day, and we just get knocked out, like, straight up. From I think we got. I don't think we played a single good game in the playoff. That's what I remember.
I remember great games from the playoffs. That's my memories of them.
No,
Amazing Dota.
not from us though, I believe.
From both? From all 4 teams? There were 4 teams.
It didn't feel good to play
Okay,
them. That's what I'm saying.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, and then straight after the qualifiers, like almost in the middle of the qualifier, like Forev leaves the team. Like in the basically when the last series is over, Forev's like, yeah, I'm done. I'm not gonna play here anymore. So okay.
All right.
And
that's rough because you had I believe you had a LAN quite fast after that as well.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Just a week or two after, and because already before that I had to convince Forev to stay in the team. It was sometime after MDL, which was connected to the Envy blog, I think, like that. Plus, but that it wasn't. I don't think that was the like real thing.
Okay.
He's a very jittery person sometimes when it comes to this stuff.
All right.
And then so I convinced him, like, please, like, don't go back to MVP. Stay here. Like, we can be really good. But then, like, it was. I guess he just felt that it wasn't gonna work out.
So then you have 2 weeks to find a replacement before you go to LAN.
Yeah.
How do you look?
No, like we lose, and then a couple of hours go by, and then like Puppy wandering around talking to everyone, and talks to me, and it's like, yeah, I'm thinking there was. We're considering. I think it's called 33. The guy who played in Kaipi. I played with him a bit.
Okay.
I don't want to say his real nickname because it's weird, but it was him, Kesu. He brought up Kesu.
Yeah.
And I supported it. Like everyone was a little unsure, of course, because like it's not a guy. Like it's not a guy we've been like looking at. Like when you see a game, like, oh, I'm gonna watch his player perspective or anything. But like we all thought his attitude was really good, so we decided to pick him up.
Okay. Well, obviously you're here, so it ended up working out, but it took a while to get to this stage. There was a period of a couple of tournaments, 3 months or so, that it was a little bit shaky for you.
Yeah. I guess it comes down to not being serious enough, really.
Okay.
Like we're all serious, but when we get in a game, we all want to win real bad. But the way we put ourselves is like we're not in a good situation to win ever, because we like it's just Puppy is a bit on an island. It's how it turns out. Like when we're drafting,
Okay.
and then like it gets weird. Like we don't know what heroes we want. Like if everyone kind of wants different things, we don't have a comprehensive idea of what's going on, and then we draft, and then like we lose. That's just how it is.
And then there's one tournament, obviously, that everybody really wants to be on the same page for, Kiev Major.
Yeah.
Kiev Major qualifiers come closer. You end up boot camping in James Too Good Harding's house. How did that came to be?
Like we couldn't boot camp in Turkey anymore. I think like the house was getting too expensive or something like that. But basically, we needed fast a place to boot camp, like
short term,
hopefully cheaper than renting a house. So I think James, I think Matt asked him, and he said, all right, I'll do you this one favor, and so we were invited there, and we sat in his, not a basement, but like the bottom part of the
house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, it was good.
I mean, you won, so it definitely was good. Can you tell me what that was like, winning the qualifiers like that in that setting?
No, it was fun. I won one qualifier before. I won the TI qualifier. It doesn't really, I don't want to, it was fun to be there. James is a cool guy and stuff, but it's about to win, and especially now when it's only one team that gets to go through.
Yeah.
And everyone was, we were unsure about us, how good we were, and obviously everyone who watched was, didn't know either.
Yeah. Were you more relieved or happy when you won?
Relieved, I believe.
Yeah.
I was happy for maybe 10 minutes, I think.
And then over with.
Yeah, exactly.
Made it indeed. Over the last few months, the result of Secret not doing all too well might have caused that Secret, in a lot of people's eyes, may have flying under the radar a little bit forgotten, perhaps. You feel like that gives you a bit of an edge?
Yeah, probably. No, it has to. I want to say it doesn't, but it was the same for Shanghai. No one really cared about us, and then we came in and we won it. So it's the same kind of feeling here. I don't know why it is though. Maybe it's because some teams don't want to scrim you when you're really good. They scrim you differently.
Everybody focuses on you when you are really good.
Maybe it's something like that, because it seems to be true, but I don't know why.
Because you were underdog, sure, for the last couple of months.
Yeah.
But before that, everybody was looking at Secret. You joined after TI5. You've not been an underdog since TI5 until right now.
I mean, the first couple of tournaments at TI5, we were definitely underdogs. No one really believed in the lineup we had. But then we came second our first tournament, then we won 2. I mean, I guess it's the same there, honestly. Just when people start oh wow, these guys are really good, then we lost straight until the Shanghai Major. That's what I think happened.
Now, I mentioned that you've been a Secret since after TI5.
Yeah.
That's a very long time. And before that, you were, for example, also a very long time on KP. You seem to be very loyal to the teams you join. A lot of other players hop around a lot. What makes it that you stick around for so long with one team?
It might just be that I'm not looking enough. Maybe I should have left, that's how I feel. But I think it's just how I am. I just, whatever happens, I just fight through it, I'll just take it.
You'd rather fight the problems head on than to run away from them? That's a good thing.
I mean, you can say that, or you can say you ignore the problems in the team and you don't leave. You know what I mean?
Can't look at it the glass half empty.
Nah, I'm just saying you can look at it both ways, so I don't know.
I
mean, if people want to look at it as a positive thing, I'm happy to.
I like to look at it as a positive thing. Now, you're overall a fairly positive guy as well, but you are not showing that anywhere. Your social media is very missing.
Okay.
Now, I watched an interview with you last year somewhere, and you said that you hoped one day you would wake up and just be one of those people that tweets a lot and is really out there. What made that not happen yet? I
don't know. It's something about putting yourself out there, right? It's some lame quote that people say a lot.
No, but it's true.
Which, yeah, unfortunately is true. That's basically it. I don't want to... Because you can see, if you look on Twitter, what people post, it's can be pretty cringe-inducing, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And I don't want to be that.
You're protecting yourself in a way.
Yeah, I think that's the base of it, yeah.
Okay, now you have had an amazing group stage, 3-0. Talk to me about what that was like for your team, winning the series flawless, almost.
We played some scrims, but at the same time we haven't played serious matches in since the qualifier, I believe.
Yeah.
So, it was basically after the first series we built up and built up. We felt more and more confident. Everything was basically a test. So the first game, these guys are pretty good, so we beat them. Okay, the stuff we do works. First, you get IG. You get to play IG, oh, wish I got to play someone else. But then you think about it, and I was glad we got to play them. Because we just want to see how good we are. Since we placed top 1, we get a pretty decent matchup the first round, so that's nice.
That is definitely very nice. So I would imagine that feeling in the team, you're riding a bit of a high right now?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the confidence always helps. Everyone speaks up more.
Mm-hmm.
The draft comes together, everyone is suggesting the same stuff. So yeah, that's very nice. Definitely helps winning. That's why I don't believe in throwing group stage games. I don't think that has ever worked.
Well, I hope that you can continue riding that high. Definitely have been looking very strong so far. Thank you for taking the time, and good luck at the main event. Thank you.
There we go then. Highlight eye with the words alongside Shiva. Very interesting interview, very long interview. Thank you very much for your time as well there, Highlight eye, before we got into the round of 16. He and his team are ready. They head into this one with an enviable record as well. 21-0 in their last 21 games. The last time they were beaten by TNC on the 25th of February. It's pretty crazy, Gods.
I mean, he talked about it. The morale, the confidence you get from that can make a big difference. He believes there's no reason to throw group stages because that can just be a difference maker going into a series. And I think that's where Secret, get through this series. You got to, first they got to get through this series, but moving through the tournament, they're going to be going that 21-0, 22, 23-0. If they can keep that going, that's something good that they can build upon.
Yep. Certainly moving in towards that record that Newbie held from 2016 as well. We're going to take a look at the featured matchup in this one. We've picked out the carries, Gods, and Fog rather, because if there's a player on SG Esports that helped them through, and I don't want to pin it on one guy alone, it was HFN.
Yeah, he was their big star. I think he was one of the first guys, one of the first in South America to reach 8K or something like that. He's really dominant in the way that he farms his movements as well. He's not just a farmer either. He plays very aggressive, but I think that's kind of the nature of style of this team too. They're very aggressive in the laning phase, and I feel like it's gonna I feel like it could work pretty well versus Secret. It might catch them off guard.
He's got an interesting mix of heroes. He's top 5 since 7.0. He was a bit of a Luna spammer early on, which we've had a couple of the carries do that. Weaver, CK, TA, and a Jug. So some inside the meta, some outside of the meta. That bodes well, doesn't it, for the match?
Yeah, he actually started out as a mid player, and only from TI 6, I believe, they changed their carry and mid roles. So he's getting into that. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's a Templar Assassin and he just goes mid. We're actually starting to see a lot of that from other teams now.
Yep.
They're changing depending on the hero that is played. Maybe it's a more farm-oriented mid laner. They give it to the carry player to play it.
Feels like quite a contrast because Team Secret MP plays that more no-tell-esque carry role where he's the selfless one. They play around mid one. We've seen a few Lycan picks and stuff, but even then, he's still not farming. He's still not playing the hard carries. They're still not necessarily playing around him. They may build a lineup around his hero, but it's not like they expect MP to be the guy to fall back on to carry the game.
Yeah, it's very interesting with all these role swaps going on. What do you make of it, Fold? Is it good or is it bad? I mean, it's great for us for an interest point of view, but is it really paying off for the teams?
I think if it's very hero dependent, I think maybe once or twice, it's okay, Invoker. This guy's an Invoker specialist,
Like a GH.
Yeah, GH for that kind of scenario, like a Naga specialist or an Ember Spirit specialist, something like that. I think when it gets to the point when it's happening too much, I think it can be a big detriment on a team because then it's you're not you're not trusting your mid laner. Then you're not trusting your most important guy. Pretty much, you're that's the mid laner. You have to be in order to be a mid laner. You have to be super confident in yourself. And if you're switching that up so often for every single time, I definitely think that can hurt.
The other key player, of course, on the other side of things is mid one. The guy is just running away with it in terms of MMR right now. He's hot on the heels, headed towards 10k. That's what he was talking about the other day. I think the pressure of being the first to get there is a bit much for him. He doesn't like that very much, but he is playing out of his mind at this tournament.
Yeah, I was wondering where my MMR went. Now I know.
I think he's stolen all of our MMR.
Right.
Finally out of SEA, he's like, oh, this is sweet. I can win pub games now. What is this?
We all know where our MMR went. But yeah, he's doing a spectacular job. Every game I've seen him play in the groups, it was amazing. He synergizes very well with his team. They all understand how to play with him, and he understands how to play with his team. So I'm very impressed.
Yeah, is he a puppy mid? And by that I mean, is he the perfect kind of character and player to fit into that team?
I can see it. Puppy really likes these guys who are not really going to throw the game, and they're going to secure it for him. So I don't really see mid one throwing any games, especially if you're reaching a 9.5k MMR. That's what he was tweeting out the other day. Then you're probably not a very big game thrower or anything like that. So
you'd hope not.
Does any team want
game? Not at this level.
No one wants a game thrower as their mid laner though. But I mean, there are some mid lanes who are much more like volatile.
Right.
But, yeah.
I think the fact that mid one plays so much, I think, is like super important too. Like I think he shows like a lot of interesting builds that he does with some of his heroes. I mean, they're not like super different, let's say, but I think he was the first one who I saw do like I think Merlini was saying was the Shadow Fiend going Dragonlance into Butterfly. Like his innovation kind of in those type of ways of how he understands the hero is really interesting.
Yeah. Do you think we see enough innovation?
I think we do from some players like Envy.
Yeah.
I think Envy is a player for me
absolutely.
that I always see him going like these builds that you would probably never see people do. Like, oh, this Medusa has a blade mail. Oh, this Medusa is going for like these like, totally different builds or stuff like that.
The war drums are live.
Indeed, the drums signify that we are indeed into our first draft between SG Esports and Team Secret. Gods, expectations for draft?
Hard to say, since I mean, these are two teams. There's the smaller sample size on. There's been like a few key go-to picks, but we've seen a lot of versatility from Team Secret. They've favored some of those like Abaddon, Enigma type Kezu heroes. They've gone to unusual picks for like the mid role. We've seen Death Prophet, we've seen Ember Spirit, we've seen a big array of heroes. Lycan's been like kind of a common recurring pick for them. So Team Secret do prioritize this like kind of early 5-man push style though.
Yeah, Abaddon is actually their most played hero at this event with 3. So really nothing to go on in terms. They've been so decisive during the group stages. 6-0.
I guess what we can say is Secret like to pick these offlaners that you can sort of just leave on an island, pretty much.
Yeah.
Just play away from there, try and do whatever, and then this offlaner just gets super fat because there's pressure being applied on the other side of the map. But let's look at these bans. Pretty normal. Secret has banned like Monkey King pretty much every single game. So I think they're going to keep up with that tradition. Maybe it could bite them later if they keep locking in this one ban to a monkey all the time. But SG do play it, so seems fine. And I should say, like with Puppy, he's this one guy who will never ever underestimate any team. So if this, I think this is actually one of the worst matchups for SG Esports. If they were trying to get this underdog thing going, and Secret like probably study them as much as they possibly can. They don't want to really lose right now after their amazing performance during the groups.
I was curious to see what approach that SG was going to take into the draft, and now we kind of like see it right away with the Ricky Tree bans. They're trying to take out these like obnoxious lane heroes that are just really annoying. I thought that they might target Kezu, but they actually go for that type of approach.
It's much more difficult to ban out the offlaners because there's just so many of them in this patch. But the Invis moving ward kind of hero like Ricky and Trien, they're the best ones, right?
Yeah.
And the monkey's already banned, so that's you're pretty much banning 3 out of 3. Maybe we'll see a bounty hunter now, since that's like sort of the last roaming Invis hero that's left. So
almost seems like Secret didn't expect that because they took a long time to first pick that wall. Like they're already chewing through some reserve time. Like you've had days to prepare for this matchup. They probably thought they'd at least get one of those 2 heroes in there.
A little bit caught out perhaps. The CM ban isn't that wild, obviously, from Team Secret. It is the most played here by SG, so they picked up in all 3 of their games before. And the one win that they had came with the Puck and the Slug.
Yep, the Clockwork.
They go Clockwork.
It's like their favorite hero, I feel.
Clockwork, Puck, Slark, right? That game. Yeah. And they did open Clockwork in that game as well, SG.
Yep.
So they're going, maybe they're thinking like, okay guys, this is the one game where we took out a really big fish with. So let's try and figure out like what went right in that game, what was strong in our draft, and let's replicate it, see if it works again.
I like how they do that too because they run it in different roles. They run it as support and as offlane, so I feel like right away they're like, okay, let's leave our options open. This is our most comfortable hero as well, so let's roll with it.
Ooh, Kunkka. That's a really strong team fighting hero. Every time I see Kunkka, it's not something that everyone plays, but when you see it, it like brings some fear that your team fight can be very lacking against this hero.
Do you think it's at all a block pick? Because that was actually a hero Puppy played in one of their last games too. Like, obviously he's got more, like he's played the Tusk as well, but it feels like a potentially partially block pick as well. Like you've banned out so many of the 4-position heroes, take one of the few that's left that Puppy plays.
Yeah, and they haven't played it yet either, so it's pretty interesting to see them grab like this duo. Like, we've been seeing a lot of like similarity between some of these drafts, and then when we look and we see Clockwork Kunkka, I feel like I haven't seen these heroes in like 2 days almost.
Right. Secret's gonna take their time a little bit here, maybe surprised by the Kunkka pick as well.
I want to see if they match up like a kind of roamer. Like they picked the Tusk with the Warlock the other time. I think it's pretty good versus Kunkka as well, having like that kind of save versus the Boat and Torrent.
Yeah, most of the time, okay, it's going to be a Jug. So it's very good versus Kunkka. You can't really cast the spells X on him or anything. You can just spin it off. As for the Tusk, I think Secret have like some cues that allow them to pick the Tusk. For example, Legion Commander.
Yeah.
We also saw Liquid picking the Tusk versus the Legion. So not seeing that, they see the Kunkka, very solid counter pick with the Jug. A carry that can't really be pressured.
And a carry that can also go mid as well. So
Yes.
you're not totally revealing what you're doing necessarily with your lanes and drafts. If you want to put this in the mid lane, you can.
Could also maybe, I think this is HFN's probably one of his most played heroes as well, the Jug from the safe lane. So maybe they're trying to like, okay, we got his Jug right now already too. Like you said, Puppy does like to plan, so that could be an approach that they're going as well, as it being as well very good versus the Kunkka and Clockwork.
So Bounty being banned out, so 3 of Puppy's heroes straight off.
May as well, like you're already limiting the pool, that may as well limit it even further.
Right. Actually, I've seen in a lot of tournaments while I was coaching that teams tend to single out Puppy a lot because he has like these 3 or 4 key heroes he likes to cycle through, and when you ban it out, you might potentially put Secret in a very awkward position where they don't really want to pick a hero, but they're forced to pick a hero because the ones that they normally do are gone. So it's sometimes can be a very solid strategy.
Spirit Breaker ban too. Pretty
well.
Yeah.
I think we know who they're aimed at.
Yeah.
Yep.
I like the SF ban. It's one of those carries that pairs very well with the Clockwork because you get the free souls at level 1. It makes that laning stage very dominant. And you've got no 4 position heroes to help that mid lane, so you're pretty much guaranteed to win that, at least do very well in that mid lane for your SG Esports with a Shadow Fiend with Insta Souls and no 4 position roaming heroes really available.
And it's like so much team fight if SG were to get like a Shadow Fiend with Clockwork Kunkka. It's just so it's extremely powerful to keep the distance away from the Shadow Fiend. Just very good heroes with him.
Yep. Tinker, good ban. They have 2 heroes that actually Jug is pretty good versus Tinker, but they don't really have the catch at the moment. And maybe the Spear Breaker ban made them think that there's a potential that SG actually want to play with the Tinker here.
And we have seen the old school, like the Kunkka Tinker, that kind of cheat, like not cheese combo, but the X into, you know, you go in, you can drop marches, you get X back, and then X rockets, etc.
So one thing we talked about Secret was that when they were drafting, they had a lot of vision heroes, right? There was a draft where they had Lycan and Templar in the same team. They had Wolves and Ricky, so they would play off the information that they received from these heroes. This game, they picked Warlock and Jug. Neither are vision heroes, and 4 vision heroes were banned out. So that looks like something that SG Esports can be working with here. Perhaps identifying that is Secret's main strategy.
Yep. An aggressive support pick and disruptor, one of those heroes if you want to fight and kind of meet Team Secret's tempo and chase them down. Glimpse will be very kind of effective way to rotate around, find some kills for your team.
Yeah, not so good against the Jug though still.
No, not at all.
So now they have an offlaner and 2 supports who are not good versus the Jug. Could get a little weird. They're going to need to get a very good matchup on the other 2 cores.
The Glimpse isn't good, but in some ways, like, you go against with like a hook shot into a static storm. That could be good.
Right.
So I think
it is an insta-silence disable for the Jug.
It gives you a way to actually gank him when he's farming, but yeah, like most stage of the game, like if Jug's just trying to push you down or whatever, it doesn't have an answer for the Glimpse.
They've got an immense amount of catch now too. All 3 heroes are some of the best catching heroes that you can have.
Right. So Tusk, they are going to pick it. So pretty good against Kunkka and Disruptor in a way. You can just snowball the X target, protect him, or get someone out of a cage from the Disruptor.
Wondering if they're going to go back for their type of like Invoker that they really do like to play, since they already have like the Clockwork and pretty good setup for the hero. They do really like it as well.
So the question here is SG going to pick their mid first or their carry, and which one would they like to hide? The information they have right now is that there's a Tusk. He could be roaming on mid. Maybe they already want to pick a mid who's not going to die to any like combination of Tusk. Okay, Troll, that's a hero that can go in 2 lanes. mid or carry, so good choice. Sort of hiding their both fourth pick and their last pick.
Gives him an objective taker. He's also very good naturally versus the Tusk. You know, if you snowball people in, you have Whirling Axes can work really well in that favor. Also, pretty good matchup versus the Juggernaut.
Yep.
Being able to bash through spin
objective
and
towers, but as well Roshan.
Roche as well, yeah.
I really feel like SG Esports are playing pretty heavily towards the early game.
And
The
here's
ability
the
to
Ember.
Yep, there
so
it is.
this is mid one of his signature heroes, and very strong combination with the Warlock. We were waiting for the combo they want to use with the Fatal Bonds, and Ember, he has his Flame Guard from very early in the game. Lots of AoE damage that he deals out.
Mm-hmm. And SG doesn't really have like any, like instant stuns or anything. They have like an X and a Torrent and Disruptor ulti and stuff like that, but Ember Spirit can be very cheeky at getting out of those with like a Sleight of Fist, with his Remnants as well, obviously being able to get out of the Glimpse kinetic, yeah.
And we've actually seen a lot of that lately.
Yeah.
Feels like these Ember Spirits have become very good at dodging Glimpse.
I like the mag ban. Having 2 melee cores already on the side of Secret, I do really like that.
So now they're gonna have to pick Kazu's hero here. Something that could just, go to the offlane, chill. OD ban, okay. That's very hard counter to the Ember in the lane. Extremely difficult for him to do anything there.
Might still be something like an Enigma. I mean, they do have the Clockwork, which can stop the BKB.
Yeah.
But it gives them...
Well, Abaddon is still in the pool as well.
Oh yeah, Abaddon's still in the pool. That's true.
Someone who can remove the Whirling Axis.
I mean, either of those heroes just gives them some team fight to try and match up to the Kunkka
It's not so good against the Disruptor and the Kunkka though, because of the lockdown they have. All right, Dark's here. Interesting.
Team fight. I guess they felt the Warlock wasn't enough just for their team fight now. They want to like add on to that.
Right.
And go for Tusk Darkseer pressure.
The other thing is, it pressures the lane more. Like the Abaddon, Enigmas, they don't really pressure the lane as much. Enigma can maybe deny some farm, but this directly maybe contests the Troll's lane a bit better.
And they've got good Ion Shell carriers already with the Ember, with the Tusk. Like they're extremely good. This just enables these heroes even more.
If they would ever collapse on a tower with 5 heroes with the Ember and Jug, very strong with the Darkseer. And there we have another Alchemist.
Ooh.
HFN gonna be playing that. It could still be a mid Alch, or a safe lane Alch.
Yeah, definitely a possibility.
Since HFN is on it.
We might well move it around. And very interesting draft indeed. Guys, what did you make of that? And I guess we should talk about predictions as well.
I like the Alch pick. I think SG's draft is decent. Like Team Secret don't have a good way of like pushing down too many early towers, like unless they really want to commit a lot of like the Warlock level 6 perhaps, and that's what you need to do against Alch. Take towers early, can restrict his farm, but with that said, I still have to go with Team Secret. I think they're going to be the better team. I think they've got mid one of his best hero, and Team Secret would still be my prediction.
Okay.
I'm going to have to go with Team Secret as well. I just love having like mid one on his Ember Spirit like you were talking about. I like they also have the pressure lane now too, so I think it's going to definitely mess with SG a bit.
Okay, 2 for Secret.
Team Secret. Their skirmishes are amazing with the Darkseer, Ember, and Jug. Very strong.
A clean sweep for Team Secret. Perhaps not too surprising after their wonderful group stage performances. Are they going to continue on? Is this win number 22? Let's find out as we head into Game 1 with your commentary team, led as always by Aldi.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are live here in Kiev, getting ready for the first ever appearance of a Brazilian team at a Valve Major event. Kevin, the last time that we saw a South American team compete at a Valve Major, I believe, was the Frankfurt Major in 2015 when Team Unknown actually upset Newbie in a BO1 in the lower bracket. They ended up getting knocked out after that, but the miracle? Do you think it's possible here?
Absolutely. It's a very historic match as well. That was the first time that I've seen, at least, Alchemist with an armlet, which eventually became the absolute standard trend. And we're going to see it this game as well, actually. So that was the last pick.
Vamos. It's time. SG Esports taking on Secret. We hop into the game now. It's certainly a battle of David and Goliath going in, with Secret on, I believe it's a 19-game win streak. On the flip side, you have SG Esports, who only managed to take 1 game and ultimately not the series in the group stage, went 0-3. So truly will be, not just any test. Already it's going to be a big challenge for them. First major event on a huge stage like this with the size and scope of an audience that only a major can bring. And Well, thoughts on the draft here as we start to hop into the game? I know we saw the Juggernaut pick, and then they kind of doubled down with the Disruptor on a hero that Jug really seems set up to counter well.
Yeah, that's a good point. But I do kind of like what SG can do. If they do get some advantage, they can easily run down Secret and keep Secret where they want them to be. So if it's the flip side, if Secret's running at SG, they're not going to have the best time getting away from them, I think.
Yeah, so Secret already looking for that early jungle incursion as they smoke, and they are going to find Cat in the woods trying to sneak away to the Disruptor, but in quite a bit of danger here. The snowball revs up, and actually they're going to head towards Adriano instead. They catch him out initially, throws out the axes, does not have the Berserker's Rage yet. He's going to get caught, and he will be quickly brought down. Secret finding that early first blood with the double Ion Shell shenanigans, and undoubtedly not the last time we're going to see it this game. This is, on the flip side, a Secret lineup that also wants to be chasing you and running you down.
Yeah, and most likely they'll just start dual off lane. Tusk plus Darkseer is really scary for that reason, just because of snowballs. So Puppey ends up getting the bounty. That's one way to secure it, right? Get your core of first blood, and then he'll let you get the bounty rune.
Yeah. So thoughts on the lanes here, as we are going to see Kezu coming in early. They're running the Disruptor down bottom, but Secret are going to run the dual lane. Do you see much kill potential for this tri-lane?
I think they absolutely can get kills, but the problem is they might need level 2 now that they skipped Glimpse. So they just need a Glimpse ideally back into a Torrent, or a Torrent into a Glimpse afterwards. They can definitely kill these guys. It's just they have to get the right circumstances, and it can't be Secret going in on them with 2 heroes with Iron Shells.
And they need their levels as well, which could be a bit harder to come by in a tri-lane scenario. So KNRD, he did play a support clock in the group stage, and I thought it might be a support clock here again, but actually we'll find the Torrent connection onto Kezu, tries for the TP out. There's the snowball from Puppey. We'll get him back to safety, so good patience by him. Escapes, gets back to the well, and Puppey's still here to soak up that experience, so SG Sports, close but no cigar.
And off on the other side of the map, it's a Clockwork in the solo offlane position. He's doing a great job draining MP's mana, but he's not getting the most levels just yet. It definitely is difficult to avoid getting zoned by a Warlock damage-wise.
Yeah, that is the beautiful thing about the Warlock pick this game, is pretty much no matter who went to the offlane, unless they went full aggro, they were going to be pressured very heavily.
Elk is slightly losing mid, 10-4 on the Ember Spirit, 8-0 for the Elk, so he's probably semi-content with this at the moment. Just went for Brown Boots, fast Iron Talon, so slightly different build, but this will let him jungle a lot more rapidly than a poor man's Shield would.
Puppey getting aggressive here on KNRD, and he does have the Orb of Venom. With Kezu coming in, might be able to find a kill here.
He did just use Snowball, so we won't see any more gap close after that, but as soon as Kezu gets close enough and puts down an Orb or Iron Shell, I think it's going to work.
He's got a DD rune. That just looks like a kill. I don't really think there's too much Disruptor can do here with the Point and Thunder Strike at level 1.
Said mouse is not stopped working, which I'm going to assume is meant to be the mouse has stopped working.
Guys, by the way, my mouse is still functional. Just wanted to pause and make sure you're all aware. We'll see if he gets it sorted out. But a likely death here, it looks like, for KNRD. No TP, no real help in sight. So obviously the lane's not going particularly well for SG Esports to start things off. I guess the question is, what is sort of their long-term game plan with the draft here, as we will be unpausing momentarily, Kevin? And how do you see the lineups matching up later on in the game?
I think SG basically needs to take their 4 heroes, the ones that don't need a ton of farm, and they need to roll around fighting a lot. Maybe Troll will spend a lot of time hitting jungle creeps, but Clockwork, Kunkka, and Disruptor certainly are going to be the pace setters this game, with occasional appearances by Troll, and maybe even sometimes Alk. He's going to get killed in the mid lane, though.
Mid one, he really pushed it to the limit there. Almost went down, but even fighting in the acid spray, able to secure the kill. So did the math correctly as see Tavo up top, just duking out a little bit with Pylai Die, trying to eke out what farm he can, but HFN now going to go back to the jungle. KNRD also getting a little stacking going, it looks like. So fairly passive laning stage here for SG Esports, not really showing many signs of early rotations, which when you see a Clock, a Kunkka early, you think like maybe these guys will be going for those early roaming ganks, but it doesn't seem like the rest of the lineup is going to allow them to do that, especially not with this start.
This is maybe a time to do it though. KNRD, could end up headed mid. 1x marks the spot and a Torrent follow-up and Acid Spray on top of that. They could right-click a lot of damage on Ember, but maybe Poor Man's Shield would stop too much. It'd probably take 3 heroes, I'm guessing.
And Puppey kind of anticipating that gank already, just tucked in the trees right behind mid one. ready to reinforce should they actually go for that type of dive. So while it might look like a kill for SG Esports, could well result in just giving something up. As mid one dives deep in the mid lane. How appropriate. Now the turret coming out from King RD, but with the Flame Guard active, mid one shrugs it off, and Puppey revealing his position will force them back. SG Esports just getting crushed so far, as we see 20 and 6 for mid one already in the mid lane, off to an extremely hot start and applying a lot of pressure on the south.
Yeah, the Alchemists, they basically needed the Ember to be under tower with X marks the spot. It's pretty much the only way they get that kill, so just laid the perfect limits here.
Tavo being pressured. We'll see Puppey moving towards him as the bounty runes do spawn, but uses the cogs to protect it and secures that rune, so getting that much needed bit of gold. Simultaneously, Kezu also taking to the jungle, so both offlaners playing a little more passively, trying to avoid those ganks and under some duress, but not dying. And obviously Darkseer can have the much better time if it comes to a passive offlane with his ability to turbo farm.
And Clockwork is in no way going to kill MP, but maybe he could get lucky and grab Highlight Eye here. Catapult does get spotted. He's got boots and a Windlay, so he's really fast actually, like 85 movement speed faster than the Warlock. That's a kill opportunity if he can get close.
That always hurts as an offlane.
Yeah, trying to last hit with spells and missing it.
That Catapult really wanted it, but will be denied. So the good news here is Adriano, though. He already is at 29 CS, having a pretty good time of it bottom, and does give them that push potential that could maybe free up the map for the rest of the team to catch up.
And Disruptor's getting pretty good levels as well. The faster 6 is really the important thing. Level 2 Glimpse would also help a lot, really help grab the Darkseer kill if needed. And Troll certainly has the damage for that if he can get enough right clicks on. So Disruptor just got to get those kills.
Here comes mid one, already level 6. Out for blood, and he might find a tasty Alchemist takedown. Already dropping the ward, so Secret not just going for this kill, Kevin, but also setting up for the economic stranglehold after the kill. As HFN going to reveal his position, they snowball on forward, they commit onto him, catching it with the chains, even throwing out the shards, and Secret at a dance of fire and ice will melt the Alk down to smithereens. Puppey getting glimpsed back, but no real follow-up to this. They're not even going to be able to get the kill on the support, let alone mid one.
Or even the Sigil didn't even get last hitted there. That's a little tough for them. Alk does TP back in. It was just a very smart gank. Like they saw that Alk was kind of losing his lane. His HP was a little bit low. And in most cases, Alk just sprints right to the jungle in those cases. But he's still sitting there. He spots it out with the tree break, but that's the benefit of Tusk.
SG Sports quickly finding themselves in a deep hole here. Already down 2,000 gold. Experience still fairly even, but when you're running the Alk and the lanes are going this poorly as far as farm goes, you need some catch-up time, something Secret seems loath to give them. As they already have the level 2 Ion Shell, level 3 not that far off, and you got to imagine once Kezu gets like to level 6 or 7 that they'll be looking for those Ember ganks, maybe with even the Juggernaut joining in.
Yeah, it's one of the scariest things to combo with an Ember Spirit. It's kind of thinking like Mag, except you just kind of stand there and people die, so like doubles, triples, almost the value of Flame Guard. And look what mid one can do right now. He's just pressuring the support Kunkka. This is really bad for King RD.
He's going to ball forward, dodging away from the torrent. He does go under tower though. Remnant back again, but pays with his life. Definitely not worth. Though he gets the kill, is applying the pressure. HFN ends the dominating streak, and with that also getting so much lead free farm, but simultaneously in the bottom lane. Secret continuing to apply the pressure here. Cat gets the glimpse back, then the 2-hero torrent comes in RD, back and looking to party. Kezu, can he make it out of here? Adriano just looking for that bash. One more auto attack is going to find the kill, then the X back. SG Esports not done with Secret just yet, but meanwhile the Sigil is causing problems for Adriano. Has to be careful. Torrent coming out again. Puppey's going to dodge it. Mid one already back. Wants to rejoin the fight. Low as well is Cat. Have to be careful not to feed mid one too much. He is going to get the Adriano kill, and now Secret fishing for a bit more. Rocket coming in, just marking the tombstone of his fallen comrade, but no sign of a rotation yet from that Clock, who is still not yet level 6.
I mean, SG's got some spunk so far. They were trying to take it to Secret, win the little engagements. I mean, first match they played in the group stage did take out OG, which was extremely surprising. They could always just do that again, right? Just same thing. Just win your trades, win your game. It's that simple, something like that.
It really does feel like the type of game where they have to be willing to take those risks, though. If you let Secret get their core items and then just run at you with the Ion Shell on the Ember Spirit, he's just going to rack up kills. They're their catch is a little bit limited here, Kevin. Until they get the Disruptor ult, there's not a whole lot of tools to shut this Ember.
I kind of feel like it's the same thing on Secret, though. I mean, Ember Spear can gap close, Searing Chains is very effective, but past that, it's basically just Tusk's abilities, and most times he's going to burn those cooldowns at the start of the fight. So I do think that they can weave in and out of fights pretty well. It's just they can't lose their heroes right at the start of the fight. And I'm looking at Kunkka and Disruptor when I say that.
Here comes MP as mid one lunges into the fray. He finds the 2-hero change. The follow-up is there. Puppey on the hunt, finds the kill. Double snowball connection as they quickly cave in 2 of SG Esports heroes at the tier 1. They did bring in the Jug for that fight as well, so
it's a great rotation.
Aggressive rotations by Secret, and quite early at that.
Yeah, it loses him a little bit of farm, but this tower's going to take way more damage as a result. They lose the clarity, though, so that means no healing ward, unless he pops the magic sticker. He'll commit it, but that means no more spells after that, so very likely will be some tower damage, but not everything.
Rocket Flare coming in, just trying to slow down the push. It is the level 1 Rocket Flare, so going for the extra points in Battery Assault, more focused on potential hero kills as heads towards the mid game.
And he's got level 6 now, so he'll head there, looking for a kill setup probably on mid 1. He's got 1 Remnant, and if they've got Disruptor here with Glimpse, this could be a kill if he can land the hook shot.
Tavo looking for it. There is no dire vision of this rotation, but at the same time the clock also might, the absence of his hero top might be a giveaway as Kezu pushes out that lane. You can see there's an observer ward in the area. Now Tavo, I believe, might have poked his way into ward vision. Now is revealed, so not able to find a kill just yet.
A little surprised he actually just killed a large camp instead of trying to attempt to kill in other lanes. I mean, I guess going for Ember Spirit's very dangerous. It's very easy to mess up the kill, but I thought maybe with Glimpse they'd be able to get it. But I guess without Disruptor ulti as well, it's bringing the death back to you sometimes. You got to be really careful they don't overestimate your kill ability.
And most of their damage is magic at this point, with Alchemist not being farmed at all, does not have the armlet yet, and obviously Troll unlikely to be ganking as he continues to farm the bottom lane. So might not be able to burst through that Flame Guard very quickly. Speaking of the Ember Spirit, mid 1 already BOT's complete. Only 10 minutes in.
He's matching an Alchemist in farm. Actually, he's winning. That's a dangerous sign. And instantly smokes again after showing for quite a while in the mid lane. He's going to spot the Troll Warlord. Smoke's broken.
Adriano in trouble here. Remnant forward. Mid 1's going to catch him initially. Pretty tanky target to take down. They're going to drop the rock for this. Adriano running back to the tower as quick as he can. They don't have the Kunkka boat yet, and Puppey's going to roll in, interrupts any sort of counterplay. Also setting up for the follow-up kill as Pylai Die caves his skull in, bashing him down with the Golem, and now quickly they transition into the tower push, while simultaneously mid 1 tries to hold the mid lane. He gets the Remnant off, so though Cat will glimpse him back, he stays and holds it, ensuring that they will take a tower. They will not even give up damage, and oh, by the way, MP also taking the tier 1 top during this time. So Secret, the full Nelson quickly being applied as they immediately start to choke out SG Esports.
This is insane. Mid 1 skill usage is actually incredible. He never loses any efficiency, always grabbing 2 heroes and Searing Chains if they're available. Perfect Fire Remnant usage as well to guarantee get kills, even dodge the axe spin. I mean, this is like, is he not the highest MMR player in the world right now? He's 9.5k, I believe. It's insane. He's playing so well.
As he continues to apply the pressure here. Hook shot from Tavo, not going to connect. He gets clipped back into the Static Storm, but just Remnants out, zippity-doo-dah, and away he goes. He even wants to chase. SG have committed a lot with that Static Storm down. That is the majority of their team fight. There's no Kunkka boat yet. HFN might pay the piper for this. Eats the Omni Slice. Does have the armlet available, but not even going to get it off as he ends up dropping quickly. Secret on the punish and taking team fights without the rock, just showing how confident they are in their position this game. But yeah, back to your point about mid 1. I remember when he really started to take off, the one thing Winter mentioned about him is that he's a bit of a hothead, at least when he was starting out. So extremely talented, sometimes would lose his cool, but he's kind of grown into a much more like disciplined mid player we've seen. Still not afraid to go for those big plays, but he's tempered that aggression and is taking smarter fights. We can see just continues to combo with Puppey here. Looking for follow-up kills, now diving head into the base. Secret looking for the quick and decisive GG. Punishment continues for SG Esports. They get battered inside their own base. In comes the out. He tries to turn the fight. Have Secret gone a bit too far? No, it seems they stand their ground. Mid 1 gets another kill. He wants to come back in. The cogs are there though, and Tavo is cleaning up. They'll find 2. Somewhat equalizing, but still not dealing with this Ember.
Oh, man. And just as you talk about patience, Secret does some really aggressive moves underneath the tier 3s.
But mid one didn't die.
That's true, and Puppy's going to go down as well here. Finally, the X marks the spot, paying off big time. Kunkka getting 6 from that one. And the net worths are looking a lot better now after that little bit of skirmishing. It looked like Secret was about to just open the game up and close it out at 13 minutes. But
maybe a little handicap gifted here to SG Esports.
They're like, well, we need to get some more fantasy points for our fans, so we'll play a little throwy here.
A little throwy, but mid one just constantly applying that pressure. Not afraid of really getting picked off. The Static Storm is up now. He's level 3 Glimpse, so he's got to be cautious about the Disruptor.
Yeah, that's certainly the part he has to worry about the most, especially if there's enough damage to back it up, like Clockwork, for example, in melee range. Using Battery Assault under Static Storm, that could certainly be a kill.
So where do you go now if you're SG Esports? They are going to smoke, so it looks like they want to find some kills.
If you're losing, the best thing to do is get kills off. Then if you have your teamfight ultimates, go for the high net worth guys.
They are going to find mid one right as he ganks Adriano. Can they turn the fight? The boat gets revealed. Here comes the Snowball. Static Storm's there, locking that Ember Spirit in position. They're going to kill up mid one. That's a mega kill streak down, but do they have the follow-up? Out comes the Walrus Punch. Now they engage. Good Golem deployed by Pylai Daya as they look to turn the tides. Kezu also there with the wall, forcing them back, rolling them over. They still get the advantage as far as kills go, but getting that Ember kill, a pretty juicy takedown that SG Esports should have some consolation about. And in fact, the gold overall swinging their way over the last minute or two.
Yeah, the comeback gold really paying off there. And all that gold did go to Troll Warlord as well. He was the one that was able to secure the kill. I don't think Iyasha is going to make a massive difference here in his ability to teamfight well, but it will accelerate his farm at least and get him around escape ganks, things like that.
It seems like for Secret, the game plan is really let's get these towers down and just starve the Alchemist out as much as possible. We saw the aggressive wards earlier. The tier 1 mid has fallen, tier 1 top down, and they're just kind of taking over the Radiant side of the map, Kevin. No signs of letting up.
Their wards are really good for that too. Basically controls everything near the secret shop, which is a common place for Alk to sit around and hang out. Very protected from the shrines and things like that. Whereas the rest of his jungle is a little harder for him to get into. Not as much ward vision, stuff like that. So.
And on the flip side, like look at the SG Esports vision. They are playing truly in the dark here. They see almost nothing. Aside from that one observer ward down near the bottom rune, but they blew their scan earlier, actually missing Secret or a bit closer. It shows you how claustrophobic the game feels for them right now. You'll see another smoke, 3 heading towards top, and perhaps the tower is the objective as Adriano revealing himself potentially in the lane. Seems like they want to push.
Yeah, they killed the ward as well. Dire's going to scan to see if they end up rotating back towards their area, maybe to see if they're grouping in to go into Roche. Another thought, but their whole goal is to dive a tower and get a kill. But the problem is that Secret's just not going to be there. They're winning so bad that you don't sit around defending by your tier 1s. You play in the enemy jungle, in the enemy area of the map. That way you can continue to get kills with your superior gold advantage.
So HFN at last does pick up his relic. Should still be like a sub 20-minute Radiance. Potentially in the next 2 minutes should have it with this tower dropping as long as he doesn't get ganked.
And sub 20 is obviously very slow and for how Alchemist should be. That's usually like the 13-minute-ish Radiance timing.
Uh-oh, they get the tower, but at what cost? Glimpse will be there, but mid one able to drop the Remnant. He comes right back into the fight again, just negating Cat's presence. Though as I say that, he gets caught in the cogs. He may have overplayed his hand. Static Storm coming through. They catch him again. They take mid one down. Crucial kill for SG Esports, looking for more. Puppy getting caught out, now caged, and will be finished. MP forced to retreat. SG Esports battling back against what looked like an almost unstoppable Secret juggernaut. They have stabilized.
Yeah, it seemed like a very weird fight for Secret. Even Puppy held the snowball for forever. Finally going in, did get the disable off, but they're definitely playing a little overly aggressive considering their position. I mean, they're ahead, but hey, that's more and more gold that SG can take back and possibly take a win out of this. It's an Alchemist as well. If they have some good team fights and they start pumping out some Mag Scepters, the game could change so fast.
So if you're Secret, obviously not happy with those last couple of engagements and not so happy with the last 5 to 8 minutes, do you slow the game down a little bit now?
Yeah, absolutely. Just play it a little safe, continue with your map control, but the important thing is to get a kill and then take Roshan. They just got an Omni-Slash kill on the Troll Warlord. This would be pretty perfect timing, really. But they need everybody alive, and ideally something like a Medallion. They actually do have one on Puppy, and I think Jug, with the help of a couple other heroes, can definitely take it. But they may play it a little safer and continue trying to pressure with Shadow Blade right now.
Let's see what the move is. We'll see mid one top lane. About to eat the Alex stun. They have Tavo set up from the rear. Maybe could go for this hook shot play. He is going to jump in, but doesn't hit mid one. The catapult not cooperating. Didn't actually have the follow-up nearby.
Yeah.
I was figuring Cat would be in the neighborhood with a static storm, but he was off towards mid.
Yeah, without him, maybe he was considering teleporting or something, but obviously miscommunication there for Tavo to waste his skill.
It's a pretty low cooldown, I suppose.
Yeah, it's relatively low, and it definitely gets Ember Spirit to leave the lane. That part helps, but gotta use those for crucial moments, because now for sure Ember Spirit doesn't have to worry about that for 50 seconds. He's gonna continue pushing out the bot lane, probably the safest place on the map for Secret practically.
And again, it's SG Esports, the area on the map where they've had the most success this top side, but there is a ward now. No smoke. They already chewed through 2, probably running low at this point. I do want to point out, Kevin, slightly unusual pickup for mid one, but I think it makes sense this game. He's going to be going for the Yule Scepter as his next item.
Yeah, probably to help protect against X-Torn. Disruptor going to go down. Doesn't even get him inside the Silence for forever. So that's a tough loss.
That's going to open things up, and it might not be where they end. Tavo going for the TP out here. So too is KNRD in the trees. The Remnant through a bit late. Mid one will immolate those, but can't find the hero. So they dodge a bullet, only losing the Disruptor. Secret, though, in pretty good position here near the Roshan pit. Not sure if they go for it yet, but they got to be thinking about it.
It's a decent farm comparison, but again, we're looking at Alchemist, the guy that gets tons of extra gold every time he gets the last hit. So it's going to come down to good skill usage for them to keep getting back and further into the game. The kills are the most important thing by far. And usages of the ultimates, like how Disruptor has been and Clockwork has been, at least the last one that he missed, you can't throw those away willy-nilly. You need to coordinate them together, put the heroes together, get a kill, and continue doing that so it creates space for your team. But right now, it's basically just Alchemist sapping up whatever gold happens to be on the map, maybe some leftover going to troll, and everyone else is standing around. So you've got to go for those kills in these moments, otherwise you're going to get behind.
Oh, MP, he was trying to be cute with the Blade Fury in the way, but he is going to get caught, maybe punished. Static Storm drop, back into the cogs he goes, but the wall is there, the boat coming through, crashes and connects, but doesn't find the kill. He stays alive, he omnis and decapitates. Now Adriano to fall, that's 3 down. Secret, very poised there. It looked like an opening, but in fact, it was a trap.
Yeah, Juggernaut's really, really hard to kill right now. Able to keep him alive. I wouldn't be surprised if they use Shadow Word or something like that.
I think he had the healing ward for just like the second half of that barrage of spells as well.
Yeah, definitely towards the end. I mean, it basically took everything they had just to get him down to low HP. It was full Disruptor ulti, but he ran out, so they had to glimpse him back. And then he was about to run out again, so they X'd him back in. And then the boat hits him, but he's still alive.
And in fact was healing up through it all. HFN's going to get caught out here by Puppey. He tries to stay alive with the armlet active. Won't matter. Mid one burns him down again. And, well, you mentioned Alk trying to carve just whatever farm he can out of this very limited map, but again gets punished off on his own and without any towers to really reinforce. He just doesn't have a whole lot of options.
And it's just